The cries of seagulls echo across the vast expanse of the ocean. The distant silhouette of a harbor begins to emerge on the horizon. The sign reads, Lith Harbor. A lone seagull perches atop a wooden post. It's called a constant reminder of the sea. Seagulls circle above a ship as it approaches the harbor. Finally, the harbor comes into view. The crowd cheers, celebrating their arrival. A woman with bunny ears offers potions in exchange for a request. A fisherman offers his wares, hoping to make a sale. So this is Lith Harbor. A woman asks Raymond if he likes it that much. He is embraced by Walker, who calls out his name. Walker continues to walk with Raymond. Taryn, walking alongside, admits he wants to jump around in places like Raymond, with a smirk. The group approaches a grand building, a place where their adventures would begin. The three continue their walk towards the building. Raymond, Walker, and Taryn approached a swirling vortex of blue energy, a mystic gate beckoning them forward. Beyond these mystic gates, which appeared all over the world one day, lie unknown dangers. Terrifying monsters, unseen in Maple World, lurk within. Though many explorers have died within the gates, the allure of what lies beyond remains strong. Because the rewards obtained inside the gates are powerful enough to warrant all those dangers, those with dreams endlessly make their way to the gates. The man with white hair states the obvious: they need bait. The man with orange hair seems to be thinking about something. The hooded figure stands silently. The white-haired man explains that because there's no knowing what's inside the gates until they enter, they can't make a plan. There are countless explorers who lose their lives due to sudden variables. That's why, the man with white hair continues, they need a bait slave. The orange-haired man seems concerned, as the hooded figure volunteers. It's not a bad decision, the hooded figure thinks. Meanwhile, a sign welcomes people to the hiring market operated by the Gaper merchants. He held the crimson orb aloft, its light casting eerie shadows across the room. The figure beside him spoke of the merchandise, bait slaves, each one a potential sacrifice for the gates ahead. A wide, toothy grin stretched across the merchant's face. He assured his customer that once they used one of them, they would feel they were worth every coin. He recommended two in particular. Behind bars, two figures awaited their fate. The merchant boasted that both were fresh on the scene, as lively as they could be. A hand reached through the bars, selecting one of the prisoners. A voice declared the choice excellent. Meanwhile, before the red, glowing gate, a voice wished the adventurers a good adventure. From above, the gate stood as a portal to the unknown. A reminder echoed. Whenever you enter a gate, you mark it on the pillar. This is to know how many parties have entered previously. The white-haired man stood before the gate, his gaze fixed on the pillar. It appeared that no marks had been made by others. The glint of steel caught the light as a voice inquired. Then, are you ready? Elpham, flanked by his companions, declared, let's go. The group prepared to step into the unknown. The red gate pulsed with energy as the adventurers approached. As they stepped through, Taryn exclaimed, that felt so weird. A strange, bioluminescent mushroom loomed in the new environment. She takes in the sight of the massive fungi, the air thick with an earthy, sweet scent. What in the world? It's the first time she's ever seen such a mystical place. The atmosphere is a lot different than he imagined. The man with white hair explains that normally, the entrance of the gate is created far from the area where monsters gather, so they should still be safe. Another man adds that you can't use the entrance gate to leave. Taryn realizes that their highest priority is to find the escape gate. Walker is shocked. Why is there a monster here? Elpham calls out, Charlotte. The monster looms over the group. Don't tell me all of these? Damn it. Raymond draws back the string, the arrow nocked and ready. The words fire arrow appear beside the weapon, moments before its release. The fire ignites, engulfing the arrow in a blaze as it hurtles forward. The arrow strikes, erupting in a fiery explosion. Someone shouts that something's gone wrong, urging others to tie the bait to the tree. Charlotte's eyes widen in terror. We're escaping from here, she cries. A desperate plea rings out. W8, take us. With a gruff voice cuts them off. Shut it and stay still. Fear contorts the speaker's face as he looks back towards the danger. Another voice screams, and no, don't leave us behind, as the group flees. A figure yells, run. A monstrous maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth, lunges forward. Blood splatters as the monster attacks, its victim's fate uncertain. The monster's massive form looms, its presence a terrifying omen. From above, the scene reveals the scattered group, desperately trying to escape the forest. Charlotte, her face etched with despair, declares, this adventure is a failure. Clearing this place isn't important. We need to find the escape gate right now. Raymond's eyes darted wildly, sweat beading on his brow as a silent scream threatened to erupt from his throat. The weight of the situation pressed down on him, threatening to crush his resolve. Walker's voice cut through the haze of panic, a sharp command laced with urgency. He barked, demanding that Raymond regain control, his words a desperate plea amidst the chaos. The unseen figure pressed on, urging Raymond to focus on Walker's words, clinging to them as a lifeline in the storm. Walker's voice resonated with a desperate hope, a rallying cry against the encroaching darkness. He declared their shared goal, to survive, together, against all odds. A sinister smile stretched across the face of the figure, a disturbing contrast to the surrounding desperation. His eyes gleamed with an unsettling amusement, as if enjoying the unfolding chaos. A monstrous form lunged forward, its grotesque features contorted in a silent roar. The air crackled with unseen energy as it unleashed its fury. A cry of anguish tore through the air, the name Terran ripped from someone's throat in a desperate plea. The sound echoed the growing dread that gripped the group. The monster continued its relentless assault, its movements a blur of claws and teeth. The ground trembled beneath its weight as it pressed its attack. Again, the monstrous form lashed out, its power seemingly boundless. The air grew thick with the stench of blood and fear. Raymond gasped for breath, his chest heaving as he struggled to regain his composure. The weight of the situation threatened to drag him under once more. The desperate call for Terran echoed again, a haunting reminder of the danger they faced. The urgency in the voice was palpable, a plea for salvation. A voice, filled with rage and desperation, cursed the monster with venomous fury. The words were a declaration of war, a promise of retribution. Sheer force constricts Raymond's throat. A guttural sound escapes him as the monster's appendage tightens, cutting off his air. The creature's face, a grotesque mask of teeth and fury, looms closer. Its eyes burn with a malevolent red light. A deafening roar tears through the air, the monster's breath hot and fetid against Raymond's face. Crimson splatters erupt, painting the air with the violent essence of the attack. The sound of cracking bone echoes, a sickening testament to the monster's power. Raymond's face contorts in agony, his eyes wide with terror as the monster's grip tightens. His legs flail uselessly, kicking against the monster's hide as a desperate, broken denial escapes his lips. Walker's desperate cry pierces the air, a plea for help lost in the chaos of the attack. The monster looms, a nightmarish figure of teeth and claws, poised to deliver the final blow. Raymond lies helpless on the ground, his body broken and bleeding, awaiting his fate. The monster's jaws descend, a horrifying promise of pain and destruction. A final, agonizing scream tears from Raymond's throat as the monster's teeth sink into his leg, severing flesh and bone. He coughs, blood splattering from his lips as Raymond struggles to push himself up from the ground. Every movement sends fresh jolts of agony through his battered body. Walker stands over him, silent, his expression unreadable as he gazes down at the injured man. A flicker of something crosses Walker's face, a hint of concern perhaps, quickly masked by a more neutral expression. "Why, you're alive. What a relief. That's such a relief," Raymond croaks, reaching a bloodied hand towards Walker. Hurry. Hurry up and help me." Raymond's voice cracks with desperation as he continues, Right. I'm really sorry about earlier. That wasn't, and me." Walker's thoughts drift, asterisk my real intention, you know? It's impossible to escape this place, all alone. You're going to need every hand you can get. So asterisk. "Please," Raymond whimpers, his face a mask of blood and pain. Walker stands tall, his expression hardening into resolve. Raymond's voice rises in desperation. "Don't just look, and help me." A smirk plays on Walker's lips. "You bastard." Walker turns and begins to walk away, leaving Raymond behind. Walker glances back, his tone laced with a hint of annoyance. "Well, don't you think?" A voice echoes, laced with finality. It's too late. The monster's crushing grip tightens. Raymond is caught in a vice of stone and fury, blood already staining the ground beneath him. His face contorts in agony, a mask of blood and disbelief. The pain is unbearable. Through gritted teeth, Raymond spits out a venomous curse. "You damned bait." A dark premonition hangs in the air. Does he truly believe things will be different for anyone else? Raymond's eyes burn with an unnatural orange light, tears of blood streaming down his face. He vows, "In the end, you're next." The monster's hand, a grotesque parody of flesh and stone, glows with an eerie blue energy. The air crackles with unseen power. The monstrous figure looms, a nightmarish guardian with eyes that promise only death. Meanwhile, he stands, back turned to the unfolding horror, a silent observer in a scene of carnage. Each step of the creature is a tremor, a prelude to destruction. The monster lunges, its jaws agape, ready to consume everything in its path. He stood before the grotesque form, a towering mass of flesh and malice. The last adventurer Elpum could only utter a single word in defiance. His eyes narrowed, a fierce determination burning within them. Elpum would not yield. He would not die. The monster's singular eye flared with crimson light, a prelude to the inevitable. Agony erupted as a spear of bone and sinew pierced through him, the force of the blow sending a spray of blood into the air. The monstrous entity remained, the spear protruding from its skull, a testament to the ferocity of the attack, even in death. A hollow whisper escaped his lips, a final, bitter admission. He had failed. He died. His face streaked with blood. Elpum looked back, a haunting realization dawning in his eyes. He wasn't here. The air crackles with unseen energy, the sky a canvas of fiery hues. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy, as if the very world holds its breath. Dust and debris cascade down the cliff face, a prelude to the coming storm. The ground trembles, a low rumble echoing through the desolate landscape. Upon the precipice, figures stand silhouetted against the fiery sky. A single ominous phrase hangs in the air. Here he comes. The wind howls, carrying with it the scent of sulfur and the promise of destruction. The very air seems to vibrate with anticipation. A monstrous form emerges from the depths, its eyes burning with ancient malice. A creature of nightmare, given flesh and scale. The ground cracks beneath the weight of its approach, each step a thunderous declaration of its power. Shadows lengthen and twist, as if recoiling from its presence. The air grows thick with the stench of decay and the oppressive weight of its gaze. Even the bravest hearts would tremble before such a being. Scales of obsidian and bone, a testament to ages of battle and conquest. The very essence of destruction made manifest. The words echo in the minds of all who witness its arrival. The Dragon King. A titan of scales and bone, its eyes burning with ancient fire. The Dragon King has arrived, and the world will tremble. Horntail looms, its twin heads a terrifying testament to the power that has arrived. The air crackles with heat, the stench of sulfur heavy in the air. The news is grim. The fall of Kentaurus is now confirmed. The end draws near, and the weight of it settles on the shoulders of those who remain. Now, with Kentaurus fallen, there is nothing left to rely on but each other. The wind howls across the desolate landscape, carrying whispers of despair. Knights, resistance fighters, silent crusaders, explorers, even the 6 heroes, once beacons of hope, are gone. The loss echoes in the heart. The realization hits hard. They're all dead. The weight of being the only one left crushes down, a burden almost too heavy to bear. The last explorer steels himself, a flicker of determination in his eyes. The fate of the world rests on his shoulders, and he will not falter. Elpum. The name hangs in the air, a reminder of the task ahead. The weight of expectation settles, heavy and unavoidable. This is their moment. The air is thick with anticipation, the ground trembling beneath their feet as they prepare to face the darkness. The chasm yawns below, a dark abyss promising only death and despair. The wind howls, a mournful dirge for a world on the brink. The Dragon King roars, a sound that shatters the very air and sends shivers down the spines of even the bravest warriors. The end has come. The last adventure begins. Elpum, flanked by his companions, steps forward, the fate of the world held in his hands. The air crackles with magic, a desperate gamble against impossible odds. The air crackles with unseen energy, the sound of why I echoing across the desolate landscape. Blood streaks down a warrior's face, a grim testament to the ferocity of the battle. The warrior's cloak, once pristine, is now stained crimson, each drop a memory of a fallen comrade. He stands amidst the carnage, a lone figure surveying the battlefield littered with the dead. A guttural growl, tears through the silence, a promise of more bloodshed to come. The Dragon King's maw yawns open, a cavern of razor-sharp teeth and insatiable hunger. The warrior looks up, his gaze fixed on a monstrous form looming above. A desperate thought echoes in his mind. Is this the end? Against the backdrop of a blood moon, the Dragon King descends, a winged harbinger of destruction. Inside the beast's maw, the warrior realizes the horrifying truth. The head he severed is already regenerating. The head I barely cut off is regenerating again. His face streaked with blood, the warrior despairs. All of that was for nothing. The Dragon King's monstrous form looms, an unkillable god of destruction. The Dragon King's maw gaped open, a cavern of teeth and shadow, as if to swallow the very sky. His gaze burned with ancient malice, promising only destruction. Through a haze of pain, a pair of eyes stared up, blood streaking down a face contorted in anguish. So this is how it ends, the world, and even our adventures. Crimson stained the ground, soaking into the dust and broken earth. A strangled cry of frustration echoed through the desolate landscape. Damn it. Kneeling amidst the carnage, the figure was silhouetted against a fiery explosion, a testament to the devastation. A voice, laced with fury, cut through the silence. Don't joke with me. The bloodied face was a mask of defiance, eyes burning with a desperate resolve. Lying broken amidst the ruin, a final, desperate thought. This is how it ends? Philip. A hand reached out, grasping at nothing, as a voice cried out, Jaden. A voice echoes through the desolation, raw with anguish. Even Elysis. Tears well in her eyes, a stark contrast to the resolve hardening her gaze. The weight of sacrifice hangs heavy in the air. Everyone sacrificed themselves. A scream tears through the silence, a primal cry of defiance. He refuses to accept this fate, his stance firm against the encroaching darkness. Blood streaks down Horntail's face, a testament to the brutal battle. Horntail reaches out, a desperate plea against the inevitable. It cannot end like this. A guttural roar of defiance echoes through the ravaged landscape. Golden energy coalesces in his hand, a beacon of hope amidst the despair. The energy intensifies, crackling with raw power, the ground trembling beneath his feet. He steels himself, a promise etched on his face. No matter what may happen. With a final surge of will, Horntail unleashes the energy, a desperate gamble against the encroaching darkness. The hand, slick with blood and crackling with raw energy, reached out, grasping for a power that was already slipping away. His face contorted in a desperate plea, every muscle strained to maintain control over the volatile forces surging within. Sweat beaded on his brow as the weight of his ambition threatened to crush him, the effort etched into every line of his face. With a final, agonizing surge, the energy erupted, tearing through the earth and scattering blood in its wake. Kerr! A vortex of violet power began to coalesce, swirling around him like a shroud of impending doom. He was consumed, drawn into the heart of the storm, a puppet dancing to the tune of his own failing magic. Within the swirling chaos, the spectral visage of a dragon flickered, a fleeting glimpse of the beast he had become. The vortex intensified, a blinding display of raw power that threatened to tear the very fabric of reality. Silhouetted against the dying light, the figure stood, a pathetic silhouette of what he once was, the energy fading around him. The sound echoed, a final, hollow resonance that marked the end of his desperate gambit. His thoughts echoed in the void. Why did it have to end like this? If only. The final, bitter regret. I had more power. A desperate plea echoes in the darkness, a yearning for one last chance. A harsh command cuts through the silence, demanding someone to rise. A single eye, wide with shock, reflects the turmoil within. Confined and bound, he remains silent, a question mark hanging in the air. A gruff voice accuses someone of feigning illness, questioning the sudden change. The man with the bucket demands to know where Horntail is. A flicker of awareness, a desperate question. Is this life? The new arrivals stand against the brick wall, the implications of their location beginning to dawn. A slaver boasts about the quality of his merchandise, highlighting one as excellent for a ranged dungeon. A transaction is completed, gratitude expressed for the patronage. A buyer inquires about the price of a particular individual, the seller praising his keen eye for quality. The sign looms overhead, its grim message clear. Slave market. A strangled gasp escapes him. There's no way. But no matter how much Elpham looks around, the slave market shouldn't. A slave? And that merchant, if he remembers correctly? Yeah, the merchant is definitely the one. He's the one that was in charge of him when he was a bait slave 6 years ago. You brat. If that's the case, then Elpham. All you've got is your stinking long life. Constantly yapping to yourself when you're just... What are you glaring at? That day, Elpham returned to the starting point. Of all story. Could he be dreaming right now? No, this feels way too real to call a flashback. It's difficult to believe it, but there's no other explanation. The slave trader gestures towards the assembled captives. He advises his customer to choose carefully, as these slaves are only good as bait. Another man agrees, stating that the slaves are fresh and lively. The customer decides to buy both of them, seeing no reason to complicate the matter. His eye widens, a single thought echoing in his mind. This is his second chance. A hand grips a staff tightly, ready for use. Elpham holds the staff, identifying it as the staff of Fire Arrow. He muses that it's not a bad skill. He focuses on finding something else, something that should be right around his level. But this isn't enough. An explorer should have something more than just a weapon. Elpham looks down at a bloody boot, realizing that otherwise, there's no real point in coming here to farm. The boot lies discarded, surrounded by blood. Some people tend to hide their valuable items in their shoes. He spots a ring. This is the ring of psychokinesis. He recoils, eyes widening as a primal dread washes over him. The air crackles with unseen energy, a harbinger of the onslaught to come. A pack of grotesque monsters burst from the shadows, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. They descend upon him with terrifying speed. One of the creatures lunges forward, a crude spear aimed directly at Elpham. Were they drawn here by the scent of blood? The spear slams into the ground, sending tremors through the earth. Dust and debris explode outwards, obscuring the already dim light. Before he can react, razor-sharp claws rake across his chest, tearing through cloth and flesh. The force of the blow sends Elpham staggering backward, a searing pain blooming across his torso. A grotesque tongue, thick and glistening, lashes out with blinding speed. The monstrous appendage hurtles towards him, lined with rows of jagged teeth, promising a gruesome fate. Elpham cries out, a desperate sound swallowed by the surrounding darkness as the tongue closes in. The impact is sickening, a wet, tearing sound as the monster's tongue wraps around him. Blood streams down his face, a testament to the brutal assault. His vision blurs, the world tilting precariously. The monster looms over him, its maw a cavern of teeth and malice, ready to deliver the final blow. A surge of power announces the spell. Fire arrow. The air crackles as a vortex of pure flame begins to coalesce. Elpum, surrounded by grotesque monsters, channels the inferno through his outstretched hand. He mutters, "How about I test the ring as well?" A searing streak of fire erupts, painting the air with heat. The last adventurer Elpum continues to weave the spell, the monsters closing in, their shadows dancing in the firelight. A blazing arrow of pure energy hurtles forward, a beacon of destruction. Surrounded by the inferno and the encroaching horde, he notes, it seems like the duration is a bit lacking. The monsters roar, their eyes burning with a primal hunger. Elpum's expression hardens. Guess it doesn't matter. His eyes widen in a sudden realization. Before he can react, the monsters descend, claws and teeth bared. He examines the weapon, but the fire arrow refuses to activate. It doesn't appear to be broken, but something is preventing its use. Could it be on cooldown? Elpum leaps back as one of the monsters lunges, its massive jaws snapping shut where he stood moments before. The monster roars, a guttural sound that echoes through the forest, promising violence. Elpum realizes that the fire arrow won't be available in time. He can't rely on it. The monster attacks again, claws extended, teeth bared. The air vibrates with the force of its assault. The creature's massive arm swings down, threatening to crush him. Is the cooldown up yet? Elpum wonders, his eyes darting to the weapon. He grips the staff tightly, the familiar weight grounding him as the monster looms. Good. Elpum mutters, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. He continues to fight, dodging and weaving between the monstrous attacks, buying time. The fire arrow glows, ready to be used. Elpum focuses on the ring on his finger, a surge of energy coursing through him. One more. The battlefield erupts in a chaotic dance of energy. Beams of searing light crisscross the air, explosions rocking the ground as the monsters unleash their fury. A blinding flash consumes the space, the air crackling with raw power as an unseen force surges through chaos. Amidst the turmoil, a figure stands firm, gripping a staff that glows with an inner fire, a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. The air vibrates with an unseen energy, a silent hum that promises a shift in the balance of power. Meanwhile, the aftermath paints a grim picture. Bodies litter the ground, the silence broken only by the crackling embers of extinguished flames. A voice, raspy and strained, cuts through the stillness. So you weren't an ordinary bait slave. Her eyes snap open, a flicker of awareness igniting within their depths. She's alive. Crawling through the dirt, she struggles to regain her senses, the taste of blood and ash heavy on her tongue. She got lucky. Or rather, the opposite. Her face contorted in pain. She grits her teeth, the question burning in her mind. How? Did you? The staff, now held aloft, pulses with a faint light, drawing attention to the strange circle etched onto her wrist. The voice echoes, laced with disbelief and a hint of fear. How did a bait slave like you awaken? Lying defeated, the figure struggles to speak, their gaze fixed on the awakened slave. Tell me, were you the one behind? Bloodied and broken, he lay prone, the taste of iron thick on his tongue. The forest floor offered no comfort, only the cold, damp earth against his cheek. Above him, a figure loomed, silhouetted against the fading light. The staff they held seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, casting long, dancing shadows. The figure's face was etched with a grim determination, a cold fire burning in their eyes as they gazed down at the fallen form. A heavy boot descended, the promise of finality hanging in the air. Have you finished talking? The figure on the ground managed to rasp. A flicker of something akin to regret crossed the standing figure's face, a fleeting moment of hesitation before the resolve hardened once more. The figure on the ground spat out defiance. What nonsense, Dash, but the standing figure cut him off, declaring, No, I suppose it wouldn't have mattered. Even if you all survived, I would have killed all of you in the end. Sorry, but you got. From somewhere unseen, a voice seethed with hatred. I absolutely despise the likes of you. Meanwhile, flames erupted, consuming everything in their path. The air crackled with heat and the scent of burning wood. A hand, wreathed in fire, clutched a crimson gem. The stone pulsed with an inner light, a beacon in the inferno. A disembodied voice echoed, a chilling pronouncement, who use humans as bait. Elsewhere, a distant city stood bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, its spires and domes a testament to a civilization untouched by the chaos unfolding elsewhere. Whispers rippled through the crowd, a mixture of disbelief and surprise coloring their voices. The onlookers exchanged glances, struggling to comprehend what they were seeing. The sound of heavy boots echoed against the cobblestone, each step measured and deliberate. A return, perhaps, but one fraught with uncertainty. To think he would come back alone. Elpham moved through the throng, his expression unreadable amidst the sea of faces. The die has already been cast. He knew he needed to hurry, to prevent history from repeating itself, to avoid a familiar, unwanted ending. Then, first, the sky stretched above, a canvas of blue promising a new beginning, or perhaps just a fleeting moment of peace before the storm. The familiar architecture loomed before him, a silent testament to past triumphs and failures. He stood before it, a solitary figure against the imposing facade. He glanced down at the mark, a brand of servitude etched into his skin. Elpham knew what needed to be done. He needed to get rid of this slave mark. Elsewhere, two figures stand before a grand building, its banners fluttering in the wind. The air smells of old stone and distant rain. The voice, raspy and low, cuts through the silence of the study. Came back alive? A man stands at the table, his gaze fixed on some unseen point. The scent of ink and parchment fills the air. Another voice responds, confirming the impossible. He's said to have returned without a scratch. The man at the table shifts slightly, his expression unreadable. The air crackles with unspoken questions. Sir Evie's voice rises slightly, laced with disbelief. What? You are telling me that he alone survived? The scent of burning tobacco hangs heavy in the air. He exhales a plume of smoke, the ember of his cigar glowing in the dim light. And he returned of his own volition. The unseen speaker continues, their words painting a grim picture. Instead of running off, a glimpse into the darkness reveals the truth. A monstrous maw, teeth like daggers, and the glint of chains. The air is thick with the stench of decay. The unseen speaker concludes, their voice dripping with sinister knowledge. Seeing as how he didn't attempt to escape, he's clearly well aware that it would be difficult for him to escape our grasp. That's because skulls hang ominously, a broken chain beneath them. The inscription declares that death is the only escape. The man's face is framed by his clasped hands, a thick cigar clenched between his teeth. His expression is unreadable. A banner hangs, its symbol a stylized scale, promising something. Behind a large desk, a figure sits silhouetted against the bright windows. The words, "The ways of us gaper," are emblazoned below. The man in the blue uniform stands stiffly, his gaze fixed on something unseen. There are other special details, he says. Evie's eyes widen, cigar clenched in his fist. What? That slave has opened the first circle. The man in blue stands before Evie's, who sits at his desk. The news hangs heavy in the air. A bait slave with the first circle? Evie's expression hardens. Seeing as how he lived as a slave, he wouldn't have any particularly good feelings about us. Should things go awry? The man in blue continues, his voice even. He also requested to change the contract. Evie's looks up at the man in blue, a flicker of surprise in his eye. The contract? Evie's face contorts in disbelief. He seems to want to register as an explorer. Oh. The man in blue's expression is cold. A slave saying that? It seems like he doesn't realize his place. Evie's leaned forward, his voice laced with frustration. There are orders from Lord Rockin for you to confirm this matter yourself. The figure, cloaked in shadow, recoiled at the mention of a name. Lord Rockin? For what reason? Evie's expression hardened, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Would an executive of the Gaper Merchants have interest in a mere slave? The camera focused on the documents piled high on the desk, the air thick with the scent of burning tobacco. Is it because of that? The door remained closed, a silent barrier to whatever lay beyond. The cigar smoldered in the ashtray, a symbol of the burning questions and unspoken tensions. Evie stood silhouetted against the bright window, the words hanging heavy in the air. A bait slave trying to become an explorer. The figure stood before the window, their boots planted firmly on the ground, a silent observer of the unfolding events. The decree was clear, etched in stone. Under the name of Empress Cygnus, no status of a slave shall exist. But that was only on the outside, a gilded facade hiding a darker truth. In this world, humans were perpetually bound to the cycle of debt, enslaved by the allure of mesos. If one dared to borrow mesos and found themselves unable to repay, their very labor became the collateral, their freedom forfeit. This seemingly simple concept had given rise to a pervasive state of servitude throughout the Maple world. Then, on the day his father, his only family, succumbed to illness, everything changed. He became one of them, trapped in the same cycle. The medicine he sought for his father, black moss, was acquired on credit from the Gaper Merchants. The Gaper Merchants had arranged the price of that black moss to be 1,000,000 mesos, several times higher than its true market value. Elpham. Because Elpham was unable to repay the 1,000,000 mesos he borrowed from the Gaper Merchants by the deadline, he was sentenced to repay them with labor equal to the corresponding amount. The gavel falls, each strike echoing the weight of the sentence. And that's how they extorted 6 years of Elpham's life. Now, it's time for him to pay them back. He considers the man's words. The left-hand man of Rockin, one of the Gaper Merchant's executives, apparently managed to get someone decent. The man asks if Elpum wants to change the contract. The man with the eye patch takes a sip from his mug. He states that he has already received reports about Elpum, so he'll cut to the chase. The man declares that he'll arrange for Elpum to be an F-rank explorer and change the contract. Elpum thanks him, but inwardly, he notes that the man accepted the terms too easily, suspecting he's being wary. However, the man's gaze sharpens, a silent question hanging in the air. Elpum states that he'd like to request to be an E-rank. He adds that he has no plans on following the man's schemes. The man questions what E-rank is, given that Elpum hasn't even received a rank from the Explorer Association. He notes that Elpum has already adventured in the gates hundreds of times as a bait slave in the past 3 years. The man states that even then, Elpum's experience is as bait, and he has no experience killing monsters. He then asks since when was monster hunting a quality of virtue of an explorer. A thought bubble appears, questioning the man's words. The reason why the first explorer was able to make his great name known was by surviving. The virtue of an explorer is to return alive after one's adventure. The man concedes, stating that since the information from a returner tends to have much more impact than a strong individual, he'll concede. Donghoon states that surviving for 3 years as a bait slave is no easy feat. The stamp presses down, marking some unseen document. Donghoon continues, suggesting that Elpum's survivability would not be enough for a higher grade gate, and that they would be fools to give dangerous contracts to people who would die without repaying any mesos. Someone thinks that Donghoon is a madman. The man with the eye patch continues to speak with Elpum, thinking that he doesn't realize his place at all, and that it won't be long till he meets his end. However, Elpum remains silent, his expression unreadable. Elpum wonders what this strange feeling is. He notes that there's a gate 12 marks and an entry limit of 5. A voice says yes. Donghoon says that a minimum of 12 parties have used that place as their grave. Elpum is told to prove himself. Elpum thinks that if he happens to have that much value, then I'll do as you wish. A figure with glowing red eyes and a sinister smile holds a document. Meanwhile, the document is shown. Beneath the forest canopy, a figure inquired, their voice echoing slightly in the tranquil air. So you're the newcomer who's decided to come with us, right? The group stood assembled, a mix of armor and intent gazes. Elpum was among them, listening intently to the briefing. The speaker, gesturing with a gloved hand, revealed a piece of Elpum's past. I've heard about you from Mr. Eves. You were originally a bait slave, right? Elpum waved off the comment with a dismissive smile. I don't care about stuff like that, so don't worry. Likewise with my comrades. Another member of the group turned to a dark-haired man, inquiring about his magical abilities. For what I've heard, you know how to cast fire element magic, right? The man seemed confused by the question. What are you saying? Are elements supposed to be predetermined? Elpum interjected, steering the conversation back to the mission at hand. Let's save the talk for later. As you may have heard, the purpose of this mission isn't to hunt monsters. The leader continued, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. The mission ends when we return the items we retrieved to the merchants. Donghoon, his voice laced with frustration, argued about the meager payment. Aren't they being too cheap? They wouldn't even be able to get anything if we didn't retrieve them. A figure, silhouetted against the light, retorted defensively, What? When did I ever whine? A guttural voice echoed from the depths of the forest, the rustling of leaves growing louder. Now, let's call it there. Are you all ready? It's time to make some mesos. The promise of mesos hung in the air, a tangible incentive for the dangers ahead. The forest floor is a tapestry of strange flora, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and unknown blossoms. The surroundings are bright, yet a strange chill permeates the air. One of the group calls for everyone to pay attention. Chevalier asks about a particular tree, noting its potential for concealment and mobility. The response is positive. A base near the tree is a good idea. A grotesque, tentacled creature lies motionless on the forest floor, a silent testament to the dangers lurking within. One of the men states that he and Lugley are in charge of building the base. The chosen tree looms large, its branches forming a natural platform for a base. Now that they're done constructing the base, the group prepares to scout the nearby area, splitting into 2 parties. Tom, Max, and Roa are designated as the first scouting party. One of the men instructs the scouting party to send a signal and quickly head back to the base if something happens. The response is an affirmative. The scouting party moves out, but one of them notes the absence of monsters or items in the area. Another man wonders if they position their base too close to the entrance, as it seems like there's a need for them to head further in. She gazes off into the distance, the setting sun painting the sky behind her. Donghun's voice breaks the silence. He asks what she thinks about her first mission as an explorer. Elpum admits that she's nervous. Donghun chuckles, stating that's usually the case. Donghun's expression softens as he explains that the reason he's able to be courageous is because of the good people near him. He continues, almost embarrassed, that his comrades are all good people. Dong-hoon reveals that he was honestly feeling sorry when he heard Elpum's story. He calls Elpum a bait slave, acknowledging how hard that must have been for her. Dong-hoon asks Elpum to join their party, a sly grin spreading across his face. He quickly adds that he was just speaking lightly, so she can ignore that. Around the campfire, Dong-hoon notes that they haven't found anything either, then asks if they thought it would be that easy. Dong-hoon suggests stopping talking about work while they're eating, proposing they continue tomorrow after they sleep. Elpum takes a swig from a container, the liquid sloshing audibly. The moon hangs high in the inky sky, casting a silvery glow over the landscape. The wind whispers through the leaves, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and distant blossoms. An old wooden structure creaks softly, a testament to the passage of time and the relentless touch of the elements. A voice calls out, "Oi, Pam," as a hand holds a flickering flame, casting dancing shadows on the rough-hewn walls. Below, someone peers upward, their expression obscured by the dim light, asking, "Are you asleep?" The figure holding the flame stands silhouetted against the darkness, the light illuminating their torso and the faces of two others behind them. Underneath a thick blanket, a figure lies still, seemingly lost in slumber. A hand rests on the shoulder of another, who asks, "Boss, what are you doing?" A sudden shout pierces the night. There's no way someone who'd be dreaming right now. The figure holding the flame stands resolute, their expression grim, as they declare, "Could answer your question." A figure lies prone on the ground, while voices discuss their condition and the price of a staff of fire arrow. A sword gleams in the darkness, its sharp edge reflecting the faint light, a silent promise of violence to come. Pam's slumber is about to be shattered. Elpum, eyes wide with fury, stands over the bed, a glinting blade raised high. The air crackles with unspoken rage, the silence amplifying the threat. One of them mused that the sleeping agent they had slipped into his food should have been enough to incapacitate even a mushmom. A blade glows with an ominous light. His face contorted in rage. He was clearly not pleased with the current situation. A voice proposed that it was time to get to work. The figure's foot moved forward. Someone asked what was wrong. They realized he was gone. He demanded that they find him immediately, suspecting he was still hiding nearby. A figure stood amidst a fiery explosion. The scene was engulfed in flames. A blaze erupts, catching everyone off guard. Panic sets in as the cry goes out to quickly gather supplies. Accusations fly amidst the chaos. One of the figures points a finger, declaring that Elpum was behind the sudden inferno. A monstrous eye, grotesque and immense, looms into view, its gaze promising untold horrors. Elpum's eye reflects the terror of the situation. A muttered curse escapes his lips, realizing the depth of the betrayal. The full horror of the situation becomes clear. They were used as bait. The monstrous form solidifies the grim realization. A scream pierces the air, a raw expression of pure, unadulterated fear in the face of the looming threat. The monster looms, a fiery aura surrounding its grotesque form as it prepares to strike. A figure looks up, a calculating glint in their eyes. They mutter about sloppiness and deception, their intentions unclear. The group flees, their conversation revealing the grim reality of their situation. They were lured into a deadly trap. The text reveals that the group had ulterior motives and that the boss monster of this place was that thing. The monster towers over the fleeing figures, its massive form a testament to the danger they face. Someone reflects on the situation, noting that the monster is far larger than anticipated, given the traces of corrosion. Elpum grits his teeth, realizing the situation. They were completely disadvantaged. One of the explorers calls out to Dong-hoon, urgently asking if he recognizes the monster. Dong-hoon identifies it as a gold slime, a rare boss monster only found in red grade gates. The monster's body, they realize, is composed entirely of acids, making it a terrible opponent for melee fighters. The gold slime begins to glow, preparing its most dangerous attack. Fear flickers in his eyes. A shout rings out, "Duck!" The monster unleashes a torrent of searing acid. Elpum and Dong-hoon brace themselves against the incoming attack. The gold slime launches its acid arrow. Someone cries out, realizing the monster is cheating. It unleashes another wave of searing energy, the air crackling with heat as the acid arrow hurtles forward once more. The group scrambles to escape the renewed assault, the urgency clear in their frantic movements. A voice calls out, reminding them that the acid arrow is on a 1-minute cooldown. The swirling energy of the monster's core pulses ominously. A plan forms. They need to reorganize and find an opportunity to destroy the core centered on its head. Dong-hoon's expression hardens, a glint of determination in his eye. He realizes the monster's attack is on cooldown, a window of opportunity opening before them. With a burst of speed, Dong-hoon leaps forward, his voice ringing out with confidence. There's plenty of time. He surges ahead, declaring, "Leave it to me." His resolve is unwavering as he takes the lead. A shield, emblazoned with swirling patterns, rises to meet the incoming attack, deflecting the searing energy with a resounding crash. A voice cries out in protest, a desperate plea to reconsider. Wait. We need everyone to dash. The force of the impact reverberates through the air. The red impact lines a testament to the raw power unleashed. Dong-hoon reaches out, his hand outstretched towards the glowing orb, ready to seize the opportunity. His leg steps forward, the ground slick with a viscous, golden liquid, a sign of the monster's corrosive power. A look of utter shock washes over a face, the eyes wide with disbelief. What? Even as the assault continues, the slime's singular eye reflects a chilling calculation. Shouldn't it still have more than 10 seconds of cooldown left? Blasts of golden energy continue to pummel the creature, each strike a testament to the force being unleashed. The onslaught intensifies, the very air crackling with the power of the strikes. Golden spears of light pierce through the monster's form, leaving trails of searing energy in their wake. The monster's form begins to break apart, revealing a skeletal structure beneath the golden slime. The skeletal remains are blasted apart, the force of the attack seemingly insurmountable. Dong-hoon stands amidst the carnage, his gaze fixed on the remains of the slime. It looks like it's over. A voice echoes, filled with a grim realization. Chev, you weren't wrong. It's just that. The grim reality sets in. A gold slime becomes stronger with the more items it consumes. All eliminated. That thing is beyond its typical level already. It grew strong enough to even live in yellow grade, which is 2 stages above red grade. It's impossible for a first circle explorer to defeat that monster now. There are no more items remaining in this gate. The mission is already a failure. A deep, resonant voice echoed through the cavern, a challenge laid bare. The unseen figure demanded, "Prove yourself." His gaze hardened, a flicker of resolve igniting in his eyes. The gold slime monster remained, a grotesque mass of shimmering, viscous fluid. It pulsed with an unnatural energy, the attacks seemingly feeding its power. Golden ichor splashed against the cavern floor as the creature absorbed the assault. The monster shuddered, the sound of its unnatural biology echoing through the chamber. Perched on a gnarled branch, Elpum considered the situation. Is it because of magic resistance? Not bad, especially when I aimed for its core. The gold slime continued to writhe, seemingly uninjured. It thought to itself, more shots will do. No, maybe 5 more shots. His hand tightened around the staff, determination etched on his face. Elpum's eyes narrowed, a fierce resolve burning within. Fine, I'll prove myself. He descended upon the monster, a blinding flash of light accompanying his attack. More shots fired, each one a desperate attempt to break through the monster's defenses. Tendrils of golden slime lash out, the monster's form shifting and reforming with each near miss. The slime cascades around him, a constant threat. He coughs, the air thick with the stench of decay and the metallic tang of magic. He steels himself, preparing to unleash another attack. I have to attack the same place without a single mistake, he thinks, channeling his energy. A blue aura envelopes his blade. If he were an ordinary magician, it would be unthinkable. But it's possible for him, since the title that he had in his previous life was Greatest Psychokinesis Mage. He prepares his next attack. Fire arrow. The fire explodes against the slime, searing the spot he aims for. For more to go. Another arrow streaks towards the monster, a burning brand against its golden hide. He lands, ready to continue his assault. The fire arrow skill continues to bombard the golden slime, each impact sending a burst of heat and light through the cavern. Elpum, undeterred, knocks another arrow, the tip glowing with renewed fiery energy, ready to unleash another strike. Another arrow finds its mark, the slime monster absorbing the brunt of the explosion. But it seems unfazed, already bracing for the next assault. A volley of fire arrows streaks through the air, each one aimed at the same vulnerable spot, a relentless barrage against the resilient creature. Leaping into the air, Elpum draws back his bow once more, the fire arrow skill primed and ready for another devastating strike. The arrow plunges into the slime, erupting in a spectacular display of flames, the heat intense enough to scorch the surrounding stone. But the slime monster is not without its defenses, conjuring a shimmering, turquoise barrier, a desperate attempt to ward off the fiery onslaught. 2. Ignoring the monster's futile defense, Elpum looses another fire arrow, the projectile burning brighter than ever as it hurtles toward its target. The slime monster, surprisingly agile for its size, contorts its form, narrowly evading the incoming arrow. It dodged that? Quite fast for a blob. With unnatural speed, the slime monster extends a pseudopod, a counterattack brewing as it prepares to strike back. But it's meaningless. Before the monster can retaliate, another fire arrow slams into its side, the force of the impact staggering the creature. The fire arrow explodes, sending chunks of molten slime flying in all directions, the monster's form momentarily disrupted by the relentless assault. The golden slime pulsed, the crimson gem at its core radiating an unnatural heat. He swung the staff, the orb at its tip crackling with contained energy. The slime's surface rippled, its many eyes shifting, tracking Elpham's movements. The last adventurer focused, his gaze locked on the monster's core. The orb slammed into the slime, unleashing a torrent of raw power. The grotesque form of the monster looms, its putrid flesh glistening under the dim light. Its massive form pulsates with an unnatural energy, a silent promise of destruction. But a figure emerges from the shadows, a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. His hand clenches, the ring upon his finger glowing with an ethereal light, a silent vow to protect what remains. The last adventurer, Elpham, draws his blade, the steel singing as it leaves its sheath, imbued with the power to banish the encroaching evil. He swings the blade down, a blinding flash of light accompanying the arc of the weapon. The impact shatters the earth, sending tremors through the very ground beneath their feet. Elpham presses the attack, his movements a blur of righteous fury as he closes the distance. The blade dances through the air, leaving a trail of fire in its wake, a searing brand against the darkness. The monster recoils as the fiery blade finds its mark, a guttural roar echoing through the battlefield. The monster looms large, but Elpham is undeterred. He prepares to unleash another wave of energy, his stance firm despite the creature's immense size. A searing blast of orange energy erupts from Elpham's hands, slamming into the monster with tremendous force. The energy continues to pummel the creature, a relentless barrage of heat and light. Each pulse of energy intensifies, a concentrated inferno focused on the monster's massive form. The barrage continues, the air shimmering with the intensity of the magical assault. The monster reels, its grotesque form momentarily illuminated by the blinding light. A pained, guttural sound escapes its maw. KRRGH. The force of the blast sends the monster hurtling backward, a dark silhouette against the radiant explosion. The energy continues to sear the monster's flesh, each impact echoing with raw power. The monster is thrown further back, its roars of pain swallowed by the inferno of Elpham's attack. With the monster reeling, Elpham prepares a new weapon, a length of rope crackling with blue energy, ready to ensnare his foe. He swings the energy-infused rope, the air itself seeming to crackle with anticipation as it whips towards the monster. The rope glows with an eerie light, a promise of binding and control hanging in the balance. He continues his assault, the rope weapon lashing out with blinding speed, energy crackling around it as it strikes the monstrous form. Golden energy explodes against the monster's hide, each strike carrying the force of a thunderclap. The energy blasts tear into the creature, sending sparks and splinters of its tough exterior flying. The monster reels, the relentless barrage of energy pushing it back through the ethereal landscape. Elsewhere, the last adventurer, Elpham, stands firm, his gaze intense as he prepares for the next phase of the battle. He focuses his energy, a flicker of determination in his eyes. A surge of power erupts, the air crackling with unseen forces. Elpham cradles a crimson orb in his palm, swirling with potent energy. The orb pulses with a malevolent light, promising untold destruction. He held the red orb aloft, swirling energy crackling around it. The orb pulsed, bathing the surrounding forest in an ominous red glow. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit office, two figures sat across from each other at a large table. Dong-hoon, his one good eye narrowed, regarded Elpham with suspicion. As I thought, you weren't a big mouth. Elpham stood before the desk, his expression unreadable as he listened to the man's accusations. But you returned alone this time as well, and without any of the items we requested. He continued, his voice laced with frustration. The members you assigned to me were beginner hunters. They were scheming after the items. When I separated myself to avoid them, they must have all died after encountering the boss monster. Dong-hoon leaned forward, his gaze intense. What was the monster? Elpham responded, his voice even. It was a gold slime. Dong-hoon's expression darkened. What? That monster of all things. In that case, the items inside must have all... Yes, they all melted away. He slammed his fist on the table, frustration evident. Shit, damn it. To think the items that we lent would all disappear. The damages are huge. On top of that, it's an issue he managed to escape. There are a few common rules for the gates. First, there is a limit to the number of people that can enter a gate. Once a party enters the gate according to the number of members marked on the gate pillar, the gate will be deactivated until all the members that enter the gate die. Second, there exists an entry restriction depending on the gate's difficulty and the number of circles. From red gates to purple gates, one can know the difficulty of a gate from its color. Also, someone with a higher circle than the gate's difficulty cannot enter it. Third, there is only one opportunity given to clear the gate. This rule is the most obstructive in clearing gates, as if one of the entry members were to survive and leave the gate, that gate would disappear and be impossible to enter again. Meanwhile, Dong-hoon listened intently, his expression hardening as Elpum recounted the events. It looked like it's already long gone for the gate. Honestly, the gold slime would have been too much for the first circles to handle. I see. So only you were able to barely survive from there. Since all the items would have melted away as you said, I understand that you weren't able to retrieve them. But whatever the reason may be, it is true you failed. Dong-hoon's voice took on a sharper edge. You're being too hasty. I wasn't done talking yet. Gold slime. Dong-hoon's eyes widened, a vein throbbing in his forehead. You don't tell me. Elpum watched, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as Dong-hoon's expression darkened. The adventurer's words hang in the air, a simple declaration with profound implications. He ate. Dong-hoon's face contorts in disbelief. Second circle. So you absorbed the magic stone that came out from the gold slime. Dong-hoon leans back, a calculating look in his eye. I think I proved myself with this. Now, you rank, as you promised. Elpum's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He simply utters, what? Dong-hoon, his voice booming with enthusiasm, proposes, let's go with D rank. But then, leaning closer, he offers a different deal. No, if you'd work with me, I treat you as a C rank explorer. The scratching of pen on paper fills the room as something is written down. Dong-hoon watches as Elpum writes. He continues, normally, treating someone who hasn't even reached. A diagram illustrates the explorer ranks, from beginner, EF rank, to veteran, AB rank, emphasizing that the circle greatly influences an explorer's rank. Elpum continues to write, as Dong-hoon thinks to himself, but he's no ordinary guy. A circle up by using a magic stone isn't something your average person can do. Elpum's expression hardens, a distant look in his eyes. Survival instincts, was it? A wide, toothy grin stretches across a monstrous face, its eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. The creature seems to revel in the rapid ascent of someone it observes, marveling at their overwhelming talent. Elsewhere, a man with a stern gaze and an eye patch clenches his fists, a predatory glint in his visible eye. He declares his intent to acquire the individual being discussed. A figure with dark green hair reflects on the improved treatment they've received, noting that it has accelerated beyond their expectations. They conclude that the other party must be in a hurry. Meanwhile, a massive, pulsating red gate looms, its surface textured like rough bark. The air around it crackles with unseen energy. Deep within the gate structure, a voice echoes, noting that there isn't much time left. The speaker identifies the gate as the first red grade. The gate glows with the number 100, signifying a 100-man gate subjugation. Elsewhere, the narrator describes a significant event that captured the attention of merchant groups and guilds in Lith Harbor around this time. The Gaper merchants, naturally, would be greatly interested in this event as well. Meanwhile, a hand rests on a document, a pen nearby. The speaker considers that advancing their plan wouldn't be bad, as there's nothing bad for them, and they are in a rush. Sir Eves sits at a table, listening to a request. He prompts the speaker to speak. A hand is outstretched, palm up, as if waiting for something to be placed within it. The figure with dark green hair extends their hand, a look of expectation on their face. Sir Eves turned the small, glowing orb in his gloved fingers, a low hum escaping his lips as he considered the possibilities. The light caught the harsh lines of his face, hardening his gaze. Why, that bastard! A simmering rage began to surface. Some say that the gate opened the age of adventures. But all of this was a trap by the Black Mage. Many explorers lost their lives in the gates, and the potential of the Maple World slowly eroded. Then came a last day. Countless monsters that were waiting for their time poured out from the gates. And thus, we were defeated. Exactly 3 years from now, the time of fate that the Maple World would face wasn't too distant. Dong-hoon looks out the window, a cigar clenched between his teeth. A building stands tall against the sky. He strides forward, the sounds of the city echoing around him. Another figure walks alongside the last explorer, their destination unknown. A close-up reveals a hand clutching a small pouch of coins. It's not enough, the adventurer thinks, but this should suffice as a start. The 100-man gate, discovered this time, is red grade, a voice declares. Only second circles and below are allowed entry. Usually, the Gaper merchants are the sort to pick and hire high-circle explorers, a narration box explains. But the reason why they're investing in him is because they're aiming for that gate. I'd get some ASOs for now, Elpum muses, but it would be foolish for me to spend them all on items. Plus, the grade of items I need right now will be too expensive, he thinks. The most useful thing to buy would be... The adventurer approaches a doorway with a sign above it. The cloaked figure passes through the doorway. A close-up of the sign reveals strange symbols. Elpum stands on a cobblestone street, looking around. Greetings, welcome to the Lith labor market. A man exclaims, you must be an explorer. Let me guide you. What type are you looking for? Bait for a dungeon? Or a warrior to fight? The last adventurer Elpum's gaze is firm as he states, I'm looking for someone else. Guide me there. Dong-hoon, seemingly caught off guard, can only muster confused, huh? The hallway stretches deep into the earth, lit by flickering sconces. This is the punishment chambers. Dong-hoon gestures down the long corridor. It's often used to discipline those who don't listen, just like the one you're looking for. A heavy boot comes to a halt on the stone floor, the sound echoing in the oppressive silence. Dong-hoon gestures towards a figure locked behind iron bars. Over here. Chains bind rough hands, the metal cold against the skin. A bead of sweat trickles down Dong-hoon's brow, his expression a mix of concern and apprehension. Dong-hoon's voice is laced with doubt as he asks, dear customer, are you really going to choose him? Elpum simply replies, I know. The prisoner remains silent, his form obscured by shadows within the cell. Crimson eyes burn with intensity. Elpum has found the one he was looking for. Elsewhere, before his return, there was a death which advanced the destruction of the Maple World. Silhouetted figures stand against a starry sky, their forms indistinct yet imposing. The hero of Polearm, Aaron, stands ready, her weapon gleaming in the light. One of the 6 heroes, the one representing the letter A in Maple, she was murdered. The first and last disciple of Aaron, and the perpetrator who declared the start of destruction. Hero killer, Devo. Chained and scarred, a prisoner mutters, all because of him. A figure shrouded in shadows looks down, asking, here for me? Another man, bruised and defiant, snarls, first time seeing you. Get lost. A nervous man with a red bandana stammers, dear customer, I'm terribly sorry. The man with the bandana gestures, whispering, his mental. The prisoner thinks, I may not know what happened before my return, but he's just a slave for now. Seeing as how he's showing that attitude to an explorer, it isn't just something that can be passed off as being rude. The man with the red bandana exclaims, he's a complete lunatic and a mad dog. A sinister smirk spreads across a face, as a voice thinks, not just his personality, but his skill as well. A voice echoes, recalling a time when 2 figures received the most attention after the last day happened. The memory continues, noting that he was often compared to someone else due to similar factors like region, awakening time, and skill. But the thing they had most in common was... The flashback reveals Elpum, younger, standing near Dong-hoon, who asks how much he is worth. Dong-hoon suggests that contrary to Elpum's looks, he must be a posh boy, and wonders if he can even give him the amount he calls for. The memory states that they both needed mesos. The flashback explains that he needed mesos because he had a sister afflicted with the black blood disease, as a girl falls into the depths. Dong-hoon tells someone to buzz off if they don't have anything, or if they're going to brag. Meanwhile, a close-up reveals Elpum's eye, and he seems to be listening intently. Elpum holds up a stack of money, revealing it to be 1 million mesos. Dong-hoon, surprised, asks if it's real and if Elpum is serious about this. Dong-hoon swallows hard, the tension palpable. Elpum tells him not yet, and to listen closely now. He explains that the contract duration is a year, and profits will go 7-3, with the priority of items obtained in the gate going to him. He stared intently at the document, the fine print swimming before his eye. Was Elpum truly offering him a partnership, a contract between equals, rather than treating him as a mere slave? The last adventurer extended his hand, presenting the contract for confirmation. Elpum held the contract out, his expression hardening. He warned Dong-hoon not to go back on his word. Without hesitation, the contract was sealed. The crimson stains spread across the document. Was his sister's life truly worth this price? A smirk played across Elpum's lips. Now that the contract had been set, Elpum announced they would be heading to clear a gate right away, dismissing another man's concerns. Leave it. Meanwhile, a stern voice cut through the air, directed at Devo. He would have to pull his weight. A wide, unsettling grin stretched across Devo's face. He would be their dog, and a better one than the rest. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy of the forest. Devo stood alongside Elpum, excusing himself with a question. Devo expressed his gratitude for the new weapon, but confessed his preference for a longsword. He suggested they return to get one. Elpum's expression hardens as he lays down the law. From now on, when Dong-hoon works with him, it will be with a polearm. If the man doesn't like it, the contract is over. Elsewhere, a massive tree trunk glows with an inner light, marked with a strange symbol. It appears to be a red-grade location, with 1 mark and an entry limit of 8. Elpum observes that Dong-hoon's other party members are not yet present. He adds that someone as rich as him should have enough party members. Elpum then asks if Dong-hoon has a healer, reminding him that combat is important, but a healer is a must. Dong-hoon's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He seems taken aback by the question. Dong-hoon wipes the sweat from his brow, a relieved sigh escaping his lips. He figured as much, and was scared for nothing. Meanwhile, a hand reaches out, touching a muscular chest. The air crackles with unseen energy. An eye widens in terror, the pupil shrinking as the unseen attacker closes in. A desperate, silent scream begins to form. A figure is launched into the air, a red energy enveloping them as they are sent flying. A strangled cry echoes through the air. The scream intensifies, a raw expression of agony contorting the victim's face as the attack reaches its peak. The figure crashes into the desolate landscape, a burst of red energy erupting from the point of impact. The desert air shimmers with heat and violence. The canyon stretched before them, a labyrinth of rock bathed in the fading light. Suddenly, he cried out, the force of an unseen blow sending him staggering backward. Dong-hoon spat, his voice rising in anger. What are you going to do with just the two of us in a place meant for 8? There's a limit to how crazy you can get. Do you think this is some kind of a joke? And what's worse is that Aaron considered the weapon he had been given one he wasn't used to. Dong-hoon's eyes widened, a guttural cry escaping his lips. Though a horde of stump-like creatures, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent, advanced. Stumps. Dong-hoon swung his axe, a frustrated yell accompanying the blow. He thought to himself, I messed up because I yelled. Aaron, seeing the approaching horde, shouted, W8. The stump creatures continued their advance, their numbers overwhelming. One of the stumps burst into flames, a pained cry echoing through the canyon. Aaron looked up, confusion etched on his face. The stump creature pulsed with an inner light, a raw, untamed energy beginning to crackle around its wooden form. The air itself seemed to vibrate with the building power. That energy coalesced, hardening into a blade of pure orange light, extending from its arm like a grotesque, fiery extension of its own body. The heat shimmered, distorting the air around it. The other stump creatures followed suit, each one manifesting its own blade of burning energy. The forest floor glowed with an ominous, orange hue. The creature's singular eye burned with malevolent intensity, the orange light reflecting in its depths. A low growl rumbled from its wooden throat, a promise of violence. The largest of the creatures radiated power, the orange energy swirling around it like a miniature sun. The scent of burning wood and ozone filled the air. Dong-hoon's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. How pathetic, a voice echoed, dripping with disdain. Being in such a sorry state the moment you entered a gate. Aaron stood his ground, his back to Dong-hoon, his gaze fixed on the glowing monsters. Don't make another mistake again, he warned, his voice low and steady. The air crackled with anticipation, the silence broken only by the rustling of leaves and the distant growls of the stump creatures. The tension was a palpable thing, thick and heavy. A disembodied voice, laced with confusion and a hint of fear, echoed in the minds of those present. What is with this monster? Meanwhile, under the watchful gaze of the full moon, a clandestine meeting unfolded. The merchant groups have taken the bait. A voice whispered, the words hanging in the cool night air. In a dimly lit chamber, a figure knelt, her face obscured by shadows. The time is currently being scheduled, and we have finished selecting the members to deploy, she reported, her voice devoid of emotion. The clink of glass echoes in the dimly lit chamber, a gloved hand tilting a wine glass, the crimson liquid within swirling like a captured sunset. Before a towering window, he kneels, his head bowed in supplication. The figure before him, silhouetted against the pale light, remains an enigma. A voice, laced with deference, cuts through the silence. Would you allow us to proceed? The figure, framed by long white hair and eyes that burn like embers, regards the wine glass with a calculating gaze. A low voice rumbles, very well. The sound of stone against fabric echoes as Aaron remains kneeling, the weight of the decision pressing down on him. The wine glass is raised slightly, the red liquid catching the faint light, promising both pleasure and peril. The figure's gaze intensifies, the red in their eyes mirroring the wine's hue. A silent promise hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken consequences. The wine glass reflects the full moon, a beacon of hope or a harbinger of doom, depending on which side of the glass one stands. The hand tightens around the glass, the liquid now glowing with an unnatural light. All shall be done as he wills. The man, clutching a bulging sack, announced his findings. He had gathered all the magic stones, 27 in total. Aaron gave a curt nod, signaling it was time to move. Let's go. The pair trekked onward, the desert stretching before them. The man with the bag paused, a flicker of realization crossing his face. He thought to himself that Aaron wasn't joking around. If he was with this skilled guy, he would be able to make a fortune. Since the split would be 7-3, he should be able to get some mesos for treatment and living. Aaron simply stated that he found them. A disembodied head appeared, a question mark hovering above it. Another group of stumps came into view. Aaron and the man with the bag approached the stumps. The man noted that there were 9 of them. The man with the bag, his eyes widening, muttered to himself, "Yes, just the right number." "What? Right number?" The man with the dark hair pauses, a question forming on his lips as he looks to the side. With a burst of speed, a figure leaps into the air, polearm raised high, ready to strike. The monster's eyes glow with an eerie light, anticipating the coming blow. A cluster of the multi-eyed creatures reacts with alarm, sensing the danger. Elpum's brow furrows, sweat glistening on his face as he steels himself for the fight. He thinks to himself, he's out of his mind. He wants me to face all of them by myself. It's my first time using this weapon, so it's already as cumbersome as it gets. The monsters brace themselves, knowing that even numbers may not be enough. The figure wielding the polearm swings it with furious speed, a voice shouting, "You crazy boos!" The polearm connects, sending the monsters flying amidst a cloud of dust and debris. Elpum's expression hardens with determination. He thinks to himself, but he'll soon come to realize it himself. The polearm is the weapon that'll make him the strongest. A voice echoes, filled with confidence. There's no need to doubt his talent. The text looms over a shadowy figure, since he's the only one to be chosen as the disciple of the hero of polearm, Eren. The monster, caught off guard, tumbles backward, a cloud of dust erupting around its fall. He swings the polearm, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Would you look at that? This polearm. The monster's yellow eyes glint menacingly as a voice echoes. With its long range and immense power, it's actually more comfortable than a sword. It's also much lighter now that I'm using less unnecessary strength. What if I were to swing it much more smoothly than now? The polearm gleams, a weapon of both beauty and destruction. Elpum brings the polearm around in a wide arc, the force behind the blow palpable. The polearm connects, a resounding crack echoing as it slams into the monster. Sweat beads on his brow. Elpum grits his teeth, channeling every ounce of strength into the swing. Meanwhile, Eren observes, arms crossed, a knowing look on his face. As I expected, he got the hang of it in an instant. He hasn't even awakened his circle, and yet he's that strong. Elpum's eyes widen, a gasp escaping his lips as something unexpected occurs. He looks up, his gaze fixed on the towering cliff face above. The ground trembles as rocks begin to fall, a cascade of debris plummeting from the cliff. Even as he fought, a new threat emerged from above. A massive rock, wreathed in crackling orange energy, plummeted towards him. The rock slammed into him with earth-shattering force. The force of the impact sent him flying, a strangled cry escaping his lips. Sprawled on the ground, Elpum stared up, his face a mask of pain and disbelief. Eren watched from a distance, muttering, "What is that?" The monster loomed over him, a dark silhouette against the sky. Then, the ground trembled as the creature's massive foot came crashing down. The impact sent Elpum skidding further away, another grunt of pain ripped from his throat. Pushing himself up, the last adventurer focused his energy, a familiar orange glow beginning to emanate from his hands. "Size isn't everything," he muttered. A shimmering arrow of pure, magical energy materialized before him, crackling with power. Elpum gritted his teeth, channeling his will into the attack. It only makes you easier to hit. But as the arrow flew, the monster unleashed a burst of raw force, deflecting the spell with ease. It deflected the spell. The adventurer readied another attack, his eyes narrowed in concentration. Its reaction is much faster than I thought. Then, how about this? The tree monster activates its psychokinesis, a surge of power rippling through its wooden frame. Energy crackles around it as it prepares to unleash a barrage of attacks. The monster fires its first shot, a blast of energy that obliterates a nearby tree. Another blast explodes, sending splinters and debris flying in all directions. Elpum's eyes narrow, realizing the attacks are relentless. The tree monster roars in frustration. Whack! Even magic doesn't work? Eren shouts. "What are you standing around for? Get running if you don't want to die." A figure observes the fight, noting, it's not that the attacks aren't working. If they didn't work, then it wouldn't block to begin with. Elpum realizes its branches are the problem. The tree monster continues its assault, unleashing another wave of energy. Its wooden body seems impervious to their attacks. Elpum grits his teeth, determined to find a way to break through its defenses. The ground erupts with a surge of blue energy, aimed directly at Eren. A chunk of earth, supercharged with the same cerulean power, hurtles toward him. The impact sends Eren flying backwards, a cloud of dust blooming around him as he crashes to the ground. He coughs, struggling to his feet. "I thought I almost died." "Thanks." Eren calls out, "Devo." Elpum and Devo stand ready, facing a group of grotesque tree stump monsters. Devo declares, "You take on the stumps." The hand of the man, named Devo, moves with blinding speed. "What? Wait, why is he so fast?" Devo's staff ignites, engulfed in roaring flames. "Panikaraising," Aran shouts. "No, it's not something that can be defeated without a plan. We should be running right now." A massive explosion engulfs the tree stump monsters, sending splinters and debris flying in all directions. Through the smoke, a dark figure is revealed. Look, just as I thought. A beam of pure light pierces the tree monster, its bark splintering under the force. He grits his teeth, determination etched on his face as the man beside him shouts. He pierced through it. A beam of pure light, focused and intense, lances through one of the tree stump monsters. The beam sears through the creature's wooden flesh, the air crackling with displaced energy. It's impossible to evade and land the attack with psychokinesis, a voice echoes. However, the light continues its relentless assault, the monster's form offering little resistance. Elpum's eyes glow with arcane power. I'm currently able to activate 2 spells at once since I'm a second circle. Another beam of searing light rips through the forest, accompanied by a monstrous shriek of KUOGH. Devo watches, awestruck. Amazing! He's hiding another fire arrow behind a fire arrow. No matter how fast it may be, it won't be able to deflect that kind of consecutive attack. To think that Stumpy is being relentlessly attacked. The light continues to tear through the monsters. That guy, isn't he much more of a monster than I thought? A man's face contorts in frustration. Shit. More tree stump monsters advance. No. The man's eyes widen in alarm. Behind you. Watch out. I screwed up. Some of them pass by me because there are too many of them. The beam of light continues to cut through the horde of tree stump monsters, a desperate attempt to stem the tide. Devo's face scrunched in annoyance. He chided, "You can't even properly clean up the small fry?" The tree stump monsters burst apart in showers of splintered wood and fiery explosions. With a crimson flash, Elpum's blade sliced through the air, cleaving another monster in 2. The last adventurer continued his assault, each strike precise and deadly. Tisich, even the slightest opening I show. He moved with blinding speed, a whirlwind of steel against the wooden horde. Elpum's gaze remained sharp, focused on the remaining threats. With a guttural cry, a figure unleashed a torrent of energy. The blast ripped through the remaining monsters, leaving nothing but splinters and ash. A voice called out, questioning Elpum's weapon. Boots crunched on the shattered ground as someone approached. "Dong and off, Tom. I saved you just now, so you better take back blaming me for earlier, got it?" A smirk played across a shadowed face. Elpum stood amidst the carnage, a strange, flaming staff now gripped in his hand. Had he finally gotten used to that weapon? He stares ahead, a mix of resolve and grim satisfaction etched onto his face. The last adventurer, Elpum, steels himself, declaring, "Then, let's go." The man, sweat beading on his brow, gripped his staff. "Huh, I saved you just now, so you better take back blaming me for earlier, got it?" The weapon pulsed with inner fire, eager to be unleashed. A voice echoed, "Good. Are you finally getting used to that weapon?" The staff glowed in Elpum's hand, illuminating the desolate landscape. He smirked, ready for the coming battle. Then, with a burst of speed, Elpum leapt from his perch, orange energy crackling around him. "Then, let's go." The monstrous figure loomed, its massive form radiating raw power. Suddenly, a barrage of orange energy spears hurtled toward Elpum, threatening to overwhelm him. The impact detonated in a fiery explosion, shaking the very ground. The monster recoiled, a guttural cry escaping its throat. "Kua." Elpum's expression hardened, his resolve unwavering in the face of the assault. With a swift motion, he deflected the incoming attack, a surge of blue and orange energy erupting from his staff. A searing beam of energy erupted from the monstrous form, the air crackling with displaced power. The sound, a guttural kwong, reverberated through the cavern as it targeted Elpum. Attacks assailed from every direction, the monster's assault relentless. The air grew thick with dust and the scent of ozone. A figure emerged from the shadows, a determined glint in his eyes. "Devo, I'll take care of the right," he declared, a surge of energy crackling around his gloved hands. With a shout, Devo launched himself forward, a blur of motion as he closed the distance. "Coming right up," he yelled, weapon raised. Yet the monstrous onslaught continued, its focus unwavering. Elpum struggled to maintain his footing against the barrage. A crushing blow landed, the force of the impact sending tremors through Elpum's body. The world spun. He was thrown through the air, a ragdoll caught in a hurricane. The ground rushed up to meet him. The impact against the cavern wall was brutal, stone cracking under the force. Dust billowed, obscuring the aftermath. Undaunted, the monster prepared another strike, energy coalescing around its grotesque claws. The air thrummed with impending doom. Another blow connected, a sickening thud echoing through the cavern. The force threatened to shatter bone. A strangled cough escaped Elpum's lips, crimson staining his teeth. Pain lanced through his body, a searing agony that threatened to overwhelm him. The monster roared in triumph, its assault unrelenting. Elpum was at its mercy, the cavern echoing with his pained cry, "Kuagh." Another boulder, wreathed in cyan energy, hurtles through the air, aimed with deadly precision. The air crackles as the projectile gains momentum, a tangible threat bearing down. The ground trembles as the rock slams into the earth, showering the last adventurer Elpum with dirt and debris. Elpum grits his teeth, the situation growing increasingly dire. "How troublesome," he mutters. More rocks rain down, each impact a thunderous reminder of the monster's relentless assault. Devo, axe in hand, grits his teeth. Damn it, there's no end to this. With a roar, Devo swings his axe, the blade crackling with azure energy as it cleaves through the air. He presses the attack, the axe a blur of motion as he aims for a vital point. The monster's eyes narrow, a flicker of pain and rage crossing its grotesque features. Devo, muscles straining, prepares to deliver the final blow. Let's finish it, Devo. The axe connects, a deafening crack echoing through the battlefield as it bites deep into the monster's hide. A spray of dark ichor erupts as the monster reels from the devastating impact. The monstrous beast roared, a guttural sound that echoed through the desolate landscape, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Elpum, eyes narrowed, reached for the familiar grip of his weapon, the leather cool against his calloused fingers. Suddenly, the monster recoiled, struck by an unseen force that sent tremors through its massive frame. The last explorer looked up, brow furrowed, searching for the source of the unexpected intervention. With a defiant roar, Elpum charged forward, his voice echoing across the battlefield. "It's not over yet, you bastard." The monster staggered, blood dripping from a fresh wound, its massive form momentarily thrown off balance. A surge of power coursed through Elpum, his hand crackling with azure energy, ready to unleash another devastating blow. He prepared to strike, the air around him shimmering with magical potential, the scent of ozone sharp in his nostrils. The axe, now wreathed in the same vibrant blue, pulsed with raw power, eager to taste blood once more. Elpum raised the weapon high, muscles coiled, ready to deliver a final, decisive strike against the wounded beast. A bloodied man, face contorted in a sinister grin, emerged from the shadows, his voice a low growl. "Here's the dessert." A crimson spray erupted, painting the scene in a macabre tableau of violence, the air thick with a metallic tang of blood. The blow connects, sending a spray of the monster's ichor into the air. But even as the monster reels, an unseen force slams into Elpum, sending him staggering backward. He crashes to the ground, the impact jarring his bones. Streaks of searing energy lance toward the prone adventurer. The air crackles as the energy coalesces, forming a vortex of destruction. A wave of pure force erupts outward. The energy intensifies, the very air shimmering with heat. Quook, a cataclysmic explosion rips through the battlefield. The landscape is bathed in the afterglow of the blast. Coughing, Elpum struggles to his knees, blood streaking his face. Meanwhile, a figure watches from a distance, a dark cloak obscuring most of their features. The newcomer's gaze is fixed on the injured adventurer. Meanwhile, flames danced, consuming all in their path with a ravenous hunger. The air crackled with heat and the scent of burning earth. Two figures stood silhouetted against the inferno, their purpose as yet unknown amidst the devastation. Elsewhere, under the watchful gaze of the moon, a quiet town slumbered, unaware of the fiery chaos unfolding elsewhere. Inside a cozy room, neutral woman sat alone at a table, a plate of untouched food before her. "He's late," she thought, her brow furrowing with concern. "I should eat soon and go to bed." With a sigh, the woman closed her eyes, clasping her hands together. "Thank you for the food." A sudden creak echoed through the room, snapping her out of a reverie. Her eyes widened, a flicker of unease crossing her face. Her heart pounded in her chest as she strained to listen. "Who is it?" she wondered, her voice barely a whisper. Her gaze darted towards the window, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and anticipation. A familiar voice broke the silence. Support brother stood in the doorway, his chest bandaged and his clothes torn, but a reassuring smile on his face. "Big brother?" His hand gripped the doorframe, his knuckles white with exhaustion. "I'm back." Tears welled in her eyes, relief washing over her as she gazed upon her brother's weary face. She embraced him tightly, a wave of relief washing over her as she whispered, "Welcome home." The scent of blood and ozone hung heavy in the air, a stark contrast to her gentle greeting. Elsewhere, a chilling wind whispers through the trees, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and something ancient, something unknowable. From above, the house stood nestled amongst the trees, a beacon of warmth against the encroaching darkness. A figure, cloaked in shadow, gripped a staff. The red gem at its apex pulsed with a faint, inner light, casting eerie shadows that danced across the floor. A cloaked figure stood silhouetted in a doorway, the darkness obscuring their features. A sense of foreboding emanated from the unseen face. A framed picture sat on a nearby table, a silent testament to a life now shrouded in mystery. A dark silhouette stood in the background, a silent observer of the past. He lay still, the sheets pulled tight around him. The air was thick with the metallic tang of blood and the sterile scent of medicine. His eyes flickered open, a flicker of pain crossing his face. The memories, fragmented and raw, threatened to overwhelm him. A hand clutched a glowing orb, its light casting an eerie glow on the surrounding darkness. The air crackled with unseen energy. The forest burned, the flames licking at the trees with a ravenous hunger. The scent of smoke and ash filled the air, a testament to destruction. The cloaked figure walked away from the inferno, their silhouette stark against the fiery backdrop. A sense of purpose, dark and unwavering, drove them forward. He winces, the sting of fresh cuts lancing across his shoulder and cheek. Each shallow breath whistles past his teeth, a ragged counterpoint to the distant crackle of unseen flames. A sigh escapes the figure seated at the ornate desk. What problem? Dong-hoon, cigar clenched between his teeth, contemplates the approaching subjugation date for the 100-man gate. The question hangs heavy in the air. Who to insert into the party? The speaker acknowledges that Lord Rockin is in charge of this case, and the consequences of failure weigh heavily on his mind. The upcoming event is significant, drawing the attention of all 10 merchant groups, especially since a 100-man gate promises epic or even legendary rank items. But honestly speaking, it's going to be difficult at this rate. The 3 Natasha sisters of the Gold Ritchie Trade Union possess overwhelming skills that would be unbelievable for a Second Circle explorer. Compared to them, calling the Second Circle explorers at the Gaper merchants is embarrassing. To be frank, all the party members deployed by the other 10 merchant groups aside from the Gold Ritchie Trade Union are threatening. Moreover, us Gaper merchants have the worst reputation among them. It doesn't feel right, but, what? Who dares to enter without knock dash? Dong-hoon looks down, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he observes the scene before him. Lord Rockin's voice echoes, laced with doubt. No. The question hangs in the air. How was the party member composition going? A man with glasses sits at a desk, apologizing. My apologies. It's yet. I see it's been going slowly. That's unlike you to do. Lord Rockin continues, his brow furrowed. What about the fellow you mentioned before? Lord Rockin elaborates. As for Elpham, there's still some things I'm wary of because the Chev party was annihilated. There's no way to confirm what happened as there are no witnesses. It is true that he's talented, but this matter is important as it is. Lord Rockin gestures with a gloved hand, questioning. Then why don't you confirm him again? Lord Rockin sighs, resigned. All right, at this point, just try making a party with all the candidates. Let's get it done. Lord Rockin's face is shadowed, a sinister smile playing on his lips. There's going to be plenty of witnesses this time around. Meanwhile, a foot steps forward, the sound echoing in the distance. A red portal pulses with energy, its surface shimmering. A man near the portal exclaims, Oh, looks like we have lots of people joining us this time. Elpham confirms that this is how it's supposed to be, as he is asked if he is the 5th party. The man with the red headband crosses his arms, observing the group. He thinks to himself that they seem to have gone through their fair share of ordeals in the 1st to 2nd circles. A close-up reveals a piercing gaze, the owner of which remains unseen. The figure in the hat and glasses remarks that no matter how you see it, none of them are welcoming at all. The blonde-haired warrior muses that slaves would only be a nuisance to them, adding that it's natural for a party as they become more experienced. The man with the red headband continues his internal monologue, noting that they're completely different compared to the Chev party and that all of them are skilled enough to not need bait. A large crowd has gathered, the air thick with anticipation. A voice booms out, declaring that everyone is here. Dong-hoon, cigar clenched between his teeth, announces that he came himself and that he'll keep it short. He adds that the test will now begin, giving an opportunity to those who show. The man with the red headband looks up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Dong-hoon gestures grandly, proclaiming that this is the opportunity to challenge the 100-man gate. The man with the red headband exclaims, shocked, about the 100-man gate. Elpham listens to the announcement, as the other man nearby remarks that he sees how it's going to be, and that they'll be getting special treatment. A gnarled tree stands sentinel, its bark etched with ancient patterns. Within a hollow, a number glows with an inner fire, 40. A voice echoes, urging them to give their best. A blinding flash erupts, searing the air with its intensity. The light pulses, a silent signal in the depths of the forest. A heavy boot presses down on the earth, each step a deliberate act. The forest floor yields beneath the weight, a soft crunch echoing in the stillness. Before them, a crimson portal shimmers, its surface swirling with arcane energy. One of the adventurers wonders if it's another forest. The adventurer with the red headband suggests they cooperate only when fighting the boss. The other agrees, stating they should cooperate as much as they can. The party prepares to split up, agreeing to regroup when they give a signal. The forest floor is littered with fallen leaves and the promise of unknown dangers. 2 adventurers stand side by side, their expressions unreadable. The air crackles with anticipation, the silence broken only by the rustling of leaves. Boots crunch on the forest floor, each footstep echoing the uncertainty of the path ahead. The adventurers venture deeper into the woods, their fates intertwined. Sir Dolan is given an order, and the others respond with a resounding, yes, Sir Dolan. The group seems ready to follow his lead into the unknown. Sir Dolan's gaze is fixed, his expression a mask of determination. The forest holds its breath, waiting for his next move. A grotesque creature lurks in the shadows, its eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. It wonders if there is just one mushroom. With a flick of his wrist, Sir Dolan unleashes a torrent of magical energy. He mutters that was a waste of time. The last adventurer, Elpum, unleashes an energy bolt, the air crackling with magical power. Dong-hoon, unimpressed, finds the display rather boring. He instructs the group to retrieve the magic stone and move on. Beneath the surface, a monstrous foot stirs, the earth trembling slightly with each movement. A grotesque creature emerges, its red eye gleaming menacingly, a long tongue flicking out from its maw. What? It's perfectly fine, it booms. The group observes the monster, Elpum wondering if it could be strong enough to be magic-resistant. It can't be helped, Dong-hoon thinks, as leaves fall around them. Dong-hoon's eyes widen, his voice sharp with urgency. Wait, everyone watch out. The adventurers find themselves completely surrounded by the grotesque creatures. Damn it, one of them mutters. A surge of magical energy crackles in the air. The air shimmers with arcane power, a silent promise of the battle to come. Keek! A monstrous foot slams down, kicking up dust and debris. The red headband adventurer's eyes widen in shock, sweat beading on his brow as the attack lands nearby. The aftermath of the battle was a grim tableau of fallen monsters. The man with the red headband stood amidst the carnage, his expression a mix of exhaustion and concern. The air hung thick with the metallic tang of blood and the earthy scent of the forest floor. He turned to Dong-hoon, his voice laced with urgency. Sir Dolan, the monsters are stronger than we expected. What should we do? Dong-hoon adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping over the scene. It seems like it will be difficult for us to fight with these numbers. The man with the red headband grimaced, his brow furrowed with worry. If this goes on, we'll be the ones to tire out first. Elpum's gaze drifted over the scene, a thoughtful expression on his face. Is what the majority of the parties would think. The man with the red headband huffed, his frustration evident. That aside, why have you only been talking and not helping me at all? Dong-hoon responded, his tone matter of fact. Because there's only 3 of them. For that much, you're on your own. Elpum stepped forward, his resolve hardening. Yeah, let's get moving. To hunt down the boss. To wipe out the mobs. The man with the red headband tilted his head, a puzzled expression on his face. He continued, his voice laced with determination. Just now, you said you're going to defeat the boss monster. That's what the others are thinking of. We'll be exterminating all. Elpum's thoughts drifted back to the task at hand. Defeating the boss isn't the only factor for the evaluation. Your mobbing skills are also included. The man with the red headband scowled, his thoughts tinged with annoyance. Asterisk, thinking he's always right. And, asterisk. He gazes up at the sky, a sense of foreboding washing over him as the wind rustles through the trees. Deeper within the forest, the group continues their trek, unaware of the impending danger. Their path leads them closer to an escape gate, a potential exit from this perilous place. I wasn't planning on finding that yet, but whatever, leave a mark. Dong-hoon turns to someone behind him, a sudden urgency in his voice. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Oui, avant. A guttural laugh echoes through the trees, a sound that chills the blood. Dong-hoon's grip tightens on the shoulder of the man beside him. Did you not hear me? At this rate, if monsters start gathering. The man's face contorts in a maniacal grin, sweat beading on his brow as the laughter intensifies. A hand reaches out, seemingly in response to Dong-hoon's touch. What? The laughter crescendos as the group finds themselves surrounded by a horde of grotesque monsters. Dong-hoon's eyes widen behind his glasses as he surveys the scene. This is bad. I have to get out of here. A monstrous face looms, its gaping maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Dong-hoon is now completely surrounded, the monsters closing in, their shadows casting a pall over him. A fleshy mass, riddled with pores, pulsates with an unnatural rhythm. The air crackles with an unseen energy, a silent promise of change. From within the pulsating flesh, a monstrous visage begins to take shape. Rows of razor-sharp teeth glint in the dim light, a predator's grin forming in the depths. The grin widens, stretching the skin taut across the face. A chilling sound like nails on a chalkboard echoes in the air, ka-keek. The transformation nears completion. Eyes wide with manic glee, the figure throws back their head, a torrent of unhinged laughter erupting from their throat. The adventurer, covered in scars, stands with his back to the viewer. He thinks to himself, wondering why he was the only one fighting. Elpum's eyes widen slightly, a soft escaping his lips as he looks up. A red signal flares in the sky, piercing through the clouds. The man with the red headband exclaims to Elpum that there's the signal. The man with the red headband and another figure discuss the signal, noting that they were supposed to gather if a boss monster was found, but they didn't expect it to actually happen. A close-up reveals a piercing gaze from a character with dark green hair. A group of figures stands together, the man with the red headband among them, arms crossed. He crosses his arms, stating that he will begin explaining now that everyone seems to be here. The man with the red headband announces that they found the boss monster, adding that there's no need to wait for anyone else. The mad poison mushroom looms into view, its grotesque form filling the frame. It was also confirmed that Dolan's party was annihilated by it. The mad poison mushroom, a horrifying entity, is the boss here. A look of utter disbelief contorts someone's face as they shout, "What? A mad poison mushroom?" Amidst the murmurs of the group, Devo asks Elpum if this mad poison mushroom is really that dangerous. Elpum states that it's that thing, one of the worst boss monsters they could encounter at their levels. In the background, someone asks if they're being ignored. Elpum thinks that if they were to defeat it, it would have to be done by ranged attacks, but its defense is high and its speed is beyond imagination, so ordinary attacks won't work against it. Devo calls out to Elpum. The man with the red headband explains that unfortunately, the mad poison mushroom is currently positioned right in front of the escape gate, and it's impossible to escape without encountering the bastard. Devo scoffs, asking if Elpum is scared, stating that it's nothing. He suggests that just one invincible fire arrow from their boss will defeat it. Elpum tells him to shut it. Elpum thinks that at this rate, they're definitely going to die if they decide to fight. He grits his teeth. Devo insists that since something like a fire arrow won't even leave a dent on that thing, they are doomed. The mushroom monster loomed, a silent testament to the gate's inherent dangers. The gate had tough mobs from the start. It didn't need to be explained what that meant for the boss monster. Iburu, Devo was told, now wasn't the time for that. They needed to think of a plan. A hand is raised, showing a ring, as the price is stated, 50,000 mesos. Devo's eyes narrowed, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. What, he questioned. The terms were laid bare, 50,000 mesos per person. With 30 of them, that totaled 1.5 million mesos. Elpum and the man with the red headband listened intently. Elpum declared, then they'll be their bait. The group stood together, a small band against the looming threat. Devo's face contorted in rage, the sound of his teeth grinding audible. Fuck, what the hell is he saying right now? His voice boomed, shut your trap. Devo's anger flared, his words sharp and biting. You must still have some of that slave instinct in you, but don't even think that's going to work like it used to. This isn't the kind of opponent where a bait is going to work. Elpum and the man with the red headband stood firm, unfazed by Devo's outburst. The man with the red headband listened intently. Devo continued his tirade, his voice laced with disdain. If we all headed out trusting in some incompetent bait, only for you two to die immediately, then we're all finished too. Never mind you in the first place, what's the dirtbag next to you supposed to do? From what I've heard, isn't he just a weakling who hasn't even awakened yet? Devo's face was a mask of fury, his eyes blazing with anger. That bastard's starting to piss me off. Why does he keep trying to pick a fight with us? Elpum, staff in hand, listened as the man with the red headband and the shadowy figure debated. The man asked what alternative plan they could suggest, his tone laced with impatience. The shadowy figure remained silent, its presence a looming question mark. The adventurer considered the situation. If he were to add to the conversation, he would point out that their party had one second circle and one first circle explorer. The man with the red headband suddenly realized something, his eyes widening. He exclaimed that he was right, realizing he knew it all along. The man with the red headband scoffed, questioning if their party wasn't also composed of only a couple of second circle explorers. Elpum stood alongside the man with the red headband, the purple-haired woman partially obscured in the foreground. The forest surrounded them, a silent witness to their negotiations. The woman with long, dark hair declared that she was willing to pay them if they really wanted to become bait for them. But even if she wanted to, she currently didn't have the funds to pay for 50,000 mesos per person. Elpum considered their options. He thought that they would receive that once they headed outside. If they couldn't escape, then they should just consider themselves to be sacrificed. However, a voice interjected. Elpum stood with his arms crossed, listening to the terms. His condition was that every single one of them agree with it. The man with the red headband, standing beside the purple-haired woman, urged them to make their decision. Elsewhere, a stone structure pulsed with an unknown energy deep within the forest. The monster crouches low, preparing to unleash its fury. Its mushroom-like head bobs slightly as it gathers itself for the coming assault. With a burst of speed, it lunges forward, closing the distance in an instant. The air crackles with anticipation. A strange, glowing cube materializes before it, pulsing with an ominous light. The monster prepares to strike with a mysterious artifact. The cube unleashes a torrent of energy, bathing the area in a blinding flash. The attack is imminent. Nearby, Devo grips his staff, a grim determination etched on his face. We're going to start once it finds us, he says, steeling himself for the inevitable clash. The monster's attack intensifies, waves of raw power radiating outward. The air vibrates with destructive energy. The energy surges, reaching a fever pitch. The monster is about to strike with full force. The monster looms, its grotesque face contorted in a savage snarl. Here it comes. He watches the monster's approach, his eyes widening in disbelief. What's with that speed? Reacting with lightning reflexes, the man with the red headband narrowly dodges the incoming attack. The air rushes past him as the monster's claws tear through empty space. Seizing the opportunity, he prepares to strike back, his body a blur of motion. The counterattack is about to begin. With a swift and decisive strike, he connects with the monster, sending it reeling. The tables have turned. He shouts, urging everyone forward, knowing the clock is ticking. Everyone now, hurry up and activate it before the baits die. With a metallic thunk, the device is activated, a small victory in the face of overwhelming odds. The warrior brandishes a blade, crackling with azure energy, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. A swirling vortex of cerulean light shimmers into existence, promising escape, but demanding haste. He barks, get moving. As the group sprints towards the shimmering portal, their faces etched with desperation. A monstrous form lunges from the shadows, teeth bared, intent on stopping their flight. The warrior with the red headband whirls, meeting the creature's advance with a flurry of strikes. The air crackles with each blow. A clenched fist, radiating heat, promises a brutal counterattack. God, honestly, do I look like some pushover to you? He snarls, drawing back, preparing to unleash a devastating blow. Get lost. A searing slash of energy tears through the air, aimed directly at the monstrous foe. The blast erupts, engulfing the creature in a blinding inferno. The warrior's skill is on full display. With focused intensity, he prepares a final, desperate attack, a fire arrow, ready to be unleashed. He braced himself as the grotesque creature unleashed a torrent of raw energy. The air crackled with heat, the stench of ozone stinging his nostrils. A guttural roar tore through the forest as the monster, teeth bared, prepared to strike again. The ground trembled beneath its weight. Another blast of searing energy erupted from the creature's maw, the heat intense enough to scorch the very air. The beam intensified, a focused ray of destruction that carved a path through the dense foliage. Gathering his own energy, a shimmering blue aura enveloped his hand, a counterattack brewing. With a horrifying screech, the monster lunged, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Its massive form blurred as it hurtled forward, claws extended, ready to tear through flesh and bone. The air rushed past as the creature's momentum threatened to overwhelm everything in its path. Its claws descended, each one a razor-sharp edge promising a gruesome end. Meanwhile, nearby, someone trembled, consumed by the fear of being discovered. With a burst of agility, he leaped backward, narrowly avoiding the monster's deadly strike. The monster, frustrated by the near miss, roared in fury, its voice echoing through the trees. He roars, fist clenched, ready to unleash the attack. The air crackles with unseen energy as the man with the red headband shouts a challenge. Below, a figure with dark hair prepares to meet the incoming assault. Orange energy flares around the blade as they brace for impact. The clash erupts in a blinding explosion of raw power. White light bleeds into the orange, a cataclysmic release. Elsewhere, a lone figure scales a sheer rock face, pickaxe biting into the stone. Each swing echoes in the vast emptiness. A cloaked figure stands silhouetted against an unseen light source. The air hangs heavy with anticipation. Water surges through a narrow channel, imbued with a strange, blue luminescence. The current pulses with an unnatural energy. The stream carves its path between ancient rocks, the blue glow intensifying with each passing moment. Close up, the water shimmers with an ethereal light, the source of its power remaining a mystery. Bubbles rise to the surface, each one reflecting the strange, otherworldly glow. The man with the red headband gasped, pulling himself in the water. He muttered about the damned mushroom, relieved to be alive. Further up the riverbank, Elpham stood, watching the other man recover. The man with the red headband coughed, sputtering, demanding to know what had just happened. Elpham stated that they had heard correctly. This place was the boss monster's territory. He added that they would need more preparations if they wanted to hunt it down. The man with the red headband stammered, asking if Elpham was suggesting they could defeat the monster with just the two of them. Elpham, unfazed, asked if he was kidding. The man with the red headband questioned why they were there, if not to hunt the monster. He pointed out that he didn't know the monster would be like that, and that they should have retreated. He added that once they escaped from a gate, it was impossible to re-enter. The man with the red headband wondered if they shouldn't be leaving anyway, since their job as bait was over. He questioned how they were supposed to kill the monster when even fire arrows didn't work against it. The man with the red headband recalled that Elpham had said that even he would die if he fought that monster. Elpham stated that the circumstances had changed, and now that their competitors had backed off on their own, this was perfect. Elpham asked what was the matter, and if the man with the red headband was going to defy the matter. Sweat glistened on the brow of the man with the red headband, his expression a mask of worry. He sputtered, denying the insinuation. He added, his voice rising, that he expected more pay in return. The two figures stood on the beach, the lush greenery a stark contrast to their grim conversation. One asked how they were supposed to defeat the monster when neither melee nor ranged attacks worked. Sweat trickled down Elpham's face as he was asked if he really had it. Elpham's gaze hardened with resolve. He had a plan to defeat it. The cloaked figure stood silently on the beach, the ocean breeze rustling their dark robes. Meanwhile, figures raced through the pulsating, organic tunnel. A voice wondered if they were coming out already, remarking that it was too fast for a 40-man gate. The man with the red headband asked Ubayer what happened to the subjugation, noting that he didn't see a few of them either. Dolan's party had been annihilated, and Elpham's party was still inside. They were barely able to escape thanks to Elpham stepping up as bait. The subjugation had failed. Donghun puffed on his cigar, stating that it was impossible to defeat the boss monster with just them. The man's gaze remained fixed downward, the glowing ember in his hand casting an eerie light across his face. One of the figures confronted the other, questioning why they had run off without accomplishing anything. The response came, a justification for their retreat. The mad poison mushroom was too formidable. As the figure with lighter hair began to walk away, the other called out, "Yes, sir. Evie's? Wait." Elpham's party was still inside. The character realized with a shout, the active gate a testament to their continued survival. It was only a matter of time. He thought, the boss was the mad poison mushroom. If they were going to wait, the figure muttered, they should do it amongst themselves. He was busy as it is. Useless lot, the voice rumbled. The opponent was certainly challenging. The man thought it was impossible for a second circle to kill a mad poison mushroom. That's natural. But he had no. The need for fools who could only give him this kind of result was grating. What he wanted was someone who can overcome that. Someone who can make the impossible. The staff blazes with an inner fire, the heat distorting the air around it. He grips it tightly, preparing to unleash its power. The flames lick hungrily at the air, coalescing into a focused point of searing energy. A determined glint flashes in his eyes as he focuses his will, the fire mirroring his intensity. With a shout, he unleashes the inferno. The air crackles as the fire explodes outward, consuming everything in its path. The sky itself seems to burn as the fiery energy surges upward, a testament to the spell's raw power. The boss this time is much more resilient and faster than the others we faced. Furthermore, its ability to poison makes it much more difficult to face. In cases like this, there's no other choice but to create distance and attack with overwhelming power. It's impossible to output that much power with my current fire arrow. A new energy begins to coalesce around Elpham, a cool blue contrasting sharply with the fading embers. However, if I were to... The blue energy swirls around his hand, forming a vortex of pure power. Use psychokinesis to rapidly spin the spell, its piercing power will increase. The landscape shimmers as the blue energy intensifies, warping the very air around it. Inspired by a bullet, this is a skill that only I can use in a maple world. The energy condenses into a sharp, piercing point, ready to be unleashed. A skill that makes the impossible possible. The world seems to hold its breath as the final preparations are made. The blue energy explodes forward, a concentrated beam of pure destructive force. The blue energy coalesces, forming a concentrated beam of power, ready to be unleashed. The beam fires, a searing lance of light aimed directly at the grotesque creature below. The monster recoils as the energy washes over it, a guttural sound escaping its maw. Here, the energy intensifies, the air crackling with raw power as it continues its assault. The beam slams into the monster's face, the force of the impact distorting its features. The energy continues to bore into the creature, a relentless torrent of destruction. The beam persists, a focused ray of annihilation tearing through the monster's defenses. Elpham watches from above, his expression unreadable as the energy continues to pour forth. The monster is now completely enveloped in a swirling blue energy, a vortex of destruction surrounding it. The monster's voice echoes from within the energy field, revealing its intentions. I was planning on piercing through the head that contains the core with a single shot. A flicker of realization crosses the monster's face. I must have missed slightly. The monster's voice rumbles with annoyance. How troublesome. The monster, still reeling from the last attack, lets out a guttural roar that echoes through the ruined landscape, the sound vibrating in Elpham's bones. A sudden burst of crimson energy slams into the creature, sending shards of debris flying in all directions, the air thick with the smell of ozone. Another blast, this time a concentrated beam of searing orange light, strikes the monster's head, the force of the impact threatening to tear it apart. Elpham grits his teeth, the taste of ash on his tongue as he mutters. It's not easy to change direction while maintaining revolver. And there's also the cooldown problem. He focuses his energy, a golden aura enveloping his form as he thinks, I need to finish it before it can climb up. Once again, the monster is struck, a violent explosion erupting around it, the shockwave rippling through the already devastated terrain. A piercing shriek tears through the air as the monster's face contorts in agony, its razor-sharp teeth bared in a grotesque grimace. Elpham's eyes narrow, his gaze intense as he prepares to unleash the final blow, the word now echoing in his mind. With a furious roar, the monster gathers its remaining strength, dark energy swirling around its claws as it prepares to retaliate. The monster is struck again, its body contorting in a bizarre, almost comical way, as if it can't comprehend the source of the relentless assault. The ground beneath them erupts in a geyser of jagged energy spikes, the air crackling with raw power. Finally, a decisive blow lands, splattering the monster with dark blood, the creature staggering as its strength begins to fail. A lone figure stood atop the mountain, silhouetted against the fading light. Below, the monster stood in the murky water, its grotesque form a testament to the horrors of this world. Elpham raised his staff, preparing to strike. The air crackled with anticipation. The monster's maw opened, revealing rows upon rows of razor-sharp teeth. A guttural sound escaped its throat. Keek? With a surge of power, Elpham unleashed a series of energy rings, each one humming with destructive force. The energy slammed into the monster's face, causing it to recoil in pain. Purple energy crackled around its grotesque features. The last adventurer and the beast clashed, their battle echoing through the desolate landscape. The grip on the staff tightened, knuckles white with effort. The monster, momentarily stunned, gasped, "I can finally breathe." Elpham stood his ground, staff held firm, ready for the monster's next move. "A bit now, Dash." The monster's voice echoed, laced with a strange invitation. "Why don't we tussle around in this fine air?" The adventurer grips his spear, considering the conditions at play. A guttural sound echoes from the monster's maw. Elpham's brow furrows. Something isn't right. He can't do a thing with his pores covered. Shame. The adventurer prepares to strike. He pulls back, readying his spear. The monster is struck. Again, the monster is struck with force. The monster screeches, claws extended, as it lunges toward Elpham. The air crackles with unseen energy as the creature presses its attack. The reason why they lured the bastard here wasn't just to block its pores. The murky swamp is the worst playing field. The monster continues its assault, its movements a blur of green and gray. It's to anything that relies on their speed. A swirling vortex of energy manifests, the word revolver emblazoned within its fiery core. The monster spins, a whirlwind of claws and teeth, as it closes in on the last adventurer Elpham. Keiki! The monster's shriek echoes through the swamp as its spinning attack intensifies. A figure plants their feet, the heavy axe held ready, poised to strike with devastating force. A muffled voice, barely audible, wonders, is it dead? The air hangs thick with smoke and dust, obscuring the battlefield. Shit, that's one stubborn bastard. Eyes wide with sudden realization, the bandaged figure shouts, the core should be on its head. The axe-wielding figure acknowledges the information with a shout of, "I know." The axe spins, a crimson blur against the swampy backdrop, aimed with deadly precision. The monster's axe descends, a whistling death aimed to cleave through bone and sinew. The red-bladed weapon continues its arc, promising a brutal end. Elpham's eyes widen, a silent "huh" escaping his lips as the axe hurtles towards him. The axe blurs, a crimson streak against the backdrop of the cavern. The force of the blow sends Elpham flying backward, a desperate "Iwa" torn from his throat as he loses his footing. But even as he falls, Elpham gathers his strength, a surge of blue energy coalescing in his outstretched hand. A sudden force slams into the monster, the impact throwing it off balance. The unseen energy continues to batter the creature, each strike accompanied by a guttural "ah." The monster staggers, the relentless assault pushing it back. From below, Elpham rises, his eyes burning with determination as he prepares to strike. The monster is hit again, the force of the blow visible in its staggering form. The final strike lands, and the monster roars in pain, a desperate "kah-h-h" echoing through the cavern. The last adventurer Elpham, spear in hand, prepared to strike. The air crackled with unseen energy as he focused his power. He crouched low, his eyes narrowed in concentration. The forest held its breath, anticipating the coming onslaught. Then, an invisible force slammed into the monster, sending it reeling. The impact echoed through the trees. Again, the unseen energy struck, each blow carrying the weight of a mountain. The monster staggered, its grotesque form trembling. Elpham's hand glowed with a fierce, azure light, the source of the devastating power now revealed. The monster was struck again, the force of the blow visible only in the distortion of the air around it. Another strike landed, the impact reverberating through the monster's body. It struggled to maintain its footing. The barrage continued, each strike weakening the creature. The air filled with the scent of ozone and the monster's acrid blood. A guttural roar tore from the monster's throat. a sound of pure agony and disbelief. Its skull-like face contorted in pain. The unseen force struck again, driving the monster to its knees. The ground trembled beneath its weight. Another blow landed, and the monster's massive form was rocked by the impact. Confusion clouded its crimson eyes. A strangled cry escaped the monster's lips, a desperate plea lost in the storm of Elpum's relentless assault. "Keeg," it croaked. The unseen assault continues, each blow landing with the force of a thunderclap. Yellow energy crackles around the monster as it struck again. Another arc of pure energy slams into the creature, the impact reverberating through its grotesque form. Debris explodes outward as the monster is hammered by another unseen attack, the force enough to shatter stone. A final, devastating blast sends the monster's head snapping back, the force of the blow nearly severing its neck. Reeling, the monster stumbles backward, its massive form struggling to maintain balance amidst the relentless assault. Splashes of water erupt around its feet. The monster braces itself, attempting to regain its footing on the slick, watery ground. A figure with bandaged face watches from afar. Meanwhile, a figure shrouded in a dark cloak observes the battle, their expression unreadable in the shadows. The cloaked figure's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise or perhaps recognition crossing their face as they witness the monster's plight. The unseen force strikes again, another wave of concussive energy slamming into the already weakened monster. Debris explodes once more as the monster is pummeled by another unseen attack, the force enough to send chunks of its hide flying. A spear, seemingly from nowhere, pierces the monster's flesh, the impact spraying blood across the watery landscape. The spear lifts the monster into the air, its massive form flailing helplessly as it's hoisted aloft. Elpum stares in disbelief. What's going on? Wasn't its head just chopped off? With a surge of raw energy, the monster's severed head begins to reconstruct itself. Meanwhile, high above, a cloaked figure watches the unfolding battle from atop a rocky precipice. The monster roars, the sound echoing through the cavern as its regeneration nears completion. It unleashes a barrage of purple energy, the air crackling with destructive power. The last explorer Elpum senses something is off, a strange energy permeating the air. The monster is now completely enveloped in a strange, ethereal blue energy. The blue energy intensifies, clinging to the monster's form like a second skin. The creature looms, now radiating an unnatural, chilling aura. From below, the monster's silhouette is a terrifying omen against the dim light. Elsewhere, a figure takes aim, preparing to loose a fire arrow at the monstrous foe. The archer mutters, realizing they only have one fire arrow left. Randomly shooting is pointless. The monster's rage boils over, a guttural curse escaping its bloodied maw. Frustration mounts as its attacks fail to bring down its foe. It roars, the sound echoing across the battlefield as it raises its weapon high, preparing another devastating strike. A furious slash tears through the air, a wave of energy unleashed with each swing. The attack intensifies, the blade wreathed in searing flames as it arcs towards its target. Caught in the blast, a figure is sent hurtling backwards, tumbling through the air from the sheer force of the impact. Another strike follows, a golden aura enveloping the weapon as it hurtles forward with blinding speed. The blow connects, a deafening shriek piercing the air as the force of the attack reverberates through the battlefield. The impact sends the target crashing down, a cloud of dust rising to obscure the aftermath. A sinister grin spreads across the monster's blood-soaked face. "Ha! Serves you right, you." Elpum's eyes widen in disbelief. "What?" He moves with blinding speed, closing the distance between himself and the monster. Energy blades crackle to life as he prepares a final, desperate attack. A voice cries out, "Boss, watch out!" A crimson energy tears through the air, the monster's attack aimed with deadly precision. The creature's face contorts, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. Tendrils of darkness writhe around its skull, framing a visage of pure nightmare fuel. A single, bloodshot eye dominates the view, promising only destruction. He plants his feet, staff held firm. Elpum prepares to meet the onslaught with a blaze of his own. From the sidelines, the observer wonders, a signal? Was the attack just now bluff? Flames erupt around the staff, the gem at its center glowing with intense heat. With a shout, Elpum unleashes the revolver, a torrent of fire aimed directly at the monster. The fiery blast slams into the monster, a deafening roar echoing through the air. Whirling flames engulf the creature, a vortex of destruction. The monster silhouette is briefly visible within the inferno before being consumed entirely. As the flames subside, Elpum stands victorious, his staff still glowing with residual heat. The magical explosion rips through the battlefield, leaving a lingering scent of ozone and scorched earth. The monster, battered and bruised, grits his teeth. What a pain in the neck till the end, he snarls, blue energy crackling around his fists. Suddenly, an unseen force slams into the monster, sending him hurtling backward through the air. Elpum watches the monster fly, a grim satisfaction on his face. The monster, now standing, asks, "Over this time, right?" Elsewhere, the sky above darkens, the air thick with anticipation. A palpable tension hangs in the air. Elpum nods in response to the monster's question. The monster replies, "Yeah." A voice whispers, "Devo." Elpum turns away, his cape billowing behind him. He thinks to himself, let's collect the magic stone once the poison dissipates. Devo's eyes narrow, a flicker of something unreadable in their depths. The monster, wrapped in bandages, stands amidst swirling purple energy. A magic stone glows with an ominous red light. The last adventurer, Elpum, and Devo gaze upwards, their attention fixed on a swirling mass of dark purple energy. A crimson core pulses within, casting an ominous glow upon their faces. A disturbing grin spreads across Devo's face, blood smeared across his cheeks and brow. His eyes gleam with an unsettling delight. Elsewhere, a man in a white coat throws his head back, a booming laugh echoing through the room. "So that's why you just came back," he exclaims, his voice laced with amusement. The man's expression hardens, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. "Your temper is still as lively as ever." "Huh," he mutters, his voice laced with sarcasm. Dong-hoon, his face partially obscured by an eye patch, offers a measured apology. "My apologies. I believe it'd be best to leave this case to the Cygnus Knights." Dong-hoon turns away, his voice firm. "Didn't I say we wouldn't be having any meetings right now? Head back." A hand grips a metal door handle, knuckles white with tension. A voice booms, "I'm coming in." Dong-hoon's expression shifts to one of surprise and annoyance. "What? Who dares to?" Meanwhile, a figure stands silhouetted in a doorway, a determined glint in their eyes. The unknown character declares, "I'm back." A close-up reveals a sinister smile, teeth bared in anticipation. The sinister smile widens, eyes gleaming with malice. How interesting, the figure thinks. Bathed in the light of the doorway, Elpum announces his return. The man with the eye patch stands before a banner, his expression unreadable. A sinister grin spreads across the man's face, hinting at cruel intentions. Eves turns his head, inquiring, "What's going on?" A scroll rests on the table, as Eves wonders if someone has returned from the dead. Rockin introduces himself, stating that he's heard of Elpum's impressive survivability. Elpum offers a curt, "Thank you for the compliments." Eves, standing beside another man, tells Elpum to be polite and allows Rockin to ask a question. Rockin's face looms as he questions whether Elpum can demonstrate his survival ability in the 100-man gate. A close-up reveals the weariness etched on Elpum's face. Elpum acknowledges that it will be difficult. Rockin pauses, his expression unreadable as he considers the situation. The man's voice booms, laced with irritation. "What kind of manners are you showing towards Lord Rockin?" Sir Eves leans forward, his tone sharp. "Elpum, do you think I made you into an explorer just so you could be picky with the tasks you're given?" Elpum's expression darkens, a hint of resentment flickering in his eyes. "Don't forget that you're still indebted to us." Rockin's lips curl into a sardonic smile. "Difficult, you say?" Eves crosses his arms, impatience etched on his face. "I hate beating around the bush. I'll change my question." Elpum listens intently, his gaze fixed on the man. The explorer's eyes narrow, a challenge in his gaze. "You want?" Rockin spits out a mouthful of liquid, his face contorted in disbelief. "WH what? 5 million mesos per person." The room buzzes with murmurs as the price is revealed. "Isn't that 10 million mesos with just the two of us? That's too much," Eves exclaims. Elpum looks away, a flicker of guilt in his eyes. "Ah, sorry." He leans forward, knuckles white as they grip the table. "Anyway, don't you think you're being a bit too greedy?" Elpum's voice rises with each word, the question hanging heavy in the air. Eves dabs at his face with a cloth, his expression unreadable. "That's not for me to care about," he muses, his voice a low murmur. "They're going to be the ones to decide anyway." The man named Eves remains seated, his gaze distant. "You're really lax for someone who just did all that," he observes, a hint of amusement in his tone. "If the whole thing goes wrong, then we're definitely going to have a hard time with Eves." Elpum's eyes narrow, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. "You seem comfortable," he observes, his voice laced with a hint of challenge. Dong-hoon stands with his arms crossed, a scowl etched on his face. "When we're feeling like absolute shit because we're being compared to a certain someone," he mutters, his voice low and dangerous. Elpum slams his hand on the table, his voice rising in anger. "What is that? How people nowadays say thanks for having their lives saved?" he demands, his eyes blazing. "You were really getting on my nerves anyway. So let's do this. Follow me outside. Let's fight this out." The adventurer bows his head, his voice barely a whisper. "I'm sorry." Dong-hoon looks down, a mixture of shame and regret in his eyes. "I doubted your skills with just my prejudice. So, I would like to sincerely apologize to." Elpum stares at the bag of money in his hands, his expression shifting from anger to confusion. Here is the payment that's about 30 people's worth, for a total of 1.5 million mesos, he hears. And each of us put in some more as a show of thanks. He pauses, tilting his head. The three stand together, the tension palpable in the air. We only agreed to take 1.5 million mesos, Donghun states, his voice firm. Evis holds up a mug, his expression serious. Save it with this whole show of thanks, he says, his voice low and steady. Evis's eyes narrow, his gaze intense. All I'm saying is to not get that mixed up, he warns, his voice carrying a hint of steel. He stands beside another figure, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The other man clutches a bag, muttering under his breath, TCH, so much for that. Looks like I'll be the one doing the counting. Elsewhere, a man sits at a table. You the pirate. Ibiru, is it? Donghun's brow furrows. Can you work as you're paid? The man with the bag shouts, we mustn't. He continues, 10 million mesos. His voice cracks with disbelief. Donghun gestures, explaining. What about that's how much we pay to a third or fourth circle explorer? A voice suggests, it's highly likely that he suggested the price as a proposal of sorts. Donghun's eye narrows, a thought crossing his mind. I wonder, would that really be the case? Donghun continues, well, honestly wouldn't be weird to hear him double the price of that. What? A hand gestures toward the document. Read this. Donghun reads the document aloud. We, the Gaper merchants, will only be sending Elpum's party for this subjugation. Just what could the two of them do? A wave of disbelief washes over him, his breath catching in his throat as he struggles to find the words to express his shock. The elder's voice trembles as he questions the veracity of the information. Donghun stands behind him, his expression unreadable. Donghun holds up the document, the words from Dark Lord Jean blazoned across the top in ominous lettering. The pen hovers over the parchment, the speaker urging someone not to be. The figure brandishes a dagger, his voice a low growl as he declares that the war has already begun. Elsewhere, sunlight filters through the leaves, the air alive with the sounds of nature. A colossal, crimson structure dominates the landscape, its purpose unknown, its presence unsettling. Tensed at the base of a monstrous formation, the inhabitants seemingly oblivious to the ominous presence looming above. Around a crackling campfire, figures huddle, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames. He stares off into the distance, a mixture of surprise and concern etched on his face. He didn't think they'd accept that offer. One of the figures urges the other to focus, but the second figure assures him that he is experienced this time around. A badge gleams in the dim light, its intricate design hinting at a hidden organization or allegiance. He watches as two figures stand in the background, while a hooded figure remains in the foreground, their intentions unclear. A voice cuts through the silence, laced with curiosity. Mamai, quite a lot of unfamiliar faces around here. Are you two from the Gaper merchants? Extending a hand, Shuden introduces himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Shuden, the E-rank explorer from the Jenny's Trade Union. The hooded figure's eyes narrow slightly. C-rank explorer, Elpum. Shuden's expression shifts to surprise. WH what? C-rank. He seems taken aback that participation wasn't. Elpum considers the situation. Asterisk limited up to second circle explorers due to the gate entry restrictions. H how could a C-rank? Asterisk. The group stands together, the tension palpable. A voice calls out. You there, could you step aside? A woman's voice rings out, confident and assertive. I have a prior appointment with him. The armored woman stands firm, her expression unreadable. Shuden's face contorts in anger. TCH what? So you were in cahoots with that sorry lot? What a waste of time. A question hangs in the air, unanswered. Why should I do that? Elpum's expression hardens, his gaze unwavering. Just do as I tell you. What's all the complaints about? He sits at the table with Donghun, the details of their arrangement still hanging in the air. Elsewhere, the symbol of the Gaper merchants looms large, a promise of trade and influence. A phalanx of knights stands ready, their armor gleaming under the light. The text speaks of working with the Cygnus Knights for this gate, a powerful military organization serving Emperor Cygnus. A sword serves as the symbol of public order, representing their interest in the subjugation of this gate. Because the group mobilized for the gate was already filled with explorers from various merchant groups, they decided to cooperate with them. The knight's voice carries a hint of calculation. Even if it's only one training knight joining us, the chances of succeeding in the subjugation will get higher. There must be a reason behind their insistence to intervene to this extent. But since their offer wasn't so bad, he's telling him to cooperate with them. Understood. Cooperating with them won't be too difficult. Donghun leans back, a skeptical look on his face. Those guys, they're quite the strange bunch, he thinks. Kairi, the leader of the training knights of the Cygnus Knights, states that there needs to be some trade between them. Donghun's expression hardens. He would prefer not to waste his time, so obediently follow my orders and don't go making a mess, he thinks. What the hell is wrong with her? Is this it for the members from the Gaper merchants? That seems to be the case. Kyrie scoffs, a hint of arrogance coloring her tone. She muses that the gaper merchants have completely given up. A heavy boot comes down, the sound echoing with a dull thud. The air shifts, a subtle change that doesn't escape Elpham's notice. Each group's elite members. The change is palpable as the assembled groups stand ready. A badge gleams, a symbol of allegiance and power. Kyrie's expression hardens, her voice laced with disdain. Such arrogance. A low growl rumbles, a hint of the power contained within. Ronco, the appointed guard, addresses the assembled groups. Good to see you all. I came here to assist you for your return from the gate. The message spreads, a reminder of the power dynamics at play. Well, you may have heard it from each of your groups, but let me... A gloved hand gestures as a disembodied voice declares that legendary items dropped from the gate are not to be considered private property. The announcement continues, clarifying that ownership of acquired items will belong to the merchant groups affiliated with the explorers, with the speaker adding, with a hint of sarcasm, that they can at least take home the magic stones. A scarred face looms, the voice now a menacing growl, warning of the consequences for stealing those items. The group stands firm, the scar man among them, giving a thumbs up, a silent promise of enforcement. The announcement shifts focus, declaring that they will have to face the B-rank explorers here. A tattooed arm is shown, the man's face etched with surprise as he mutters, "Fifth circle." A gloved hand clenches, the voice filled with disbelief, questioning, "Don't tell me. All of them?" The group stands ready, the axe-wielding warrior at the center, prepared for the coming conflict. The pulsating red object signifies the end of the announcement, the words echoing with finality. A voice booms, ordering everyone to enter the gate, as ordered, the figure silhouetted against the glowing portal. Kyrie declares that she will be the one to command the subjugation, her gaze unwavering. Her expression is resolute, her determination etched on her face as she prepares to lead the charge. Her imposing figure towered over the others, the red armor gleaming in the dim light. Donghoon, looking up, could only wonder what the reason for her urgency could be. Elpham, equally awed by her presence, questioned if they really had to work with that woman. All the work he had done so far, the last adventurer thought, was so he could come here. Though he'd never managed to enter this gate, even in his previous life, now he must succeed. Donghoon smirked, declaring he wasn't going to help Elpham even if he cried and begged for it later. Kyrie, already striding forward, simply stated, "Let's go." Kyrie, clad in her white armor, urged the others forward. "All of you follow me." Elpham, axe in hand, stared up at the towering stalks. "Whoa, what's with the size of this grass?" Kyrie's expression tightened with concern. "Hurry and..." The party trudged onward through the field. Elpham's voice carried from the rear. "Boss, are you really going to stay still for that?" One of the party members lay prone on the ground. Elpham looked back at him, concern etched on his face. "Why those?" The fallen figure looked up at Elpham. "Are you doing..." The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. Elpham's eyes widened. What was that sound?" A horde of grotesque figures charged through the grass. "Adi." A close-up revealed the horrifying truth. A pig-like monster adorned with a red ribbon. A ribbon pig. A sea of figures stretches into the distance, numbering over 1,000. The air crackles with unseen energy, a palpable tension hanging heavy in the tall grass. The armored woman's voice cuts through the air. "What are you all doing? Spread out and get their attention. Quick! Some parties have yet to enter." The man with the scowl clicks his tongue, frustration etched on his face. TCH, wasn't it an unspoken rule for the entering parties to not immediately get involved? He raises his voice, calling out, "El Nido merchants, come over here. We'll be going this way." The tall grass sways in the wind, obscuring the figures moving within. The air smells of dry earth and the faint, metallic tang of anticipation. A cacophony of roars and screams echoes through the field, a brutal symphony of chaos and violence. The man urgently reports, "Lady Kyrie, we have a problem." The armored woman's eyes widen in alarm. "What?" "We lost sight of the Gaper Merchant's members." A gentle breeze rustles through the tall grass, carrying with it a sense of false calm. The sun beats down, casting long shadows that dance with the wind. Donghoon, the man with the eye patch, remarks, "Looks like we can relax a bit now." The other man responds, "But how did you know that the ribbon pigs would be charging in?" The man explains, "Based on my experience, there are a lot of monsters that move in clusters in vast plains like this one. With an average length of 2 meters, it's a ferocious monster that usually moves in herds, ranging from hundreds to even thousands in numbers. These are the ribbon pigs." He considers their odds. They might be tough, but defeating them isn't impossible. That should be the same for the other merchant groups. It's just, they wouldn't want to waste unnecessary stamina right from the start, so they'll probably try to lose them amongst each other. There's no knowing what monsters will appear in here from now on. The glowing 100 symbol pulsed within the tree's heartwood. This definitely can't be the end of it. The desolate landscape stretched before them, littered with the remnants of past failures. Since Sleepywood's 100-man gate subjugation in his previous life, It had ended in a failure with the deaths of all the explorers. Dong-hoon, walking beside Elpum through the tall grass, tilted his head. What's got you all thinking? A leather boot snagged on something unseen, a rope tightening around it. Elpum's eyes widened, a flicker of alarm crossing his face. The ground trembled as a series of heavy logs swung down with deadly force. The logs hurtled towards them, a wall of wood and destruction. Elpum shouted at Trap. Dong-hoon's brow furrowed. He just wondered who would put something like that. With a swift motion, the adventurer drew his sword, the steel glinting in the dim light. The crude but effective T-trap swings down, a testament to the dangers lurking in the forest. The spiked log hurtles through the air, a deadly pendulum of destruction. The trap continues its arc, a silent promise of pain and ruin. The makeshift weapon completes its deadly swing, leaving a trail of disturbed earth and splintered wood in its wake. Elpum sheathes his sword. He states that they've finished disarming the traps in the area, and that this was the last of them. A voice calls out, warning, "Don't drop your guard, Babel." The speaker, a figure with scars crisscrossing his chest, simply says Crocus. The voice continues, noting that even though their quality may be lackluster, these traps are still sufficiently lethal. They even copied humans' hunting methods, which tells him that these are no ordinary monsters. The voice muses that if it's a monster with this much intelligence, it's a hob. The hob, a green-skinned monster with tusks, is described as troublesome and considered the boss monster in the Red Gate. Crocus states that he's roughly figured out with this, and that it's certainly a high-difficulty gate. He continues, saying that unless you're an explorer of his caliber, you all would have hopelessly died here. Babel declares that he's going to have to make the best out of this situation, and tells the others to follow him. The masked figure looms over his downed opponent, the air thick with a metallic tang of blood. He brings his blade down in a swift, merciless arc. The strike lands, sending a spray of crimson across the barren ground. The fallen figure gasps a strangled "what in the" escaping his lips. The masked figure presses his advantage, the blade a blur of motion. Each strike further stains the parched earth with the victim's lifeblood. The fallen figure would, but the words die in his throat, choked by pain. A pained grunt echoes across the desolate landscape. The injured man spits, cursing his opponent under his breath. Idiot, talking as if you're a know-it-all. Meanwhile, shifting the attention right at the entrance by using the ribbon pig herd, Dong-hoon sits amidst the tall grass, observing the distant conflict. He muses, I don't know whose idea it was, but thanks to that, my job got a lot easier. I should get working now that the turn of events got just right. The man with the eye patch finds the situation annoying. The man with the staff supports the armored woman, Natasha, his brow furrowed with concern. He mutters that time is running out, and perhaps nothing can be done. Natasha's face is a mask of silent suffering, her eyes wide with an unspoken dread. Her gauntlet hand clenches, the metal groaning softly under the strain of her grip. The man explains that trying to move is pointless, that it's a specific kind of magic, one that will last at least 30 minutes. Tears begin to well in Natasha's eyes as she wonders why anyone would do such a thing. The man's expression hardens. He declares he'll just kill her since she looks dangerous. A wave of heat washes over Natasha as flames erupt around her, the air shimmering with displaced energy. Natasha screams, her face contorted in agony. Kyrie, standing behind her, recoils in horror. Kneeling beside the suffering woman, the man wonders why he is doing this, the question heavy with regret. He looks up, raising his staff. Would it be easier to understand if he were to explain it like this? The man's face is set with grim determination. Something like, all shall be done for the black mage. The staff blazes with power, the gem at its peak glowing with an unholy light. A surge of crimson energy coalesces into a single, all-consuming eye. Above it, the words fire arrow burn with furious intent. The eye explodes, unleashing a torrent of raw power. The air crackles with heat and the scent of ozone. A figure stands amidst the inferno, wreathed in flames. The fire arrow manifests as a tangible weapon, ready to strike. Meanwhile, the man, cloaked in dark purple, stands amidst a field of tall, dry grass. The wind whispers through the stalks, carrying the scent of dust and decay. He clutches a staff topped with a pulsating purple gem, his expression weary. There's just no end to them, he mutters, his voice raspy. His eyes, shadowed with exhaustion, betray a deep longing. I really want to take a break right about now. He thinks, the weight of his burden's heavy on his shoulders. Elsewhere, a figure stands silhouetted against a vast window, gazing out at the distant cityscape. A voice calls out, William. From the shadows, a symbol emerges, a skull adorned with twisted horns. For ages, they have waited for this day, avoiding detection, hiding their identities, and ingraining their roots to spread their power and influence. The man with long white hair and a stern gaze observes the scene, his expression unreadable. Below, the figure from the window bows his head, listening intently. The words echo in his mind. Now, it's time to bear the fruit. The white-haired man holds out a glowing feather, its light illuminating his face. I will not disappoint you, the figure from the window vows. Take it. This is a gift bestowed by him. Close up, hands carefully cradle a mask, its features obscured by shadow. A chilling decree hangs in the air. Failure will not be tolerated. Sweat beaded on his brow, the weight of the pendant heavy against his chest. He wondered if he was making the right choice. I shouldn't be cutting corners with this, right? He thought, the question hanging in the air. He planted his walking stick firmly on the rocky path. Guess it can't be helped, he mused, before continuing onward, the tall grass swaying around him as he walked. The setting sun cast long shadows as he resolved. So why don't I try a bit harder? With renewed resolve, he pressed on through the tall grass, his destination still unknown. A fortress looms in the distance, its wooden palisades a stark contrast to the darkening sky. A goblin snarls, its teeth bared in a menacing display. The fortress is swarming with goblins. A goblin, its red eyes gleaming, prepares to strike with a crude blade. The man with the bandages stops in his tracks, a soft "wh" escaping his lips as he takes in the scene. His eyes widen in disbelief. What the hell are those? The other man, holding his staff, explains, those are all boss monsters. I already explained it to you earlier. There's only one boss among them. The goblin clutches a sack filled with loot, its eyes gleaming with avarice. Not only are their numbers a problem, but each and every one of those mobs will be difficult to face due to their high strength and health. And seeing how they've looted items from the dead explorers, facing them will be even more annoying, since a few of them can use items to activate skills. What in the world is that? That's just a pack of explorers then. You want just the two of us to kill that. The man with the staff replies, you're absolutely right. You really are a quick learner. He continues, wait, what are you even saying? I'm telling you that it's impossible with the two of us. At this point, let's just go back and join Kiki, Kyrie, or whatever her name was. What's the matter? Didn't? He considers the proposition, his brow furrowed. Did they want to split up with the others as well? He thinks to himself that he didn't know about the existence of those monsters, and that he won't do it with just the two of us. He pauses, lost in thought. Elsewhere, the forest stands silent, the only sound a rustling of leaves underfoot. A hulking goblin lumbers through the trees, its crude armor glinting in the dim light. Another goblin peers out from behind a tree, its red eyes gleaming with malice. The goblins advance, their footsteps heavy on the forest floor. Elpum swings his weapon, a blur of motion against the green skin of the goblin. One of the goblins watches the fight, exclaiming that Elpum is doing that on purpose. Another goblin shouts that he didn't mean that he wanted to go alone. The weapon strikes the ground, sending splinters flying. The goblin is struck, blood splattering as the weapon finds its mark. Elpum continues his assault, his weapon raised high. The massive green-skinned figure swings down with incredible force. The blow connects, sending Elpum hurtling backwards through the air. The green-skinned brute roars, a sound that echoes through the forest. The enemy towers over the battlefield. Elpum grunts in pain as he hits the ground, the impact jarring his bones. Pipe down, you bastard, the green-skinned enemy bellows, his voice laced with cruel amusement. With a surge of defiance, Elpum retaliates, swinging his axe in a blazing arc. The axe connects, and the enemy recoils from the searing heat. The axe glows with power. You're finished, the enemy shouts. Elpum follows up with a swift kick, sending the enemy sprawling. The green-skinned figure is sent flying backwards, crashing through the undergrowth. The green-skinned brute lunges, his massive foot raised high, ready to crush anything beneath it. The air vibrates with the force of his descent. His foot slams into the ground, the impact sending tremors through the earth. Cracks spiderweb outwards from the point of contact. The green-skinned enemy towers over Elpum, his foot poised to deliver a devastating blow. Dust and debris swirl around them. The blow lands, a deafening crack echoing through the air as Elpum is struck. The force sends him staggering backward. Elpum grits his teeth, the pain searing through him. He will not yield. Seriously, there's just no easy way around this, he thinks. The green-skinned enemy roars, his red eyes burning with savage intent. He prepares to strike again, eager to finish the fight. With a surge of adrenaline, Elpum swings his axe upwards, the blade glowing with fiery energy. He aims for the enemy's exposed flank. The axe bites deep, a spray of blood erupting as the blade finds its mark. The enemy howls in pain, the sound raw and guttural. Elpum presses his advantage, his axe raised high, ready to deliver another blow. The scent of blood fills the air, thick and metallic. The axe crashes down again, the impact sending the green-skinned enemy reeling. A pained grunt escapes his lips as he stumbles backward. Elpum continues his relentless assault, his movements a blur of motion. He will not give the enemy a chance to recover. The green-skinned enemy lets out a final, agonizing roar as Elpum's axe finds its mark once more. The fight is over for now. He continues his assault, the blade a blur of motion as it descends upon the green-skinned foe. The weapon finds its mark, cleaving through the monster's defenses. The impact sends the creature stumbling backward, a cloud of dust rising from the ground. With a triumphant roar, Elpum raises his flaming axe high above his head. A pained cry echoes from the defeated monster, its voice filled with agony. The green-skinned enemy collapses, defeated at last. Blood pools around the fallen foe, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Kairi watches Elpum, a hint of sarcasm in her voice. "Tisich, I didn't know you actually weren't going to help me." Elpum retorts, his tone laced with distrust. "Confident, my ass. All I got was distrust." Kairi replies, "It didn't look like you needed help. Thanks to that, don't you feel more confident in facing them from now on?" Meanwhile, a close-up reveals a man's widened eyes, reflecting a sense of unease and disbelief. The man's thoughts drift, a sense of foreboding washing over him. It's really unlikely, but if the place is filled with monsters like that, then Elsewhere, a sword lies embedded in the forest floor, its blade gleaming in the dim light. A voice whispers, what's all this?" A heavy footfall echoes through the silent forest, the impact resonating with unseen force. Lying amidst the carnage, one of the fallen struggles to speak, his voice a pained rasp. Just what could have happened here? The wound gapes, a crimson testament to the brutality of the unseen assault. One of the approaching figures spots something in the distance, his expression hardening. "There," he exclaims. Propped against a gnarled tree, a survivor looks up, his face etched with pain and confusion. "A survivor?" he croaks. Towering over the injured man, one of the newcomers demands answers, his voice laced with suspicion. "What happened here? Were you all defeated by Hop?" The survivor spits blood, his eyes flashing with defiance. "Hop? It's nothing like that." Elsewhere, a crude stone tablet bears a single, ominous message. It's trolling. Donghoon exhales a plume of smoke, his one good eye narrowed in thought. The air hangs thick with unanswered questions. He must make sense of this chaos. A shadowy figure looms over the fallen, exploiting the gate's inability to reveal the truth. Some prey on explorers in this way, taking advantage of the chaos. For those who commit crimes within the gate, escape means the evidence vanishes with it. But in this case, it's no different than a competition without a winner. The text speaks of the need to subjugate the high-difficulty gate with even fewer people while exhausting available power. The text continues, questioning if eliminating members of other merchant groups is a good enough reason, and the risks of waging war against the rest of the groups if they're caught. A thought bubble wonders if there could be a greater mastermind behind this. One of the figures exclaims in disbelief, "In no way, boss." The blonde-haired figure looks off to the side, muttering that she doesn't see that woman around. A hand clenches into a fist, knuckles white with tension. One of the figures blames himself, realizing there was an enemy hidden among them. Another wonders why Lady Kairi would do such a thing. Donghoon doesn't understand, questioning why. The text discusses that woman committing trolling when she's a member of the Cygnus Knights, and that it's hard to believe. The blonde-haired figure cries, recalling that just before the situation came to an end, Lady Kairi said this herself. It's revealed that she's a follower of the Black Mage. Kairi stands tall, clad in her armor, her sword at her side. The words hit them both with the force of a physical blow. Elpum's eyes widened, a mix of shock and disbelief etched on his face as Donghoon reacted with similar surprise. Flashback. As one of the transcendent beings, the Black Mage threatened the Maple World 8 centuries ago, amassing countless followers. 6 heroes rose to challenge his reign, their silhouettes stark against the encroaching darkness. The allied forces launched a counterattack against the Black Mage's followers, who had fallen into chaos. This led to the complete disappearance of the Black Mage's followers, their fate shrouded in mystery. Back to the present. Any citizen of the Maple World would recall the event like that, but the implications were only now becoming clear to Elpum and Donghoon. The revelation that Kairi was a follower of the Black Mage was a heavy blow. Elpum's expression hardened. It seemed this wasn't the time to hunt monsters. They needed to find that woman first. Donghoon, his face still bearing the marks of recent battles, looked up, his voice laced with concern. "Are you coming with us?" His gaze hardened, a steely resolve settling in his eyes. That was just Kairi. The sound of footsteps echoed through the area, each step deliberate and purposeful. Kairi moved with a fierce determination, her blonde ponytail flying behind her as she raced forward. Her blue eyes narrowed, a silent promise of the clash to come. "You'd best prepare yourself to clash swords once we find." She is met by a cloaked figure who declares, "I've been waiting for you." A blue-haired man, sporting a sinister grin, calls out, "Lady Kairi." The blue-haired man continues, chuckling about being the one behind the order to deal with the ribbon pigs. He adds that thanks to everyone splitting apart, the plan is proceeding much easier, and they're now in their finishing stage. Kairi's expression is unreadable as she considers the present they sent her. The knight stands, sword in hand, a determined look etched on her face. Elsewhere, Kyrie offers a quiet thank you, but I'll be fine. One man supports another as they move through a forest. He reassures him, don't worry, boss is really good at finding stuff, and you'll soon be able to meet that woman. A man holding a sword crackling with purple energy looks relieved, muttering, what a relief. The sun rises over a field of tall grass, casting long shadows across the landscape. The air is still, holding the promise of a new day. Footsteps echo on the cracked earth, each footfall deliberate and measured. The sound carries a sense of purpose, of someone moving with intent. Steel clashes against steel, the ringing sound reverberating through the air. Sparks fly as the blades meet, a dance of destruction unfolding with each parry and thrust. A voice cuts through the din of battle, laced with amusement. How impressive, the speaker muses. I suppose that's expected of the leader of the training knights of Cygnus Knights. The knight stands firm, her blade poised. But who knows for how long this will continue? The knight raises her sword, a golden aura surrounding her. The air crackles with energy as she prepares her next move, the words, rising sun, appearing below. A figure shrouded in shadow sneers, their voice dripping with disdain. What are you posing for? They demand, their own weapon raised in defiance. The clash of steel echoes once more, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the battlefield. The fight intensifies, neither warrior willing to yield. A desperate cry pierces the air. Wait. A hand reaches out, bathed in a blinding orange light. The air shimmers with heat, the promise of immense power hanging heavy in the air. The knight unleashes a solar slash, a wave of pure energy erupting from her blade. The force of the attack is palpable, promising devastation to anything in its path. Sweat glistened on her brow, each breath a ragged gasp. The air hung thick with the metallic tang of blood and the acrid scent of ozone. Her golden eyes burned with fierce resolve. If you all don't wish to die here, Elpum declared, her voice strained but firm, then reveal your purpose. From the edge of the field, Dong-hoon watched with narrowed eyes. How noisy, he spat, his voice laced with impatience. What are you all doing? Finish her right now. A guttural roar tore through the air as one of the figures lunged forward, weapon raised high. D. The last adventurer Elpum spun, her blade a whirlwind of golden light against the encroaching darkness. Steel screamed against steel as she parried blow after blow. The wind howled through the tall grass, each gust carrying the scent of impending death. With a desperate cry, Elpum brought her blade down, the solar slash cleaving through the enemy's defenses. A spray of blood painted the field. The face of one of the attackers contorted in a mask of pain and fury, his eyes wide with disbelief. Elpum's gaze hardened, her grip tightening on the hilt of her sword. You! Dong-hoon stood amidst the tall grass, his expression unreadable as he watched the battle unfold. His hand rested on the hilt of his own blade, a silent promise of violence yet to come. One of the figures assures someone off-panel that their boss is good at finding things, and that they'll soon be able to meet that woman. A sword drips with a viscous, purple liquid. A voice sighs in relief. The blonde-haired figure is held aloft by the other, their face contorted in pain. A disembodied voice commands someone to send Kyrie their regards once they meet her. The two figures are locked in combat, surrounded by swirling flames. Kyrie looks down, a hint of confusion in their eyes. Kyrie's eyes widen in shock. A close-up reveals a hand, the owner screaming in pain. The brown-haired figure looks up, bloodied and confused, wondering what's going on. Kyrie states that someone never exceeded their expectations, questioning if this is what they do the moment they're given a chance. The blonde-haired figure lies prone on the ground, as the other stands over them, apologizing. His lip bleeding, the man spits out a curse, declaring he doesn't trust people to begin with. Held aloft, a crimson-clad figure clutches a glowing, geometric object, its light bathing their hands in an eerie warmth. Through the tall grass, two figures stand silhouetted against the sky, one wielding a massive axe, the other clad in shining armor. The man's face contorts in rage, muttering about an uninvited guest daring to appear. The blonde woman reveals that Sir William is a member of the Gaper Merchants, adding that his continued survival implies something significant. Kneeling in what appears to be defeat, the man named Pitton is dismissed as a coward who couldn't even kill himself, and therefore must have failed. Kyrie muses that losing Lady Kyrie was a mistake, wondering if her compassion was wasted. From the shadows, a man with a goatee declares they have no choice but to send out the elites from their side. Kyrie is warned to watch out, as those bastards are coming, to which she replies that she knows. Despite his injuries, the man spits out that they're a bunch of perverts. The blue-haired man prepares to attack, stating that it's time to wrap this up. He raises his weapon, the air around it shimmering with heat. Sir William prepares to unleash another strike, his eyes narrowed with determination. You can take care of at least one, right? I'll face the rest. Don't underestimate them. The weapon blazes with fiery energy as he brings it down in a savage blow. Heat radiates outward, distorting the air. The fiery axe continues its descent, a blazing arc of destruction aimed directly at Kyrie. A sickening crack echoes as the weapon connects. Sir William's attack finds its mark. The air crackles with energy as the knight continues his assault. Nothing much, huh? That makes one. Piercing. Sir William grunts, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Something has changed. Kyrie grits her teeth, energy coalescing around her. TCH. She prepares to retaliate. The blonde-haired knight unleashes her own attack, a furious riposte against the blue-haired knight. That sneaky bitch. Sir William launches himself upward, channeling fiery energy into an upward charge. The attack connects with a resounding crash. Kyrie is sent reeling from the force of the blow. He stumbles back, clutching his side. TCH, that just nicked him. Sir William prepares another attack, his eyes burning with fury. Don't worry, I'll put you to rest soon. He launches himself forward, a surge of power propelling him into a leap attack. Kyrie, seeing the attack, shouts a warning, questioning what Chestnut Head is doing. Sir William's eyes widen, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. His gaze sharpens, focusing on an unseen threat. A sudden blow lands, and blood splatters across his face as he thinks to himself that he was just playing along. The force of the impact sends him hurtling backward, sparks flying from his armor. He grits his teeth, rage burning in his eyes. You son of a bitch, he roars. Sir William retaliates, slashing out with a blinding arc of energy. The slash connects, erupting in a brilliant flash of light. Another strike slams into him, sending him tumbling through the air once more. He crashes to the ground, pinned beneath an unseen force. Shit, what kind of strength, he thinks. A voice echoes, laced with disappointment. He is sent sprawling by a sudden, unseen blow. A guttural cry escapes Sir William as the force of the impact throws him to the ground. Kyrie stands over a fallen figure, her expression a mix of disdain and triumph. You call these your elites? She sneers, her voice ringing with scorn. A man, clutching a sword, struggles to his feet. Another, his face contorted with rage, spits out a venomous curse. You bastard! The enraged man's face fills with fury, his teeth bared. He's simply a figure wreathed in flames raises a staff, the air crackling with heat. This is the end of your disruptions, he declares, his voice a low growl. A warrior's eyes widen in disbelief, blood trickling from his mouth. Fire arrow, he gasps, his voice laced with fear. The fire arrow streaks through the sky, a blazing inferno hurtling towards its target. His eye glows with orange light, the warrior's pupil constricting in terror. What the hell? It's much faster than boss attack. The fire arrow explodes in a cataclysmic burst of energy, sending shockwaves rippling outwards. The staff-wielding figure smirks, his companion looking on with amusement. My fire arrow is on a completely different level, he boasts. Well, even if you knew about it, you still wouldn't have been able to dodge it. Amidst the smoke and debris, a figure observes the devastation. Seems like it's over, he muses. Now then, let's proceed with the gate's subja. A single eye reflects the inferno, a silent scream trapped within. The world is consumed by fire. Amidst the fading embers of the fire arrow's devastation, a figure descended from above, the wind whipping around them. Below, another looked up, silhouetted against the dying flames. The intensity in their gaze burned like the surrounding landscape, a singular focus cutting through the chaos. A voice, laced with apprehension, broke the silence. Who are you? Power coalesced around a hand adorned with a simple ring, the air shimmering with latent energy. Elpham's voice echoed through the ravaged field, a chilling announcement carried on the wind, of your guests coming. The air crackled with an unseen force, a surge of energy that promised chaos. A monstrous visage descended upon them, teeth bared and eyes burning with malice. The ground trembled beneath its weight. A wave of shock rippled through the onlookers as the grotesque beast revealed itself, their faces etched with terror. The monster's maw opened wide, a cavernous abyss promising only death and destruction. A monstrous roar echoes through the battlefield, the creature's jagged teeth bared in a fearsome display. The beast falls, its massive form crashing to the ground amidst a spray of blood. Another monster succumbs, joining its fallen brethren in the dirt. Sir William grimaces, the lines around his eyes deepening. They are making it difficult, he thinks. Gerald's voice rings out, calling the name. The man apologizes, addressing Sir William. The aftermath of the battle is clear. Bodies lie strewn across the ground, stained crimson. A sword, slick with gore, stands as a testament to the brutal conflict. Sir William's gaze hardens, his voice firm as he declares, we don't have time to reorganize, so let's begin pursuing them immediately. Gerald looks up at the sky, thinking that if they happen to escape out of the gate. Sir William acknowledges the potential trouble, adding that the man is unpleasant. Footprints mark the earth, a clear sign of the fleeing quarry. Good, a voice rumbles. If you happen to encounter the Cape Man first, just hold him down the best you can. I'll be facing. He was being told that there was no need to face him alone, but the man didn't seem to be a small fry. The speaker wondered who the other person was worrying about. Rage contorted his face, a burning intensity in his eyes as he prepared to face whatever awaited him in this gate. He held the glowing orb in his hand, its warmth radiating through his fingers, a source of power and perhaps hope. Elsewhere, a heavily armored foot crunched through the undergrowth, each step deliberate and purposeful. One of the group wondered if they were going to get trampled to death by those pigs. Another responded that they're not the type to die just from that, reminding them to watch their feet and not forget about the traps. He was asked why he didn't finish them off there, but the other man could have just aimed for an opening. His eyes widened in disbelief. What? He stammered, struggling to comprehend the statement. His mind drifted back, the memory of the fire arrow resurfacing in his thoughts. The fire arrow streaked through the air, a blazing inferno of destruction. The words fire arrow blazed across the scene, emphasizing the power and intensity of the attack. The fire arrow continued its fiery descent, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A figure is sent hurtling through the air, the force of the unseen blast ripping a cry of pain from their lungs. Flames dance around Elpham, the heat distorting the air as he grips his staff, lost in thought. The inferno swirls, a vortex of raw magical energy contained only by the will of its master. His eyes narrow, a storm of conflicting emotions brewing behind the intense gaze. Elpham reflects, the memory of a fire arrow resurfacing. His fire arrow could only shift its trajectory, while his opponents remained unaffected. A maniacal laugh echoes, the speaker's face contorted in a grotesque display of glee. He scoffs. Come on, stronger than you, boss? Stop joking. Elsewhere, 3 figures stand in the distance, their conversation hushed. One asks, why would I do that? Another retorts, then you really did run away? A third simply replies, yeah. Donghun's eyes widen in surprise, a silent question forming on his lips. A glowing circle intensifies on an arm, the power surging beneath the skin. A voice wonders, looks like my circle got thickened to its limit. Wow, what's wrong with that? Elpham's thoughts drift to the nature of circles and spells. As circles become thicker, the same spell will change in speed and power. A figure stands silhouetted against a backdrop of swirling fire, a staff topped with a glowing purple orb held aloft. The air crackles with energy, something beyond logic. The figure muses, seeing how he was able to enter the red gate confirms that he is in the second circle as well. It seems that he may have reinforced his skills through unknown means. Elpham, bloodied and weary, could only wonder how they'd gotten into this situation. The odds seemed stacked against them, even for the strongest explorer. The armored figure beside him stammered, questioning what they should do. A suggestion was made to try the hobs again, like before. Donghun, however, pointed out that the hobs were different compared to the simple ribbon pigs. He continued, explaining that their enemies could figure out the relationship between them and those bastards and use it against them. The blonde-haired warrior insisted, her voice laced with urgency, that this was a serious matter where the fate of the entire Maple world hung in the balance. She declared that they needed to leave this place at once, her expression resolute. A hand gripped a sword tightly, the implication clear, give up on subjugating this gate. Elpham, confused by the sudden shift in strategy, asked what she meant. Her face contorted in frustration. She questioned if he was still lusting after those mere subjugation rewards. Donghun interjected, suggesting that even if they managed to tell the news after leaving this place, he wondered what they were going to do. Announcing their return would only make them cut off their tails and dig deeper into the ground, where no one would be able to find them. The blonde warrior's expression hardened, a chilling resolve settling in her eyes. She would become a blight that gnaws away the Maple world in places where no one would be watching them. The air crackled with tension as the man with dark hair gripped the arm of the armored figure. Accusations flew, sharp and stinging. The blonde-haired figure, face contorted in fury, spat back, desperate to escape the unseen threat closing in. A voice, cold and devoid of emotion, echoed with a chilling promise. They simply had to be taught a lesson. Elpham, his expression a mask of concern, tightened his grip. Who the? He began to ask. Elsewhere, sunlight dappled through the dense canopy, illuminating the forest floor. A heavy boot crashed through the undergrowth, each step a thunderous declaration of pursuit. Donghun's head snapped up, his one good eye widening as he heard the approaching footsteps. The air vibrated with the sound of pursuit. A figure blurred through the trees, scattering leaves and snapping twigs underfoot. Donghun's face twisted in a snarl. Find them quickly, he roared, his voice echoing through the trees. An axe, glinting in the filtered sunlight, arced through the air, promising swift and brutal retribution. If they manage to escape, then our lives will, the pursuer shouted. Donghun's eyes widened as he looked up, the axe-wielding figure looming above him. What's up, he muttered. With a guttural cry, Donghun crouched low, a gleaming knife appearing in his hand, ready to strike. He narrowly avoids the first blow, the force of the swing whistling past his ear. The attacker, eyes blazing with fury, vows, "I'll kill you this time." The blow connects, sending Dong-hoon staggering back with a pain cry. Nearby, Gerald watches the fight unfold, a grim expression on his face. The attacker, axe raised high, taunts, "Got the time to look around." The blade flashes, a deadly arc of light cutting through the air. With a savage cry, the attacker lunges, the sword aimed directly at Dong-hoon's heart. The purple-tinged blade gleams ominously. Dong-hoon's face contorts in pain as the attack lands, blood splattering across his cheek. The attacker presses his advantage, bringing the sword down again with brutal force. Another strike finds its mark, and Dong-hoon's vision blurs as he reels from the impact. His grip failing, Dong-hoon's weapon clatters to the ground, leaving him defenseless. He is sent reeling from the force of the blow, the attacker showing no mercy. The assailant follows up with a brutal kick, sending Dong-hoon sprawling. Two figures watch from a distance. Another strike lands squarely on his head, the sound of impact echoing through the forest. Blood splatters as the beating continues, Dong-hoon's face contorted in pain. Suddenly, Gerald fires a crossbow, the bolt whistling through the air towards the attacker. Dong-hoon, barely conscious, can only stammer, "What's going on?" With a grunt, Gerald draws his sword, his eyes narrowed with determination. The blade flashes as Gerald strikes, a desperate attempt to protect the fallen man. The sword continues its arc, a golden streak against the dark forest. Gerald presses the attack, sparks flying as steel meets steel. Another strike connects, the force of the blow evident in the attacker's strained expression. Gerald's eyes burn with fierce resolve. He thinks to himself, "Focus on the battle, you trash." The adventurer's face contorted in displeasure, sweat beading on their brow. The situation was already grating on them. Deep within the forest, an unsettling stillness hung in the air, broken only by the rustling of unseen leaves. The figure, leaning on a staff topped with a violet gem, observed the surroundings with a knowing gaze. "Looks like everyone has started," he mused, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "Anyway, I'm a bit curious, by chance." Turning his back to the unseen observer, the figure addressed someone in the distance. "Were you waiting for us?" The man stood tall, his staff a silent promise of power, the forest floor his stage. A sinister chuckle echoed as two staves, each crowned with a glowing gem, pulsed with arcane energy. "Kakik. Well, whatever the case, maybe let's get started as well," a voice cackled. A wide, unsettling grin stretched across the man's face, hinting at the chaos to come. The air crackled with heat as the words "fire arrow" blazed into existence. Enveloped in a swirling vortex of fire, the figure prepared to unleash a devastating attack, the staff glowing with immense power. A surge of heat emanates as a fire arrow begins to take shape. The arrow erupts in a burst of flames, consuming the air with its intense heat. A cloaked figure stands amidst the chaos, observing the fiery spectacle. A keen eye watches, its gaze sharp and focused. With a flick of the wrist, the fire arrow is launched, streaking across the landscape. The cloaked figure watches the arrow soar, its trajectory a path of destruction. A voice, laced with manic glee, echoes, "How superb." The fire arrow detonates, sending shockwaves rippling through the surrounding area. The cloaked figure stands firm, staff in hand, amidst the inferno. Elpum braces himself against the heat, his expression grim. A cataclysmic explosion engulfs the landscape, leaving nothing but fire and ash in its wake. The air crackled with the fading energy of the fire arrow, the scent of burnt earth and ozone heavy in the air. Amidst the dissipating flames, something struck Elpum with unexpected force. Staggering back, the last adventurer Elpum tasted blood, his brow furrowed in disbelief. "A rock," he croaked, his voice hoarse. The flames danced around Elpum, casting long, flickering shadows across his face. From the edge of the inferno, a cloaked figure watched the scene unfold. "Did you just nullify that attack?" the figure wondered aloud. Dong-hoon grinned, his expression a mix of amusement and disbelief. "My goodness, that's certainly an unexpected outcome." His brow furrowed, Elpum's gaze hardened, a silent question hanging in the air. The figure, unfazed by Elpum's intensity, held aloft a fire arrow, the flames licking at the shaft. He remarked, his tone dismissive, that Elpum wasn't the talkative sort. With a flick of the wrist, the fire arrow was launched, streaking through the air. He would figure it out himself, then he thought. Elpum's eyes narrowed, tracking the projectile as it hurtled toward him. The fire arrow technique, emblazoned with the word revolver, exploded in a burst of heat and light. Elpum's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. What was this? He spun his fire arrow with psychokinesis, chipping down Elpum's spell like a drill. Elpum, struggling against the assault, thought to himself that he had never heard of such a thing. The fire arrow continued its relentless assault, the air crackling with energy. The fire arrow detonated, sending a shockwave through the forest. The figure, silhouetted against the fiery backdrop, realized it was truly impossible, reinforcing his skill with psychokinesis. He had figured it out now. The figure stands amidst the burning forest, a dark silhouette against the inferno. He muses, his voice echoing through the trees, wondering if Elpum is truly one of those so-called geniuses. A grotesque grin spreads across his face, revealing a deep-seated animosity. This is the kind of person he hates the most. With a flourish, the figure prepares another attack, psychokinetic energy swirling around a fire-infused arrow. He challenges Elpum, suggesting they enjoy this occasion a bit more. The figure's fist clenches, a surge of power emanating from his hand. He demands that Elpum show him more of what he's capable of. Reacting swiftly, Elpum conjures a massive earthen barrier, blue energy crackling around his hands as he erects the defense against the fiery assault. The figure counters, splitting the fire arrow into multiple projectiles that arc around the earthen wall, seeking to bypass Elpum's defense. The figure's face contorts in a manic grin, sweat beading on his brow as he watches Elpum's next move. He taunts, wondering what Elpum is doing. Elpum's hand glows with an intense blue light, the energy building as he prepares his next move. He wonders if hiding is the best thing the figure managed to come up with. The figure's eyes widen in disbelief as Elpum's power surges. He cries out, questioning when Elpum managed to act. Channeling his energy, Elpum unleashes a blast of blue light, the force of it aimed directly at his opponent. The blast connects, a guttural cry escaping the figure's lips as the energy slams into him, sending him reeling. With a final decisive strike, Elpum leaps forward, an energy blade forming in his hand as he closes in on the reeling figure. He channeled his energy, a fierce heat building within his arm, ready to unleash the next attack. With a shout, Elpum unleashed a spinning vortex of fire, a blazing inferno aimed at his foe. "Playtime is over," the figure declared. The fiery cyclone intensified, a revolver of pure destruction hurtling forward. The last adventurer Elpum focused, his brow furrowed in concentration as he maintained control over the volatile flames. The fire engulfed the figure, a blinding explosion of heat and light. "Haha, finally," the figure cackled. A wide, unsettling grin stretched across the figure's face, teeth bared in anticipation. The figure's hand crackled with sickly green energy. "You shot all 2 of your spells, yes?" A noxious cloud of green erupted from the figure's mouth. Poison breath. The poison breath slammed into Elpum, his face contorting in pain as the toxic fumes enveloped him. The green miasma spread, a wave of corruption washing over the battlefield. The surrounding trees and foliage began to wither and decay, the poison seeping into the very lifeblood of the forest. Even the smallest leaves curled and blackened, succumbing to the insidious poison. His foot firmly planted, Elpum focused, knowing the poison breath was his most potent option, even if it left him vulnerable during the casting. The figure, however, calculated his next move. If he could bait out the cooldown for Fire Arrow, he thought he could shut down Elpum's attacks entirely. A sinister grin spread across the figure's face. Now, he mused, it should be impossible for Elpum to move for about 30 minutes. The figure stood amidst the forest's undergrowth, confident in his strategy. Elpum gripped his dagger, knowing his Fire Arrow was on cooldown. He muttered, forgiving his rudeness for finishing the figure off with just a dagger. The figure stood ready, declaring that now was finally his favorite time. The figure's face contorted into a cruel grin. He wondered what face of despair Elpum was probably making, and if he was trembling or crying. Elpum clenched his fist, his expression hardening. The two stood face to face, the tension palpable in the air. The figure's eye gleamed with malicious intent. A swift strike landed, the force of it sending Elpum reeling. Elpum's face twisted in pain as the blow connected. The world exploded in a flash of agony as something solid connected with Elpum's face, sending a shockwave of pain through his skull. His vision blurred, the taste of blood filling his mouth as he struggled to regain his footing. The force of the blow lifted him off his feet, sending him hurtling backward through the air. A voice, laced with disbelief, wondered aloud. Just how did he do that? The man with the red bandana pressed, demanding to know how the manager overcame the poison of the mad poison mushroom, insisting it was fine to tell him now that his boss wasn't around. Another offered to pay for the drinks, so long as they just told him. A voice from the shadows offered a clue. He called it room, I think. The explanation followed, describing it as a skill with which he sucks in the air and traps it using psychokinesis, adding that just when he thought he was dead from the poison of that mushroom bastard, he sucked in all the poison that was spread out in that large area. The man with the red bandana shrugged, stating that was it, nothing much, and reminding the other that the tab was on him since he told him. The other man chuckled, agreeing that was what he was saying. The skill manifested, a swirling vortex of power. The force of it was palpable, a tangible wave of energy. He reeled, struck by an unseen force. A guttural sound escaped him as blood splattered from his lips. Poison. He choked out. The force of the blow twisted Elpum's body, sending him staggering backward. His face contorted in pain as the unseen assailant pressed their advantage. The attacker, cloaked in shadow, unleashed a barrage of glowing orbs from their outstretched hands. A palpable sense of malice radiated from the display of power. Each orb hurtled toward Elpum, leaving trails of distorted air in their wake. The air crackled with the energy of the impending impact. The purple energy surged past, a near miss that left Elpum's senses reeling. The air tasted of ozone and burnt metal. Elsewhere, a staff, pulsating with cerulean energy, hummed with latent power. The air around it shimmered with an otherworldly light. A hand, gauntlet in worn leather, gripped the staff tightly. The wielder's purpose was clear, to unleash the weapon's might. The staff wielder stood poised, their eyes narrowed with determination. Orange energy crackled around them, a prelude to the coming storm. Back at the battle, the cloaked figure roared, their face a mask of fury and frustration. The air vibrated with the force of their unleashed rage. A single eye, burning with an unnatural light, focused with terrifying intensity. The world seemed to narrow to that single point of malevolent focus. Crimson energy tore through the air, leaving a trail of scorched earth in its wake. The very ground seemed to writhe in agony. The orange energy intensified, coalescing into a destructive force. The battle reached a fever pitch, the outcome hanging in the balance. The clash of steel echoed through the air as he met his unseen foe, sparks erupting from the point of contact. A weapon of pure energy materialized, humming with contained power. Elpum gripped the energy blade, the weapon singing in his grasp as he prepared to strike. His opponent, battered and bloodied, roared in defiance. He met the incoming attack head-on, the energy blade deflecting the blow with a shower of sparks. His grip tightened on the hilt, knuckles white with strain. His eye narrowed, focused and unwavering. The blade blurred as it cut through the air. The weapon arced, leaving a trail of fire in its wake. His hand, calloused and scarred, clenched into a fist. The enemy staggered, reeling from the force of the blow. A guttural incantation spills from the creature's maw, its decaying fingers outstretched. A sickly green energy crackles between them, promising something foul. The last adventurer, Elpum, stands firm, his back to the unseen observer. The energy blade hums in his grip as a wave of emerald magic erupts around him, a testament to the power he faces. The undead figure's hand remains the focal point, the green energy intensifying, solidifying into a tangible threat. The spell takes form, a shimmering green barrier materializing with the word room emblazoned within. The air crackles with arcane power. Elpum is now enclosed within the green barrier, the text a faint, appearing, hinting at a deeper strategy at play. The last explorer's eyes narrow, his mind racing to decipher the enemy's true intentions. He muses, he's aiming for something else while pretending to have lost his mind. Poison breath doesn't work against me, so in this situation his best plan would be to retrieve his staff. Now, show yourself. Orange energy flares around Elpum as he surges forward, determination etched on his face. I'll end you in that moment, he declares. The energy explodes outward, a blinding flash of orange light consuming the space between them. A sudden impact throws Elpum off balance, his eyes widening in shock as an unseen force slams into him. The undead figure's laughter echoes as Elpum is engulfed in a swirling vortex of orange energy, a complex magic circle amplifying the attack. The sphere of orange energy expands rapidly, threatening to consume everything in its path. The undead figure's face contorts in a maniacal grin, dark energy swirling around him as he shrieks, "You fucking bastard! I'll tear your limbs apart and scorch them down." The forest floor churned as orange energy spiraled upward, a vortex of raw power gathering in the air. He coughed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The force of the blast had clearly taken its toll. Lying prone, Elpum grimaced. "I got careless." He croaked, the taste of iron heavy on his tongue. To think, something as powerful as a flame orb was hidden in his sleeve. It was a grave error that he wouldn't have made in his previous life. The orb crackled with untamed energy, a miniature sun threatening to unleash its fury. Still grounded, Elpum could only watch as the orb descended, promising annihilation. The world erupted in fire and sound, a deafening roar that shook the very foundations of the forest. Elsewhere, a figure cradled another in their arms, the injured man barely conscious. "Boss," he stammered, his voice weak. A blade of pure golden energy arced through the air, a desperate strike against an unseen foe. Steel met energy with a resounding clang, sparks flying as the newcomer intercepted the attack. His face contorted with effort, sweat beading on his brow as he strained against the golden power. The blonde warrior glared, her voice tight with anger. "Too tough for Elpum to fight alone," she snarled. A splatter of blood paints the scene, the crimson liquid stark against the white background. An arrow pierces through a man's neck, his eyes wide with shock as he collapses. A woman's head is visible in the foreground, her expression obscured. Elsewhere, massive green feet stomp across the ground, each step carrying immense weight. A horde of green-skinned orcs charges forward, weapons raised and ready for battle. One of the orcs prepares a crossbow, his eyes narrowed in anticipation of the coming conflict. A man with a determined expression remarks on the arrival of the enemy. A blonde elf warns against underestimating them. The green feet continue their march, passing by a skull impaled on a wooden stake. The air hangs heavy with the stench of death. An orc peers through a wooden structure, his gaze intense and predatory. A creepy orc sits upon a throne, his presence radiating an aura of malevolence. There's a creepy one mixed in there, someone observes. A close-up reveals the creepy orc's face, his eyes glowing with an eerie red light, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Meanwhile, the title of the webtoon, The Last Adventurer, is displayed. Heavy breathing echoes through a forest, the air thick with tension and the scent of damp earth. The figure standing over the fiery landscape wonders if that damned scoundrel is finally dead. Blood trickles from Elpum's mouth and nose, a testament to the beating he has taken. He gags, spitting out a mouthful of crimson. The antagonist acknowledges that Elpum wasn't half bad, surprised he was cornered like this. A memory flashes. Elpum. The figure stands tall, spear in hand, amidst the inferno. The figure snarls, ordering someone not to tell him something. The foot comes down, the figure commanding Elpum to remember it well. Elpum grits his teeth, declaring that his name will be the last the figure ever hears. The figure scoffs, calling Elpum a cockroach and stating that he gave up. Clutching a glowing orb, Elpum's expression hardens. He realizes that defeating the figure would be tough while he's still in second circle, and wonders about the magic stone. The antagonist scoffs, a guttural sound escaping his throat. He questions what Elpum is planning, mocking the attempt to circle up by absorbing a magic stone. He calls him an absolute madman. The villain's face contorts in a sneer, his words dripping with disdain. He declares that knowledge through countless experiences is what Elpum truly needs. Yeah, Elpum focuses, a surge of energy erupting around him. A shimmering barrier of light begins to form, encasing him in a protective sphere. The antagonist's expression shifts, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He utters a confused, huh, as he witnesses the sudden defense. Arcane symbols flare with azure light, coalescing into a potent magical construct. The air crackles with raw power, a silent promise of retaliation. The antagonist's smirk returns, a glint of amusement in his eyes. He boasts that he has plenty of whatever Elpum is trying to use against him. Elpum's arm glows with an intense blue light, energy coursing through his veins. He prepares to unleash a counterattack, his gaze fixed on his opponent. The antagonist's voice drips with scorn as he questions who Elpum thinks he's scaring with such mere trickery. A fiery projectile streaks toward the antagonist, the word die, emblazoned upon its surface. The air shimmers with heat and malice. Bathed in an orange glow, Elpum stands firm, his resolve unwavering. He channels his power, preparing to unleash another devastating attack. His eyes burning with determination, Elpum prepares to unleash his ultimate technique. The words fire arrow resonate with power. With a final surge of energy, Elpum launches the fire arrow, a blazing inferno hurtling towards his taunting foe. He clenches his fist, the air around him crackling with fiery energy, a prelude to the devastating attack he's about to unleash. The fiery energy spirals and intensifies, forming a vortex of pure destructive power. A surge of power erupts, signaling the imminent launch of a catastrophic offensive. The last adventurer Elpum unleashes the flame orb, a sphere of pure fire hurtling towards his adversary. Desperate, the antagonist attempts to conjure a shimmering blue barrier, hoping to deflect the incoming inferno. The flame orb surges forward, an unstoppable force of destruction. A close-up reveals the antagonist's widening eye, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple as the heat intensifies. The flame orb engulfs the antagonist, a cataclysm of fire and force. The orb burns with an incandescent fury, consuming everything in its path. The antagonist is thrown backward, his body battered and scorched by the magical assault. His face contorted in agony, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. The antagonist is clearly reeling from the impact. The sound of the impact echoes through the battlefield. Pam. The flame orb detonated with the force of a small sun, unleashing a torrent of fire that painted the world in hues of orange and destruction. The inferno consumed everything in its path, the intense heat distorting the very air and turning solid matter into ash. The blaze spread rapidly, engulfing the surrounding forest in a roaring conflagration, the crackling of burning trees a deafening symphony of destruction. Elpum's face, streaked with soot and grime, reflected the devastation he had wrought. His eyes narrowed against the intense heat. In the distance, a figure lay motionless amidst the inferno, a dark silhouette against the raging flames. Engulfed in flames, the antagonist uttered a final, regretful thought. He had forgotten to ask for something. A monstrous foot descends, its claws digging into the earth. An armored, green-skinned warrior raises his axe, ready to strike. Deeper within the forest, shadows dance among the trees. A blonde-haired warrior, clad in silver armor, stands ready for battle. The blonde warrior clutches a wounded companion, the situation turning dire. With a defiant cry, a warrior raises a flaming axe, ready to unleash its fury. The flaming axe descends, a whirlwind of fire and steel. The blonde warrior struggles to defend against the onslaught of monsters, questioning how they are being defeated so easily. A close-up reveals a determined warrior, confident in his ability to read his enemy's attacks. The green-skinned monster lunges forward, claws extended. The last adventurer, Elpum, raises his staff, channeling arcane energies. A fiery aura crackles around the weapon as he prepares to unleash a devastating attack. With a shout, Elpum unleashes the spell. The blast hurtles towards the hulking orc, engulfing him in a torrent of fire and light. The air crackles with raw magical power, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the surrounding forest. The orc roars in pain, the magical flames searing his flesh. He staggers backward, struggling to maintain his footing. Elpum stands firm, the remnants of the spell dissipating around him. He prepares for the orc's inevitable counterattack. The orc grits his teeth, the pain fueling his rage. That's, he growls, his eyes burning with hatred. Elpum's brow furrows, sweat beading on his forehead. He knows the orc is far from defeated. The orc raises his own staff, dark energy coalescing around it. He prepares to unleash a powerful spell of his own. The orc's eyes glow with malevolent power. How is a monster able to cast such a spell? He bellows, preparing to strike. Meanwhile, leaning against a tree, the blonde-haired figure watches the battle unfold. Shit, the situation has gone awry, she mutters, concern etched on her face. Her eyes widen as she sees the orc preparing his counterattack. It seems there's no other choice but to hide a bit longer and join Elpum. I hope he's still alive. Suddenly, a powerful force slams into the blonde-haired figure, sending her flying through the air. An unseen enemy has joined the fray. The orc bellowed, a guttural roar that shook the very air as he swung his crude weapon in a wide, devastating arc. The stench of sweat and decay filled Elpum's nostrils as the weapon hurtled towards him. The force of the blow connected, sending Elpum sprawling. The world spun in a dizzying vortex of green and brown as pain lanced through his body. He was thrown backwards, a ragdoll tossed aside by a careless giant. The wind rushed past his ears as he tumbled through the air, the ground rushing up to meet him. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired figure, sort of blur of motion, slashed through the air. A spray of dark blood erupted as the blade found its mark, though the enemy remained unseen. Elpum crashed to the ground, a strangled gasp escaping his lips. Bunch of pain in the neck all around. It would have been doable if they came up to me one by one, he thought, struggling to rise amidst the scattered debris. A wave of heat washed over the blonde-haired figure as a fiery explosion erupted around them. The air crackled with energy, the smell of sulfur stinging their nostrils. Elsewhere, a sinister laugh echoed through the air as a green-skinned goblin, eyes glowing with malevolent intent, clenched its fist. Kaiga ha ha! The flames intensified, engulfing the blonde-haired figure in a searing inferno. If only that monster wasn't here, they thought, gritting their teeth against the unbearable heat. The force of another blast sent the figure reeling, their armor scorched and blackened. The taste of ash filled their mouth as they struggled to maintain their footing. They were sent hurtling through the air once more, a helpless projectile against an unseen force. The world was a blur of fire and smoke as they braced for impact. Another explosion ripped through the battlefield, sending shards of debris flying in all directions. The air thrummed with raw power, a symphony of destruction. The green goblin grinned, a chilling display of sharp teeth and cruel amusement. Riri, it chuckled, its red eyes gleaming in the darkness. In the distance, amidst the swirling embers and smoke, two figures stood silhouetted against the fiery horizon. A question hung in the air, heavy with unspoken intent. Kill? Closer, a muscular man stood, scars etched across his torso like a roadmap of past battles. His expression was grim, his stance ready. Elsewhere, a blonde-haired woman in shining armor knelt on the ground, her eyes wide with alarm. Behind her, a figure loomed, gripping a massive axe. A face, partially obscured by shadow, hinted at a fierce determination, the jaw clenched tight. With a furious spin, a figure unleashed a whirlwind of energy, the air crackling with power. Below, a cloaked observer watched the display. A horde of goblins, their green skin glistening with sweat, advanced with wicked grins and sharpened blades. Meanwhile, an orc, massive and menacing, loomed over Dong-hoon, casting a long shadow. Dong-hoon charged forward, his grip tightening on his weapon, determination etched on his face. With a brutal sweep, the weapon connected, sending two goblins flying amidst a shower of blood and sparks. He swung again, the blade arcing through the air, a crimson trail marking its deadly path towards another goblin. The clash of steel echoed through the forest as Dong-hoon's weapon met another goblin's crude blade, energy erupting from the point of impact. From the shadows, a goblin's eyes glowed with an eerie red light, a silent promise of dark intent. The force of the blast sends one of the goblins flying backward, a guttural shriek escaping its lips as it's engulfed in flames. Below, a blonde woman looks up, her expression a mixture of concern and determination. Perched atop a makeshift platform, the remaining goblins watch the unfolding chaos, one questioning if their foe is truly just a first circle. Elpum, eyes glowing with power, prepares to unleash another strike with his staff. Another goblin finds itself face-to-face with a searing blast of energy, its features contorted in a silent scream. The concentrated force of the blast rips through the platform, scattering the goblins like ragdolls. Caught in the explosion, the blonde woman is sent tumbling backward, her body twisting in the air. She scrambles to regain her footing, dirt and debris flying around her. The goblin's scream echoes through the fiery landscape, a sound of pure agony. Another goblin, cloaked in a red hood, gurgles in pain as the energy courses through its body. The hooded goblin raises its staff, channeling the chaotic energy into a concentrated blast. Elpum stands protectively in front of the blonde woman, who shouts, "Stand back. I'll be facing them from here on." She channeled her energy, the air around her shimmering with heat as the incantation took hold. A surge of power emanated from her, the ground trembling beneath her feet. The spell erupted in a blinding flash, an inferno of raw magical force unleashed upon the battlefield. The heat was intense, palpable even from a distance. Tendrils of fire snaked outwards, consuming everything in their path. The very air crackled with displaced energy, the scent of ozone heavy in the air. The conflagration reached its zenith, a swirling vortex of destruction that threatened to engulf the entire area. The light was almost unbearable, casting long, dancing shadows. The goblin recoiled, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and pain. "Gwa," he croaked, the heat searing his skin. The fire raged on, an unstoppable force of nature unleashed by the blonde woman's command. The ground was scorched, the air thick with smoke. Arcane energies crackled and danced, the very fabric of reality seeming to fray at the edges. The air thrummed with unseen power. The devastation was complete, the landscape transformed into a charred wasteland. Even the goblins seemed to cower before the inferno. She gasped, her face streaked with soot and sweat, the effort of wielding such power taking its toll. A trickle of blood ran from her nose. Elpum focused, channeling his own energy, a cool blue light gathering in his outstretched hand. He would protect her, no matter the cost. The staff pulsed with power, the blue energy intensifying, ready to unleash a counterspell that would hopefully quell the inferno. He steeled his resolve. Meanwhile, a figure descended from the sky, wings spread wide against the fiery backdrop. A voice echoed, laced with dark amusement. "Looks like I'm not late." A ragged breath echoes, the air thick with unspoken tension. Dong-hoon sits, his brow furrowed with concern. It's been 3 days and still no word. He reflects on his decision to take it easy, to make some mesos. But this whole ordeal is making him act up. This sort of thing doesn't fit him at all. From now on, he should turn down any future base guarding quests. Dong-hoon's eyes narrow, catching sight of something in the distance. What's all the commotion about? A crimson glow emanates from the forest, the air crackling with unseen energy. Dong-hoon's eyes widen in disbelief. What? The source of the disturbance pulses with raw power, the very ground trembling. The crimson energy intensifies, casting long, distorted shadows. A desperate plea cuts through the air. "Someone, hurry up and bring a bishop here." Kite reports to Dong-hoon, his voice tight with urgency. They have survivors, but the gate is destroyed. The subjugation must have. The scene of carnage stretched before him, a silent testament to the battle that had transpired. He knelt amidst the fallen, his voice a mere whisper against the backdrop of death. Survivors? He blinked, consciousness returning in fragments. The world swam into focus, revealing an unfamiliar room. Dong-hoon sat nearby, his gaze unwavering. You're finally awake." Dong-hoon's voice cut through the haze of Elpum's confusion, a sharp edge to his tone. "Listen up. From now on, answer my question the best you can." Lying back against the pillow, Elpum struggled to piece together the events. In this gate subjugation, composed of only the aces of each merchant group, only you 3 from the Gaper merchant survived. A question echoed in his mind. Just what happened inside the gate? A woman with red hair channeled emerald energy into Elpham's wounded hands. I had my doubts, but as I thought, everyone did die, she murmured before her tone hardened. Answer properly, unless you want to lose that life of yours that you barely regained. His eyes widened, a chilling realization washing over him. A cold dread seeped into his bones. Demon. There's a demon in there. The word tore from his lips a raw, ragged gasp. A demon. Despite his injuries and the gravity of the situation, Elpham's mind raced. Could I borrow a pen and paper? Let me draw it for you. The man's face contorted in fury, a silent scream building within him. Sweat beaded on his brow as the weight of the news settled upon him, each drop a testament to his inner turmoil. Elsewhere, the declaration of outrage echoed through the forest, emanating from within the pristine white tent. The atmosphere in the tent was thick with disbelief. It was a 100-man gate, filled with elites from every merchant group. How could they all be annihilated by monsters? Realistically, they couldn't have been beaten in the Red Gate, one man mused, the weight of the impossible scenario settling over the group. Toriel slammed his fist on the table, his voice rising with indignation. His cousin had been among the party as well. Another man held up a crude drawing, his expression grim. A green hob? If it's a green hob, one voice whispered, aren't some of them known to also use items? Due to their high intelligence, there could be a colony of them. The man with the drawing pointed, his brow furrowed. 100 men were supposed to deal with them? It certainly wasn't easy. A hand clenched in frustration, the speaker refusing to accept the situation. Franco scoffed, adjusting his monocle. It certainly may have been difficult for the others, but he doubted their Natasha would have been defeated by the likes of them. The scar man turned, his gaze intense. What are you trying to say? The scarred man's expression hardened, his brow furrowed in suspicion. He seemed to be mulling over the implications of the previous conversation, his gaze intense and unwavering. Dong Hun's words hung heavy in the air. The woman in black stood silently beside him, her arms crossed as she listened intently. There's no way for us to know the internal affairs of the gate, is there? Dong Hun wondered aloud, his voice laced with doubt. I could see them having a change of heart for the worst. Dong Hun lit a cigar, the scent of burning tobacco filling the room. He took a long drag, the tip glowing orange as he exhaled a plume of smoke. Now, that's enough of your nonsense, he scoffed, his one visible eye glinting with amusement. Toriel adjusted his glasses, his expression unreadable. Then are you suggesting that the explorers of our trade union are worse than the Gaper ones? He inquired, his voice calm and measured. Dong Hun chuckled, a low rumble in his chest. Toriel watched him, his gaze sharp and assessing. Why you jest? Dong Hun asked, a hint of mockery in his tone. It's because we're up and coming. A wave of manic laughter erupted, the sound echoing through the room. A voice, strained and desperate, pleaded, please just end it. Toriel cleared his throat, his expression hardening. Seeing how you're speaking to that extent, you must have some sort of proof. Yes? He pressed, his voice demanding an answer. Dong Hun smirked, a glint of defiance in his eye. I'm not suggesting anything. The results speak for themselves, he retorted, his voice dripping with sarcasm. To begin with, there weren't any items that were looted from a gate. Meanwhile, a man with fiery red hair spoke, his voice weary. Then we'll be heading back. Thank you for healing us. The group stood together, battered and weary. The woman in black nodded in agreement. Yeah, she confirmed, her voice soft but firm. Another man watched them depart, his expression troubled. Ronco, is it really fine to send them off like this? He wondered aloud, his voice filled with concern. The red-haired man's face was etched with a deep weariness, his eyes shadowed with pain. It's all concluded, no? He muttered, his voice barely a whisper. The forest stands silent, the path winding deeper into the unknown. The group moves forward, a sense of unease hanging in the air. A small, snail-like creature watches them pass, its large eyes filled with curiosity. The armored woman's gaze hardens, her voice laced with impatience. What are you hesitating for? The flames roar, consuming the remnants of a fallen colony. They've already eliminated the followers of the Black Mage and completely wiped out the Green Hob colony. A figure, silhouetted against the inferno, considers the grim proposition. Don't we just have to throw away all the items we obtained, injure each other, and leave the gate? The fire crackles, a destructive force consuming all in its path. A disembodied voice echoes, a reminder of the mission's objective. I did say that. Defeat the boss and drop the item, but... The flames dance around a fallen figure, the item he had now lost in the blaze. The item, a Talinja Lanela, is revealed to be a feather that increases the destructiveness of fire spells by 30% just by possessing it. The figure's eyes narrow, a realization dawning. The reason why the explorers were wiped out in this gate in my previous life. I finally see why. It's an unexpected gain. I need to bring this with me no matter what. The armored woman's voice cuts through the tension. If we leave the gate with items that we didn't report in advance, we'll be suspected of committing trolling. I'm sure you were the one who brought that up, Elpham. Stop your meaningless greed and just do as we planned. Flames engulf the structure, casting an orange glow against the dark sky. A discovery had been made amidst the chaos, an escape gate near the post. A lone pink flower swayed gently in the breeze. Elpham, his face smeared with blood and grime, stood beside support unknown, the weight of their situation heavy in the air. A question hung in the air, unspoken yet palpable. A snail? Unlike its more aggressive brethren, this particular snail pet possessed a unique trait, a penchant for sniffing out and collecting items. Its shell grew larger with each item it acquired, a visual testament to its unique hoarding ability. Elpham cradled the snail, a creature he'd encountered after the gates opened in his previous life. It was a strange companion, but one he seemed to trust. With glowing feathers clutched in his hand, Elpham carried the snail on his shoulder, the small creature a silent observer of their journey. Support unknown, eyed him warily. So, you managed to bring that with you without getting caught. How did you figure out how to use that snail? Elpham shrugged, replying that it was better to make anything work rather than. Support unknown, her expression troubled, admitted that she did everything as she was told. What's the plan now? She asked before adding, don't fret. A grim warning echoed in the air. Since those bastards have infiltrated the Cygnus Knights, this information must be treated with utmost caution. If anything goes wrong, they may just hide deeper. Elpham, the snail perched on his shoulder, stared ahead, his expression unreadable. The weight of the task ahead settled upon him. They await the arrival of others, deciding to simply wait and see what unfolds. The news arrives. Gold Ritchie, El Nido, and Sky have been eliminated. The Jenny's Trade Union, the Mardia Assembly, and the Dig Merchants have been annihilated as well. The subjugation failed. It said that the subjugation failed because they were annihilated by the boss monster. Only 3 members of the Gaper Merchants barely escaped. Though suspicions of trolling came up during the meeting, they were mainly about the Gaper Merchants rather than them. Even then, they were free of suspicion due to lack of evidence. Fortunately, their identities weren't revealed. One of them requests to prepare for the next operation. They have evenly distributed their members in each group. A voice wonders aloud, questioning if they were not caught. Another asks for pardon, a bead of sweat trickling down their brow. Their plan was to eliminate all the parties and proceed with the boss raid. If that's the case, then the 3 survivors must have encountered William. But there weren't any mentions of such events from the testimony of the one called Elpham. There's no reason for them to hide. But there's no reason for them to hide, is there? What if he realized that the mastermind behind this incident isn't just an ordinary merchant group, but by the followers of him? The sole party that knows of the return of followers of the Black Mage. What if that's their intention? That can't be. If what you say is true, then the situation is dire. They must remove all the members they've infiltrated into other merchant groups before they're further exposed. An invitation. The figure with long white hair tilted their head, a sinister grin spreading across their face. Above, a skull-shaped ornament with twisted horns seemed to watch with empty sockets. Is this their invitation? The figure wondered, the question hanging in the air like a poisonous vapor. The flame danced between gloved fingers, a miniature sun held in the palm of a hand. How interesting, the figure mused, a low chuckle rumbling in their chest. Very well, I shall accept it. But it will be best to change the stage, they thought, the fire flaring brighter as the decision was made. Lightning cracked across the sky, illuminating a rain-soaked landscape. A colossal, segmented creature stirred, its scales shimmering in the electric light. So that they may, a voice echoed on the wind, become the 101 first guest. The storm raged on, the creature a silent behemoth against the backdrop of the tempest. The air crackled with anticipation, the stage set for a grand and terrible performance. The man, bloodied and bruised, wondered aloud if she had been possessed by Zakum. Another voice barked at Devo, demanding he stop acting helpless and finish her off quickly, insisting that she was no longer the Miria they knew and that he needed to snap out of it. His face grim, the man steeled his resolve. Adrenaline coursed through the warrior as he activated Adrenaline Rush. The warrior's blade slashed through the air. The man cursed under his breath. He internalized that he was the one that fucked it up. He lamented that it was because he told everyone to come here. A furious roar tore from his throat. The last adventurer, Elpham, kneeling amidst the chaos, is consumed by guilt. The weight of the situation crushes him. Each drop of blood a stark reminder of his perceived failure. All because of me, he thinks, the words a bitter taste on his tongue. Elsewhere, the clash of steel echoes as Miria engages Devo. Her shield deflects a blow, the force reverberating through her arm as she apologizes. Sorry, Miria. Devo's eyes widen, a gasp escaping his lips as he realizes the gravity of the situation. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple, the fight taking an unexpected turn. With a swift motion, Miria's blade descends, meeting Devo's guard with a resounding clang. Sparks fly as their weapons collide, the air thick with tension. Devo recoils, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. The metallic tang fills his senses, a grim reminder of the danger he faces. Elpham's expression hardens, a flicker of resolve igniting in his eyes. He clenches his fists, the determination to act surging through him. Miria continues her assault, her movements a blur of speed and precision. The air crackles with energy as she presses her attack. From the depths, a monstrous form begins to coalesce, its presence radiating an aura of raw power. Elpum watches in horror as the transformation unfolds. Your real form, huh? Glowing eyes pierce the darkness, revealing the demonic features of the emerging entity. A wave of oppressive energy washes over the battlefield. The monstrous form solidifies, revealing a towering figure of rock and demonic energy. The ground trembles beneath its immense weight. Miria stares in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock as she beholds the true nature of the being before her. TCH. Amidst a storm of splintered rock and fractured earth, a figure with stark white hair and dark, feathered wings plunged through the air, a silhouette against the chaos. The force of impact sent shockwaves rippling outwards, a cataclysmic burst of energy that pulverized everything in its path. Deep within the maelstrom, a colossal structure of interlocking gears and ancient stone groaned under the strain, its mechanical heart threatening to seize. Aaron's voice cut through the din, a rallying cry amidst the destruction. Let's destroy this. The very foundations of the battlefield seemed to crumble, showering the combatants in a rain of pulverized debris. A primal scream tore from the figure's throat, a raw expression of pain and defiance as they were caught in the blast. With grit etched on his face, Aaron focused his gaze, preparing to unleash another wave of destructive force. Azure beams of pure energy lanced through the air, carving paths of annihilation through the crumbling landscape. The winged figure tumbled through the air, a broken marionette caught in the storm's relentless grip. A guttural cry escaped Aaron's lips, a testament to the brutal cost of the battle. Clutched in a bloodied hand, a crimson blade pulsed with malevolent energy, ready to deliver the final blow. The azure beam slammed into the ravaged earth, a final, devastating punctuation mark on the landscape of ruin. He stood amidst the chaos, his white hair whipping in the wind, a grim determination etched on his face. The air crackled with unseen energy, a storm brewing within him. The statue loomed, a silent sentinel amidst the destruction. Its golden surface reflected the dying light, a stark contrast to the surrounding darkness. Cracks spiderwebbed across the statue's surface, a testament to the battle's ferocity. Dust and debris clung to its form, a shroud of impending doom. The enemy thrashed, a desperate struggle against unseen forces. His red eyes burned with a mixture of rage and fear, a creature cornered. A guttural scream tore from Aaron's throat, a raw expression of the pain and resolve warring within him. The sound echoed across the ravaged landscape. The enemy's face contorted in a mask of manic fury, his voice a ragged plea. "Hurry up and kill me," he shrieked, a desperate desire for release. A hand tightened around the hilt of a sword, the metal gleaming with an ethereal blue light. "Shit, damn it all," the figure muttered, a grim acceptance in their tone. "Forgive me, Devo." A twisted smile stretched across the enemy's face, a chilling acceptance of his fate. "Yeah, it's better this way," he rasped, a final, desperate surrender. Aaron stood before the statue, the weight of the world heavy on his shoulders. "Maybe this is the price for my idiotic act," he thought, a bitter resignation in his heart. A surge of red energy pulsed through the air, a desperate plea echoing in the void. "Aaron, do it now," the voice urged a final desperate command. A single eye, burning with an infernal light, stared out from the darkness, a window into a soul consumed by desperation. Dinev looked up, her expression a mixture of shock and sorrow. "Dinev," she whispered, her voice trembling with disbelief. "Why is—" She lay on the ground, her white dress stained with red. A faint question escaped her lips. "My sister here?" Pushing herself up, Dinev's voice trembled with confusion and pain. Who are you? Are you one who hurt Dinev?" A wave of fury crashed through the air, an unseen presence seething with rage. How dare you?" The close-up revealed a face contorted with fury, eyes narrowed into slits, promising retribution. The rage intensified, the word echoing in the air like a death knell. Unforgivable. With a surge of power, the figure shifted, legs braced, ready to unleash their wrath. The figure stood poised, weapon glinting in the dim light, a promise of swift and brutal justice hanging in the air. "Don't worry, I'll end you quickly." The figure's stance tightened, muscles coiling like a viper ready to strike. The warrior's eyes burned with righteous anger, a storm of vengeance brewing within. The face, etched with fury, was a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. The warrior spat, his voice dripping with contempt. "Tsage, you and that stupidly good sense of yours." The weapon, a blur of steel and fury, was poised to strike, ready to deliver a devastating blow. The warrior spins, the massive axe blurring into a disk of light. Blue energy crackles around the blade, promising devastation. However, the rotation intensifies, the axe now a vortex of power. The air itself vibrates with anticipation. The spin reaches its apex. The axe, fully charged, is poised to strike with unstoppable force. The axe descends, a streak of blue fury cutting through the air towards the hulking stone form. Eyes widen, pupils shrinking to pinpricks. The dark-haired figure registers the impending impact, a silent scream building in his throat. Bracing for the inevitable, he grits his teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The air crackles with raw power. The axe connects. A cataclysmic explosion of ice erupts, sending shards flying in all directions. The stone golem groans under the force. Toss! The golem is lifted off its feet, propelled skyward by the sheer force of the blow. Dust and debris rain down. The warrior, undeterred, prepares for final strike. Blue energy surges once more, focusing on the axe's edge. Leaping towards the airborne golem, the warrior closes the distance with terrifying speed. The end is near. Let's end this, the warrior declares, the axe blazing with power. The final blow is about to fall. The axe slams into the golem, obliterating it in a blinding flash of light and energy. The battle is over. A blinding surge of blue energy erupts, consuming everything in its path. A figure, battered and bruised, manages a pained smile. Crimson eyes snap open, a figure clad in red stirring amidst the chaos. Devo, suspended in the aftermath, hears a desperate voice cutting through the ringing in his ears. Devo, you idiot! This is my only chance. I can't stop here, he thinks. He offers a silent apology. Sorry, Devo. Another wave of blue energy explodes outward. Chains rattle as they bind Devo, holding him captive amidst the destruction. Darkness descends, a sliver of light, the only remaining beacon. The red-clad figure groans, struggling to sit up. What happened? What about Zakum? A relieved smile spreads across the battered face of another. Looks like you're finally up. What a relief. Lying prone, the figure whispers, I thought I'd be leaving without a farewell. Aaron's eyes widen in horror. Hey, Aaron, don't tell me. And no, you can't. His hand trembled, reaching out into the void where Aaron had been, the air thick with unspoken grief. Why would he do this? Devo's voice cracked, a desperate plea echoing in the ruined landscape. Toriel stood nearby, her expression unreadable. Devo, no, we had already failed once 800 years ago. The words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of past failures. Devo, you've got an excellent talent that's incomparable to the one I had when I was your age. Tears welled in Devo's eyes, his face contorted in anguish. And no, Aaron, I can't become like you, even if it were to take my entire life. A faint smile lingered on Aaron's face, a final message etched in his expression. Devo, I leave Maple World to you. A distant voice, perhaps Toriel's, offered a hollow reassurance. I'm sure you'll do great. Since, a memory flickered, a vision of Aaron's last words. You're my only disciple. Devo's mind reeled, a cacophony of voices echoing his grief. I'm getting a bit tired. Let me rest a bit. Aaron, get a hold of yourself. Devo, Aaron, wake up. And so, Aaron died. Toriel, burdened by the weight of this loss, knew what she had to do. I had to tell this news to her friends, the heroes. Thus, she set off on that path once again, because there was no place for her in this world without Aaron. Elsewhere, it was hell. He had failed to protect the newfound purpose he had finally regained. He wasn't able to atone for the sins that he'd committed, and he couldn't even fulfill the request made by someone dear to him. A lone figure stood silhouetted against a fiery, hellish landscape. This place was always a crucible of fire and shadow, where hope went to die. Explosions of heat and light ripped through the desolate terrain. The inferno raged, consuming all in its path. His eyes snapped open. Elpum lay in bed, the remnants of a nightmare clinging to the edges of his mind. A woman approached, carrying a tray laden with food. Ah, big brother, are you awake now? I was worried, because you wouldn't wake up even though you didn't have injuries. Come to think of it, you were also talking in your sleep. He sat up, running a hand through his messy hair. A dream? I don't remember anything about it, though. A knock echoed through the room. Oh, who's that? We shouldn't have any visitors. Yes, I'm coming. Elpum rose and approached the door. Come out, your guest is here. For me. The last adventurer, Elpum, is told by Devo that they'll be moving forward with their plan and to hurry up and get ready. A voice wonders if Elpum ever takes a day off. Devo dismisses the thought, then asks how their plan is changing. He then states he needs to borrow some mesos, around 200,000, but immediately refuses. A hot post? The details of a past tragedy come to light. All 97 members perished, and survival was only possible with a circle up. The man's face contorts with suspicion. What scheme is he hatching now? Donghoon presses for information, reminding the other party that the subjugation payment for the gate will only be given once proper information is provided. He asks if they know anything. Mejus, forgive me then. A stack of bills is presented, a promise to repay debts first. 2 million mesos. That should suffice for everything I owe you. The man wonders when he gathered so many mesos. They've yet to pay him this much, meaning he has another source of income they haven't found out. And in this timing of all things, Donghoon wonders if he is trying to charge the highest price for the information. Donghoon congratulates someone, stating that they are now a fully fledged and free explorer. Then, it would only be right for them to make a new contract. Suggest a price for the contract that you want. We'll try to match it to the best of our 50 million mesos. Donghoon's expression twisted in disbelief. What? 50 million? You crazy. There isn't a single place that would pay that much to a mere C-rank explorer. Then, a hand, adorned with a simple ring, slid a contract across the polished surface. The figure loomed over the contract, its details obscured by shadow. Elpum's brow furrowed, a question hanging in the air. How did it go? Earlier, the figure explained. He refused once I told him the contract's price. Donghoon's eyes widened slightly. What? How much did you ask for? He paused, then muttered, nope. Elpum sighed, a hint of exasperation in his voice. TCH, you're always starting stuff up without even talking about it. But why are we here all of a sudden? Do you know this? Elsewhere, the slum ground stretched out before them, a labyrinth of narrow alleys and dilapidated buildings. Ido. A lone figure sat huddled on the ground, a picture of despair. The narrator's voice echoed. People say it used to be the most thriving area in Lith Harbor back then, but that's all old talk. Two figures walked away from the scene, their silhouettes stark against the dim light. Now it's just a haven of criminals. It's probably the worst place in Victoria Island, you know? A figure plummeted through the air, the sound of impact echoing through the slums. She is struck from above, the force of the blow sending her spiraling downward. The assailant presses the attack, a blur of motion against the bright sky. She plummets, hitting the ground with a sickening thud. Donghoon's face contorts in disbelief. This looks like a fight. Let's just go around, he mutters, though his expression betrays his concern. His eyes widen as he recalls the accusations leveled against him. Good heavens, my dear brothers, why were you so late? He thinks, a bitter taste in his mouth. Meanwhile, a desperate plea echoes. Help me. Donghoon's face twists in fury. What are you saying? You lunatic? Calling me brother with that old face of yours, like they'll fall for that. He takes a step forward, his expression hardening. Brothers, huh? Good timing. And you believe that? Elsewhere, a gruff voice booms. That younger brother of yours stole and sold off my item. The accuser continues, his eyes narrowed. So I'll let him off the hook if you pay it for him. 3 million mesos. Hand it over right now. He sneers, his teeth bared. Did you even see me steal it? I'm asking if you saw it. What can you even see with those beady eyes of yours? Stop accusing innocent people and get lost. The accuser's face contorts in rage. You fucker. You must really have a death wish. The large man's voice boomed, the words 3 million mesos hanging heavy in the air. The man in the black coat stepped forward, offering to pay the debt. His companion could only stammer in disbelief, questioning his boss's motives. His gaze narrowed, a silent intensity promising consequences. The man with the goatee stroked his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face as he invited someone to follow him. The worn fabric of a brown coat hinted at countless journeys and untold stories. The man in black explained his reason for being there, recruitment. The other figure responded that he didn't have any mesos, as that was all he had earlier. The large man scoffed, questioning why he would join their party if there were no mesos. He then asked if they were in any merchant groups. The man with the goatee seemed taken aback, realizing that someone else had paid for him. He muttered, that? Who asked you to pay for me? A voice echoed, implying that since they had come this far, they should understand what he was capable of, and that meant paying a fitting price. The large man winked, suggesting he could offer a special discount. The smaller figure, consumed by rage, demanded to be led at the fucker. Meanwhile, a woman introduced herself as Beiju from the Cania merchants, inquiring which one of them was Sir Elpum. Elpum's gaze is intense. A Cania merchant approaches, a wide grin plastered across his face. Cania merchants? I am Elpum. The Cania merchant bows slightly. An honor to meet you. I wanted to pay proper respects before meeting you, but there simply was no time. Forgive my rudeness. The merchant continues. We, in the Cania merchants, highly value your ability in succeeding the 100-man gate subjugation. As such, I'll be getting straight to the point. We would like to scout your party. The Cania merchant's expression is sly. Of course, there's a formal test in subjugating a gate. Elpum's eyes narrow. The merchant asks, would you like to join? The Cania merchant smiles, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The merchant states, the subjugation will begin at midnight 3 days from now. Then, I wish you good luck. Elpum holds a book, a slight smile playing on his lips. A subordinate exclaims, we lucked out, boss. Bundles of money fall through the air. The Cania merchant holds a stack of money, his eyes gleaming with greed. The Cania merchant presents the contract to Elpum. Here's the contract payment you wanted. The contract will last 1 year. And I'll give you 7 million mesos if we succeed in subjugating the gate. A subordinate shouts, huh? What? Wait, hold on a second. Boss. A heated discussion unfolds under the pale moonlight. Someone questions the logic of spending 10 million mesos on what they deem scum. The unseen boss is asked what other options remain. Eyes widen, reflecting a sudden realization or perhaps a dawning fear. A grim expression hardens, resolve etched onto the man's face. Below, a glimpse of blonde hair suggests another presence nearby. The blonde woman stands tall, arms crossed, her gaze steady and unwavering. Her armor gleams softly in the dim light. Inside a dimly lit room, a group gathers around a wooden table. A seated figure slams their fist, demanding silence. Shut it. I'm just here to uphold my promise. Meanwhile, a heavy boot splashes into a puddle, the sound echoing in the downpour. Lightning illuminates a torrential downpour. A voice muses, what wonderful weather to enter the gate. The group stands silhouetted against the orange glow of the gate, rain plastering their clothes to their backs as they prepare to face the unknown. The rain continues to fall as the group discusses their numbers. 5 parties with a total of 50 members. The question hangs in the air, will it be enough? The man scowls, muttering his displeasure. TCH, bringing all those ragtag bunches. That's less infamy then, no? Before the glowing gate, the woman addresses the assembled group. As you may all have been informed, this gate is an orange grade. The gate looms, its surface scarred and marked. A disembodied voice declares, a maximum of 50 members with 3 scars. I believe its difficulty is sufficient enough for everyone here to defeat it. He considered the situation. He had expected the followers, or at least the Cania merchants, to reach out to him. He hadn't anticipated they would bring him here. Elpham observed the surroundings, noting that the place had already been used. Though the time frame differed from his previous life, he had already cleared this gate anyway. The adventurer's gaze hardened. There were no changes to the plan. The others discussed the need to send out a signal to reassemble once the second gate was found. One of them questioned what the second gate was. Gates were composed of multiple configurations depending on their color. Basically, there was a different gate inside of a gate. Yellow had 3, green had 4, and so on. One of the party members explained that an orange gate had 2 compositions, so that's a total of 2 explorations, and the inside? Another member chimed in, stating that the second gate was completely different in terms of the regions and monsters compared to the first gate. So keep that in mind, idiot. He was met with a what? The man who had spoken before expressed his concern, thinking the other was this much of a greenhorn, before telling him to shut up. Another member suggested that it would be better to choose the party leader based on their skill. He added that even though he may have been recruited, that didn't determine their hierarchy. Elpham was called the greedy sort. Someone suggested that they decide the party leader with the contribution for this gate's subjugation. The man from before stated he's got someone now, Brat, and that the moment he becomes the party leader, the air crackled with unseen energy, a palpable tension hanging heavy as the group stood beneath the cavernous opening. A voice, laced with anticipation, echoed from the shadows. Things were about to become very interesting. A voice offered a simple farewell, wishing them all luck. In the distance, figures gathered before a massive, glowing gate, ready to begin. A sudden exclamation broke the relative calm. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. The man, teeth bared, challenged whatever approached, though he seemed to question his own bravado. The man's anger flared, questioning the boss's recruitment choices, lamenting the shift in atmosphere. Confusion clouded his features. A desperate cry for help echoed as a figure plummeted downwards, overwhelmed. The monstrous figure bellowed, demanding focus and maintained formations, warning of the consequences of splitting up. A warning cry went out. Run. It's the evil eyes. A heavy foot descends, crushing the earth and whatever lies beneath. The monstrous Zakum stands triumphant, or so it seems. But a sudden jolt rocks the massive creature. What the hell is this? Zakum roars, his voice echoing with surprise and pain. The monster's face contorts in rage, his massive maw opening in a furious bellow. A searing light streaks through the air, an unseen force hurtling towards the behemoth. The blow lands with tremendous force, sending tremors through Zakum's grotesque form. Dong-hoon, ever the pragmatist, urges Shannon to remain calm. Shannon, however, can only wonder if the gate entrance is at the center of the pack. Another strike, this time wreathed in flames, slams into Zakum, eliciting a guttural roar of agony. The fiery assault continues, each blow carrying the force of a volcanic eruption. A symbol of immense power materializes, rising Sunday. The air crackles with anticipation. The rising sun hurtles towards Zakum, a blinding beacon of destruction. Shannon wonders if it avoided that. The light engulfs the monster, searing its flesh and bone with unimaginable heat. Zakum's face is a mask of agony, his single eye wide with terror as the assault continues. He cries out again. One of Zakum's massive arms blurred forward, a strike so swift Elpham struggled to track it. What is this movement? I can't predict it at all, he thought, bracing for impact. The monstrous limb continued its relentless assault, closing the distance with terrifying speed. The blow landed with brutal force, the sound of impact echoing through the chamber. Elpham's face contorted in pain. The arm swung again, kicking up dust and debris as it sought to crush its target. The force of the attack sent Elpham hurtling backward, a ragdoll tossed aside by the monstrous strength. Another of Zakham's limbs lashed out, this time targeting Donghoon. The air crackled with displaced energy. The impact slammed into Donghoon, a wave of force washing over him. Despite the blow, Donghoon managed to regain his footing, his expression hardening. Zakham's relentless assault continued, his massive arm a blur of motion as it hammered at the fallen Elpham. Each strike sent tremors through the chamber, the air thick with dust and the scent of ozone. Wiping blood from his brow, Donghoon muttered, "This is driving me crazy." So that's already 2 outs for the greenhorn, and 1 for the tight ass. A surge of energy coursed through Donghoon's arm, the air around him shimmering with power. Thrilling as always. No need to thank me, he thought, a grim smile playing on his lips. He continues to move forward, muttering to himself to just keep acting like that. The adventurer grimaces, sweat beading on his brow. He hates to admit it, but as expected, a third circle is different. The grotesque monster unleashes a piercing shriek. Elpham is struck by a wave of dark, purple energy, the force of the blow staggering him. The dark energy crackles and pulses, a malevolent aura surrounding it. The grotesque monster lunges, its attack aimed at Donghoon, who is prone on the ground. Its movement may be irregular, but that's all there is to it. The monster's maw opens wide, ready to devour its prey. For now, the 2 greenhorns are done and over, so the only one remaining is Elpham and his fire arrow along with psychokinesis. He certainly does have the skills to get the attention of the Kenya merchants. The monster's single eye gleams with malicious intent. I don't know about boss fights, but his mobbing speed is extremely faster than me. Then that guy is... The monster's hand, wreathed in dark energy, descends. Donghoon is surrounded by a swirling vortex of purple energy, his expression one of grim determination. Definitely useful. 50 million mesos as a contract fee isn't a fortune that anyone can easily receive. The monstrous Zakham looms, his form crackling with dark energy. And considering the attitude the merchant group showed him, they may even give him more in the future. His singular eye, a swirling vortex of malice, narrows. A figure stands amidst a shower of gold coins and crimson gems, a predatory grin plastered across his face. He thinks, I can see myself swimming in mesos after I take over this party. The promise of wealth glitters, a mountain of coins stacked high. Shannon, her face a mask of determination, swings her blade, a silver arc against the encroaching darkness. That monster. He's just having all the fun in the world. Zakham's face contorts, a silent roar of pain etched into his features as an unseen force strikes him. His massive eye widens, a manic glee twisting his lips. Kya, this is exhilarating. Kia. The force of the blow sends Zakham staggering back, a guttural cry escaping his throat. KHUK. WH what? Donghoon leaps into the fray, a dark silhouette against the chaos. He glares up at Zakham, fury burning in his eyes. He demands, what was that underhanded attack for? Are you picking a fight with me? Donghoon, surrounded by small, grotesque creatures, grits his teeth. No need to thank me. What kind of nonsense? A surge of blue energy erupts, sending Donghoon hurtling backwards through the air. Something strikes from afar, unseen. The hooded figure recoils, a guttural question escaping their lips. What was that? Which bastard dared to attack? A storm of arrows erupts from the figure's position, blurring through the air towards the unseen assailant. Each arrow is wreathed in crackling blue energy, promising more than just a physical strike. The figure draws back another volley, the glowing arrows aimed with deadly precision. A flicker of recognition crosses their face, the location of the attacker pinpointed. Over there, with a burst of speed, the hooded figure leaps towards a pair of grotesque monsters. The air crackles as the figure unleashes a torrent of blue energy, arcing towards the beasts. The magical blast slams into one of the creatures, sending it reeling back with a roar of pain. The figure's eyes glow with an intense light, the power within them surging. Elsewhere, a figure is struck by a fiery blast, the force of the impact visible even from a distance. The hooded figure reacts, sensing the shift in the battle. Something is amiss. The fiery explosion consumes everything in its path, leaving only scorched earth and lingering heat. He had blocked the attack with an evil eye and retaliated, a voice mused, impressed by the genius and bold execution of the maneuver. Energy crackled around the unknown figure's hands as he prepared another assault. A voice called out simply what? Streaks of blue energy tore through the air. The attack, it seemed, came from the other side. The man from before, face bloodied, shouted, "Boss!" The monster's face, marred by injury, filled the view. Elpham stood amidst the trees, staff in hand. Had his attack even landed? Even more, the attack suddenly came from behind. The man's eyes widened in alarm. Run? He questioned. The blue streaks of energy intensified as Elpham stood alongside others, ready for what came next. To where? A web of azure energy crackles through the air, the ominous hum vibrating in the very bones of those nearby. A desperate cry pierces the air, a warning born of pure terror. Run! The voice shrieked, echoing through the trees. A searing blast of energy finds its mark, the impact a sickening crunch of bone and flesh. A strangled cry escapes the victim's lips. A tortured scream rips through the forest, a raw expression of agony as the unseen force continues its assault. Another strike, another scream. The golden light flares as it connects, the air thick with the smell of ozone and burning flesh. A desperate counterattack erupts, a blinding flash of light and power. Solar slash echoes the declaration of intent. A voice cuts through the chaos, urging escape. What are you doing? Start running towards the forest, if you want to live. A frustrated cry rings out, laced with helplessness. We would have gone there if we could. Another voice, filled with rising panic, speaks of unseen horrors. How are we supposed to go there when it's cramped with evil eyes? The ground trembles as another victim is struck, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the earth. One figure, driven by desperation, stumbles forward, their voice barely a whisper. The path. Something had opened up, and Elpham prepared to head in first, his grip tightening on his weapon. A voice boomed, demanding an end to the hesitation and a swift advance. Someone was sent flying backwards, the impact echoing through the space. A foot slammed down, the sound reverberating as a surge of energy crackled around it. A blinding blue energy erupted, scattering debris in all directions. Elpham cried out, fear lacing his voice as he warned that at this rate, everyone was going to die. Sword in hand, he charged forward, a desperate hope flickering in his eyes. A wave of orange energy exploded outwards, splintering the very air around it. Devo was urged to listen up, the speaker's voice raw with urgency. He realizes his location has been compromised, a bead of sweat trickling down his masked face. With a flick of his wrist, the magician begins to conjure a barrage of glowing blue projectiles. He understands now why Lord Ivok's warnings were not to be taken lightly, the air crackling with magical energy. The magician, with a hint of regret in his voice, apologizes to Elpham. Farewell. The projectiles streak through the air, leaving trails of shimmering blue light in their wake. More projectiles follow, each one carrying the force of a thunderclap. The final volley of energy hurtles towards its unseen target, promising destruction. Meanwhile, the one who wields a polearm clicks his tongue, astonished by the magician's speed. What kind of magician is that fast? The polearm user watches as the blue streaks of energy fly past, his eyes narrowed in concentration. He prepares to unleash a counterattack, orange energy gathering around his outstretched hand. The energy intensifies, a fiery aura engulfing his form as he focuses his power. With a final surge, he unleashes the accumulated energy, sending a wave of searing orange light towards the magician. The attack connects, a surge of heat radiating from the point of impact. A disembodied voice that confirms the strike found its mark. Cloaked in shadow, the figure brandishes their weapon, a guttural "all right," echoing across the battlefield. A twisted smile spreads across the man's face as he clutches his staff. The disguise, it seems, worked perfectly, all thanks to him. A searing pain rips through him as blue energy tears through his defenses, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. A brutal strike sends blood flying as Devo is caught off guard, the force of the blow nearly severing his head. His eyes widen, a silent scream trapped in his throat as the impossible unfolds before him. How could this be? Gathering his strength, he channels the arcane energies, a shimmering blue aura coalescing around his form. From above, the battlefield is a chaotic dance of light and shadow, the combatants locked in a desperate struggle for survival. Her face contorts in disbelief as she witnesses the carnage, a strangled cry escaping her lips. No way. Amidst the chaos, a desperate command rings out, followed by a pained scream as the battle intensifies. Steel clashes against steel, energy against energy, each blow carrying the weight of life and death. A gasp escapes her lips as pain explodes within her, the world blurring at the edges. Energy crackled through the air, a barrage of blue spikes aimed at the fleeing figure. Dong-hoon, his face etched with concern, muttered about the situation. Shannon and Ralph stood behind him. How tiresome. I wasn't planning to act like a dad. The figure continued to fly, a trail of blue energy following close behind. The unseen pursuer taunted. Run as much as you want. You can't escape from my sight anyway. The masked magician manipulated the energy, his eyes narrowed in concentration. A sudden realization sparked in the character's mind. That's... The trio continued their desperate flight through the dense forest. Ralph questioned, "Of plan is it that he told me to run here?" They pressed onward, the sound of pursuit echoing behind them. The group halted, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. Before them loomed a massive, glowing orange gate, pulsating with heat. Donghun's eyes widened as he stared at the gate. Impossible. Could it be? Elpum knew about its location. A sinister grin spread across Donghun's face. "I'm about 100 meters away from the enemy. Then I should be able to enter the gate faster than the arrows can reach us." Shannon, her expression a mix of concern and defiance, exclaimed, "Wait. You're not thinking of entering the second gate without the boss, right?" Ralph added, "Ha, don't you think that's Elpum's plan for leading us here?" The figure, eyes narrowed, commanded them to cease their movements. The plan was set. Wait for the bastard to arrive. Blue energy began to surge from the magician, crackling around him like a living aura. The energy erupted outward in a blinding flash, a wave of raw power washing over the battlefield. The force of the blast sent one of the figures sprawling, a pained groan escaping their lips as they hit the ground. Shannon, disoriented, struggled to make sense of the sudden assault. How had they been flanked so quickly? The magician channeled more energy, the blue light intensifying around his form. Bolts of pure energy lashed out, seeking their next target with deadly precision. A figure clad in blue armor gasped, recognizing the attack for what it was. The polearm, the very one taken from the boss, was now wielded with grim purpose. As he thought, the polearm user was saving them. Another figure, battered and bruised, could only curse their misfortune. The polearm struck with brutal force, the attack leaving the target screaming in agony. A low hum vibrated through the air as tendrils of cerulean energy snaked around the pulsating, orange core. The air crackled with unseen power, the scent of ozone sharp in the nostrils. With a deafening roar, the blue energy slammed into the orange Massachusetts. The ground trembled, and the very air seemed to thicken with anticipation. The impact detonated in a blinding flash of orange light, the shockwave rippling outwards with the force of a collapsing star. The smell of burnt earth filled the air. The orange glow faded, revealing the aftermath of the blast. From behind a rocky outcrop, a pair of eyes widened in disbelief, the scent of smoke stinging their nostrils. The unknown magician's voice, laced with a mixture of shock and fury, broke the silence. That crazy son of a bitch." Elsewhere, a monstrous figure, eyes burning with malevolent intent, raises a glowing blade. The blade crashes down, the impact sending splinters of energy in every direction. Meanwhile, a figure, face obscured by shadow and a high collar, clicks his tongue. Evil eyes again, he thinks, wondering why his opponent isn't making a move, suspecting a ploy to drag out time while staying hidden. Elsewhere, a masked figure, bow drawn, sneers, calling someone a fool. Meanwhile, a voice echoes, taunting Elpum to struggle as they play along with his scheme. Elsewhere, a selection process had begun, where only 5 out of 300 assassins were to survive by killing each other. During the bloodbath that continued for 7 days, not a single one of them found him even in their last moments, so Lord Ivok had bestowed him with the title of Ghost. A single, luminous green eye observes the unfolding events, its gaze intense and unwavering. A blinding blue beam of energy tears through the forest, vaporizing trees in its path with a crackling hiss. The masked figure grimaces, barely dodging the blast. Another miss, he muttered. An orange beam narrowly misses, the heat searing the air as the figure leaps to the side. The forest floor erupts in a shower of splinters and molten earth as another blast impacts nearby. More blue energy spears streak through the trees, forcing the figure to weave and dodge with desperate agility. Landing lightly on a branch, the figure smirks. "Oh, not bad." The figure perches precariously, poised to strike back. The figure unleashes a barrage of blue energy beams of their own. But you should have taken into account that your location would be discovered with that attack. The beams converge on their target, a silent question hanging in the air. A brilliant orange explosion engulfs the area, sending shockwaves through the trees. The figure stares in disbelief. What? That bastard, did he use psychokinesis to hide his location? Resorting to useless schemes, huh? The masked figure sneered, energy crackling around their fingertips. A barrage of razor-sharp projectiles launched forth, tearing through the air with lethal precision. One narrowly missed its mark, leaving only a faint distortion in its wake. More energy coalesced, forming into another deadly projectile, ready to be unleashed. A storm of blue and orange energy erupted, filling the space with chaotic power. The masked figure unleashed a devastating blast, the air shimmering with heat and force. Shit, my vision. A sudden, searing pain shot through the magician's head, blurring their sight. Didami. An unseen force slammed into the magician, the impact rippling through their body. A wave of fire engulfed the area, consuming everything in its path. The flames licked at the magician's robes, the heat intense and unforgiving. "Help him!" The magician gasped, recognizing their attacker at last. Would you look at that? A heavy foot descended, ready to crush its target. The forest floor, a tapestry of fallen leaves and damp earth, lay still. Towering trees stood like silent sentinels, their branches reaching towards a sky obscured by a dense canopy. It's suddenly quiet. Did he decide to seriously hide? Things had become bothersome. To think he could hide his presence to the point of being completely undetectable. There was no one as skilled as him in this gate in my previous life. Then he must be an assassin sent from Kania. As I thought, did the future really change once I enter the 100-man gate? Come forward, help him. Don't you know this already? Let's not waste each other's time. There's nothing you can do by continuing to hide like a coward. I've heard plenty of rumors about your fearless antics, but were you just an ordinary coward after all? It's him. What's going on? It's impossible to not make a single sound while traveling across this distance. Could it be teleportation? It is a blink shot. From the shadows, a voice, laced with malice, declared, "Found you." A blinding array of blue energy arrows streaked toward him, each point promising a swift and painful end. Elpham's eyes widened in disbelief as the attack bore down on him. Elsewhere, a desolate, snow-swept mountain range pierced the sky, an alien landscape far removed from the forest they had just occupied. A searing flash of orange light erupted, momentarily blinding everything in its path. The force of the teleportation spell sent the team flying backward, limbs flailing as they lost their footing. Dong-hoon, his face marred with fresh cuts, cursed under his breath. "Damn it, we went through, while leaving boss behind." Another voice, tinged with worry, speculated, "Shitty punk bastard. Huh, how is he supposed to fight all by himself? Don't you think he stayed behind because he has a plan of his own?" Dazed and bleeding, Elpham struggled to sit up, his mind reeling. He landed amidst a gruesome pile of skulls and bones, the stench of death heavy in the frigid air. Ralph, wide-eyed with horror, stammered, "What the hell are these? Wasn't this a gate with 3 scars? What's with this mountain of corpses?" Dong-hoon's voice, grim and low, revealed a chilling truth. There were more than 100 parties here, not just 3 of them. He spat the words out, the realization hitting him like a physical blow. This was all staged. Those Kania bastards had finally gotten him. The sudden recruitment offer, the immediate trolling on the first gate, the amount of corpses that didn't match the number of scars, it all pointed to one thing. The pieces were falling into place. The symbol loomed, a dark omen in the rain-streaked sky. The Kania were followers of the Black Mage. Elpham's voice was tight with anger and dawning horror. Could the Kania really be behind this? They must have been luring in the explorers who were a hindrance to them. They even sent an assassin, so he was right that they would take the bait. A guttural voice interrupted their grim deductions. Zakham's grin was wide and predatory. "Followers, huh? Sorry for interrupting your interesting talk." Dong-hoon's hand instinctively moved to his weapon. "But how about we save the conversation for later?" he asked, his gaze fixed on the hulking figure. The master of this house looked pretty pissed off. Shadows seemed to cling to the massive form, obscuring details, yet the malevolence radiating from it was unmistakable. Ralph's eyes widened, a tremor of fear running through him. What in the world? Is that the boss monster here?" Zakham's grin widened, a predatory glint in his eyes. He tightened his grip, preparing to strike. "Drat, looks like I have to pay the rent this time." A card materialized in Zakham's hand, glowing with an ominous light. "Look, count yourselves lucky, because this isn't something I show to anyone." The card pulsed with power, the air crackling with anticipation. The battle was about to begin. Ralph as a person can be defined as such. Elpham, face contorted with anger, calls someone a complete asshole. Beside him, Ralph stands guard, his expression grim. Dong-hoon, with a dismissive wave of his hand, labels someone a lousy douchebag and a money grubber. But if Ralph were to be defined as an explorer, Zakham, brandishing a knife, mutters that the bastard is probably... A voice wonders if someone is a healer in the third circle as a symbol glows brightly. And the green energy washes over Ralph and another figure, wounds visibly healing. Someone's wounds are instantly healed as they hold a glowing green orb. The man bathed in green light realizes he wasn't a buccaneer, but a bishop. A shocked face realizes that the healing was done without even using a skill. A figure moves with incredible speed. Zakham, a sinister grin spreading across his face, tells them to get ready if they're all healed up, questioning if they shouldn't work to earn their keep. Glowing blue eyes stare intently. The towering beast, Zakham, unleashes a deafening roar, the sound vibrating through the cavern and promising a brutal fight. The air crackles with anticipation as he demands they show their skills. The force of the sound alone sends chunks of rock flying as Zakham initiates his assault. Dong-hoon watches, ready to strike. Ralph is caught in the initial blast, the impact sending him spiraling backward through the air. He curses, realizing the power of their foe. Zakum's maw opens wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth as he continues his relentless assault. The roar intensifies, creating a visible shockwave that rips through the environment, scattering debris and shaking the very foundations of the cavern. With terrifying speed, Zakum reaches out, his massive hand closing in on the airborne Ralph, intent on crushing him. The monstrous hand continues its pursuit, the shadow of its claws looming over Ralph as he plummets helplessly through the air. A blinding flash of light erupts as Dong-hoon retaliates, a blade of pure energy aimed directly at Zakum's gaping maw. The energy blade strikes true, impacting with a burst of light and force that momentarily staggers the colossal beast. Despite the counterattack, Zakum's rage only intensifies, and he sends Ralph flying once more with a devastating blow. Muscles tense beneath Dong-hoon's armored arm as he prepares for another strike, his determination unwavering despite the immense power of their foe. Ralph is sent spinning through the air like a ragdoll, the force of Zakum's attack leaving him disoriented and vulnerable. The wolf form of Zakum lunges, teeth bared and eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. Claws, sharp as razors, extend, ready to tear through flesh. The claws connect, and Ralph's scream pierces the air. A surge of green energy washes over Ralph as the blonde-haired healer casts a spell, the word heal, materializing in the air. The healer's hands glow with power as they channel the restorative magic. Dong-hoon observes, noting the healer's unexpected role as both support and frontline fighter. He thinks he's not using it whenever, he's using it only. Dong-hoon prepares his next move, a thought bubble revealing, oops, I forgot to mention this. The first one was free of charge. The healer's form shifts, now radiating golden light, an angelic silhouette declaring, but from here on, you better pay up. The healer casts Bless, their face illuminated by the golden light. The healer prepares for another action, their expression determined. Power surges through the healer's body as they announce, that'll be 100 mesos per use. The healer declares, I don't need it. The air crackled with unseen energy. Zakum, the monstrous beast, stood defiant, its massive form a testament to raw power. A voice echoed through the cavern, declaring, it's finally over, as silhouettes plummeted from above. A neutral man with a sinister smile mused, horrible foe, before adding, that was so-so. The beast roared, its cavernous maw opening wide, as a voice within it questioned, about we start calculating my pay? Dong-hoon, gripping his axe, vowed, I'll send you off. A flurry of icy shards tore into the monster's flesh. Elpham stood ready, as Ralph, his face etched with determination, muttered, don't tell me. The monster's face contorted in rage as the icy assault continued. Zakum towered over the adventurers, a behemoth of fur and fury. The air vibrated with the force of the ongoing battle. A pained cry tore from Elpham's throat, each breath a ragged gasp. Azure beams of energy streaked through the air, each carrying the force of a thunderbolt. Caught in the crossfire, a lone figure struggled to maintain their footing against the onslaught. Elpham pushed forward, his mind racing to decipher the source of the relentless assault. Something was strange about these attacks. Dong-hoon's voice dripped with disdain. He sneered, didn't I tell you that is useless? I'm about to yawn just by how slow you are. A colossal sphere of searing orange energy materialized, radiating intense heat. The sphere hurtled forward, a voice echoing with mocking laughter. Kiki, where the hell are you aiming? An archer, perched high above, drew back their bowstring, their words laced with scorn. If you continue to waste your... Elpham's face was marred with cuts and bruises, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. He is sent hurtling through the air by another unseen blow, the force of the impact stealing his breath. A surge of raw energy erupts where the last adventurer Elpham had been standing moments before. Elpham grits his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He thinks, damn it, I can't continue fighting against an enemy whom I don't even know where he is. Blue energy crackles around him, and he realizes it's all over if he gets in a mana shock. But before that, another blow connects, sending him crashing to the ground with a pained grunt. Despite the pain, Elpham reaches for a potion, blue energy swirling around the vial. He chugs the potion, thinking, if that's the case, then I have to gamble. Gathering his remaining strength, Elpham conjures a flame orb. With a defiant yell, Elpham launches the fiery sphere. Kiki, fool! The flame orb streaks through the air, a blazing comet aimed at the unseen assailant. Suddenly, a pair of glowing green eyes pierce the darkness, revealing the unseen enemy. The flame orb slams into its target, engulfing the area in a fiery explosion. Streaks of searing energy tore through the forest, slicing through ancient trees as if they were mere blades of grass. The air crackled with displaced power. High above, perched precariously on a branch, the hooded figure watched the onslaught. What in the 6 shots? He muttered, his voice barely a whisper against the rising din. The hooded figure considered the barrage. He thought, he fired off the most number of attacks he could do as a third circle in the middle of a mana shock. The figure shifted, his stance becoming more defensive as the attacks continued to rain down. The scent of ozone filled the air, a testament to the raw magical energy being unleashed. Below, Elpham gasped, the force of the unseen attacks clearly taking its toll. Kook! He groaned, his face contorted in pain. The hooded figure's hand began to glow with an eerie blue light. If I'm right, your secret, he hissed, his fingers twitching. I'll forcibly drag it out. Explosions ripped through the forest floor, sending splinters of wood and chunks of earth flying in all directions. The air vibrated with the force of the blasts. The hooded figure watched the chaotic display with a mixture of curiosity and disdain. He's firing off indiscriminately without even knowing my location. That crazy bastard. He's completely lost his mind. He thought. A swirling sphere of pure flame hurtled through the air, leaving a trail of heat in its wake. The forest floor glowed with an eerie orange light. The explosions intensified, the forest floor becoming a ravaged landscape of shattered trees and scorched earth. The smell of burning would hung heavy in the air. The green energy beams clashed with the fiery explosions, creating a blinding spectacle of light and sound. The very air seemed to tremble with the force of the collision. Despite the onslaught, Elpham gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with determination. Cuck, not yet. It's not over yet, he vowed, his voice strained but resolute. A fresh wave of energy explodes around Elpham, the force of it threatening to tear him apart. He grits his teeth, fighting to maintain his stance as the world around him shatters. Blood trickles from his lips, a testament to the unseen blows. He can only hold on just a bit longer. The hooded figure sneers, his eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. How pathetic, he thinks. Did Elpham truly believe he could be felled by such simple attacks? Dark energy coils around the adventurer, spectral chains tightening their grip. The hooded figure declares his fate is sealed now, destined to die as his body writhes in pain from the mana shock. Despite the agony, Elpham struggles to remain standing, his legs trembling beneath him. Blood pools at his feet, each drop a testament to his dwindling strength. With a gesture, the hooded figure summons jagged spikes of pure energy, impaling the ground around Elpham. Explosions erupt, each one a searing brand against his flesh. A guttural cry tears from Elpham's throat as he reaches out, his hand outstretched as if grasping for salvation. The pain is unbearable, a white-hot fire consuming him from the inside out. Another beam of searing energy slams into the ground, the impact sending tremors through Elpham's already weakened body. The air crackles with raw power, the smell of ozone filling his nostrils. Flames engulf Elpham, the inferno licking at his skin, threatening to consume him entirely. He is trapped, a prisoner in a cage of fire. The hooded figure raises his hands, an intricate circle of energy forming between them. The air shimmers with heat, the promise of another devastating attack hanging heavy in the air. With a final surge of power, the hooded figure unleashes the attack, a beam of pure energy hurtling towards Elpham. The world seems to slow, the inevitability of the strike hanging in the balance. But then, a flicker of surprise crosses the hooded figure's face, his eyes widening in disbelief. Huh? He recoils, the sudden inferno catching him completely off guard. What? Flames lick at his cloak as the unknown magician realizes the extent of the blaze. The whole area is on fire. That lunatic. Don't tell me he planned all this. Panic begins to set in. He must escape or be consumed. This is bad. I'm going to burn to death at this rate. There, the open fields. I need to get there. His eyes dart around, searching for an escape route, a glimmer of hope in the inferno. An open space. There's no way it just conveniently happened to. A sudden, sharp sound pierces the air, and the magician's eyes widen in alarm. He cries out, realizing the open space is not a blessing, but a carefully laid trap. Go back. It's a trap. The heat intensifies, the air thick with the smell of burning wood and ozone. He braces himself, knowing something is coming. His eyes lock on something approaching, a look of utter disbelief washing over his face. Big brother, what do you mean? A blast of cyan energy hurtles towards the magician, a silent promise of destruction. He screams, the force of the approaching energy causing his cloak to ripple violently. What? The energy slams into him, and the magician cries out in pain and frustration. Shit! The force of the blast sends him flying backwards, tumbling through the air. A tortured scream rips through the air, punctuated by the crackling of flames. The declaration rings out. One down. The figure lies defeated, blood streaking their face. A masked figure looms over the fallen form, their expression hidden behind cold steel. The blade crackles with heat, a corona of fire dancing around its edge. Brutalized, he reels from the blow, blood streaking his face as the words, "one down," echo in his mind. His silver hair shines in the dim light, a stark contrast to the grim determination etched on his face. The axe is raised, ready to strike. An agonized grunt escapes him as the attack lands. The sword descends, a whirlwind of steel and fury. Eyes wide with a mix of pain and resolve, he grits his teeth. His gloved hand clenches, ready to unleash another attack. His face contorted in rage, he prepares to meet the next onslaught. The sword slices through the air, a deadly arc of sharpened steel. Time is of the essence. Elpham steels his resolve, knowing he must end this quickly. A surge of raw power erupts, the air crackling with unseen energy. The force of the blast sends the unknown magician reeling, stumbling backward. With a burst of speed, someone leaps into the fray, closing the distance. A volley of arrows streaks through the air, aimed with deadly precision. Elpham is caught in the blast, the explosion throwing him back. The unknown magician grits his teeth, blood trickling down his face. A clawed hand crackles with blue energy, ready to strike. Another blast of energy slams into someone, the impact visible in the air. A look of shock crosses Elpham's face as a voice declares, he can't use offensive spells anymore. The unknown magician prepares for a final assault, energy coalescing around him. The final blow lands, engulfing the unknown magician in a blinding light. He summons a dagger, the blade shimmering with a cyan light. A flicker of surprise crosses his face. A dagger? The unknown magician manipulates the blade with psychokinesis, a green aura enveloping his hand. Asterisk, is he planning to fight with psychokinesis since it uses up less mana? Asterisk. The dagger blurs, closing the distance with impossible speed. The strike lands. A flash of light erupts as the dagger finds its mark. A barrage of daggers materializes, each trailing a vibrant, multicolored wake of energy. They strike with brutal precision. The air crackles with each impact. One pierces flesh. A guttural sound escapes the unseen target. Asterisk cuck. Asterisk. Another dagger finds its mark, the impact echoing through the battlefield. A sudden, unseen force slams into the unknown magician, sending debris flying. He cries out in pain, his face contorted in agony. What kind of magician goes for close combat? Blood trickles down his face, a grim testament to the force of the blow. He grits his teeth. I can't give him any openings. He summons another dagger, the blue energy crackling around blade. They came without warning, a barrage of azure energy blades slicing through the air, each one a whisper of impending pain. The first blade hurtled forward, a streak of cerulean light aimed directly at the unknown magician. Another followed, closing the distance with impossible speed, the air crackling with displaced energy. The first strike landed, a searing pain erupting as the blade tore through flesh and fabric. More blades found their mark, each impact a fresh wave of agony. A strangled cry escaped the unknown magician's lips. The onslaught continued, each strike a brutal reminder of his vulnerability. Blood bloomed crimson against his worn attire as another blade pierced his defenses. From the sidelines, a voice rang out, filled with manic glee. Nice! You're the best, big brother. The unknown magician staggered, his vision blurring as the relentless assault took its toll. The sound of the blades slicing through the air was deafening, a constant reminder of the danger he faced. Each strike chipped away at his resolve, the pain a constant companion. Another blade found its mark, a final, brutal punctuation to the relentless assault. Surrounded by a whirlwind of energy blades, he spat out a challenge, questioning what could be accomplished with a single arm. The blades found their mark, slicing through flesh and bone with brutal efficiency. A gasp of disbelief escaped him as the assault intensified, the pain registering a split second later. A curse tore from his lips as the onslaught continued, each strike a searing brand against his skin. Steel pierced his arm, the blade sinking deep with a wet, sickening sound. A primal scream ripped from his throat, a raw expression of agony as the world blurred around him. Through gritted teeth, he snarled, demanding his unseen tormentor release him from their grip. Rage flared in his eyes, a promise of retribution as he threatened to riddle his attacker with holes. Gathering what remained of his strength, he channeled his energy into a desperate burst of power. A string of curses flew from his mouth, a desperate plea for his attacker to wait, to halt their assault. Driven by desperation, he knew he had to flee, to escape the relentless onslaught. With a final surge of power, he unleashed a wave of energy, hoping to create an opening for his escape. He continues to flee, the fiery landscape blurring around him as he struggles to maintain his pace. The air crackles with heat, each breath a burning reminder of his dire situation. The force of the attack sends him hurtling through the air, limbs flailing as he loses control. Debris rains down around him, each impact a sharp sting against his already wounded body. A ragged cough tears through him, each exhale a desperate plea for air. The taste of ash fills his mouth, a grim reminder of the inferno he's trapped within. His lungs burn, each gasp a futile attempt to draw in the suffocating air. I can't breathe, he thinks, panic clawing at his throat. At this rate, he knows he won't last. His legs tremble beneath him, threatening to buckle under the weight of his exhaustion and injuries. A sudden realization flickers in his eyes, a spark of understanding amidst the chaos. What is this? He wonders, a question hanging in the smoke-filled air. A vision, or perhaps a memory, surfaces. A vibrant green planet hangs in the void, a beacon of hope in the surrounding darkness. A figure, silhouetted against a blinding light, sprints towards a shimmering portal. A desperate escape, a last-ditch effort for survival. Pain lances through him, a raw, visceral agony that eclipses the burning in his lungs. Shit, where's Big Brother? He cries out, his voice cracking with desperation. Once more he is sent tumbling, the ground a blur beneath him. Each impact grinds against his wounds, a symphony of suffering echoing in his ears. The flames engulf him, a searing embrace that threatens to consume him entirely. He grits his teeth, fighting against the encroaching darkness. He looks up, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance. What awaits him in this inferno? What hope remains in this desperate flight? He is struck, the force of the blow sending a shockwave through his body. Despite the searing pain, the unknown magician's face contorts in a furious snarl. You're about to die anyway, he roars. The flames engulf him, knocking him off his feet. A voice echoes through the inferno, a single word of malice, die. The heat intensifies, the air shimmering with malevolent energy. The magical flames begin to dissipate, their power waning. It's getting dispelled, he thinks. He struggles against the inferno, his mind racing. What happened? Could it be? His eyes widen, a flicker of realization crossing his face. He collapses, defeated, the flames licking at his prone form. A voice calls out, urging him to resist. Get a hold of yourself, Nier. The voice continues, a desperate plea. Now isn't the time. We've taken too much time. Let's hurry and retrieve the phoenix feather. His arm lies limp, scorched and bleeding, the quest of the phoenix feather seemingly lost. He recoils, the force of the blow unseen but palpable. A spray of blood erupts as Nier's eyes widen in shock. More crimson blooms against his dark green robes, the searing pain cutting through him like a white-hot blade. Zakum exhales, the sound ragged and wet. Blood trickles from his lips, painting a grim picture against the fiery backdrop. A ragged hunt escapes him. In the distance, a hulking form looms, a titan of fur and ice. The air crackles with frost as jagged shards materialize around the beast, a prelude to the storm it commands. A guttural roar tears through the frozen landscape, a declaration of impending violence. With terrifying speed, the monster lunges, its massive paw sending Elpum flying through the air. The icy aura intensifies, the air growing colder as the beast prepares its next strike. Another blow lands, and Elpum cries out as the force of the impact reverberates through his body. The monster continues its relentless assault, a blizzard of claws and teeth. His face contorted in pain and fury, Elpum grits his teeth against the onslaught. The icy behemoth towers over him, a mountain of muscle and frost. Driven to the ground, Elpum struggles to rise as the monster bears down on him. A final, desperate cry escapes his lips as the beast unleashes its full fury. He leaps back, narrowly avoiding the sweeping blow. Zakum's massive arm crashes through the air, the force of its passage creating a shockwave of displaced snow and ice. Elpum smirks, knowing he's too quick. Too slow, he taunts. The attack continues, impacting the ground with a resounding crash. Blue energy crackles around Elpum's fist as he prepares his counter. He unleashes a blinding flash of light, channeling the solar slash. The blast slams into Zakum, eliciting a roar of pain. Ugh, why you bastard? The solar slash engulfs the monster in a sphere of searing light. Zakum is thrown back by the force of the blow, a guttural cry escaping his throat. The adventurer watches as the monster's crystalline armor cracks under the pressure. That's one payment down. The hulking form of Zakum continues its uncontrolled descent. He slams into the ground, the impact sending shards of ice and rock flying. The massive form of Zakum plummets backward, the force of the blow sending tremors through the icy ground. He continues to fall, a cloud of frost and snow swirling around his descent. A guttural roar tears from the monster's throat, a sound of pure, unadulterated agony. Quaff! The impact sends shards of ice flying in all directions, a testament to the raw power unleashed. A surge of emerald energy washes over the battlefield, the word heal, emblazoned within its radiant glow. Elpum sprints forward, his eyes fixed on the fallen behemoth, determination etched on his face. Donghun's face is a mask of desperation as he shouts, "Oi punk, is there a way to defeat that thing? At this rate, back." Zakam struggles to regain his footing, the healing energy doing little to alleviate the pain. Donghun's voice rises above the din of battle. "Know how big this guy is? Just say it clearly. Shut up and get its attention right now." A lone sword stands embedded in the ice, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. That way, I can get as close to its weak point as possible. Another explosion rocks the battlefield, the air thick with the smell of ozone and the taste of ash. He tenses, muscles coiled, ready to spring into action. The air crackles with anticipation as Elpum prepares to meet the monstrous Zakam's next assault. The battlefield shrinks as Zakam looms, a titan of ice and rage. The ground trembles beneath its immense weight, each step a thunderous echo of impending doom. Crystals of pure frost jut from Zakam's arm, each shard a deadly weapon waiting to be unleashed. The air grows colder, biting at exposed skin. With a burst of speed, Elpum narrowly avoids a crushing blow. The wind howls as the massive fist slams into the ground where he stood moments before. Zakam unleashes another furious attack, forcing Elpum into a desperate dance of evasion. The air is thick with the scent of ozone and the sting of frost. Ice shards explode outward, a blizzard of destruction. The very ground seems to shatter under the force of Zakam's relentless assault. The world blurs into a chaotic storm of ice and fury. Each impact sends tremors through the battlefield, a symphony of destruction. A blow connects. Elpum is sent sprawling, the impact stealing his breath. Pain lances through his body as he struggles to rise. Panic flares in Ralph's eyes. "Ralph, quick! Heal!" Donghun barks, his voice cutting through the din of battle. Zakam presses his advantage, another wave of ice hurtling toward the downed Elpum. Ralph watches, his face a mask of desperation. A monstrous visage, teeth like daggers, eyes burning with malevolent glee. Zakam relishes the prospect of crushing his foe. Ralph steels himself, preparing to unleash his healing magic. "I can use a maximum of 4 heals now," he declares while Donghun shouts, "Dodge as much as possible." The monstrous Zakam prepares his assault, a chilling declaration echoing through the frozen air. He would wait for an opening. A storm of ice erupts, shards flying in every direction. The barrage intensifies, the air thick with razor-sharp projectiles. The ice spreads, an unstoppable wave of frozen destruction. Zakam's eyes glow with an eerie blue light, the source of the devastating power. A scream pierces the air, a testament to the brutal force of the attack. The monstrous figure expresses a twisted frustration. He didn't want anyone getting hurt so soon. Donghun clenches his fist, preparing to heal the wounded with a surge of green energy. The healer's face contorts in anger. He mutters that his skill was wasted. Elpum plummets, falling victim to the relentless ice storm. The last adventurer lies broken on the ground, blood staining the snow. Donghun's voice cuts through the chaos, a desperate plea for unity. "Circle up." Donghun gestures with his hands, explaining, "Yeah, you should already have enough experience to reach the second circle." The man across from him, sipping from his cup, listens intently. Donghun continues, his voice low, "It's best to circle up in preparation of what's to come." The man with the cup considers Donghun's words. "Does that happen as easily as you're saying?" he asks, setting down his cup. Donghun elaborates, "Since enlightenment is all about your mindset, enlightenment differs from person to person." The man with the cup takes another sip, his gaze steady. Donghun presses on, "Enlightenment? What is that? Tell me." He leans forward, intent on the answer. "Even if I were to explain what I understood, it wouldn't help you." Donghun leans back, his expression thoughtful. So what do you want me to do then?" The man with the bandages replies, "Find a keyword that fits you. That could be an understanding about mana, a search for knowledge." Elsewhere, an unforgettable memory surfaces. A heart, raw and exposed, pulses with an inner light, a crimson glow that promises power and pain in equal measure. The air crackles with frost as a figure finds themselves encased in jagged ice. A silent question hangs in the air, a desperate "what?" etched on their face. Eyes blazing with a fierce determination, the figure prepares to meet the icy onslaught. The air grows heavy with anticipation, the scent of ozone sharp in the air. Steel sings as the blade cleaves through the ice, a deafening slash echoing through the frozen landscape. Shards explode outward, glittering like 1,000 fallen stars. A blinding blast erupts, a torrent of raw energy unleashed upon the world. The ground trembles, the air vibrates, and the very essence of reality seems to warp and bend. The warrior's face contorts in disbelief, sweat beading on his brow. "He cut even through the ice?" he exclaims, his voice laced with shock. "Just what happened?" With renewed resolve, the figure grips their weapon, preparing for another strike. The muscles in their arms tense, ready to unleash another devastating blow. A voice, filled with disbelief, cuts through the air. Did that brat just circle up? The figure is caught off guard, their eyes widening in surprise. The golden weapon descends, arcing through the frigid air with blinding speed. Elpum stands amidst the shattered remains of the ice, his gaze unwavering. Again, the weapon finds its mark, cleaving through the icy armor of the beast. The golden blade plunges into the beast's fiery core, unleashing a burst of light and heat. The core flares, a blinding inferno contained within the icy shell. A monstrous face, teeth bared in a silent roar, emerges from the swirling ice. The golden weapon strikes again, each blow echoing through the frozen landscape. Ice shatters and splinters, a constant rain of frozen shards. Blood trickles down Elpum's face, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. A voice booms, praising the warrior's efforts. Nice work, kid. The beast is battered, its icy armor cracked and broken, revealing the raw flesh beneath. A surge of green energy washes over the beast, mending its wounds and reigniting its fiery core. Get up right now. He lunges forward, spear extended, the tip crackling with golden energy as it pierces the icy air. The spear's impact unleashes a cataclysm of ice, shards exploding outward in a blinding blue tempest as the beast roars in pain. Mid-air, the last adventurer Elpum continues his assault, the force of his attack creating a swirling vortex of power around him. The attack culminates in a devastating explosion, the icy landscape illuminated by the raw power unleashed. A close-up reveals the ice beast's agony, its armored face cracked and bleeding from the force of the blow. The monstrous form is hurled backward, the healing magic from before seemingly unable to fully negate the damage. The beast's face, a mask of pain and fury, shows the strain of the battle. A guttural roar tears from its throat, a sound of pure, unadulterated rage. But then, a surge of emerald light washes over the wounded creature, mending the shattered ice and closing the gashes. The healing intensifies, the green glow pulsating with renewed vigor as the beast's strength returns. Its weapon, once marred by battle damage, now gleams with an ethereal light, the green energy coursing through its icy form. Fully restored, the ice beast prepares to retaliate, its eyes burning with renewed malice. The monstrous entity's face contorts into a grotesque grin, its glowing eyes burning with malevolent intent. A guttural growl rumbles deep within its chest, promising pain and destruction. A blinding beam of light erupts, followed by a storm of razor-sharp ice shards. Elpum is caught in the center of the onslaught, the air crackling with frigid energy. The ice shatters, the sound echoing like a death knell. The air is thick with the scent of ozone and the chilling promise of more to come. A monstrous beast with purple fur and menacing teeth snarls, its gaze fixed on an unseen target. The beast, chained and collared, is ridden by the white-haired magician, who sits calmly atop the massive creature. The beast's head is stroked, a voice musing that someone with such skill has suddenly appeared, yet there's no hunch of who is backing him. The white-haired magician contemplates risking starting a big commotion. Lord Ivok, Elpum has returned. What should we do about the suggested offer? The white-haired magician's face contorts in anger, his red eyes burning with fury. A voice booms, demanding that Elpum be killed. The black-haired man below looks up, startled, and asks pardon. The white-haired magician is told that this isn't the time to worry about the public's opinion, as Elpum is surpassing expectations. He is asked if he truly thinks Elpum did all that on his own. The purple beast is told to just give it a proper reason later, as he's not alone. The white-haired magician asks what. The black-haired man stands tall, his expression determined. Footsteps echo in the distance, growing closer. The man chews thoughtfully, his expression unchanging. Bland, he finally mutters. A shout erupts. Don't you even dare talk shit about the meal my sister made. Shut up and eat. Another voice chimes in, almost as an afterthought. I think she left out most of the salt. A woman offers a bowl overflowing with food. Appreciate it. Thanks for the meal. Frustration etched on his face. One of the men grits his teeth. This is why I didn't want to bring you guys here. I figured this would happen. The blonde woman offers a spoonful of food to the bandaged man. The news must have reached Kania by now, so there's no point in splitting up. Rather, this place is perfect for your sister's sake. The door creaks, open slightly, and it's obvious we'll quickly get caught if we were to hide. A figure stands silhouetted against the light. How are everyone's conditions? Boss, where did you go out during a time like this? The bandaged man leans forward, his expression demanding. You came at the right time. Since you mentioned business, how about you start calculating my pay? The argument escalates. Well, let's hold off on the talk about the party leader, since our contributions were pretty much the same. When are you going to give me the extra 7 million mesos you mentioned? Another voice interjects. Hey, are you out of your mind? You want to go to Kania to get paid in this situation? The bandaged man points a finger, his voice rising. And didn't you tell me that I defeated the snow yeti all on my own in the end? Though I don't remember. Not only that, you were dead asleep while I was searching for the escape gate. The woman with long blonde hair recounts what she's heard. Apparently, Elpum also dealt with twin assassins. A close-up reveals the intensity in the face of an unseen character. Dong-hoon, standing beside the blonde woman, is addressed by an unseen person. "Why, you punk bastard," the voice shouts. He asks the woman what their next plan is, as Kania will shortly start moving, and it won't be just them. A woman with long brown hair stands before someone, seemingly impatient. She demands to know how long they're going to keep her waiting outside, before asking who they are. A man with a bandage on his head looks shocked, muttering, "Huh?" Dong-hoon is addressed by someone off-panel. The blonde woman looks on, about to say something. Dong-hoon is asked to tell the big jerk, who just entered, to hurry up a bit. A close-up of Zakum's face shows his intense frustration. He thinks to himself, "Shit, what a mess." Zakum sits at a desk deep in thought. He reflects on the fact that the Kania merchants would have reached out to Elpum, and that Elpum went in to subjugate a gate before he could even do anything about it. He wonders if he should have held on to Elpum, no matter the cost. Zakum's expression intensifies, his teeth bared. He realizes, "I'm a goner at this rate." Zakum is seen from behind, looking at something off-panel. He mutters him. Zakum is seen talking to a green-haired man. The man remarks on how unexpected it is that Zakum's negotiation with the Kania merchants didn't go too well. Dong-hoon's brow furrows, his one visible eye narrowed with concern. The gate subjugation is over, but what's left now is the control. Still, the ever-so-jangling brat. The man's lips peel back in a sneer. He wouldn't mind if the brat just got up and walked out. Dong-hoon sighs, a hint of relief in his expression. Fine, it's his loss. Dong-hoon presents the document. 60 million mesos. He urges Zakum to sign it. If Elpum has nothing else to say. So, now that they become official partners, Dong-hoon suggests an honest talk between them. The culprit behind the trolling is Kania. Zakum is taken aback. Going straight to the point, all of a sudden. Dong-hoon is shocked by this discovery. Then that means their contact was an act of desperation to remove any evidence. Zakum's eyes narrow, a sinister intent behind them. With this, he'll empty out even their souls. Dong-hoon asks if Zakum is satisfied with just that. What? Zakum states that his testimony is all there is, even if they call it evidence. Dong-hoon mused, the gears of his mind already turning. The other merchant groups needed to find someone to blame for the failure of the 100-man gate. As long as Kania cowered from the negative sentiment, he thought they could be crushed. The Kania merchants were the topic of discussion as the two sat across from each other. Dong-hoon's gaze hardened. He wasn't talking about simply dragging them down from the second rank of the 10 merchant groups. Someone was being reprimanded, the tone sharp and demanding. "What else do you know? Didn't I just tell you not to hide more things from me?" The speaker insisted that the trolling case not be exposed just yet, believing it would be more effective to bring the issues to light all at once. He demanded the other hurry up and speak. The followers of the Black Mage had begun to make their moves. Meanwhile, Sir Eves had arrived, though it had been a while. He announced that he was there to make an apology. Zakum thought to himself that Ivok must have come there in a fit of temper, as he was. Lord Ivok apologized, terribly sorry. To put it clearly, Elpum was an official business partner of the Gaper merchants, and he was sorry if it seemed as if they were snatching him away. But if that was the case, they wouldn't be able to give him the offered contract pay. Was that fine with him? The magician agreed, stating that it was fine by him. Dong-hoon considered giving due proper treatment to excellent individuals such as him. A feral grin stretches across the beastman's face, promising pain and retribution. In the city streets, cloaked figures discuss the need to protect Elpum, ensuring his safety day and night from any possible danger. That includes all of Elpum's party members, of course. The magician's eyes narrowed, a cold glint in their depths. Should any one of Elpum's party members be harmed? Lord Ivok's face contorted in fury, his voice a low growl. Then the assailants would have to face the entirety of the Gaper merchants. A grim determination settled over the man's features, a silent promise of swift and merciless justice. His eyes widen, the man's jaw dropping at the sum. 60 million mesos. The armored woman looks on, incredulous. What kind of magic did he pull? Another man, standing nearby, mutters under his breath, wondering why they'd even assign them guards. Gazing out the window, the man wonders if Gaper would do this much. A man grins widely, declaring that Elpum is amazing, a fine genius in trading. Another man tells him not to make a fuss. He always reminds him of the value of this party, adding that it'd be perfect if they could get rid of some useless members. The man scowls, thinking that the other is a douchebag. He assures himself that there's no bishop like him in Lith Harbor, no, in the entire Maple world. Holding a coin, the man states that he can heal and act as a frontline as well, adding that one can call him an all-rounder, if they will. The man points, calling someone a brat, and asking what they mean by that. The man wonders just what kind of monster Elpum is. The man states that not only did he circle up after getting knocked out, but he even defeated the boss monster all by himself. The armored woman tilted her head, brow furrowed in thought. She pressed, wondering what exactly Elpum was. The man with the scar grimaced, a wave of confusion washing over him. He couldn't recall who he was or anything about his past. A memory flickered, an unknown girl battling alongside him, almost as if they were friends. But after waking, Elpum couldn't remember her face. All he could recall was that she wielded a polearm. "What?" he exclaimed, startled by the fragmented memory. His eye widened, the question echoing in his mind. A dream? In his previous life, everyone knew that Devo and Aaron were together. Could fragments of his previous powers be leaking out while he's unconscious? The realization struck him. How could this be? Did something get distorted after he came back and changed the past? A voice dripped with sarcasm. "You asshole. Then, are you saying you're smart, huh?" Elpum, he was told, was just like him. The man's gaze intensified, his voice a low rumble. Not only was he unbelievably fast to circle up, but he had the insight and experience despite his short time in this field of work. The armored woman's expression hardened. She could see why the Gaper merchants were desperate to have him. "On the contrary, as for you, lady," she began, her tone laced with challenge. The man in armor smirked, realizing it as well. Certainly, Elpum's basic skills were refined, and his decision-making was all right for a former leader of the training knights of the Cygnus Knights. Not bad for a second circle. The man's grin widened, a predatory glint in his eyes. But Elpum had nothing special about him. One of the figures adjusts his glasses, the pair discussing how they are acting as bait, and those who fell into their trap paid the price. They are willing to do whatever crazy act is asked of them, as long as they're compensated. The Scar Man admits he's not exactly satisfied that he'd have to share his mesos with someone who'd obviously be a burden. He'd be happy if they were to return to the Cygnus Knights right this moment. Kyrie's expression is fraught with worry. Elsewhere, a grand building stands under a bright sky. Kyrie walks through a hallway. A man with silver hair greets Kyrie, mentioning he thought she had died at the 100-man gate because he hadn't seen her in a while. Kyrie responds to sarcasm, confirming something with a simple yes. Another figure remarks that he heard the rumors that Kyrie is going to join some explorer party, adding that she really is a pain in the neck. A sinister smile spreads across a man's face as he thinks that something might just fit someone's skill level. The silver-haired man suggests that quitting might be the way for Kyrie to keep the Knights as well as Master's honor, urging her to go on, as Master should be in his office. A view of the building's exterior. A figure asks Kyrie if she's going to quit the Knights. "What's wrong?" The words hung in the air as Kyrie's brow furrowed, her gaze downcast. She offered her apologies, the explanation catching in her throat, difficult to voice. But someday, she thought. Someday? The quill scratched across the parchment, the question echoing in the silence of the room. The knight stood before the expansive window, the city sprawling beneath her. She would consider joining the explorer party as part of the secret mission. The voice, stern yet familiar, reminded her, "Don't forget, Kyrie, you are still my disciple." The quill continued its work, sealing the decree. "And the knight of our Cygnus Knights forever." Kyrie faced the man, her expression resolute. She knew she was being shameless, but as long as there was a follower hiding between the knights, she couldn't return to her master until she brought something decisive to end their lives. Kyrie clenched her fist, determination blazing in her eyes. She would solve the issue of her lack of skills if she was just given time. Dong-hoon smirked, his eyes glinting with amusement. He told her not to get him to buzz off, asking if she was confident. Elpum's voice cut through the air, his face a mask of fury. "What in blazes are?" A man watched from the shadows, his expression grave. Nothing good would come out for them, too, if she went off by herself, searching for the followers with that attitude of hers. Dong-hoon stood alongside Kyrie and Elpum, his gaze sharp. "Let me add one thing." The speaker's eye narrowed, the voice laced with a hint of disappointment. She seemed to be fairly confident in her own skills, but she wasn't the only one who was disappointed in the party members. He recalls a time when clearing a place was easier. Elpum remembers being told that he and his companions would have died without Devo. Dong-hoon scoffs, thinking that the monster was anything but ordinary, and that they haven't even fought it themselves. He recalls hunting that snow yeti. The blonde-haired character declares that he was all by himself before. The characters express shock and disbelief at what they are hearing. One exclaims, "What kind of nonsense?" Another asks if they are serious. Elpum thinks to himself that, of course, that was in his previous life. He reflects that if things had gone according to plan, he would have faced it again. The character with the mask thinks that the level of the assassins that Kania sent was much higher than expected, so he had no choice but to change plans. The injured character thinks that they are still insufficient, including his party members. Another character yells at him, asking how he would have done that when he was just a slave until some time ago. Dong-hoon asks if they can't believe him, then offers to confirm it for them, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. Dong-hoon implies that there's no particular reason for someone to do something. Elpum thinks to himself that he is not needed as well. Dong-hoon tells Elpum and Kyrie that it's simple, they just have to get stronger. Elpum thinks that they've got about a month till the next subjugation, which means no pain, no gain. A hand grips the magician's throat, the pressure unseen but palpable. The magician lowers his head, acknowledging the situation. It seems the problem has spiraled into a bigger mess, he admits, vowing, we'll get more. Within the halls, the discussion turns to the Gaper merchants. Attention if we clash with the Gaper merchants. Seated upon his throne, the magician muses, merchants. The magician's gaze hardens. They shouldn't pose an issue. The magician continues, plotting, and once that day comes, removing them won't be a problem. The scene shifts to a depiction of the Maple Alliance. Yes, it was the same even 800 years ago. The magician considers the situation. If it's just conflict between the merchant groups, it should be resolvable without the help of the higher-ups. But something feels off. He pulled all this after only trusting in the Gaper. The magician's expression darkens, lost in thought. Ivok kneels before the magician. Gather information first. Everything you can about the Gaper merchants. Ivok responds, yes, my lord. Elsewhere, the name echoes. Elpum. The magician's eyes gleam with anticipation. I pray you aren't a boring opponent. Leaves drift through the air, carried on a gentle breeze through the forest. Sunlight pierces the canopy, illuminating the towering trees. A groan escapes the man's lips as he lies prone on the ground. Ugh, he grunts, pain lacing his voice. A boot presses down, the woman's voice cold as she asks, what's the matter? Through the forest, a figure strides forward, his cape billowing behind him. A sinister smile curls on his lips, the man taunting, come and try hitting me. The man plummets downward, his body crashing through the air. With a swift kick, the woman sends her opponent flying. Gee, get away from me, she shouts. Frustration contorts the man's face. Honestly, I can't concentrate with all these loud noises. The man sits on a rock, his expression sour. TCH, I'd rather be moving around right now, but why am I the only one? The antagonist, unknown magician, leans against a wall, speaking to the bandaged man. Try seeing if you could draw out the mysterious power that only activates once you're unconscious. Honestly, I don't know if that's possible. A smirk plays on the antagonist's lips. But if you succeed, things are going to get interesting. A sudden, unseen force slams into Elpum, the impact reverberating through the forest. He cries out, pleading for mercy from an unknown assailant. The name Elpum hangs in the air, a question mark over the illuminated buildings in the distance. Dong-hoon, sporting a fresh bruise, wonders aloud if this is really training, before bursting into laughter. Elpum faces Dong-hoon, who is still laughing, and tells him that he simply faced him according to his circle. Dong-hoon replies that Elpum looks great and handsome too. Kairi wonders if it is fine to leave that girl, Kairi, alone like that. She adds that Kairi should have a guard assigned to her anyway, so there shouldn't be any problems, and that she told her to make sure it wouldn't affect tomorrow's training. Dong-hoon, still smiling, tells Elpum that he has something to ask him. A hand holds up a letter, noting it is someone's keepsake found in the previous gate, and that they were able to escape thanks to it. It is also noted that the recipient of this letter wasn't written anywhere when they tried to. Elpum looks at a ring and wonders what to do with it, identifying it as the cross ring. Kairi smiles, her expression unreadable. Dong-hoon and Elpum are in conversation. The hand holding the letter declares that they have a hunch. Elpum, looking weary, remarks that he should go to sleep early. Another man, scarred and weathered, tells someone off-panel that they will be joining them starting tomorrow. Elsewhere, a forest scene unfolds, the air thick with the sounds of battle. A blade flashes, cutting through the air with lethal precision. Kairi continues her assault, her sword a blur of motion as she fights unseen enemies. The warrior grits her teeth, sweat and dirt streaking her face as she pushes through the pain. A disembodied voice echoes, laced with malice, you've got no talent. Kairi's face contorts in a silent scream, tears welling in her eyes as she endures the harsh words. Her grip tightens on the hilt of her sword, the intricate design a stark contrast to the brutal reality of the fight. With a defiant yell, Kairi channels her pain into renewed strength, continuing her battle against the unseen foe. The cobblestone path echoed with each step as he approached the imposing structure, its shadowed doorway promising secrets untold. The heavy wooden door loomed, its surface aged and scarred, a silent testament to countless comings and goings. A long shadow stretched across its surface, obscuring the details. With a groan of protesting wood, the door yielded, the sound echoing in the otherwise silent street. His gaze, shadowed and intense, betrayed a mind wrestling with weighty matters. A flicker of determination sparked within his eyes, a silent promise to uncover the truth, no matter the cost. He held the sealed letter, its wax seal a crimson eye staring back at him, a silent invitation into a web of intrigue. The gate destruction incident, a bizarre event where the gate's entrance was destroyed by unknown people. The destruction led the affiliated merchant groups to search for the culprit, only to end up unresolved. Surprisingly, the gate formed again close to where it was destroyed, and after the truth got revealed, no more gate destructions ever happened. Elpum realized it later as well, the culprit behind that incident, as well as their motive for such an act. To be precise, there was... The hooded figure demands an explanation, granting him a mere 5 seconds to comply. The air crackles with unspoken tension. A silent assembly of figures looms in the shadows, their eyes burning with an eerie red glow. Their presence is both menacing and watchful. The words echo in the darkness. The Silent Crusade, a golden emblem, a symbol of a secret organization, floats amidst swirling currents. It was this group that realized the gates were traps, and they were also behind the gate destruction. A figure, clad in dark armor, grips a strange weapon. The air shimmers with an otherworldly energy. The weapon pulses with a cyan light, its edges crackling with raw power. A question hangs in the air, unspoken but palpable. Elpum's face is grim. He declares that he has come to return what was lost, but it seems his audience is not in the mood to reward him. A close-up reveals a face etched with determination, eyes burning with an inner fire. The figure in the shadows speaks, noting that Elpum looked a bit lost, and so they came to tell him about the shortcut. It would be troublesome for them if he and his companions were here to waste their time. The figure continues, explaining that due to their circumstances, they can't tell Elpum why they know about this place. However, if he were to kill them, the figure reveals that the location of their leader, Bastille, will be revealed. A figure, cloaked in red, stands poised. A boot steps forward, the sound echoing in the silence. Starling's voice cuts through the air, a question laced with suspicion. What are you? A dark-haired man smiles enigmatically, his expression unreadable. Starling's gaze narrows, her red eyes burning with intensity. A memory surfaces, a shared past. No, in a while would be more correct to say, a voice echoes. Before his return, she and he were comrades. Starling and the man stand side by side, a bond forged in shared experiences. Starling joined the forces of resistance after the Silent Crusade was wiped out, and they faced many battles together. A sky filled with birds, a distant memory of a day long past. A bittersweet smile graces Starling's face. Go, Elpum, I'll be right there. When you sacrificed yourself? The man, holding a staff with a glowing orb, speaks with resolve. I'll repay that debt first. I'll be straightforward. Starling's expression shifts to concern. The Kerning City branch. That place has already been exposed by the followers. She listened intently as Elpum held out a box, a faint blue glow emanating from within. He added, almost as an afterthought, that he'd recently picked something up. Inside the box, nestled on a crimson cushion, lay a severed hand, its skin pale and lifeless. The air crackled with an unnatural energy, a silent testament to its dark origins. It seemed Kania was raising something interesting within their ranks. Starling's brow furrowed, her one visible eye narrowed with concern. What do you mean? She asked, a hint of unease creeping in her voice. Elpum's hand, the one not holding the box, began to glow with an eerie blue light, the energy swirling around his fingers like a phantom flame. A symbol blazed into existence, a crimson brand that pulsed with a malevolent energy, the brand of the follower. Elsewhere, 2 cloaked figures stood silhouetted against an unseen light source. One of them muttered that it was the brand of the follower. The other wondered if it was the brand of the Kania merchants. Starling's expression hardened, her voice laced with a barely suppressed threat. If you're going to taunt us, I'll make you regret it. She urged him to see for himself. She demanded to know what he wanted, warning him not to say some nonsense about coming here to do some good deeds. The camera focused on the tense line of Elpum's jaw, a subtle indication of the turmoil within. Elpum's gaze was intense, his voice firm as he stated his need, information. The heavy wooden door stood slightly ajar, the shadows within hinting at secrets and hidden dangers. Starling pressed him, asking if he believed all his words, but she admitted that there were still plenty of suspicious things about him. She considered his recent actions and the suspicious timing of his arrival. Starling wondered what could the reason be. The hooded figure, standing beside her, mused that it might be a trap set by the followers. For now, he would remain cautious. A cloaked figure, shrouded in shadows, considered a risky proposition. How about they allow him to fool them? Unexpectedly, something had been gained. The information he needed was now in hand. Kania, to think they'd already target that place. The figure wondered if their plans were changing due to the changed future as well. At this rate, she will... It's decided. The course was set. The next destination, the Nautilus. Below, the Nautilus cut through the water, its destination now clear. Seagulls cry out as they circle in the sky. The man gazes out at the city, a faint "oh" escaping his lips. Kyrie wonders if it's because it's been a month. Donghun's body is tingling already. Donghun sits at a table, thinking he must choose. The document on the table suggests that the Goman Alinea Man Kania may be interested in the permit. Donghun wonders. Elpum has already chosen where to go. Eagle Eyes Tomb. Donghun is shocked. What? Eagle Eyes Tomb? Do you have any idea what kind of place that is? The drawing depicts Kirin, the captain of Nautilus who commands countless pirates. She had a first disciple named Eagle Eye Rhea, and the Eagle Eye Gate is where her disciple had died, now turned into a tomb to honor her. The man with the braided hair questioned if the place was worth 9,900,000 mesos as a bounty, stating that it would be impossible to subdue. Before that, the man with the braided hair asked where he got that information, listening intently to the response. Lord Rockin inquired, what brings the man here? Lord Rockin was thinking of giving him a present since he had said he'd deliver a good result. He offered it to the seated figure. Sweat beaded on the man's brow as Lord Rockin explained it was an item specially prepared from the gay purr. Lord Rockin revealed it to be a phoenix feather, and 2 of them at that. Lord Rockin grinned, looking forward to a good result. Donghoon realized that meant he had to accomplish as much as he was given. With that, he now had 4 phoenix feathers, an unexpected gain. He was asked why he wasn't going in, boss. Meanwhile, a voice declared that there was still someone coming. The man's eyes widened in shock. Ibiru exclaimed that it had been a while. The man holding the axe was told to try wearing the item, and he exclaimed that it was free and nice. Kairi holds the item, turning it over in her hands. It felt lighter than she expected, almost as if she wasn't wearing anything at all. Donghoon grins, his teeth gleaming. This is great. What is it made out of? A man with a scar on his face watches, his expression unreadable. Another man stands behind him, observing the scene. A voice booms, seemingly from nowhere. Well, I guess that's normal since you have the skills to clear a 100-man gate. Hey, keep it down. Wait, how do you even know that? Donghoon holds up a white, furry item. How could I not know when I receive an item that clearly looks difficult to obtain? I'm the only one who knows about it, so don't worry. Also, there's some equipment left. This is... The scarred man stands in a town square, holding a staff with a glowing orange gem. He says, that's yours. The cloaked figure walks away, the scarred man's words echoing in the air. Huh, mean it? Uh-huh. What's the occasion? Thanks for the offer, but I don't think I'll have a particular use for. I said it's yours. Ashul, what are you? Donghoon grins, his expression impatient. There's not much time left. Just hurry up and change. Donghoon throws his hand up in the air, looking bored. It's so boring. Elsewhere, a tropical island is seen from above, surrounded by clear blue water. A large airship flies over the ocean, heading towards the island. 2 figures stood on the sandy shore, the salty breeze whipping at their clothes. One spoke, his voice carrying over the crashing waves. Ah, here she comes. The crew greeted Lady Minor with cheers. Lady Minor, thank you for your great work, they exclaimed, their voices filled with gratitude. A crew member, adjusting his bandana, inhaled deeply. Few sea breezes are the best, you know. Meanwhile, inside a grand hall, the news of Lady Minor's return spread like wildfire. She cleared the orange grate, 200-man gate. Someone shouted, followed by a chorus of Lady Minor is back. A pirate flag, emblazoned with a skull and crossbones, hung silently, a stark reminder of their purpose. Back in a more private setting, a crew member confronted Lady Minor. Captain, I even cleared a 200-man gate. 74-man should be, he stammered, confusion etched on his face. Lady Minor's eyes blazed with determination. There's no reason for you to stop me, she declared, her voice ringing with defiance. The crew member's voice trembled as he spoke. Are you talking back to your captain? You're going to disobey me? Lady Minor clenched her fists, her body shaking with suppressed emotion. Cuck, then how am I supposed to avenge Big Sis Rhea? A commanding voice echoed, filled with authority. You know how hard I work for this. I once again order you as your captain. The unseen figure's command hung in the air, heavy with expectation. Go back. Lady Minor's face contorted in a silent scream, her internal conflict reaching a boiling point. Inside the tavern, the air hung thick with unspoken tension. Someone considered ignoring the red-haired woman's wishes and claiming the bounty for themselves. The man with the ponytail stood over Lady Minor, who was sprawled on the floor. He muttered, she's way too overprotective. A heavy boot stomped on the wooden floor, each step echoing through the tavern. Down the hallway, a man hurried, his voice hushed as he spoke. Come outside fast. Just a while ago, some guys took the bounty for Eagle Eye's tomb. Lady Minor's eyes widened, her face contorted in fury. What? She shrieked, the sound cutting through the tavern's murmur. The man with the bandana glared. Who the hell are they? Landlubbers? The woman beside him added. Those whelps took the bounty? A group of figures strode down a dimly lit hallway, their purpose unknown. The man's brow furrowed, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He thought, what's with the mood here? It's making me feel weird. The blonde woman's voice was sharp, cutting through the tension. This is their zone, so shut your mouth. She paused, her eyes narrowed. Rules? Posters plastered the walls, detailing the intricate rules of the bounty system. The person who takes the bounty has priority in the gate subjugation. The gate that had its bounty taken must then be entered. It's implied you don't take the gate bounty that the other person has laid their eyes on. And the bounty that we took is... Lady Minor stood before the group, her voice rising with fury. Oi, who the hell are you? Her face a mask of rage. Lady Minor roared. Who are you to take that? That's mine, you know. The man with dark hair stated that someone should have taken the bounty first, his expression suggesting a hint of frustration. One of the figures in the room declared that they had to because Captain Kieran was their instructor. Lady Minor, looking displeased, explained that it wasn't going to work, emphasizing that the bounties of Nautilus only existed for the pirates. Dong-hoon explained that he was waiting because he wasn't given permission yet, adding that people who aren't pirates cannot take them and that not a single gate was under the ownership of the Nautilus. A man with a red bandana laughed, stating he finally got it now, boss. Lady Minor snapped, demanding he stop laughing and hand it over. Kieran, looking surprised, stated that he didn't want to. A figure in the crowd announced, "Let me introduce ourselves, we're the Ibiru Pirates." The man with the red bandana continued to laugh, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Lady Minor cackled, finally having secured the bounty. She demanded that someone stop laughing and hand it over. Ibiru, with a wide grin, retorted that he didn't want to. A group of figures introduced themselves as the Ibiru Pirates. Lady Minor, eyes wide with fury, insisted that she didn't mean that kind of fake nonsense, and that there was a proper procedure for becoming a pirate. Ibiru feigned hurt, saying that calling them fake nonsense hurt him, especially since they were all pirates. Another figure chuckled, amused by the exchange. Ibiru declared that he was the real deal, and asked if they couldn't tell by how they managed to get on the Nautilus. Someone mused that if a party where the party leader is a pirate isn't a pirate party, then what is? They then questioned if that wasn't too far-fetched. A figure, based on their words, questioned if that meant the rest of them weren't pirates, and demanded to know who was talking back this time. Lady Minor exclaimed, surprised to see someone. The pirate captain, Lady Minor, stands with a hand on her hip, listening to the explanation. Dong-hoon stands beside her, arms crossed, awaiting the reason for the commotion. Kieran's brow furrows, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Mirhat. I haven't seen him, even in my previous life. He pauses, considering. We haven't particularly broken any rules, did we? Dong-hoon strokes his beard, his one visible, eye thoughtful. Well, Kieran was the one who came up with the rules, so that's for her to decide. He glances around. Where's the rest of your crew? Don't tell me that's all you've got. Kieran's expression hardens, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Oh, you're out of your mind. Are you saying that while knowing it's a 74-man gate? He mutters to himself. How is he even looking at us anyway? In the distance, a woman with auburn hair speaks to someone off-panel. Something strange. What's your name? A voice responds. Elpum. Kieran is shown in a close-up, his expression serious. I've heard about him. If I remember correctly, he's the survivor of the 100-man red grade gate. That 100-man gate. The one where the majority of the explorers who entered died. The woman from before gasps. Elpum. Then, another man, standing behind her, scoffs. Yeah, that's all true. He asks, so what? The woman clenches her fist, her expression angry. Doesn't that mean they just failed to subjugate? Who cares about simply surviving? That just says they're unskilled cowards. She turns to the man behind her, asking, why are you mad at me? Lady Minor clears her throat, a hand raised her head. Lady Minor cleared a 200-man orange grade gate this time. Just by skills alone, isn't an obvious win for her. She sighs, I told you not to make a fuss about it. Well, you're not wrong, though. Dong-hoon looks off to the side, a slight smile on his face. I see, so you're the rumored. Kieran stands between Dong-hoon and Kairi, addressing them both. Very well, how about you two compromise a bit? Since you've took down the bounty, you get to have priority over the subjugation. And how about filling the rest of the 69 spots with other parties? Lady Minor, her back to the viewer, simply states, fine. Dong-hoon states that he will only sell exactly 10 spots. The camera focuses on a cabinet. The text indicates that someone is seriously considering buying it, but in the end, they're going to die. Someone suggests waiting and entering after they wipe out. Lady Minor sits with a stack of money. The man with her believes that if they decide to escape just to survive, then it's all over. The man wonders about Kieran's permission, but decides he'll just go and apologize later since things turned out this way and he can't wait any longer. Lady Minor declares that she's not making any compromises about that place, to no one. Dong-hoon is told that he's only opening 10 spots out of all of that, and that he just lost 5,900,000 mesos. The man with him suggests that they just go and sell the rest of the spots. Kieran is told that if they sell them, they'll outnumber them by 14 times. She asks if they haven't forgotten about the followers. Dong-hoon thinks to himself that he absolutely won't just for this time, and that their current goal is... The text reveals that their current goal is assassinating Kieran's second disciple, Minor. The text reveals that this is happening in the gate where her first disciple, Eagle Eye Rhea, was killed. The text reveals that Kieran falls into a huge shock after Minor dies in the same gate, where Eagle Eye lost her life, then leaves the front lines to live in seclusion. The pirates of Nautilus are being torn apart by internal schemes, an opportunity seized by followers. Originally, this was supposed to happen 2 years from now, but the situation has changed. Elpum has obtained information from the Silent Crusade that Kania moved their funds to the Nautilus. That signals that they've advanced with their plans, and he has to be one step ahead of them. He can't afford to make the same mistakes. He needs to minimize his mana usage. A voice shouts, insisting that the boss must have already planned all of this, lamenting their chances of making Mesos, and questioning why they are even here. Far below, a lone figure swims in the dark ocean. Elpum's expression hardens, a sense of urgency settling over him. He prepares to cast a spell, a faint blue glow emanating from his hand. Someone knocks on the door, prompting him to ask who it is. His eyes narrow, focused and alert. Elpum, hand still on the door handle, tells him to come in. Meanwhile, Captain Kieran stands with another figure. The figure is identified as Murhat. A voice asks what brings them here this late, adding that they have something to confirm for themselves and that it's best they don't lie. The pirate captain's name echoes in Elpum's mind. The question hangs in the air. Is he a follower of the Black Mage? Elsewhere, the question of how Kieran knows about the followers lingers. A silent observer wonders if the future has changed again or if it was always this way. Why did she act like that before? The grizzled pirate captain observes that Elpum seems restless, muttering an expletive under his breath. Elpum denies being a follower, explaining that he was simply surprised by the question. Lady Minor presses him, questioning if he's not questioning their existence. She demands proof that he isn't one of them. Elpum admits that he doesn't particularly have proof. Lady Minor considers who the followers are and what relation Elpum has with them, noting that a bullet would have been the answer if he wasn't being truthful. The unseen Kieran wonders if it was the Silent Crusade, implying Elpum already had a connection with them. Lady Minor states that the Kania merchants are the followers, and Elpum is their enemy. The pirate captain concludes that this doesn't mean Elpum is her ally. A voice echoes within the room, an offer hanging in the air, cooperation. Elpum looks up, his expression questioning. He asks, "What do you want from me?" Lady Minor's voice carries a weight of urgency. "The situation is dire," she states. Minor continues, revealing her suspicions. No one can be trusted aside from Murhat, herself, and some of the few trustworthy mates, while Rhea is gone. Elpum's expression darkens. Damn it, he thinks it's already gotten to that point. A voice muses that everything is progressing much faster than anticipated. They've heard that they're on the move. Lady Minor's expression hardens as she states that they're probably after her as of now. Minor continues, explaining the stakes. If she, who's acting as the center of their pirates, dies, the Nautilus will be in complete chaos. Lady Minor's tone is grave. Even she won't be able to handle the repercussions. Elpum's eyes narrow, a decision made. This is a deal, he declares. A treasure room glitters with gold. Since that child is the icon of this ship, in return, you'll receive an item from the Nautilus treasury. Elsewhere, a countdown ticks down as a figure prepares to move. We'll head. Lady Minor gestures towards the shimmering, orange portal, its heat radiating outwards. In first, so take your time, she encourages. Her expression is one of cautious anticipation, her amber eyes reflecting the portal's glow. A blinding flash of light erupts from the other side. The air grows heavy with the scent of damp earth, and something ancient as they step through. Oh, isn't this a new place? A voice echoes, laced with a hint of apprehension. It's gloomy in here. Boots crunch on loose gravel, the sound swallowed by the oppressive darkness. A woman's voice cuts through the silence. Do you think you're here for a picnic? Stay on your toes. Another voice grumbles. Tisish, we ended up selling only 10 spots. The group pauses, weapons drawn, as a guttural growl reverberates through the cavern. A small, reptilian creature with glowing eyes peers out from behind a rocky outcropping. Keek! It chirps, its head cocked inquisitively. A man laughs, a hint of madness in his tone. What's with that stupid-looking face? The man raises his axe, preparing to strike. Just hold still. I'll finish you off instant, he snarls. The creature's eyes narrow, its teeth bared in a silent snarl. The small dragon screeches, a high-pitched, piercing sound that echoes through the cavern. The man lunges forward, axe raised high, ready to strike. The cavern floor stretches out, uneven and cracked, the air thick with the smell of damp earth, and something else, something acrid and metallic. A deafening roar rips through the silence as a gun erupts in a flash of orange energy, the air momentarily shimmering with heat. Lady Minor, eyes narrowed in fierce concentration, unleashes a volley of shots, each blast echoing through the cavern as she barks orders. Don't stop. Aim for only one each time. A man shouts over the din of gunfire, his face contorted with worry. Geo, the gunshots are constantly attracting them. Don't be scared. We can easily. A monstrous maw, lined with rows of jagged teeth, opens wide, ready to swallow anything in its path. Get them. All of you, don't fear some measly drakes. We've even cleared the 200-man gate. Another shot rings out, the air crackling with energy as the battle intensifies. The shot finds its mark, eliciting a pained roar from the creature as blood splatters across its grotesque form. Another monster is struck, the force of the impact sending it staggering backward. A voice calls out, "Yeah, Geo. It's just as you said. Line up for battle." Lady Minor, her red hair swaying with emotion, levels her weapon, a determined glint in her eyes. "I'll clear this place." The wounded monster lets out a final, agonizing shriek, its body convulsing as it succumbs to the onslaught. She dodges a swipe from the massive beast, but another one descends upon them. Panic rises as one of the team members shouts, questioning where these creatures keep coming from. Elpum clenches his fist, frustration etched on his face. He mutters about someone disappearing on their own. Another voice chimes in, adding to the chaos. The situation is quickly spiraling out of control. One of the team members is struck by a monster's attack, the force of the blow sending them reeling. The monster's maw gapes open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Elpum is caught in the monster's assault, the creature's claws tearing at his armor. A defiant voice rings out, declaring that they will face the challenge head-on. Kieran observes the chaotic scene, criticizing their scattered combat styles and the inefficiency of their individual efforts. Donghoon emphasizes the need for teamwork, declaring that they must fight as one, a family. A surprised exclamation is heard as the focus shifts. The next phase will begin with Devo. The monster's jaws snap shut, a terrifying display of raw power. The team dives into the fray, ready to stir up the enemy lines and fight as a united force. He steals his gaze, focusing on the task at hand. Only by wounding them, only by pushing forward can they hope to survive. The monstrous creature looms, a grotesque tapestry of teeth and gore. No matter what, it seems determined to stand its ground. The air crackles with the sounds of the beast's fury, a cacophony of snarls and snapping jaws. Elpum's brow furrows with resolve. He vows, with every fiber of his being, that his dad will protect them. His patience wearing thin, Elpum barks for silence, his voice laced with urgency. The words echo in the air, "Ralph, Devo's shield." A stern voice cuts through the chaos, urging them to forget the selfish combat style they've maintained all this time. From now on, fight for Devo. The order rings out, clear and absolute. Protect him at all costs. This is an order. The monstrous creature continues its assault, a whirlwind of claws and teeth. Elpum grits his teeth, ready to meet the challenge head-on. All right, let's do this. The clash of steel and magic fills the air, a symphony of destruction. The battle rages on, a chaotic dance of life and death. He descends, blade singing through the air, a flash of red against the monstrous form below. The beast's eyes widen, a guttural gasp escaping its throat as the attack lands. A primal roar tears through the air, the monster's pain echoing through the forest. "My son," it bellows. Another strike lands, a spray of ichor painting the scene as the creature reels. Donghun's voice cuts through the chaos, a desperate plea to end the fight. "I said, that's enough." A voice echoes, a plan forming in the heat of battle. "And Kyrie, you'll have the most important role." A searing heat erupts, the skill burning with an intensity that promises no easy healing. The monster recoils, its eyes blazing with pain as the flames lick at its hide. A final strike, meant to instantly finish off the injured beast, is prepared. The monster is struck again, the force of the blow sending it staggering. Kyrie stands ready, the one among them who has improved the most over the past month. Kyrie unleashes her power. Kyrie's name hangs in the air as she smirks, wiping blood from her cheek. The battle seemed almost too easy, if her expression was anything to go by. "Wasn't that easier than I thought?" she mused. Donghoon, ever vigilant, stands ready for more. Elpum, axe in hand, prepares to follow through on the next wave. "All right, let's clean them up," he shouts. The ground trembles as one of the monstrous feet slams down, the force of the impact sending vibrations through the cavern. Elsewhere, two figures stand silhouetted against the blinding light of a portal, the promise of a new world shimmering before them. Meanwhile, a man with dreadlocks and a red bandana looks off to the side, his expression unreadable. He begins but trails off. A man with a bandage wrapped around his head pushes forward, a worried look etched on his face. He's surrounded by others, all seemingly concerned. The bandage man's voice cracks with urgency. "What brings you here? All the expected party members have already been. Move. This isn't the time for that. It's an emergency. We have to tell Minor about the situation right now." The monstrous creature's maw gapes open, revealing rows upon rows of razor-sharp teeth, stained with blood. Back in the cavern, Lady Minor, a smirk playing on her lips, gestures dismissively. "That was nothing then. Shall we start moving?" Elsewhere, a woman's eyes widen in excitement as she gazes upon a massive stone. "Minor, we've hit the jackpot already. Just look at the size of this magic stone." The woman's face is contorted in a yell, her expression a mix of determination and urgency. For at least dash. A fiery aura surrounds her leg, crackling with raw power, ready to be unleashed. Her eyes snapped wide, pupils shrinking as a strange energy coursed through her. Something was amiss. A gasp escaped her lips as an unseen force struck, a spray of blood painting the air. The unseen assault continued, each blow landing with sickening force. A hand shot forward, crackling with azure energy, ready to retaliate. Elpom, eyes wide with alarm, shout a warning. Everyone watch out! With a muttered curse, the figure prepared to unleash a barrage of attacks, golden energy coalescing around them. A searing blast of energy shot forth, arcing through the air with deadly precision. The barrage intensified, a storm of golden projectiles tearing through the cavern. Lady Minor, caught in the crossfire, cried out, "Over there!" The rapid blast connected, a devastating explosion rocking the area. Debris rained down as the echoes of the attack reverberated through the chamber. Her face contorted with fury, Lady Minor demanded, "Go on, explain yourself." She gripped the flaming sword, the red glow in her eye intensifying. The air crackled with heat, promising swift retribution. The words hung in the air, a chilling promise delivered with deadly calm. Just doing cleanup. A desperate command echoes as the group finds themselves encircled by a rain of fire. Hold still. His brow furrowed. Devo muttered, "Everyone's forgetting." The words hung in the air, thick with resentment. His voice rising to a shout, he exclaimed, "Everyone's forgetting about me." The cavern echoed with his frustration. The memory of being abandoned still stung. Devo, that asshole. How could he just leave me like that after telling me to believe in him? He clenched his fist, thinking, I could have died if it wasn't for this ant tunnel. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of determination in their depths. Stay hidden the whole time. If everyone else makes their escape, then I'm really... Silence descended as he approached a dark opening in the rock face. The air hung heavy with the smell of damp earth. He spat. Damn it. I'm a second circle explorer too, I'll have you know. His voice echoed in the cavern, a mix of defiance and desperation. He steeled himself, muttering, I'm not going to die so easily in this place. The words were a mantra, a shield against the encroaching fear. He paused, his eyes widening as he took in the sight before him. A second gate? Standing before the glowing portal, he wondered aloud. What should I do? If I just wait here? A sudden, unseen terror gripped him. Yu-yu-wah, he screamed, his eyes wide with fright. He looks down, sweat beading on his brow as he stares at the small, orange creature. It tilts its head, a single word escaping its lips. Q? Devo breathes a sigh of relief. Phew, when did you get here? I thought my heart was going to jump out of my chest. His eyes widen, a whirling sound filling the air. The small creature looks up, a sense of dread washing over its face. Its eyes widen in terror. A beam of pure energy shoots skyward, illuminating the cavern. Meanwhile, Kieran's red eye glows ominously. Hold still. A group of figures stand silhouetted against the light, energy crackling around them. Lady Minor's voice cuts through the air, sharp and furious. Shut up and explain yourself. Did you not hear me? The beam of light hurtles towards Kieran. Lady Minor strikes, her weapon connecting with a deafening roar. What? The man with the large cannon seems relieved. He mutters that he isn't late, but then wonders how Kedril managed to do something. Elsewhere, Lady Minor watches as a cloaked figure is pursued. She barks at the others to keep chasing him, insisting he's still alive. The man with the cannon stands next to Lady Minor, who mentions that apparently, Elpham has done the same thing in the 100-man gate too. A man with a stern expression reveals that Kieran sent them to figure out someone's identity. Lady Minor, her brow furrowed, questions if Kieran was involved in something. A figure unleashes a powerful strike with a weapon crackling with orange energy. The man with the cannon screams in agony as the orange energy tears through the battlefield. The man's face contorts in rage as he demands to know what everyone is doing. A massive explosion engulfs the area, the words swift fire emblazoned across the inferno. Lady Minor aims her cannon, a look of grim determination on her face. She snarls that she's got him. The cannon unleashes a devastating blast of orange energy. Those caught in the blast scream in terror, their faces etched with agony. The ground erupts in a blinding flash, sending jagged chunks of earth and stone flying in all directions. From a shadowed vantage point, a figure watches the destruction unfold, the white fur of their collar stark against the darkness of their coat. There's more that came in. Did they realize it? They muse. A close-up reveals a grim expression as a small, concentrated blast of red energy streaks past, narrowly missing its mark. Multiple beams of crimson light slam into a figure wearing goggles, the force of the impacts rocking them back. Lady Minor, eyes blazing with determination, unleashes a barrage of red energy from her gauntlet hands. Did you think I'd lose sight of you? She shouts. The corridor becomes a death trap as the crimson beams tear through the environment, leaving trails of scorched earth in their wake. Another explosion rocks the area, a cataclysm of red energy obliterating everything in its immediate vicinity. The figure in the fur-collared coat stares intently at an orange, glowing object, a flicker of understanding in their eyes. That's... Panic sets in as a man with a white headband shouts a warning. Everyone get down. His companion looks on in confusion. With focused concentration, hands manipulate a swirling vortex of blue energy, preparing a countermeasure. A towering wall of azure energy erupts from the ground, a desperate attempt to shield against the onslaught. A small, glowing figure is enveloped in a protective aura, bracing for impact. A cataclysm of crimson energy erupts, the air crackling with heat and the scent of ozone. The force of the blast sends tremors through the very ground. At the heart of the inferno, a figure stands defiant, wreathed in the destructive aura. The energy pulses, a tangible wave of raw power. Debris rains down as the energy expands, each fragment a deadly projectile. A voice cries out, identifying the source of the devastation. Minor! From the chaos, a towering figure of stone and earth rises, its rocky form groaning into existence. Kedrill's voice booms, laced with urgency and a hint of panic. Come here, quick! Far off, amidst the dust and smoke, a group of figures flees. Lady Minor coughs, the taste of ash bitter on her tongue, the air thick with the smell of sulfur. Cough! What's going? The source of her power is revealed. A staff topped with a gem that glows with an inner fire, radiating heat and untold potential. Lady Minor grips the staff, her eyes narrowed with determination. She faces an unseen foe, the gem pulsing with anticipation of the coming conflict. A figure is engulfed in a vortex of azure energy, crackling with raw power. Another lies prone on the ground, defeated or injured, the outcome uncertain. Lady Minor's face contorts with rage, her voice a venomous snarl. You bastard! What the hell are you doing? Spit out what you're planning right this instant. The figure holding the staff remains unseen, their expression hidden in shadow. Only their grip on the weapon betrays their resolve. The hand tightens around the staff, knuckles white with strain. A question hangs in the air, heavy with implication. And are you prepared to handle it? The unseen observer exclaims in disbelief, revealing that Lady Minor has been swept into whatever just occurred. He stumbles back, clutching his side, the taste of blood filling his mouth. Kedrill's eyes dart around, searching for answers in the dust-filled air. I was just... He croaks, the words lost in the ringing in his ears. A wave of heat washes over the scene, the air shimmering with displaced energy. The ground cracks and groans under the strain of some unseen force. Stone shatters and flies, a deafening roar echoing through the desolate landscape. The very earth seems to convulse. A memory flashes. Lady Minor, wreathed in crimson energy, unleashes a torrent of power. Cuck, what in the world? Kedrill's eyes widen, a desperate realization dawning as he witnesses the destructive force. The air crackles with arcane energy as Lady Minor continues her assault, red trails of power arcing through the air. Blood streaks down Kedrill's face, mixing with the grime and sweat. His vision blurs, and a single, desperate question escapes his lips. Why? Lady Minor stands amidst the chaos, a figure of terrible power, her red bandana a stark contrast to the destruction around her. Kedrill's face contorts in a mixture of pain and disbelief. And Minor, what did you... In a flashback, Lady Minor speaks, her voice cold and calculating. So what's the outcome? I've only wasted mana, thanks to your useless stubbornness. Just as I thought. Elsewhere, a small group stands silhouetted against the horizon, the wind whipping around them. A voice echoes, stating, it's all of the new members that came in. The camera pulls back, revealing a vast, desolate landscape dotted with figures, their purpose unknown. The scratches on Lady Minor's face told a story of a recent struggle, her expression a mix of determination and lingering pain. Elsewhere, Lady Minor stood alongside two figures, the taller, muscular one barking orders. Run! The pirate's orders were clear, Kieran's orders. A golden pendant shimmered, reflecting the dim light. A blinding orange light erupted, searing the air with its intensity. A small, bandaged creature, Q, hovered near a figure collapsed on the ground, the air thick with the scent of ozone. Meanwhile, catching his breath, the explorer muttered, Huff, huff. I accidentally entered. Now I have to wait for the others to come in. The explorer's thoughts echoed in the cavernous space. Is the second gate a cave as well? And could those guys be in here too? His eyes widened as the explorer noticed something in the distance. Oh, a person. Q called out, its voice echoing in the cavern. Q, Q. A figure stood silhouetted in the cave entrance, their voice carrying a note of desperation. I got separated from my party. If it's okay, could I join you? With a swift motion, someone kicked at something glowing with an eerie orange light. On the ground, the explorer's voice cracked with a mix of defiance and fear. What the hell are you doing? You want me to roast you over the fire when Elpum's not here? Towering over him, a figure with a grotesque, mushroom-like head stood silent, casting a long shadow over the explorer. A strangled groan escaped the explorer's lips as he stared up at the looming figure. A guttural scream tore from the explorer's throat, the sound echoing through the cavern as the mushroom-headed figure loomed closer. The figure's feet, clad in worn leather, shifted slightly, the sound barely audible over the explorer's ragged breathing. The woman with the red bandana shouts for the others to run. A voice declares that these are Kieran's orders. A glint of metal catches the light as a necklace is presented. The red-haired woman stands ready, a weapon in her grasp. A figure asks if the other knows about the death of Eagle Eye Rhea. The scene shifts to a battle, the air thick with tension. A voice accuses, "It's you, Minor." Lady Minor's expression is a mix of shock and determination. A voice, filled with disbelief, stammers about followers within the Nautilus and accusations of murder. Lady Minor, eyes wide, declares with certainty that it is Kieran's necklace. She clutched the golden locket, its skull design glinting in the dim light. It was a memento, a promise. She thought to herself, she wouldn't have given this proof of hers to anyone. Her thoughts drifted to Kieran. Then Kieran really did know everything and sent him to protect her. Her gaze fell upon the weapon, a grim reminder of the dangers ahead. Elsewhere, a man with a distinctive eye patch narrowed his gaze, the lens glowing with an inner light. He wondered, but how? What method are you using to identify the followers? Starling, no matter how much Lady Mina thought about it, this just isn't right. It just doesn't make any sense. We can't trust him like this. Lady Minor's expression hardened. There wasn't anyone in here who could use that after Chorus died, no? Don't you know that item? Though Lady Minor didn't know how a guy who looks to be a magician is able to use the see-through eye patch. Lady Minor admitted to herself, she didn't exactly trust him either. But for now, since it seems like we have the same purpose. A cloaked figure loomed beside her. It could be a trap. We don't even know who's behind him. The man with the eye patch responded, well, it can't be helped. I've already lent it to him. Don't frown too much. If his mana isn't fit for it, he'll probably die before properly using it anyway, Lady Minor thought. Let's see how things will turn out. A distant cluster of figures trudges across the arid landscape, their destination unknown. What answer will their journey bring? A figure observes them, a cybernetic eye gleaming with an unsettling light. The eye marks the three at the front as different. The rest, he thinks, are merely followers. Dust clings to the face of a red-haired woman, her expression unreadable. Lady Minor scoffs, her voice laced with disbelief. Follower? What kind of nonsense? Lady Minor, you couldn't possibly believe that baseless. The cybernetic eye focuses, a red targeting reticle locking onto an unseen subject. You mean this? A voice echoes in thought. Facing the followers even before my return was a painful ordeal. Their brand wouldn't appear unless mana was imbued into them, and its location could have been anywhere on their body. A glowing figure shimmers into existence, a spectral outline of a human form. A follower. However, it's only invisible to the eye. Definitely comes with a brand. A hand crackles with blue energy. Well, I can accept your horrible sense of style. Another hand glows with similar energy. But don't you think it's a little too laid back to be this brazen about it? The camera focuses on a man's forehead, revealing a crimson brand etched into his skin. The brand of the Black Mage. It can't be. D-damn it all. A guttural roar tore from his throat, the sound raw and laced with fury. The air filled with the sharp crack of gunfire, the smell of gunpowder stinging the nostrils. Lady Minor, eyes blazing with a fierce determination, barked orders over the din, kill them all. A figure hefted a bizarre, cannon-like weapon, its brass gleaming ominously. What in the world was going on? The cannon blaster, primed and ready, pulsed with contained energy. Lady Minor's face was a mask of fury, her red hair whipping around her as she screamed. A man cried out in pain, blood splattering as something struck him. Iburu, his brow furrowed with concern, muttered, I've used too much mana to single out the followers. At this rate, we'll be at a disadvantage. A glowing orange portal shimmered nearby, promising escape. The second gate is nearby. Lady Minor's eyes narrowed, her voice a venomous hiss. Shut up. His knuckles white, he gripped the cannon blaster, vowing, I'll kill them all with my own hands. The cannon wielder, bracing himself, shouted, stand back unless you want to be swept along. He held the glowing orb aloft, the energy crackling around it like a caged storm. It's time to hunt, he declared, his voice echoing with a predatory hunger. Meanwhile, Donghun peered through the scope of his weapon, his gaze unwavering as he scanned the battlefield. A sudden jolt of pain shot through the figure, their eyes widening in disbelief. What was that? They gasped, clutching their head as if fighting off a phantom blow. Hallucinations plagued their mind. Surrounded by an oppressive darkness, Lady Minor strained her eyes, her voice laced with frustration. I can't see anything. The unseen force struck again, eliciting a guttural cry of pain. Cuck! The figure choked out, staggering backward. A sinister grin stretched across the attacker's face, their eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. As expected of Minor, you shouldn't be able to see anything, but that was impressive. But your luck ends here. You best prepare yourself. Another figure recoiled, their face contorted in agony. Shit, what kind of? They exclaimed, clutching their head in disbelief. The cannon wielder aimed their weapon directly at Lady Minor, a malevolent glint in their eyes. Now, Minor, I'll send you off to where your dearly adored Eagle Eye is. The attacker's eyes narrowed, a surge of power coursing through them as they prepare to unleash the final blow. Send her my regards. A blinding beam of energy erupted from the weapon, tearing through the darkness with unstoppable force. She is sent reeling by an unseen force, a gasp escaping her lips as she loses her footing. Donghun's eyes widen in disbelief, a silent question forming on his face. Lady Minor crashes to the ground, the impact jarring her senses. A strangled WH what? How? Escapes her lips as she struggles to comprehend this sudden assault. An unknown figure catches Lady Minor before she can fully hit the ground, their expression obscured by shadow. A voice echoes, demanding, "How are you able to see?" Elsewhere, a spectral figure materializes, its form composed of pure, crackling energy. It raises a hand, gathering power for counterattack. From the shadows, a figure emerges, leveling a firearm. Fire at him. Just as I thought, something's up with that bastard, they shout, unleashing a volley of purple energy blasts. A hand glows with an intense blue light, energy coalescing around its palm. The air crackles with unseen power, a silent promise of retaliation. Donghun and another figure react in unison, their faces etched with shock as they witness the unfolding chaos. The air vibrates with an ominous energy. A figure is engulfed in a blinding explosion, a guttural scream tearing through the air. The force of the blast sends shockwaves rippling outwards. The energy expands, a maelstrom of fire and destruction consuming everything in its path. The very air seems to shimmer with heat. A figure prepares to unleash a devastating attack, the words "cannon spike" emblazoned across the panel. What do you think you can do with that mere fire arrow? They taunt. The cannon spike erupts, a concentrated beam of pure energy hurtling towards its target. The ground trembles beneath its immense power. The cannon spike connects, engulfing another figure in a cataclysmic explosion. A desperate cry echoes, "What? It can't be Dash." They chant, their hands glowing with purple energy as they begin to weave a spell. A voice cries out, desperate to stop the impending attack. From the swirling energy, a fiery arrow begins to take shape, its form burning brighter with each passing moment. The arrow solidifies, a swirling vortex of flame now fully formed and ready to be unleashed. It is labeled Revolver. The revolver erupts in a blinding explosion of fire, sending debris and scorching heat in all directions. A man clutches a skull, radiating purple energy, his face contorted in disbelief. He stammers, questioning how the enemy could spin such a powerful fire arrow. A searing blue beam strikes a figure, the force of the impact sending them reeling. The victim of the energy beam cries out in agony, their body racked with pain. The revolver hurtles towards a group, a blazing inferno promising devastation. Lady Minor, surrounded by a surge of energy, exclaims her newfound freedom. Donghun urges her to remain silent, his expression a mix of relief and concern. A figure's hands glow with intense orange energy, a sign of power yet to be unleashed. The revolver explodes amongst the group, the blast wave threatening to consume everything in its path. A blinding orange explosion rips through the chamber, the force of it shaking the very foundations. She is sent flying, a scream torn from her throat as debris rains down around her. Elpum throws up a shimmering blue barrier, the protective energy warding off the immediate blast. An unseen figure strains, struggling to maintain a fragile orange shield. I need to reach the second gate before my mana runs out. Lady Minor is struck again, this time by a wave of violet energy. "A Minor," someone cries out. Elpum grits his teeth, his eyes narrowed in fierce concentration. Damn it! The orange barrier flickers, its geometric patterns wavering under immense pressure. Another figure is engulfed in a searing orange blast, the impact throwing them back. The ceiling groans, and chunks of rock begin to fall, adding to the already overwhelming chaos. Something plummets from above, a silent threat hurtling towards the ground. Coughing, Lady Minor struggles to sit up, her face bruised and bloody. Ugh! The landscape is now a wasteland of fire and rubble, a testament to the destructive power unleashed. Before them lies the gate, a jagged tear in reality itself, crackling with unseen energies. One of the men cursed, wondering if Elpum and the others were lost. His companion insisted that the gate would soon be restored nearby, reminding him that their real purpose lay elsewhere. The scarred man's face contorted in rage, his voice a guttural snarl. He vowed to kill that bitch. Meanwhile, the cave explorer unleashed a corkscrew blow, a fist wreathed in swirling purple energy. Lady Minor scoffed, declaring that such an attack wouldn't work against her. A surge of green energy erupted from her, meeting the explorer's blow head-on. The green energy slammed into the explorer, sending him reeling back. Lady Minor cackled, calling him weak. The explorer gripped his weapon, preparing to strike back with renewed force. He swung the weapon in a wide arc, a trail of blue energy following its path. The attack connected with a deafening crash, the explorer standing over Lady Minor. Lady Minor screamed as the force of the blow sent her flying, blood splattering from the impact. The explorer unleashed a final blast of purple energy, engulfing Lady Minor in a blinding explosion. He gasped, his hands scrabbling against the rough stone floor, trying to find purchase. A surge of violet energy erupted around him, a desperate attempt to turn the tide. Lady Minor coughed, the taste of iron filling her mouth as she glared upward. A searing heat washed over her as flames engulfed her body. The unknown cave explorer pressed his advantage, his attack relentless. He stood over her, blade raised, the victor in this brutal exchange. A guttural roar tore from his throat, a sound of savage triumph. The onslaught continued, each blow a hammer strike against her fading defenses. Lying defeated, Lady Minor's eyes widened in desperation. "P. Pedro," she croaked, her voice strained. "I don't have much time." Elsewhere, the unknown cave explorer paused, his gaze drawn to a series of glowing orange patterns. What's all this? Multiple gates? He wondered. Kieran's voice echoed, filled with a mix of awe and apprehension. "There's more over here, too. Could all these be second gates?" The diagram illustrates the situation. The gates must connect to different areas in the second region. Once a certain number of members pass through, the corresponding gate will close, leaving them no choice but to use another. Donghun paused, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. They didn't know where they'd end up in each gate. Then, how are they supposed to rejoin with the boss? Did they even have another choice at this point? Another voice, resigned, suggested leaving it to luck. "Just go in for now." 3 figures stepped through a gate bathed in light. It seemed 3 people were enough to pass. Fortunately, they would keep an eye on their surroundings. Elpham would probably cross over using another gate, so they had to join him as soon as possible. Donghun's expression shifted to surprise. Huh, what was that? It didn't look like it was coming towards them. Could that be the boss? A desperate cry pierced the air. "Guys, you have to come save me." Panic flared. "What are you saying? Don't come here." Another voice, strained, declared. "We're not. Get away from us." A third voice, barely audible, questioned, "Boss, just where the hell are you?" They knew it. They, the Ibiru pirates, lived and died by honor. A figure with a crimson eye, augmented by strange technology, stared in disbelief. This can't be." A monstrous figure loomed, its attack accompanied by a guttural scream. Gwack. Gunfire erupted. These things. They're not ordinary monsters. They're wearing our pirate outfits." The scene was one of carnage. Damn it, this isn't the time to wonder about something like that. These things won't die. They're still moving even after I blew up their heads. And I'm almost out of bullets too. A chilling thought crossed his mind. See, could they have been humans? The figure with the enhanced eye gripped a weapon, his expression grim. Shit, I've never heard of something like this. A chilling realization dawns. There's no core within these monsters. Their bodies are merely animated husks. That means they're zombified human corpses, controlled by some unseen force. He must find the source, no matter what. These strings of mana, they connect to something beyond that wall. Just how far does it reach? Devo? The name echoes in his mind, a haunting question mark hanging in the air as the zombie pirates close in. Did everyone enter the second gate already? Elpham grits his teeth, feeling the strain. He doesn't have the mana to maintain his skill any longer. With a guttural roar, one of the monstrous pirates lunges, claws outstretched, ready to tear flesh. A blinding flash erupts, a wave of pure energy radiating outward, pushing back the encroaching darkness. Donghun's eyes widen in disbelief. What the hell? He exclaims, witnessing the sudden burst of power. Lady Minor descends like a crimson comet, her red bandana a blur against the dark stone. Donghun shouts a warning, his voice cracking with urgency. Minor. She unleashes a torrent of fiery energy, a concentrated blast aimed directly at the monstrous pirate. The monster is obliterated, torn apart by the sheer force of the attack, its remains dissolving into the shadows with a final, agonizing shriek. Elpham and Donghun glance back, momentarily blinded by a sudden, intense light. The light pulses, a voice booming. Back off unless you want to die. Lady Minor, her face streaked with grime and blood, can only manage a bewildered. Two monstrous figures stand silhouetted against the radiant glow, their forms vaguely humanoid but undeniably menacing. The source of the light remains a blinding, chaotic explosion of energy. Donghun's brow furrows, his one visible eye narrowed in concentration as he assesses the situation. He glances down, his expression grim as he considers their dwindling options. Deeper within the tunnel, Lady Minor and Elpum stand their ground, the aftermath of the recent battle etched on their faces. Minor, catching her breath, admits, I almost died just now. She then wonders what gives. There's still plenty of them. Dong-hoon, his face marred with cuts and grime, replies, what should we do? We're also running out of ammo. He adds that he can fire one more time. A thought crosses Minor's mind. She'll use all her remaining mana in, but Dong-hoon cuts her off, telling her to wait just a bit longer. They're going to need that skill. He asks if Elpum is there. Dong-hoon, his expression strained, asks what she is saying when she looks like she's about to die. He urges her to look at those things. They have no time to wait. He can't afford to think any further. There's approximately 1 kilometer distance to where Devo is. There's no time left. He clutches his arm, requesting only 3 minutes. Dong-hoon forces 2 glowing orange orbs into his mouth, a cracking sound echoing in the cavern. The situation is dire. A monstrous figure roars, questioning what is happening. The zombie bastards may have human corpses, but they won't go down even after Elpum chops their heads off. One of the monsters cries out. A beam of green energy strikes one of the creatures. Dong-hoon tells them to stop complaining and to knock out at least one more of them if they have the time to think about stuff like that. Lady Minor attacks, demanding that they just die already. Another beam of energy hits one of the monsters. The monster cries out in pain. Dong-hoon clears his throat, stating that was nothing. Before a towering structure of rock and shadow, Elpum stood, the air thick with anticipation. A low rumble vibrated through the ground, hinting at something ancient stirring within. Then, a shattering force erupted, sending shards of darkness spiraling outward. The sound echoed through the cavern, a prelude to what was to come. Dong-hoon's face contorted in fury. What the fuck? Are you out of your mind? He roared, his voice echoing through the cavern. From the depths, a grotesque form emerged, its flesh glistening with an unnatural sheen. The air grew heavy with the stench of decay and the promise of something terrible. Elpum stood his ground, facing the monstrous being. Why would you wake up something like that? He questioned, his voice laced with a hint of desperation. A sinister smile crept across Lady Minor's face. Fuck, and you just said nice shot earlier, she mused, a hint of dark amusement in her tone. A monstrous roar echoes through the cavern, the sound vibrating through the very stone. A figure stands ready, a makeshift cannon leveled, the air thick with anticipation. The one-eyed man grits his teeth, the strain evident in his voice. Oh, damn it. My heart feels like it's going to explode. He clenches his jaw, the gears turning in his mind. He thinks, I didn't want to strain myself again like this, but I have no other choice. A swirling vortex of blue and purple energy crackles around him, a visual representation of the mana he lacks. He considers his options, knowing it'll only hinder me if I attempt doing it while being completely unready. Then, there's only one option left. The man recalls his past, the ever-growing powerful monsters, and in contrast, his lacking mana and attack. He had always faced these kinds of situations ever since his regression. Once he had reached his limit of 6 circle, he reflects on his choices. He had to find new ways of dealing with them. It was a gamble. In his hand, he holds a magic stone that was used purely for circle ups, based on the fact that it's a concentrated matter of the monster's essence. If he directly ingested the core located at the center of the magic stone, wouldn't he be able to substitute it as mana? The one-eyed man stares intently at the stone, thinking, can restore my mana that way. Now all that's left are the waves. He prepares himself, thinking, if I course it through my heart in the direction of my bloodstream, Revita, risus commodo vivara mosnos ocumson locus vel fossilisis. And if my... With a fierce cry, Lady Minor cleaves through the grotesque form of a zombie-like creature, her blades singing through the air. A voice echoes, praising her swift victory. Well done, Minor. A sudden burst of heat washes over the battlefield as a massive explosion erupts, bathing the area in a hellish orange glow. The fiery blast intensifies, consuming everything in its path with a deafening roar. Lady Minor's eyes widen in surprise, her name escaping her lips in a hushed whisper. Il, Pam, you. A voice, urgent and commanding, cuts through the chaos. Prepare that skill from earlier. Minor's brow furrows in confusion. What? A figure stands amidst the chaos, a monocle glinting in the firelight, his expression unreadable. The blade, once gleaming, now reflects the hellish glow of the surrounding inferno. A figure is overwhelmed by the zombie-like creatures, their claws tearing through flesh and bone. The onslaught continues, the air thick with the stench of decay and the sounds of agonizing screams. A desperate realization dawns. Shit, was it this? The secret to that zombie mushroom? The battle concluded. Lady Minor stood over the remains of her foe, the air thick with the scent of ozone and decay. A surge of emerald light pulsed outwards, a wave of healing energy washing over the battlefield. But from the shadows, a new horror emerged. A grotesque mass of flesh and teeth, its form vaguely plant-like, ringed with pulsating green orbs and thrashing crimson tentacles. A grim realization dawned on one of the fighters. So that thing was the one behind it all. A voice cut through the tension. Everyone's getting sluggish. The fighter from before grimaced, knowing that at this rate, they'd be wiped out. He steeled himself. Leave this place to me and get away from here. Another warrior, eyes wide with concern, could only stammer. What? Wait. He grit his teeth, resolving, I need to do this. With terrifying speed, the monster's tentacles lashed out, blurring through the air like crimson whips. The tentacles continued their assault, a relentless barrage of snapping, crushing force. Each strike landed with a sickening thud, sending tremors through the cavern floor. One of the tentacles connected, the sound of impact echoing through the chamber as a warrior cried out in pain. The onslaught continued, the air thick with the stench of blood and the chilling shriek of tearing flesh. A dark, swirling energy coalesces, the air crackling with unseen power. The symbol pulses, a prelude to the storm about to break. With a determined cry, the blonde warrior raises her sword. Purple energy surges around the blade, ready to be unleashed. Below, a figure with brown hair gazes upward, a mixture of awe and anticipation etched on their face as they await the signal. Deep within the cavern, the crystals glow with an eerie light, bathing the walls in a purple hue. The air hums with latent power. The cavern stretches into the distance, a labyrinth of crystal formations and shadowy depths. The energy intensifies, a palpable force. Arms crossed, a red-haired figure stands ready, their gaze fixed on the looming target. Focus on maintaining. A voice echoes through the cavern, a command cutting through the tension. Your skill. Leave the aiming to me. Your target is this wall. With a grim determination, the cannon roars to life. We only have one chance. The gunner mutters, unleashing a devastating blast. Blue energy crackles around the figure's hands, a surge of power building to a crescendo. The air shimmers with anticipation. The red-haired figure locks onto the target, the cannon gleaming with fiery energy. The moment of truth has arrived. Amidst the chaos, Black Boot Bill plummets through the air, explosions erupting around him. A daring gambit unfolds. The cavern trembles as the combined forces converge, the crystals resonating with the unleashed power. The assault reaches its peak. A vortex of raw energy begins to coalesce, its core a blinding white, ringed by crackling bands of orange and blue. The swirling mass intensifies, drawing in the very dust and debris of the cavern floor, the air itself vibrating with unseen power. A gauntlet hand clenches, fingers tightening around an unseen force. Faster, even faster. Let's go. With a surge, the energy is unleashed, a focused beam of destruction tearing through the air, the word revolver emblazoned across its path. Goggles glinting, the blue-haired figure strains, sweat beading on their brow. It's not enough. I have to add more momentum. Nearby, the red-haired warrior grits their teeth, blood trickling from a fresh wound. Hold on. Maintain it till the end. A fire arrow explodes into existence, a searing projectile aimed at an unseen foe. The cavern trembles as the assault continues, the air thick with the smell of ozone and burning stone. Another swirling vortex of energy descends, promising further devastation. The heavily built man slams his fist against his weapon, a look of desperation on his face. Shit, I'm out of ammo. Amidst the chaos, a desperate cry rings out. Run, Lady Minor. A masked figure lunges forward, claws extended, their target a fleeing form. Kid. His face, a mask of grim resolve, reflected the dire situation. The air crackled with anticipation of the battle to come. The truth began to dawn. These were monsters without a core, puppets dancing to a different tune. The puppets before him, connected by shimmering threads of mana, were clouding his judgment, obscuring the true threat. Those threads of mana, reaching out, connected to something beyond. The true identity of these unkillable bastards was about to be revealed. The master of the core, the source of their power, was something else entirely, something unexpected. What they needed to fight was not brute force, but something more. Gathering energy, a figure prepared to unleash a devastating attack, the air shimmering with heat and power. A voice, cold and resolute, echoed through the battlefield, singling out the true enemy. You. With a surge of power, the figure launched forward, the attack christened Rocket, tearing through the air. The rocket attack connected with a resounding smash, the force of the impact shaking the very ground. The force of the blow warped reality, creating a swirling vortex of energy and destruction. The vortex imploded, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion that promised to change everything. He grits his teeth, sweat and blood mixing as the monstrous figures encircle him. The air crackles with unseen energy, a palpable threat closing in. The grotesque creatures lunge, their claws extended, ready to tear him apart. Lady Minor is visible in the background, her expression a mask of grim determination. A close-up reveals Lady Minor's bloodied face, her red hair matted with grime. She's been fighting hard. A figure is engulfed in a dark, viscous substance, the impact of the attack sending splatters in all directions. A spear pierces through another figure, the force of the blow lifting them off the ground. The air is thick with the metallic tang of blood. Donghun's face breaks into a relieved grin. "Huh, I'm saved," he exclaims, the terror of the battle momentarily forgotten. Another body falls, impaled and lifeless, amidst a spray of dark fluid. The battle rages on, a brutal dance of death. Lady Minor's expression is one of pain and determination, her eyes narrowed as she prepares for the next attack. Scars and grime mark her face, testament to the ferocity of the fight. A surge of blue energy erupts, the word clear, emblazoned across the panel. A wave of power washes over the battlefield. A sinister grin stretches across his face as he recalls the abandonment. The memory stings, a fresh wound reopened by the passage of time. The horrible adults, their faces etched with indifference, loom over a younger Kieran. They were the ones who solely protected us orphans from those people. A hand reaches out, a beacon of hope in the darkness. "Big sis, Ria was my hero. 10 years have passed since our instructor took us in. Time goes by so fast. It feels like everything went by like a flash since then." The blonde-haired girl acknowledges Kieran as the genius that the famous Kieran acknowledged. "Every day must be fun for you. Compared to you, huh?" Kieran is getting anxious. "It feels like I can't catch up to you." "If Kieran, why are you so disheartened when all you've got is confidence? I told you not to do that. Quiet down. This is my right as your big sis. You can take it slow. I'll always be by your side." Kieran questioned Donghun's well-being, but he insisted he was fine, crediting the new equipment. He added that it was obviously because of her heel and that it was fortunate she had some mana left. Donghun, his face etched with concern, spotted something in the distance. He called out, directing Kieran's attention to it, lamenting that it was all because of him. Silhouetted figures approached a large, bound object in the distance, their purpose unknown. A sense of unease permeated the air. A closer view revealed the bound figure, their identity obscured by the restraints and shadows. The bound figure was secured to a large, dark stone, the chains glinting ominously in the dim light of the cavern. A wave of anguish washed over Ria, her face contorted in pain as she cried out her own name. Kieran, her expression troubled, wondered if Ria had bound herself. A tattered piece of parchment lay nearby, its cryptic script hinting at forgotten secrets and dangerous knowledge. A message, addressed to an instructor, spoke of the return of the Black Mage's followers, their presence casting a long shadow over the present. Ria cradled a smaller, bound figure, her expression a mixture of sorrow and determination. It seemed that they had already infiltrated deep into the Nautilus. She knew she had to return and help, but it was difficult with her current state, and asked that someone please take care. And Minor, Donghun, his brow furrowed with concern, stood beside another figure. He lamented that half of the party members were followers, and that he couldn't fathom how many more of them were hidden within. Clutching a gun to his chest, the wounded man gasped his last words, a desperate warning against trust. He believed it was already over. Tears welled in her eyes, Lady Minor's voice cracking as she apologized for failing to keep her promise to her little sister. Her face contorted with grief, the sobs racking her body as the weight of her failure crashed down on her. Elsewhere, a lone figure lay prone near a shimmering, orange portal, the air crackling with unseen energy. Beneath the shade of palm trees, 3 figures garbed in dark cloaks stood silently. One gripped a knife stained crimson. A sudden shot rang out, the victim's blood painting the sand as he revealed, with his dying breath, that Kedril had taken the knife fragment. He added that, even if it was Minor's party, they couldn't do anything under darkness. The figure with the bird-like mask stared ahead, unblinking. Darkness, it seemed, was more than just a visual impairment. It was a strategic advantage. Explosions tore through the ranks, screams of terror piercing the air. Caught in the sudden ambush, one of the soldiers cried out, questioning why they were being attacked, and why one of their own wasn't at the meeting. Holding a glowing red orb, Lady Minor sneered, reveling in their pain. She wondered how it felt to be shot in the back, calling them a bunch of worms. The aftermath was a scene of carnage. Bodies lay strewn across the ground, as a voice barked orders to stand by at each of their positions. Lady Minor, standing beside a muscular man, dismissed the scene as too much. She questioned if that wasn't the reason he was sent along with her. She clenched her jaw, the weight of responsibility pressing down. If Kieran didn't return, Lady Minor knew she would never forgive herself. A blinding light erupted, momentarily obscuring everything. Footsteps crunched on the sand, a heavy, foreboding sound. The footsteps approached, and Lady Minor braced herself for what was to come. 2 men emerged, carrying Kieran. Her face was pale, her clothes stained crimson with blood. A gasp escaped Lady Minor's lips as she saw her sister's condition. Her eyes widened, a wave of shock washing over her features. Donghun's face was etched with concern as he looked upon the scene. Kieran's voice was weak, barely a whisper. I brought Big Sis back with us. She croaked before adding a soft, yeah. Tears streamed down Lady Minor's face as she embraced her sister. Welcome back, you two, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. Elsewhere, the sand stretched out before them, a silent witness to the reunion. A torch burned brightly, casting flickering shadows. Boats carrying the crew sailed towards the shore, torches illuminating their path through the darkness. The blonde-haired woman observes the crowd. Whoa, that's a lot of people, she exclaims. The scarred man beside her replies, you can say that all major crewmates of the Nautilus came, since it's no other than. Elsewhere, a figure lies in a boat, completely engulfed in flames. The heat shimmers above the inferno. Lady Minor looks up, her expression a mix of concern and determination. The sound of something tapping echoes nearby. Elpham's eyes widen, a question forming on his lips. Did Boss go this time? He wonders. A massive airship floats serenely above a sea dotted with smaller vessels, their lights twinkling in the twilight. A gloved hand reaches out toward a wooden box, a glass bottle resting beside it. The air is thick with anticipation. A man with a white fur collar pours liquid from a glass bottle into his mouth. Below, two figures walk along a jungle path. An offer, he asks. Two figures continue their trek through the jungle. Above, Lady Minor, wearing a pirate hat, looks off to the side, asking me to prepare that many mana potions for you. I could definitely need them, she thinks. Lady Minor and Kieran stand together on the path. Don't you know how expensive one of those potions are after their crafting materials were lost? Lady Minor asks. Kieran responds, I know. That's why I'm asking you, Kieran. A hand reaches out as a voice says, because this is a whole different conversation, considering the wealth of Nautilus. Our deal should be done, so why are you insisting on helping us again? Our deal might have ended, but you can say. The woman's green eyes narrow. I do thank you for protecting Minor, but that doesn't mean I can trust. You can think of it as another deal then. And as for the item from the treasury that you promised to give me last time, give me 2 of them, not 1. In return, I'll find all the followers in the Nautilus. A blue schematic of bodies flickers with light. A man with a red eye holds a vial, his expression troubled. He thinks to himself, his voice a low murmur, that his second life isn't as easygoing as he thought. Lady Minor's brow furrows, her gaze intense. She asks what's making him think so hard. The man leans against the wall, his expression unreadable. The man waves off her concern, claiming he just has a lot on his mind. He urges Minor to go. Lady Minor looks back at him, questioning his words. She says she wasn't purposefully trying to eavesdrop on him. The man recalls Elpham offering Minor to join his party. He thinks to himself that the lad just asked that all on his own. The man finishes his thought, saying that thanks to that lad Elpham, but the followers who killed Rhea are still there. He adds that he's sure she must want to take an eye for an eye. The man clenches his fist, stating that's the same for him too. He continues, saying if she joins Elpham, she'll likely end up on the front lines facing the followers. A man with green hair says to go on at him, stating he'll protect this place. The man smiles, telling Minor to believe her big bro. She murmurs a name, her eyes widening in surprise. But as the words leave her lips, a sly smirk spreads across Lady Minor's face, hinting at a hidden agenda. Elsewhere, under the watchful eye of the moon, a colossal whale-like creature breaches the surface, a skull adorning its head. A voice echoes, laced with disdain. He finds it hard to trust someone so weak. Another voice, filled with disbelief, cries out at the unexpected arrival. A vast network of waterways carves its way through a dense, green forest, sunlight glinting off the water surface. The boat cuts through the water, its wake disturbing the otherwise still surface. Elpham stands at the helm, the wind whipping through his hair. A figure with dark hair and a fur-lined coat watches from afar, their expression unreadable. The waterway narrows, transforming into a canal flanked by towering structures. The boat continues its journey, guided by Elpham. Through a pair of high-powered binoculars, the boat can be seen making its way through the canal. Lady Minor raises her staff, a surge of blue energy crackling around it. The chains of fate, or perhaps something more mundane, hang heavy in the air. The boat glides through a massive doorway, the towering trees framing the entrance like ancient sentinels. Her eyes widening, Lady Minor gasps, so this is Kieran's treasury. The boat sails into a golden light, revealing the legendary Mapeless III, the last adventurer. Lady Minor, arms crossed, states that she only promised 2 items. Elpham stands beside her, a thoughtful expression on his face. She seems annoyed, perhaps because of an offer she made to herself. A staff and a pendant rest on a pile of gold. The text describes the staff as an onyx dragon staff and the pendant as a dominator pendant. A hand holds a ring. The text identifies it as the Dawn Guardian Angel ring. The figure thinks that only 2 items can be taken and that they must find the strongest ones. A close-up of an eye shows a look of shock or surprise. A simple huh punctuates the moment. Lady Minor looks off to the side, wondering if a decision has been made. A hand reaches towards a box, the figure certain of what is inside. After the last day, the followers began leading the charge. One of them was slaughtering the Alliance's forces at the front lines. The face of Leek, the betrayer of humanity, is shown in close-up. Leek hid himself all the way to the upper echelons of the Alliance and betrayed everyone in the critical moment, leaving devastating blows to the Alliance. This is the symbol of fear that he used. So he took it from here after the Nautilus went down in ruins. Many comrades were lost to that bastard. A figure chooses this as their first item. Lady Minor's expression is thoughtful. She muses that Elpham seems to have an eye for things, at least. She wonders why, given what she knows his element is. The sound of a boot echoes on the stone floor, each step heavy with purpose. Elpham's gaze is drawn to something just out of sight, a glint of gold catching his attention. A ring rests atop a pile of gold coins, its surface gleaming. Elpham notes that this is his first time seeing this item, but he doesn't feel anything coming from it. Is it just an ordinary ring? That's strange, Elpham thinks. Why would an ordinary ring be in this place? His hand reaches out, and with a sudden surge, the ring flies toward him. Lady Minor's eyes widen. She stammers, wondering just what this is. It suddenly equipped itself before Elpham could even touch it. Lady Minor's eyes narrow, her gaze intense. That's... Lady Minor apologizes, explaining that the ring is something that's temporarily in her care, so she can't give it to him. She urges him to pick something else. She wonders what she should do. Elpham, examining the rings now adorning his fingers, asks if she can see them. A nervous energy crackles as fingers fidget, a silent prelude to unseen events. The gold Ritchie case has been concluded successfully. A voice echoes in the halls, its source a figure cloaked in shadow. Then what about Elpham? The question hangs in the air as another figure kneels, offering apologies. I have failed, the kneeling figure croaks, the weight of defeat heavy in the air. Failed? How dare you utter such words? Even though you used the night fragment? This can't be the extent of the merchant group I've raised. Last chance. If you fail this as well, I'll have you pay with your life. Fiorite. A hand grabs a bag, preparing for departure. A figure strides through a doorway, backpack slung over their shoulder, leaving the room behind. A close-up reveals a weapon, its details hinting at impending conflict. Are you going now? I'll come back once the opportunity comes. Kikik. You better improve your skills by then. The booze here is great. Well, thanks for the gains. Crazy gambling bastard. The figure plummets, the wind screaming past as they fall from an unseen height. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Huh, you're... The hulking figure looms, a massive axe held ready. Don't tell me. Lady Minor grins, a glint in her red eyes. Where's my spot? A desperate gasp escapes his lips, each breath a ragged struggle. A chorus of screams erupts as blades flash, a desperate defense against overwhelming odds. He tumbles, the ground rushing up to meet him. Shit, run faster. His face contorted in fury, he bellows, stop looking behind us, and keep your eyes on the front already. A desperate plea hangs in the air. No, we're going to die at this rate. Something, please. From above, a voice rings out. There. He sprints forward, a desperate gamble. Hurry up and get in. I'll activate it. Ha! Good riddance. A green energy blade descends as Gukran is sent flying backwards, a look of disbelief etched on his face. He thinks to himself that he might not be fated to die after all. The blade slams into the ground with earth-shattering force, the impact echoing through the chamber. Gukran's eyes widen as he shouts his own name in disbelief. Gathering power, a figure prepares to strike. A violet aura crackles around them as they brace for an attack. Gukran lies prone, bloodied and battered. He urges himself to get up and run, knowing the danger is far from over. A figure atop a spectral steed looms, their words laced with a bitter disappointment. Of all people, at the very least. A sharp pain reverberated through his skull. Dong-hun demanded, his voice laced with irritation. What's with that confident face of yours when you returned empty-handed? Elpham listened to Dong-hun's outburst, then slammed his fist on the table. It was a dire situation. It's a miracle I came back alive since the cave collapsed. The papers on the table rustled as someone considered raising the stakes. Someone noted that Minor, who was the current target of the followers, had joined their party. They also exclaimed about the G-Gold Eye. Dong-hun stated that since they won't sit still and watch that happen, they'll show themselves much more clearly next time. Elpham thought to himself, wondering how long he was expected to play along. He couldn't reveal all the information to Gaper yet. If a full-out war were to happen after being blinded by their justification to take down Kania, it'll be difficult to expect anything more out of them, if not being scapegoats. If that happens, then they'll never reach the root of those followers. At this rate, Gaper's patience will soon run out. Elpham muttered, well, it won't take long. The man with the fur collar explodes in anger, his face contorted with rage. How could they increase the party size without consulting him? Now the pay would be split even more ways. Having more skilled people is a good thing, one of the others points out. But another retorts, if the boss is the party leader, why should he ask? The blonde in armor chimes in, calling him the temporary party leader, a statement that earns her a dark look. Huh. Well, he doesn't care. A hand, adorned with a golden bracelet, places a cup on the table with a sharp tap. If they have any complaints, they can say it with their skills. Complaints always arise, a voice rumbles, the speaker's eyes gleaming with an unsettling light. Cuck. Another man grits his teeth, his face a mask of suppressed fury. Damn it, it's his Mesos. Why would they make that decision all on their own? The man with the fur collar slams his fist against the wall, muttering about the greedy. Dong-hoon, leaning against the table, asks where the boss is going now. He has somewhere to be, comes the reply. Let's call it a day. Off today's training. Good grief, those two are splitting off, no? Shit, do they think they have multiple lives? Why can't they have some consideration for the people who have to protect them? Why do they act individually so often? Let's split up. We'll take care of him, the man with the fur collar declares, adjusting his stance. The figure in the long coat strides away, boots clicking on the cobblestones. A muted gray fills the space. The pirate-garbed woman gestures with her hand, a ring glinting on her finger. She questions the situation, finding it nonsensical that the ring won't come off. She wonders if the item is choosing its owner, then asks why she's being questioned. Lady Minor's expression turns troubled as she considers the owner of the ring. She dismisses the thought with a whatever. From above, a hooded figure stands in a room with wooden floors, suggesting that the ring's owner must be asked for permission. Elpham stands with two hooded figures, one of them exclaiming that she somehow came back alive. The question hangs in the air. Are you the owner of this ring? A man's hand is shown, a ring on his finger. He states that he has come to ask for permission, by permission. A woman with wide, red eyes stares in shock. That's? She exclaims, wondering if the fact that he can't take it off means something. Dong-hoon stands behind Elpham, the two seemingly in conversation. The man with the ring states that he can't give it right now because the owner isn't there at the moment, then asks if they could call them. The man with the ring continues, saying he doesn't know how to use it, so he need to hear some explanation about it. He is then told that he has come right on time, and he asks what? Elpham is told that this is a request, referring to the owner of that ring. The air hung heavy with dread, the words "the hero pursuer" echoing in the unseen distance. A young man, his face etched with worry, stood before a towering skeletal figure, its presence a chilling omen. The end draws near. A monstrous visage looms, the words "last day," a stark declaration of impending doom. The successor of Freud, Evan, stands ready, his gaze sharp and determined. Luminous, adversary of destiny, prepares for the trials ahead. The phantom thief, Phantom, and the queen of the elves, Mercedes, stand side by side. The hero of Polearm, Aaron, and the hero of Mystic, Shade, are ready for battle. They were witnessed. Their powers were overwhelming. A world this time as well. And the miracles they performed, hope began to return that they would save the world. Somehow, these items were being discovered all over the current gates. The heroes must be equipped with a formidable shield that can stop the followers from reaching them, whilst being the bait to lure the followers out. Each faction in Maple World must rally together. The words hang in the air, a call to action, to create a powerful alliance. A figure stands ready, prepared to face any challenge. The goal is clear, and change history. Dong-hoon scans the floating islands, his expression determined. The islands drift in the sky, a silent, ethereal landscape. Dong-hoon's gaze sharpens, muttering to himself, "It should be around here." Dong-hoon holds up a talisman, its blue markings glowing faintly. Huh, what's that? He examines the talisman closely, a thoughtful escaping his lips. The talisman pulses with energy, its intricate patterns swirling with power. Suddenly, Dong-hoon is surrounded by a surge of energy, exclaiming, "WHO? What the hell is this?" The ground shimmers, the air crackling with unseen forces. Before him, a gate materializes, glowing with an otherworldly light. A gate? What is this? A gate just appeared out of nowhere. Lady Minor, her brow furrowed, exchanges words with a companion. The text above them hints at a crucial discovery, while below, the words "the hero pursuer" loom over a watchful eye. Elsewhere, a hand clad in a golden bracer holds a ring, bathed in an ethereal blue light. The text reveals that Fur discovered a way to track down the hero's items, and this ring is one of them. The blonde woman, standing beside a man wielding a formidable axe, declares with unwavering resolve, "Very well, I'll definitely save you." Meanwhile, a figure with dark hair and a fur-lined collar strides forward, determination etched on his face. The group stands amidst the aftermath, the air still crackling with residual energy. The axe wielder, still grinning, declares that they completed the first gate within 3 hours. Lady Minor wonders if this is a new record. The blonde woman remarks that the firebore was a piece of cake. She then tells someone to say that after wiping off the burn marks. Lady Minor expresses her surprise. She reminds the axe wielder that he said they were a first circle not too long ago. The axe wielder replies that it's because he's a genius. The axe wielder, grinning, asks Dong-hoon why he is scared. Dong-hoon warns the axe wielder not to be in a rush, unlike public reception. He adds that a fast circle up isn't all that good. A voice explains that a circle up is a very drastic change of all stats. If you repeat something like that in a short span of time, it's bound to take a toll on your body. The voice continues, stating that you have to balance out your physical ability and enlightenment, or you might face a roadblock in your growth as a result. The axe wielder is surprised, realizing that he recently circled up twice in a short frame. He concludes that it is quite fast. The blonde woman with the fur collar listened intently. Lady Minor, arms crossed, seemed to consider the implications. The conversation centered on the delicate balance of rapid advancement. Dong-hoon's gaze hardened, his one visible eye reflecting a fierce resolve. His previous self, he mused, couldn't surpass the wall of the seventh circle. Now knowing what the future holds, Dong-hoon vowed he could not stop at the sixth circle. He would raise his circle at the ideal timing. The blonde woman questioned if they hadn't arrived at the second gate a bit too quickly. Lady Minor wondered if they had missed someone, as they were supposed to find someone, not clear the gate. Dong-hoon reassured them that they hadn't missed each other. He had checked everything. Dong-hoon's expression remained grim. He was wearing that weird eye patch again, something he'd been doing from time to time for a while now. He wondered if he was really able to find that person with it, as long as they weren't dead. A surge of red energy pulsed from Dong-hoon's eye patch, a silent warning in the air. Dong-hoon's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. "They're coming," he breathed, the words laced with dread. The axe wielder's face contorted in disbelief, his eyes wide with a dawning horror. "Yui, what the hell are those?" he exclaimed, his voice cracking with fear. A skeletal figure, clad in tattered armor, advanced with glowing green eyes, a silent promise of death. Dong-hoon yelled, "Hey, aren't there too many of them? Get running, everyone." The group scattered as the undead horde descended. The air filled with the sharp crack of gunfire as Lady Minor unleashed a volley of bullets. "Shit, it's the skeletons," she exclaimed, frustration lacing her voice. "Using bullets against undead is, damn it, things just got annoying." The blonde woman's expression tightened with concern. First it was the zombies, and now these piles of bones, she thought, her mind racing. Are these the only monsters we'll face from now on? Dong-hoon grimaced, his teeth gritted in annoyance. "TCH, it can't be helped," he muttered, his voice laced with resignation. "Since it turned out like this." As one of the skeletons crumbled, Dong-hoon bellowed, "All of you get down." More gunfire ripped through the air as Lady Minor continued her assault, each bullet finding its mark on the skeletal horde. Dong-hoon charged forward, his expression a mask of determination as he prepared to engage the skeletons in close combat. A skeleton was struck down, its brittle bones shattering under the force of an unseen blow. The blonde woman found herself surrounded, a skeleton lunging towards her with menacing intent. Another skeleton fell, its form collapsing into a heap of bone fragments. The glowing green eyes of a skeleton stared blankly ahead, a chilling reminder of the undead threat. A final blow landed, reducing yet another skeleton to dust. With the immediate threat quelled, the group turned their attention to Dong-hoon. The axe wielder stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the eye patch. The see-through eye patch. "Are you perhaps the Silent Crusade?" He breathed a sigh of relief. It had been too close for comfort. Dong-hoon urged them to hurry. Agony contorted his face as he clutched at his stomach, a silent scream building in his throat. His legs gave way, sending him crashing to the stone floor. Meanwhile, he had spent a month isolated in this place, learning the patterns of the skeletons and the mechanisms that governed them. Lady Minor held a glowing talisman, a confident smirk playing on her lips. She had her fair share of tricks and was confident in her infiltration. A surge of energy emanated from the talisman, forming a protective barrier around her. Elsewhere, Elpham approached Fur. He had something to ask him. The adventurer was on the verge of starving to death. Fur stuffed his mouth with food, his cheeks bulging as he devoured every last crumb. Lady Minor beamed. It was good that Fur was alive. A voice echoed from the depths of the dungeon. Since they had found the escape gate, they would have to return and get it over with. There was no need to overstrain themselves by defeating the boss. A bead of sweat trickled down Fur's face, his expression a mixture of relief and lingering pain. The mechanical spider's red eyes glowed menacingly. It spoke with disdain, its voice a synthesized rasp. "I thought you were useful." Below, a figure in a dark coat stood silently, the mechanical spider looming above. Red energy lines pulsed around them, a silent promise of power and consequence. The figure's face was etched with desperation. They stammered, "I have no excuse. I will gladly accept whatever punishment you have for me." The mechanical spider's voice dripped with cold calculation. "However, the plan that will kill him is already in progress. I beg you, please give me the opportunity to get rid of this dishonor myself." A gloved hand clenched, red energy crackling around it. A voice, laced with a hint of defiance, echoed. Oh, you're going to take responsibility, are you? Let's hear it then. The figure stood silhouetted against the dim light, their face obscured by shadow. The mechanical spider pressed, its voice a low thrum. What your trump card will be. Elsewhere, a Gothic building loomed against the night sky, its windows like vacant eyes staring into the darkness. Within the building's depths, skeletal figures stood guard, their bones illuminated by an eerie green glow emanating from their eyes. The skeletal guardian's gaze was fixed, its empty sockets burning with an unnatural light. A silent sentinel, awaiting its master's command. A partially obscured face, framed by bone and shadow, glowed with the same malevolent green light. A silent promise of death hung in the air. Arcane energy surged, a web of blue light crackling through the darkness. The air thrummed with unseen power, a prelude to destruction. The blue energy intensified, swirling and coalescing into a vortex of raw power. The skeletal army stood ready, poised to unleash its fury. Bolts of blue energy ripped through the stone halls as the skeletal figures advanced, their glowing eyes fixed on some unseen target. The ancient structure echoed with the sounds of their advance, each step a grinding reminder of the death that animated them. One skeleton raised an arm, conjuring a blade of pure energy that crackled with deadly intent. The skeletal figure's gaze intensified, its empty sockets burning with an unnatural light. Meanwhile, arcane symbols glowed on the stone floor, pulsing with an unseen power. Dong-hun watched the display with a satisfied smirk. This is great. Lady Minor crossed her arms, a confident glint in her eyes. This is going to be easy now that we blocked off their path. There's no time to. The mechanisms here are structurally impossible to completely close them up. If one place is closed, then the other path opens up. They'll soon realize it and come to us through the other path. Elsewhere, a lone boot stood on the cold stone floor. Well, you'll just have to find it within the time, right? Now. The armored figure loomed, its helmet obscuring any hint of a face. How about we take a look? The figure continued, its voice echoing from within the metal shell. At the item of that so-called legendary hero, two figures stood before a colossal sword statue, its blade reaching towards the heavens. The air crackled with anticipation. The axe wielder scanned the area, finding no items of interest. He wondered if they were on the right path. Dong-hun noted that the area was different from the other locations. He thought there might be something hidden if they looked for it. The axe wielder wondered who built this place. Someone else wondered if it would suddenly move or anything. The woman with the fur collar couldn't read the inscription, but she felt like it had to be important. The woman with the fur collar exclaimed that it was a riddle written in an ancient language. She thought it was a hint about the item's location. The inscription read, "When you hear the musicians, behind the deep, dark curtains, there is a shining actor who looks down upon us at all times. Those with meaning follow." Someone wondered if the door was important too. Lady Minor noticed there were some drawings on the door. Dong-hun noted there were more drawings here too. Someone thought this was the key to the riddle. Someone thought each drawing was symbolizing something. There were a few pretty straightforward ones, but the others were a bit more hard to figure out. She thinks to herself, it was said to follow the light, so Dong-hun asks if it's like this, and the door opens with a rumble. Dong-hun is surprised, exclaiming that it was pretty simple. A burst of light erupts from the doorway, and the axe wielder shouts in surprise. The light fades, revealing Dong-hun covered in soot. Dong-hun laughs, saying he's well done now. Elpum thinks to herself that she thought it was the sun, but that's not right. Elpum realizes something, exclaiming, "All right." The group realizes that the answer is the moon, and that it makes sense. Elpum tries to solve the puzzle again, thinking that a professional is definitely different. Elpum is determined to get it right for sure this time. Meanwhile, the group walks through the dungeon. Lady Minor eyed the moon-shaped boulder with suspicion. Anyway, she thought it seemed like they would trigger a trap related to the symbol if they got it wrong. Dong-hun gestured, his expression troubled. He got that there was a trap, but the problem was they didn't know how to solve this riddle. The puzzle mechanism loomed, its symbols a source of frustration. One mused that it must be some boulder, while another admitted they didn't know what that X symbol was supposed to be. The others were pretty confusing too, and the lightning one would also be related to light. Elpum's brow furrowed, sweat beading on his forehead. Why didn't he just try pressing it? But he wasn't certain, knowing what would happen if they got it wrong. Dong-hun suggested that perhaps they were interpreting the symbols incorrectly. Why didn't they try solving the riddle first, and look for what fits the answer? Elpum didn't think their interpretation of the riddle was wrong. He believed the deep, dark curtains part was referring to the night sky. And clouds. Since they were supposed to follow the light, Elpum realized it's the stars. It's looking down on us at all times, so it can't be the moon. The moon changes with the cycle. After all, the stars move too, but they don't disappear. Then the symbol would be this. Lady Minor exclaimed, so it's a star, not an X. If they were correct, a bright light flooded the chamber as a doorway opened. The heavy stone door grinds open, revealing a dark passage ahead. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air, thick with the smell of damp earth, and something else, something acrid and metallic. Dong-hoon exhales, a visible cloud in the cool air. Phew, looks like we were right. The pirate, Lady Minor, nods in agreement. All right, let's get going. I think we just have to head down this path. A guttural voice echoes from the shadows, laced with malice. Are you sure? The eyes of the unseen speaker narrow, pupils constricting with predatory intent. Before Elpum can react, a figure leaps from the darkness, a chain weapon blurring through the air. The assassin sneers, then we'll take care of the rest. The chain, crackling with blue energy, whips towards the adventurer with lethal speed. Elpum raises his sword, the steel singing as it deflects the blow. Dong-hoon's eyes widen. What? The chain snaps back, coiling around the assassin's arm as quickly as it struck. With a roar, Elpum retaliates, his sword a silver streak against the dim light. The assassin intercepts the blade with a weapon wreathed in flames. Little rat, he snarls. His eyes burn with furious intensity, promising a brutal counterattack. The shadowy figure lunges, a blade of pure, crackling energy ripping through the air. He's got him, or so it seems, as a wave of violet power erupts around the assassin. Dong-hoon's eyes widen. A teleportation skill? Elsewhere, a woman, Beiju, stands poised, a wicked chain weapon coiled in her grasp. The blonde woman curses under her breath, her face a mask of frustration. A pack of shadowy figures tears through the dungeon, their forms blurred by speed. They race down a narrow corridor, their purpose unknown, but their urgency palpable. A multi-barreled weapon stands ready, promising devastation. Meanwhile, the silver-haired woman stands amidst her dark allies, a calculating glint in her eyes. Her lips curl into a sinister smile, revealing a ruthless intent. Dong-hoon and the blonde woman exchange worried glances. Something is clearly amiss. The pair turn their attention to something unseen, a sense of foreboding hanging heavy in the air. He looks up, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. What? A fist, clad in spiked metal, hurtles toward Dong-hoon's face. The impact sends a shockwave rippling through the air. The force of the blow explodes against his cheek, spraying blood. Dong-hoon reels, his vision blurring as pain lances through his skull. Hey, what the hell are you doing right now? The attacker's gauntlet drips crimson. A grin splits the attacker's face, blood staining his teeth. Can't you tell? I'm earning money right now. Under the cloak of night, the building stood silent, its windows like watchful eyes in the darkness. Inside, Dong-hoon grinned, a wide, unsettling display of teeth. His gaze lingered on the overflowing chest, a hoard of gold glinting in the dim light. I live for you guys. A sudden pounding at the door wiped the smile from his face, replaced by a scowl. The sound echoed through the room, bouncing off the wooden table. Dong-hoon's brow furrowed in confusion. Two figures emerged from the shadows, their faces obscured. One demanded, "Why are you here? Aren't you guys supposed to be on night watch?" Dong-hoon's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He scoffed, waving a dismissive hand. Care, tell him to screw off. I'm here myself, actually. The other figure retorted, watch your damn mouth. We're not your secretaries. The two figures stepped aside, revealing a new presence in the room. Dong-hoon's eyes darted wide, sweat beading on his brow. What the hell? A figure with dark hair and piercing eyes smirked. Kania Merchant Union. Then shall we talk? Dong-hoon's face contorts into a wide, unsettling grin. He thinks to himself, I'm earning money right now. The camera focuses on a gauntlet fist stained with fresh blood. A man, face contorted with rage, spits out, Ralph, you piece of shit. The group of onlookers gaze up at the bloodied fist. One of them whispers, phew, that's scary. Another retorts, don't look at me like that. Dong-hoon's eyes narrow, his voice dripping with venom. You fucker, you're betraying us just for a few coins? Dong-hoon's expression hardens. He wonders aloud, goodness, who do you think I am? He continues, revealing the stakes. Even the guards of Gaffer that switched over Kania were promised 3 times their original salary. Elpum, do you realize how much money is on your head? A figure in a dark coat stands poised, staff in hand, as the words echo. 100 million mesos. Dong-hoon throws his head back, a manic laugh escaping his lips. Baha, how could I say no to that? A figure is caught in a whirlwind of glowing blades, a pained ugh, escaping their lips. The masked figure declares, that's enough for goodbyes. The masked figure unleashes a flurry of attacks, the cry ringing out, get him all. The silver-haired woman parries a blow with a flourish of her twin blades. Excuse me, she calls out, her voice sharp and confident. Deebwa's face contorts in frustration. Damn it. Do you guys really think that things will work out in your favor? He growls, sweat beading on his brow. Kiri's gaze pierces through Deebwa. Of course, Miss Kiri. A voice echoes, seemingly from nowhere. The silver-haired woman's blades dance through the air, a whirlwind of steel. You learn to double-wield in Cygnus, she observes, her voice laced with amusement. but you have a habit of always using your right hand for stronger attacks. Kiri moves with blinding speed, dodging a flurry of attacks. If I can just read my opponent's patterns, she thinks dodging attacks is nothing. Debo grips his weapon tightly, his expression grim. Debo is good when fighting one-on-one, but his flaws are much more clear when he goes against more than one enemy. The silver-haired woman stands poised, her twin blades glinting in the dim light. I know every single move of y'all, she declares, her eyes narrowed. Just accept it. You will all die here. Lady Minor unleashes a blast from her weapon, the force of the shot echoing through the room. Screw off, you followers, she shouts, her voice filled with defiance. Ralph watches the battle unfold, a sinister smile playing on his lips. As expected of Kieran's disciple, he muses. Lady Minor fires again, the blast tearing through the air. Chains lash out, striking Lady Minor with brutal force. A strangled cry escapes her lips. The silver-haired woman stands over the fallen Lady Minor, her blades dripping with an unseen substance. But you're facing the wrong opponent, she declares, her voice cold and merciless. Lady Minor gasps, her vision blurring. With a shout, Kiri lashes out, the chain weapon singing through the air as it connects brutally with Lady Minor. Dong-hun's eyes widen, a silent alarm flashing across his face. His fist clenches, the man with the eye patch muttering to himself that the blonde shouldn't be able to hold on for long. Not since he broke his rib during the first ambush. Ralph is suddenly struck, a spray of blood erupting from the unseen impact. The blonde teenager grits his teeth, cursing under his breath as he stands alongside another figure wielding a sword. Arcane energy crackles in the air. A cloaked figure, face obscured by a mask, seems surprised. A weapon glows with an eerie blue light. The masked figure shouts, calling the others over and insulting them. Ralph, clutching at something in his hand, asks if they don't want to know what it is, because he thinks he has an idea. A complex symbol glows with power. Two masked figures stand silhouetted, questioning what is happening. Above, a dizzying array of gears and chains spun into motion as the floor gave way. A figure caught completely off guard could only manage a bewildered WH. Terror etched itself onto the falling figure's face, a cold dread washing over them. Itcha, they stammered. I have a really bad feeling. The ground rushed up to meet them, the wind screaming past their ears as they plummeted into the abyss. Looking up, a single eye widened in disbelief at the swirling vortex of falling figures above. A desperate scream tore from another throat, swallowed by the immensity of the fall. Silhouetted against the gloom, a figure continued to fall, their fate uncertain. Lady Minor's eyes darted around, a mix of confusion and dawning realization crossing her features. What? That's... With a surge of adrenaline, Lady Minor reached out, her hand outstretched towards Minoru. Minoru, hold on. The sound of Debois echoed as another figure plummeted, the impact of the fall imminent. Desperation etched on his face, a figure yelled out, hold on tight. A sudden burst of fiery energy erupted, illuminating the chaotic scene. The abyss claimed another scream as two more figures hurtled downwards, their fate hanging in the balance. Above, Dong-hun grips the handle of his weapon, preparing to strike at something unseen. He steadies himself, both hands firm on the shaft. Below, Minoru plummets, her scream echoing in the abyss. She reaches out, desperately trying to close the distance. Minoru continues to fall, the wind whipping through her hair. A shield tumbles past, a lost defense in this chaotic descent. Lady Minor and Minoru fall together, the gap between them closing. Her fingers stretch, reaching for the blonde ponytail. They hit the ground hard, dust billowing around them as Dong-hun rushes to their side. Huff. Lady Minor looks up, her expression a mask of concern. Massive gears grind against each other, the sound a mechanical symphony of impending doom. Elsewhere, a monolithic structure looms in the distance, its purpose unknown. The path ahead forks, the tunnel system branching in multiple directions. The air hangs heavy with the scent of damp stone and something else, something indefinable and unsettling. Her blue eyes wide, she pieces together the clues. There are multiple entrances at the cliff, so maybe this is connected to there. Dong-hun's face is marred with dirt and grime. If they're lucky enough, they'll come across Elpum. More likely, they'll come across the followers. The tunnel stretches downward, the air growing colder with each step. The only sound is the echo of their footsteps, a constant reminder of their isolation. Looking up, the group sees the tunnel stretching high above them, a narrow shaft of light barely piercing the darkness. The oppressive weight of the earth presses in from all sides. The tunnel descends further, the walls slick with moisture. The two figures trudge onward, their shadows dancing in the flickering light. A voice, laced with dread, whispers a grim assessment. They're screwed. A disembodied voice wonders what the hell this is. Behind bars, Deewa's face contorts in rage. He screams, calling someone an idiot. A frantic denial echoes through the tunnels. It wasn't me. He grimaces as the walls begin to close in. The grinding stone echoes through the tunnel, a death knell for anyone caught within. Lady Minor's eyes dart around, searching for an escape as the pressure mounts. Donghun's expression is one of grim determination as he braces himself against the encroaching wall. He grits his teeth, realizing the bars are protected by some strange energy. With a fierce cry, Lady Minor prepares to unleash her power. "TCH, move out of the way!" she shouts, her voice echoing in the confined space. A surge of energy erupts from her weapon as she unleashes the bullet smash, a desperate attempt to shatter the barrier. Lady Minor's face contorts in disbelief as her attack fails to break through the barrier. A bead of sweat trickles down her brow as she realizes the gravity of their situation. The barrier shimmers, unharmed. What? It's still fine, Donghun exclaims, his voice laced with shock and a hint of desperation. The walls continued their inexorable advance, the cold stone pressing in. Lady Minor cursed under her breath, the realization dawning that they were running out of time. Shit, the walls have already closed in so much. Frustration etched on her face. She clenched her fists, the futility of their situation weighing heavily on her. He pressed his hand against the strange energy barrier, the faint hum vibrating through his palm. A searing pain shot through Donghun's body as he screamed, the energy burning against his skin. His eye reflected the bars, a desperate glint within the blue. The pain became too much, and Donghun collapsed to his knees, his body trembling. His arm remained outstretched, a futile attempt to hold back the inevitable. Donghun gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face as he fought against the encroaching darkness. A desperate plea echoed in the confined space. "We can't die like this." Lady Minor, her voice laced with urgency, urged, "Kiri, do something." Donghun, struggling to maintain consciousness, could only manage, "Cook. I know, but what are we supposed to do?" He didn't want to go see Leah yet. What? Kania plummeted downwards, a cascade of memories flooding her mind. She remembered the time you tried to die in my stead. I've actually never forgotten. I don't like being indebted to others. So, I was going to save you the next time you were in danger, but damn it. You still remember? The man grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as he prepares to entrust something vital. "I'll hand this over to you. Can you?" he asks, his voice strained. Lady Minor's expression hardens, her patience wearing thin. "You crazy bastard," she hisses. "How can you joke right now?" A gloved hand tightens around the hilt of a sword, a silent promise of action to come. Minor's voice cuts through the tension. "All right, everyone, hold on a bit," she commands, her eyes scanning their surroundings. The gears of the ancient machine churn, powered by an unseen force. The text nearby explains that this machine is powered by mana, its bars protected by an aura. There must be some device nearby that supplies mana. Trapped behind bars, Lady Minor's determination burns bright. "So just hold on until I find and destroy it," she declares, adding a grim warning. "Don't think of dying before you repay me for that debt." With a burst of speed, Minor leaps forward, her sword raised high, ready to strike. Elsewhere, a rectangular opening in a brick wall offers a glimpse into the unknown, a possible escape route or a new danger. Dust and debris swirl around the aged brick wall, hinting at recent activity or a crumbling structure. A cloaked figure stands amidst the floating debris, their presence adding to the mystery of the crumbling environment. A surge of blue energy streaks through the scene, its purpose and origin unknown. A summoning art, labeled Flying Nimbus, appears accompanied by a desperate exclamation. "What the hell? Those guys are all murder machines." Elpham sprints forward, only to find himself at a dead end. The realization dawns on him. A trap. Suddenly, a sphere of crackling blue energy hurtles toward him, filling the narrow space. Before Elpham can react, the cloaked figure is upon him, a whirlwind of motion and malice. "Wait, time out," he cries. The figure unleashes a barrage of attacks, a chaotic dance of energy and steel. Each breath comes ragged as Elpham struggles to parry the relentless assault, the heat of the energy blast searing the air. From a distance, Donghun watches the brutal exchange, a grim pronouncement escaping his lips. "Those guys are all done for." The cloaked figure presses the attack, a crimson energy blade slicing through the air as he gives chase. Another blast of searing energy explodes, the force threatening to overwhelm the last adventurer. The barrage continues, each impact sending tremors through the confined space. The cloaked figure turns his attention to Donghun, lashing out with chains wreathed in dark energy. The man with the eye patch spits. "Nice. You might even die after having ripped me off." The figure lunges, the energy blade aimed to strike a fatal blow. But at the last moment, a shimmering blue barrier erupts around Elpham, deflecting the attack. A protection charm activates, warding off the deadly strike. From the shadows, the cloaked figure prepared to unleash a storm of deadly projectiles. A surge of purple energy crackled around his gloved hand, coalescing into a shuriken burst. The air crackled with arcane energy as the shurikens hurtled toward Elpum. He cried out, feeling the intense heat searing his skin even before the impact. A strangled gasp escaped Elpum's lips as the first shuriken struck. The force of the blow sent a jolt of pain through his body. The masked assailant continued his assault, the purple projectiles streaking through the air like vengeful spirits. Each impact resonated with a deafening crack, the force threatening to overwhelm the last adventurer's defenses. The cloaked figure pressed his advantage, launching a relentless barrage of shurikens, each one aimed with deadly precision. Elpum staggered under the relentless assault, each strike tearing at his flesh. He could taste blood, the metallic tang filling his mouth. His breath came in ragged gasps, each inhale a struggle. The world swam before his eyes, a haze of pain and exhaustion. The masked figure, relentless in his pursuit, prepared another devastating attack. The air thrummed with anticipation, a prelude to destruction. A blinding flash erupted, followed by a deafening roar. The force of the explosion ripped through the chamber, sending debris flying in all directions. The air hung thick with smoke and the acrid smell of burnt flesh. The aftermath of the explosion was a scene of devastation, a testament to the attacker's power. Despite the agony, Elpum grit his teeth, a flicker of defiance in his bloodshot eyes. He would not yield, not yet. He is thrown back by the force of the unseen attack, the air crackling with energy as debris rains down around him. The pirate tumbles through the air, the cold stone walls blurring past her. Arcing bolts of blue energy crackle around a strange, mechanical device. Lady Minor lands on her feet, drawing her sword with a fierce grin. Ah, have we found it? The device hums with power, a concentrated beam of energy pulsing from its core. The pirate's eyes widen, a flicker of desperation crossing her face. The device crackles, and Lady Minor thinks, *H, there's an enormous amount of mana concentrated in there. This is definitely it. If I just destroy this, I can save Dibwa and Minor Dashstar. A manic grin spreads across the pirate's face, a glint of madness in her eyes. The blade sings as she unleashes the Dawn Moon Flow, 5/4 form. A void-shattering flash erupts from the blade, a crimson wave of destruction. The pirate stands before the device, her sword raised, as a shadowy figure looms behind her. The figure, drenched in blood, cackles, "LYCKSS crazy. I can kill those too if I just kill you, right?" The face contorts in a grotesque grin, crimson eyes burning with cruel amusement. The air crackles with dark energy as the unseen figure declares, their voice dripping with malice, that their opponent is the weakest of them all. Lady Minor, bloodied and battered, struggles to maintain her footing. Despite the dire situation, a defiant smirk plays on her lips as she mutters that the situation is working out in her favor. The blonde-haired woman, previously dismissed as a mere follower, stands firm. Ignoring the command to move, she reveals a hidden defiance, stating that she also has a name. A chilling smile spreads across Kania's face, the question hanging in the air, why don't we talk? Engulfed in a fiery aura, Lady Minor grips her weapon, preparing for the onslaught. With a surge of power, Kania unleashes a torrent of deadly blades, declaring that she will kill Lady Minor as she wishes. The blades streak through the air, a crimson storm descending upon the battlefield. Surrounded by the sudden onslaught, Lady Minor cries out, questioning the origin of the countless swords. A sinister revelation echoes through the chaos. Some of the blades are mere illusions, fakes amidst the deadly steel. The red blades continue their relentless assault, blurring into a vortex of destruction. The situation grows dire as Lady Minor struggles to discern the real blades from the illusions, realizing the gravity of her predicament. She barely manages to twist away as a blade, wreathed in crimson energy, hurtles past. Another follows, forcing Lady Minor to leap back, the air whistling past her ears. More blades converge, a deadly dance closing in around her. Minor's eyes widen as she realizes the trajectory of the blades is shifting mid-flight. Could it be telekinesis? Damn it, that makes things a lot more annoying. She thinks, her expression hardening. That's... Another blade streaks toward her, a red blur against the dim light. The silhouette of Kania is visible in the distance, more blades arcing towards Minor. Elsewhere, Kania's eyes narrow, a cold glint in their depths. Minor grips the hilt of her weapon, knuckles white. It's not telekinesis, Kania thinks, the red lines of energy becoming visible. She's controlling her weapons using invisible strings. Kania focuses, the strings taut with power. In other words, I can fling them right back at her, Kania declares, energy crackling around her. She cries out, the force of the blow sending her tumbling backward through the air. Kania, gripping the sword with both hands, grins with cruel satisfaction. Is that what you thought I would say? A barrage of red energy blades tears through the air, each one aimed directly at Lady Minor. The sword wielder prepares another strike. The words Dawn Moon Flow 6/4 form echoing in the air. Lady Minor grits her teeth, a pained groan escaping her lips as the energy blades find their mark. Caecania swings the blade, a vortex of crimson energy swirling around her. The swordswoman stands poised, offering a taunt. It's not too late. Why don't you try running away? Trapped within the gears, Lady Minor hears the mocking question. Or would your ego not allow that? Despite the pain etched on her face, a flicker of defiance ignites in Lady Minor's eyes as she hears the condescending words. You were born to a pretty impressive household. You must have been quite spoiled, sending their precious daughter to such a dangerous place. Blood trickles down her face, but Lady Minor's expression is hidden. Caecania sneers, her voice dripping with disdain. Don't act like you know everything about me. A wide, unsettling grin spreads across Caecania's face, her eyes gleaming with malice. You're creating wrinkles. Caecania's hand tightens around the hilt of her weapon, the red energy swirling around it like a hungry predator. She continues, her voice a silken thread. Did you know that in Maple World, opportunities are not given to those who are born into unfortunate situations? Lady Minor's eyes narrow, a flicker of anger momentarily piercing through her pain. Caecania's voice continues to cut through the air. Someone is experiencing all of the privileges just because of the family they were born into. Isn't that unfair? The crimson eye of Caecania seems to bore into Lady Minor's soul, her words laced with venom. You're not even talented either. Lady Minor lies prone, the taste of dirt and blood filling her mouth. A gasp escapes her lips as pain lances through her body. Caecania's expression hardens, her eyes filled with cold contempt. Don't show yourself again. You're only here because of nepotism. Caecania's silhouette looms over the fallen Lady Minor, the red energy crackling around her. Your party's full of talented people, I noticed. Except for one person. The taunts continue to pour from Caecania, each word a fresh wound. You don't have the experience that Ralph has, nor the combat sense that Minoru has, nor the talent like Dibwa has, or the mysteriousness like Elpum. Her voice barely a whisper. Lady Minor's head hangs low, shame washing over her. Yes, I'm weak. I'm not good enough to live up to the expectations of my master. She spat, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Lady Minor declared that she was neither Caecania's parent nor one of her party mates. Caecania scoffed, but that didn't mean that Lady Minor was stronger than her. The antagonist challenged her, demanding she come at her. Caecania reminded Lady Minor that she didn't have time for this. Caecania sneered, calling Lady Minor stubborn and telling her that she needed to know her place. Crimson energy flared, lancing toward Lady Minor. The red beams intensified, streaking through the air. Lady Minor's eyes widened, a spark of defiance igniting within them. A surge of cerulean power erupted around her, coalescing into a technique known as Falling Moon Lunar Divide. The blue energy surged forward, a wave of frigid power. Caecania's eyes narrowed, surprised. She wondered what that skill was, realizing she didn't have something like that in her data. Caecania shrieked, lamenting her strings and accusing Lady Minor of resorting to dirty little tricks. The sword-drawing art technique was unleashed, a whirlwind of crimson and black. The pirate's eyes burn with a fierce intensity. The words 100 slaying flash emblazoned above her as she prepares to unleash another strike. In a different time, Caecania's voice echoes, a question hanging in the air. Do you really think that? The younger Caecania stand in a room, seemingly lost in thought. Back in the present, Lady Minor's eyes widen, a surge of determination flooding her gaze. The memory of words spoken long ago resurfaces. Do not choose a limit for yourself. The pirate remembers more. Once you realize the meaning of these words, Caecania's voice cuts through the air, laced with disbelief. How could she keep up with my speed? The air crackles as Caecania unleashes a crimson slash, a desperate attempt to overwhelm her opponent. But Lady Minor stands firm, a blue energy coalescing around her blade as she prepares to retaliate. Ugh, how dare you! With a cry, the pirate unleashes the void-shattering flash, a wave of blue energy erupting from her sword. Caecania, reeling from the blow, reflects on the nature of power. Kiri, your power doesn't just burn your opponent. The power within Caecania is visualized as a vast, boundless universe, a force waiting to be unleashed. It's like the vast universe out there. A vortex of swirling energy crackles with unstable power, the word Solunar Time emblazoned within its chaotic heart. The battlefield erupts in a cataclysm of fire. A searing heat washes over everything as the flames reach towards the sky. Amidst the inferno, Lady Minor dances through the flames, a whirlwind of motion and defiance against the encroaching heat. She gathers the fiery energy around her, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. Her eyes burn with determination. A deafening roar echoes through the battlefield as the attack surges forward, a wave of pure destructive force. The sound itself is a weapon. The void-shattering flash streaks across the landscape, leaving a trail of scorched earth and lingering heat in its wake. Lady Minor descends from the sky, the aftermath of her attack painting a scene of devastation around her. A surge of power emanates from a source unseen, the air crackling with raw energy. The word master hangs in the air, followed by a dawning realization. I think I get what you meant now. A foot steps forward, a new resolve hardening in its stride. I realize that the me that I want isn't the me that restricts myself, but perhaps. The shadowed figures stand silhouetted against a brick wall, their breath heavy. I realize too late. Though battered and bruised, Keikania's resolve remained unshaken. Even staring up at the cold, unforgiving grate above, she thought, asterisk but still, I'm going to believe in asterisk. The blonde antagonist stood, blood streaking her face, as the man with the polearm watched over Lady Minor, who sat injured on the ground. Elsewhere, a dark-haired man, his face smeared with blood, grinned, a thumbs-up gesture belying the grim situation. He thought, my friends and myself. Keikania's smile widened, a fierce determination burning in her eyes despite the blood and grime. The sounds of pursuit echo through the stone corridors. The hooded figure moves with a predatory grace, his quarry in sight. A desperate order rings out. Find them. A blue card glows with arcane energy. The braided blonde-haired character grits their teeth, sweat beading on their brow. How long can they keep this up? Bloodied and battered, Elpham is asked if he'll be all right. The hooded figure's voice drips with malice. Those little rats, they won't escape. A figure plummets downwards, engulfed in crimson energy. The braided blonde-haired character is surrounded by a swirling vortex of power. A voice echoes, questioning their combat prowess. Looking up, the braided blonde-haired character declares, don't underestimate me. The hooded figure unleashes a torrent of red energy, closing in. The hooded figure, bathed in ominous shadows, watched as Elpham, sweat beading on his brow, mustered a desperate cry. No, never mind. Please just underestimate me, he pleaded, his voice strained. With a surge of adrenaline, Elpham lunged, his sword a blur of motion. But the hooded figure met the attack effortlessly, a clash of steel and energy erupting between them. The staff, topped with a glowing gem, pulsed with power. A torrent of fiery energy erupted, aimed directly at Elpham. The blast slammed into Elpham, sending him hurtling backward. He landed hard, gasping for air, the taste of ash heavy on his tongue. A cruel smile twisted the hooded figure's lips. Goodness, you look exhausted, he purred, his voice laced with amusement. Dark energy crackled around the hooded figure as he prepared another assault, the air thick with anticipation. Panic flared in Elpham's eyes as the hooded figure advanced. Elpham, he cried out, his voice cracking with fear. The hooded figure's hand glowed with an eerie blue light, energy coalescing into a deadly strike. Another blow landed, sending Elpham sprawling once more. The impact resonated through his bones, a symphony of pain. Crimson energy gathered around the hooded figure, a promise of further devastation hanging in the air. The hooded figure unleashed the full force of his power, a cataclysmic explosion engulfing the already ravaged landscape. TCH, you're just dragging it out, he muttered. The hooded figure's eyes narrowed, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. Was this all the resistance Elpham could muster? He vanished. The air hung heavy with the scent of ozone and something else, something acrid and unfamiliar. The space where Elpham had stood was now empty, save for the swirling dust and lingering energy. Donghun's face contorted in anger. You're pissing me off. You thought you could catch him with just that. He spat, the words laced with frustration. Well, it's all right. I've already dug my teeth in. The hooded figure, silhouetted against the dim light, gripped a length of chain. A malevolent energy crackled around him, the air growing colder with each passing moment. A dark stain spread across the floor, the metallic tang of blood filling the air. The silence was broken only by the drip, drip, drip of the crimson liquid. Donghun knelt beside the blonde-haired figure, concern etched on his face. Hey, are you all right? He asked, his voice tight with worry. The pool of blood pulsed with a dark energy, a silent testament to the brutal efficiency of the attack. A faint, sickly sweet odor emanated from it, hinting at something unnatural. Donghun, his brow furrowed, urged the other man forward. At most, it'll be 40 minutes. Elpham doesn't have long, he muttered, his breath clouding in the cold air. The chain ended in a wicked blade, its surface shimmering with an unnatural light. A voice echoed in the mind, a chilling whisper. It's a lethal poison that takes away the target's life with immense pain with just one stab. Donghun paused, his gaze hardening. Let's split up here, he declared, his voice low and urgent. Make sure. A figure lay sprawled on the cold stone floor, blood staining their clothes. A pained voice rasped, damn it. I didn't think it would get this troublesome. I shouldn't even have asked you guys for help. Close up. The wounded man's eyes were wide with pain and regret. his face streaked with dirt and blood. His breath came in ragged gasps, each one a struggle. He grimaced, blood trickling down his face. If he couldn't overcome this skill, he knew he would have died sooner or later anyway. A teleportation effect shimmered into existence, a blade suspended within a vortex of purple energy. Donghun's brow furrowed, his gaze distant as he muttered, "My thing." A gasp escaped the other figure. "This is..." The words hung in the air, thick with realization. The ceiling loomed above, a silent promise of escape or a deeper trap. It was real this time, not a trick like last time with the twins. Donghun realized it was a device that opened the ceiling. If he could just solve this puzzle, the mana would go through here and activate the device. A faint blue glow emanated from the device, a silent invitation to solve its secrets. Donghun thought to himself that he needed to try to solve it as fast as he could. He could take his time, but he also had things to do. A red glow pulsed from the core of the puzzle as he focused his energy. With a surge of power, the puzzle was solved and the device activated, bathing the room in blue light. The sound of the mechanism echoed through the chamber, a promise of what was to come. He is surrounded. The air crackles with unseen energy as the order rings out. No one will lift a finger to help him. From the shadows, a figure declares his intent to be the one to end it all. Another voice questions the authority. A searing pain erupts. Donghun's face contorts in a silent scream. A blinding flash of energy fills the space. If there are complaints, take it up with your lead. Donghun's eyes widen in disbelief. What is happening? A stream of pure, fiery energy streaks toward him, leaving a trail of heat in its wake. The blast slams into him. Donghun cries out, the pain unbearable. It's not possible to withstand this assault. Where's it coming from? Blood trickles down his face as Donghun struggles to comprehend the attack. Is this from the penetration monocle? A complex grid of energy pulses around him. Is someone sniping everyone in this entire facility with those? He throws himself forward, dodging the relentless barrage. The corridor becomes a gauntlet of fire. Donghun grits his teeth, his face a mask of determination. He must survive this. Elsewhere, the stone archway stands as a silent testament to the chaos, scarred by the fiery onslaught. A complex array of glowing symbols hummed with latent power, a conduit for energies unseen. Donghun grinned, relief washing over him. I did it. The mana should be coming through. Now if we just wait a bit. He knelt beside Elpam, shaking him gently. Elpam, wake up. The crystalline structure, once a vessel of pure energy, shattered violently, its fragments scattering like fallen stars. Donghun's eyes widened in alarm. What? The flow of mana, so carefully cultivated, was abruptly severed, leaving only a bloody hand as evidence of the failed connection. Elsewhere, a grimace twisted the man's face, his eyes burning with a furious intensity. A voice calls out, wondering if anyone else heard the sound from behind. The group continues down the stone steps, unaware of the danger approaching from behind. Suddenly, a torrent of water crashes into them from behind. Whoa, what the hell? One of the figures cries out. The force of the water slams into Elpam, and he cries out, what's going on? The unseen assailant continues their assault, the water battering the group. A figure screams in pain. The shadowy figure unleashes another wave of the watery attack. An unsettling sound echoes through the dimly lit space, causing the man to pause. He wonders what the source could be and what Ralph is doing. The sound seems to emanate from the damp stone beneath a heavy boot. His eyes narrow. The man declares that this place should soon be submerged in water. Donghun carries a figure on his back, the weight seeming to strain him. A voice questions if the carried person still has the skills to back up their reputation. Donghun, his face grim, wonders about the fate of the members that were assigned to him. Surveying the scene of carnage, the man in black remarks that they are all dead, having served their purpose, so there's no need to feel bad about them. His expression hardened. The man demands the rest of the reward, stating he will hand over Elpam once he does. He smirks, observing that Elpam is still breathing from the looks of it. The man considers what would happen if he had killed Elpam and the other party ignored their deal. A bag of money drops to the ground with a heavy thud. The man comments that the other party's attitude leaves a lot to be desired, but that's what makes them trustworthy. The stacks of money are revealed, the promised 100 million mesos. He chuckled, a dry, rasping sound that echoed in the cavernous space. The transaction complete, he collected his payment, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. All yours. A pleasure doing business with you. The low angle emphasized his predatory stance, a subtle shift in demeanor hinting at something more sinister brewing beneath the surface. His red eyes narrowed, a cruel glint appearing within them. Isn't this quite the boring end for all the trouble you've made Ascania go through? He wondered. Without warning, an energy blast slammed into him from above, the force of the impact throwing him off balance. He crashed to the ground, blood splattering across the stone. No, he croaked, the taste of iron filling his mouth. Despite the pain, a fanatical gleam ignited in his eyes. "For my master, Lord Ivok," he roared, his voice filled with unwavering devotion. Another blast struck him, the force ripping through his body, sending shards of pain through his nerves. Through gritted teeth, he muttered, "Finally." His eyes widened in disbelief as the assailant continued the assault. What is this?" he stammered, struggling to comprehend the betrayal. The assailant unleashed another wave of energy, the raw power threatening to overwhelm him. His face contorted in rage, he spat out, "Ral, you son of a bitch." The final blow landed, the force of the impact sending him spiraling into darkness. He cursed, the realization dawning too late. Trust had been misplaced, and now retribution was at hand. A deafening roar erupted as the ground around him became a maelstrom of fire and force. The air crackled with energy, sending shards of earth and debris hurtling in every direction. An unseen force slammed into him, the impact echoing with the revelation. In the end, he decided to join Elpum. How dare he toy around with Kania? Even as the poison spread, he steeled himself. Now that it had come to this, he would just need to check his corpse. Another blast ripped through the area, the heat searing his skin. He looked up through the smoke and fire, blood trickling from his brow. The assault continued, the force of the explosions unrelenting. How? Is he still standing? He wondered, his face a mask of disbelief. Another cataclysmic blast shook the very foundations of the area. The world dissolved into a blinding inferno. He drew back his fist, knuckles white against the dark leather of his glove. A guttural growl rumbled in his chest as he prepared to strike. "Go easier on it." The blow landed with a sickening thud, the force of it reverberating through the air. Sparks flew as the impact echoed. Elpum stumbled back, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and pain. The air crackled with unseen energy. From the shadows, a voice cut through the chaos, laced with amusement. "You're tougher than I thought." Meanwhile, the attacker's face contorted in a sneer, his eyes glinting with manic energy. "Weren't you someone who did anything for Mesos?" He spat, the words dripping with disdain. "Then all the Mesos I earned through my blood and sweat would be useless. So why would I help with that?" Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but a cruel smile stretched across his face. The fight was far from over. Elsewhere, the cloaked figure watched, a knowing glint in their eye. Was mine Elpum's plan to begin with? The figure's voice echoed with chilling certainty. "I'm saying that the moment you laid your eyes on me, this result was going to be inevitable." The cloaked figure tilted their head, a hint of suspicion in their tone. "Then, the damage you inflicted on Elpum on the first attack, was that all just to trick me?" The attacker's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint in their depths. "Do you even know who you're talking to?" He grinned, a manic energy radiating from him. "That kind of wound is nothing to me. Kiki." The last explorer chuckles, a sinister edge to his voice. He declares that even Elpum would fall if you were seriously attacked. A face contorted in a grimace, the man's teeth bared. He mutters about receiving 100 million mesos. The masked figure's gaze pierces through the shadows. He wonders if his opponent is all alone. Dark energy crackles around the antagonist as he leaps into action, chains swirling around him like vengeful spirits. Elsewhere, a disembodied voice echoes, commanding someone to regret their decision. A figure is suspended in a sphere of blue light, surrounded by swirling energy. A gloved hand reaches out, the water swirling around it. Eyes wide with terror, the blonde-haired woman stares into the depths. Gasping for air, a warrior emerges from the water, clutching a massive axe. Lady Mintus' eyes widen in disbelief. "What in the world just happened?" she cries out. Blood streaks down the blonde woman's face as she struggles to stay afloat. A man behind her mutters, "I wonder, whatever it is, it's probably not good." Water pours in from all over, filling the chamber with a sense of impending doom. It probably won't even take 30 minutes for this place to be fully underwater. Submerged, Lady Minor cursed under her breath. 30 minutes. That's all the air she estimated remained. As she thought, there was truly no way to escape this place without opening that roof. But because she destroyed the energy source, there was no way to open that hatch. The ornate vase sat silently amidst the scattered blue crystals, a relic of a forgotten purpose. Unaware, she swam further into the chamber, the dark shape looming above her. Something vast stirred in the water, the current picking up as it moved closer. Dong Hun's eyes widened. What's going on this time? He wondered, fear creeping into his voice. The armored figure paused, a glowing orb forming before it. Wait. The figure shifted, energy crackling around it. That thing can move? The full form of the armored figure was revealed, a massive weapon clutched in its hand. The figure lies prone, defeated amidst the swirling dust and embers of a recent conflagration. The scene widens, revealing the extent of the devastation. The figure remains motionless, a small silhouette against the inferno. A heavy boot descends, the promise of oblivion echoing in the air. Go to hell. The speaker's face, marred by battle, is set with grim determination. The fate of those who taint their own hand in blood cannot be better than hell itself. It is over. The flames dance, consuming all that remains. Elsewhere, a figure with long white hair declares, "Your life is now mine." The figure stands silhouetted against a backdrop of fire, a red cape billowing behind them. Two figures look up, their expressions a mix of surprise and apprehension. One bears a mechanical eye, glinting in the dim light. A figure is wreathed in crackling blue energy, power radiating from their very being. A cacophony of voices rises as the group faces a sudden threat. Damn it, what is this clone arts? They're keeping up with this nonsense. The figure surrounded by blue energy reveals the truth. Though they aren't a threat, most of them are illusions created from talismans. The man with the eye patch watches the unfolding battle, his expression unreadable. The air crackles with unseen energy as he muses. The problem is that the real ones are mixed among the fake ones. Lady Minor finds herself surrounded, the air thick with the scent of ozone. "Shit, hurry up and finish her," she shouts, bracing herself against the onslaught. "I may be using sage arts, but this isn't something I can do endlessly." Donghun's mechanical eye whirs softly, analyzing the battlefield with cold precision. The gears click as he calculates the odds. Explosions erupt around Lady Minor as she's bombarded with projectiles. The heat scorches her skin, and the smell of burning fabric fills the air. Lady Minor cries out, her face contorted in pain. Oh no, I'm done for," she gasps, the taste of blood filling her mouth. The dark figure lunges forward, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Is that what you thought?" he snarls, his voice dripping with malice. Lady Minor, despite her injuries, grits her teeth and prepares to retaliate. "All right, go me," she shouts, summoning her remaining strength. "How is that? You'll never be able to tell us apart." Donghun watches the battle with a predatory gleam in his eye. "Huh, what's the matter?" he taunts, his voice echoing through the chamber. "Where did your confidence go?" The dark figure gathers a swirling mass of purple energy in his hand, the air growing heavy with its oppressive presence. He prepares to strike, a guttural growl escaping his lips. The figure's eyes widen in shock as the dark energy surges towards him. "W-it," he stammers, fear creeping into his voice. Tendrils of dark energy lash out, blurring through the air with terrifying speed. The scent of burnt hair and ozone fills the air. The dark energy slams into the figure, sending him reeling backward. A strangled cry escapes his lips as he collapses to the ground. Chained and bleeding, the figure writhes against the restraints. Each link glows with a malevolent purple energy, biting into flesh already raw from the struggle. A searing blast of blue energy slams into him, the force of the impact rocking his chain form. The air crackles with ozone as the attack connects. Agony contorts his face as he roars, the sound echoing through the chamber. "You scums," he bellows, spittle flying from his lips. Lady Minor leaps into the fray, her leg wreathed in crackling purple energy. "I'm getting you first," she declares, aiming a devastating kick. Another unseen blow lands, eliciting a scream of pain. No," he cries out, the sound raw and desperate. A claw of pure energy tears through the air, raking across his chest. The scent of ozone and blood fills the air. Donghun grits his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Damn it, these people," he mutters, struggling to maintain his footing. The battle descends into chaos, a whirlwind of energy and steel. They're all a bunch of monsters. Muscles coiled, an unknown figure prepares to strike. The air vibrates with anticipation. The clash of combat continues, a symphony of destruction echoing through the chamber. Another blast of energy slams into the chained figure, the impact throwing him against the stone floor. A dark flare erupts, engulfing the scene in shadow. The air crackles with an unknown power. He is struck, a guttural cry escaping his lips as the unseen assailant's blow lands with brutal force. Crimson explodes across the scene, painting the air with the violent aftermath of the strike. Cursing through gritted teeth, the chained figure spits out a vow of vengeance, his eyes burning with hatred. His gaze snaps upward, a flicker of something unreadable in his wide, bloodshot eyes as he surveys the towering structures above. A grimace twists his features, a silent scream trapped within his throat as the assault continues. The air crackles with energy as a torrent of water surges forth, another wave of the relentless onslaught. Donghun cries out as the water slams into him. "Yuwa," he exclaims before muttering, "Tisif." His one visible eye narrows, the man named Donghun realizing, damn, looks like time is up. A searing beam of light pierces the darkness, another blow raining down upon the already battered figure. His face contorted in a mask of pain and fury, the chained figure struggles against his bonds, a primal rage building within. Through clenched teeth, he snarls, "I'll kill you. All of you will die." The light intensifies, engulfing him in its blinding embrace as the assault reaches its crescendo. He continues his relentless assault, his hand stained crimson as he tears through flesh and bone. A surge of dark energy erupts, crackling with malevolent power. Donghun clutches at the blonde-haired figure beside him, the man screaming out his name, Ralph. The icy water churned, an unseen current dragging him deeper into the abyss. Bubbles streamed past his face as the unseen force relentlessly pulled him further into the crushing depths. He fought against the pull, muscles screaming in protest as he struggled to gain purchase in the slick, unforgiving water. The darkness deepened, the pressure mounting as he was dragged further into the inky black. Desperate, his hand shot out, grasping for anything to halt his descent into the abyss. He choked, expelling a mouthful of water as a horrifying realization dawned. The poison. His eye widened in terror, the pupil dilating as the poison began to take hold. Blood swirled from his hand, the crimson stain blooming in the water, a grim testament to the source of his agony. His jaw clenched, teeth gritted against the burning pain as he fought to draw another breath. The poison coursed through his veins, a searing fire consuming him from the inside out, his face contorted in a silent scream. Golden light pierces through the water, illuminating the source of the magic. The light intensifies, bathing everything in a radiant glow. He coughs, bubbles escaping his lips. This is... A surge of power erupts from him, dispelling the poison's effects. Could it be a heal that purifies poison? As I thought, Elpum must have. The water swirls around Elpum as he fights against the current. Ralph lunges, but the holy magic interferes. A barrier forms around Elpum. A barrier? He struggles to maintain consciousness, the lingering poison still clouding his mind. With a surge of strength, Elpum focuses his remaining power. He recognizes the hand movement. Don't tell me. Elpum glares. Don't you think it's much harder for me to ignore it since you're boasting it so generously for me? A sinister grin spreads across his face as he activates the item. Your teleport item. The antagonist declares his intent to end things quickly, a shimmering bubble of energy forming around him, promising a swift conclusion. He moves with blinding speed, closing the distance in an instant, a strike aimed from above. A gloating sneer twists his features as he proclaims the futility of any resistance. The attack intensifies, energy crackling around him as he presses his advantage. The force of the blow lands, a deafening explosion erupting as Elpum is struck. A grimace of pain contorts Elpum's face as the full force of the attack washes over him, blood splattering. But with impossible speed, Elpum reappears behind the antagonist, launching a counterattack before he can react. The blow connects, a surge of energy erupting as Elpum's attack finds its mark. Raw power explodes outward, a cataclysm of force unleashed upon the antagonist. The antagonist cries out, blood flying as Elpum's strike slams into him. Elpum stares down at his opponent, a cold fury burning in his eyes as he prepares to deliver the final blow. Fun? Don't make me laugh. With a final surge of power, Elpum unleashes another devastating attack, promising to end the fight once and for all. He focuses, energy coalescing around him. The air crackles with anticipation as Elpum prepares his next strike. With a shout, Elpum thrusts a spear of pure light. But even as the light blazes, the masked figure is already moving, a flicker of shadow and displaced air marking his impossible speed. Elpum! The masked antagonist materializes behind him, a chilling question echoing in the air. Where are you looking? A fist, wreathed in dark energy, slams into Elpum's back. The force of the blow sends him reeling. Purple energy explodes outwards as Elpum is struck. The air vibrates with the force of the impact. The dark energy intensifies, cracking the very ground beneath them. The air smells of ozone and burnt earth. Elpum is sent hurtling backwards, a strangled cry escaping his lips. Kook! The camera focuses on the antagonist's mask, the cold, unyielding surface reflecting the chaos of the battle. Beneath the mask, the antagonist's face is contorted in rage, blood dripping from a gash on his cheek. His eyes burn with dark intent. The antagonist struggles, his voice a guttural rasp. See curses I lost into darkness. At this rate, I won't be able to fulfill Lord Ivok's orders. Desperation fuels the antagonist's resolve. No, I have to do it. Dark energy surges around the antagonist as he prepares for a final, desperate attack. At the very least, I'll definitely kill you. He unleashed a torrent of fiery energy, the air crackling with destructive power. The inferno expanded, consuming everything in its path with blinding light. Streaks of purple and blue energy mixed with the fire as the attack converged on Elpum, a pressure building that threatened to crush him. The antagonist's face contorted in a maniacal grin, his eyes burning with hateful intent. I won't let him leave alive. Even if his whole body were to crumble, he would see this through. The force of the blast slammed into Elpum, sending him hurtling backward through the air. The world spun as he struggled to regain his footing, the taste of ash filling his mouth. The antagonist's teeth bared in a feral snarl, the promise of pain etched into every line of his face. Purple energy crackled around the antagonist, chains rattling as he channeled his power. For Lord Ivok. Elpham coughed, blood trickling from his lips. He still had. The antagonist's eyes narrowed, a desperate resolve hardening his gaze. One more shot left. He focused the remaining energy into a blade of pure, searing heat. He is seized, the grip of the unseen foe tightening around him. A blinding light descends, searing the battlefield. Within the radiant beam, a dark silhouette takes form. The antagonist, eyes wide with manic glee, holds a blade between his teeth. A figure with flowing white hair extends a hand, his expression unreadable. You've done well. The antagonist gasps, a single word escaping his lips. Reaching out, he cries, Lord Ivok. A woman's eyes filled with anguish plead, please forgive me. A beam of light pierces the darkness. The sword, bathed in ethereal light, awaits its purpose. A churning mass of energy begins to coalesce, the air crackling with unseen power. The swirling vortex intensifies, drawing in motes of light and shadow alike. From within the chaotic swirl, a figure begins to emerge, its form still shrouded in mystery. The figure unleashes a devastating attack, the words bullet, smash, echoing with the force of the blow. Lady Mynta's eyes widen in disbelief. Shit, how is something that large floating? She exclaims. The attack hurtles towards her, a crimson streak against the dim light. The impact detonates in a blinding explosion, sending shockwaves through the area. Despite the blast, Lady Minor grits her teeth, preparing to retaliate. All right, I got that attack in perf dash. The shadowy figure presses the attack, not giving her a moment to recover. A gasp escapes her lips as the next blow approaches. The attack closes in, a torrent of raw power aimed directly at Lady Minor. A final burst of energy erupts, engulfing the area in a blinding light. The axe cleaves through the water, the sound muffled by the surrounding depths. The wielder's arm strains with the effort, each stroke a desperate attempt to escape the unseen threat. Donghun clutches Lady Minor close, his expression grim. Thanks, he croaks, the word barely audible even to his own ears. Below, a monstrous shape lurks in the murky water, its form indistinct but undeniably massive. Bubbles rise from its depths, hinting at the power it holds. The axe continues its work, now imbued with a strange, blue energy. The water crackles with power as the blade slices through, pushing them forward. Further down, a lone figure is enveloped in a protective circle of blue energy, a beacon in the crushing darkness. An armored behemoth stands firm against the current, its form wreathed in icy energy. The chill permeates the water, a testament to its power. The blonde-haired warrior grits her teeth, her eyes burning with determination. Defeating him isn't what's important, she shouts, her voice echoing strangely in the water. A voice echoes from above, revealing their desperate plan. They need a new source of energy to open up the ceiling, and their best chance is now. The armored figure raises its hands, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts. All right, I've got it. It booms, the words resonating through the water. The energy blasts tear through the water, converging on the ceiling with explosive force. The light illuminates the armored figure, revealing its imposing silhouette. A figure plummets downwards, the impact sending shockwaves through the water. The escape attempt has begun. They needed his mana stone. A surge of power erupted, tearing at the structure around them. A wide, predatory grin stretched across a face marred by battle. The armored figure unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. The command echoed, destroy it. But first, the armor had to be breached. If only they could locate it, the armored figure thought, the energy coalescing in its gauntlet. A foot slammed down with earth-shattering force. Donghun cursed under his breath, his grip tightening on his staff. The armored figure's eyes glowed with an eerie light, piercing the murky depths. Power crackled around the armored figure's hand, ready to strike. Elpham struggled against an unseen force. Lady Minor shouted a warning. Watch out, Dubois. The armored figure's foot crashed down, targeting the holy magic shell. Donghun stared in disbelief, barely able to stammer. Why you're... The grin widened, promising pain and destruction. The armored figure stands monolithic, a dark aura emanating from its form as ice crystals coalesce around it, a silent promise of the storm to come. His eyes widen, pupils shrinking as the weight of the revelation crashes down on him. The armored figure's words echo in Donghun's mind, a chilling pronouncement. Goodness, you shouldn't speak like that to your father. The armored figure unleashes a torrent of ice, but a fiery arrow streaks across the void, meeting the frozen onslaught head-on. From the armored figure's gauntlet, the icy blast surges forth, a concentrated wave of frigid energy. The clash of ice and fire erupts in a blinding explosion, the air crackling with opposing forces. Lady Minor watches from below. Caught in the blast, a figure is sent hurtling backwards, a mere speck against the chaotic backdrop. Lady Miner's voice cuts through the din, a desperate cry, "Boss!" Dong-hun's face is a mask of disbelief, the gears of his mind struggling to reconcile the present horror with the past he knew. A swirling vortex of energy crackles into existence, a nexus of raw power ready to be unleashed. Clinging to a polearm, a figure shouts, "Got it! Hold on tight, Dubois." The polearm glows with an eerie light. The polearm moves with a will of its own, slicing through the air as Dubois and the wielder cry out in alarm. Whoa! The polearm is moving on its own. What the hell? Whack! We're gonna crash, boss! The armored figure remains encased in a swirling vortex of blue energy, its massive form dominating the immediate space. Lady Miner's face lights up with a sudden realization. "I see. Great," she exclaims, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Suddenly, a blast erupts behind him. Dong-hun whirls around, polearm raised, his expression a mask of surprise. "What?" he cries out. Lady Miner, alongside another figure with flowing blonde hair, shouts encouragement. "Go, idiot!" Dong-hun grits his teeth, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. Asterisk, aha, am I the main character this time? But calling me an idiot. Asterisk, he steals his resolve, declaring, "Leave it to me." With a surge of power, Dong-hun swings the polearm, the air cracking as it cuts through the space. The sound of slash echoes. The polearm connects, unleashing a devastating blast of energy. Dong-hun's face is a picture of intense focus as he pours all his strength into the attack, the polearm a blur of motion. Elsewhere, a mysterious object glows with an otherworldly light. A voice cries out, "Found it!" A figure hurtles through the air, drawn towards the glowing object like a moth to a flame. A sharp crack echoes through the chamber, the sound of something breaking under immense pressure. The armored figure shatters, pieces of its once imposing form crumbling to the ground. The armored figure's grin widened, a chilling question echoing in the air. "Sun, taste?" Before the words could fully register, the armored figure was sent plummeting, the ground cracking under the force of the impact. Suspended in midair, the armored figure strained against an unseen force, teeth gritted in fury. "If you're done digesting..." A blinding explosion erupted, sending debris flying in all directions. The air filled with the sound of falling rock and the settling dust of destruction. The armored figure plummeted through the newly formed hole, disappearing into the depths below. A blur of motion filled the space where the armored figure once stood. Then, the armored figure was blasted away by a surge of energy, sent hurtling through the air. Dong-hun held aloft a glowing cube, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. "One problem down," he declared. Below, the armored figure lay defeated, the once pristine armor now cracked and broken. Even in defeat, the armored figure's fist clenched, a silent testament to its unyielding resolve. With a final surge of energy, the armored figure was completely obliterated, reduced to nothing but shimmering particles. The air hangs thick and stale within the stone corridor, the silence broken only by the echo of footsteps. Something about this doesn't feel right. The question hangs in the air. Was any of this part of the plan? Or was it all just improvisation? Dong-hun, his voice laced with a hint of bitterness, reminds the group of an old saying. If you wish to fool your enemies, fool your allies first. He adds that thanks to that, even they were fooled. Elpum reflects, wondering if his mistake was that the first attack felt very emotional. Someone, clearing their throat, insists that there's no time to talk and that they should hurry. Another voice questions why they are taking that woman's body. The figure cradling the body insists there's a use for it, adding that he needs to keep his promise with Gaffer. Elpum lets out a soft, as if realizing something. Dong-hun, his brow furrowed with concern, wonders what's wrong. Kania, her voice strained, announces that she's found it. Before them lies an ornate object, its purpose yet unknown. A manic grin stretched across Elpum's face, a stark contrast to the bloodied shock etched on Kania's features. The rumored hero's item sat bathed in an ethereal glow, its intricate design hinting at untold power. The artifact's presence was palpable, its energy almost too much to bear. Dong-hun and the others could only stare, mesmerized. Elpum's crazed grin widened. This, he declared, was Phantom's storage key. Legend spoke of Maple World's best thief, Phantom, and his storage, said to contain all kinds of amazing things. This necklace, it was believed, was the key to that storage. Holding the key aloft, Elpum thanked everyone, his voice echoing in the chamber. A sharp crack echoed through the chamber as something struck Elpum. Debris rained down as the dungeon began to shake, the group caught in a sudden, violent tremor. A figure, bloodied and battered, could only stammer, "W8." Elpum's eyes widened in shock, his face contorted in pain as he gasped, "Man." Kania, her face a mask of terror, screamed, "What are you all doing? Run!" Falling to the ground, Elpum could only mutter a weak, sorry. The tower loomed, its entrance a beacon of potential escape. A voice cut through the tension. We need to go into that tower, over there. There's an exit. It should be open by now. A grimace tightened his features. What? You're not even Serta. A guttural curse escaped him. Fuck, I forgot about these bastards. His hand ignited with golden energy, the heat radiating outwards. It's my turn, you skeletons. Before them stood a fountain for angels, its golden light a stark contrast to the grim surroundings. The angelic design of the fountain pulsed with power, a silent promise of aid. The skeleton warrior lunged forward, its decayed form animated by an unknown force. A voice, laced with frustration, cut through the air. What? Why didn't you use this earlier? Because it uses up a ridiculous amount of mana. I'll ring that up for 500 mesos per person. You and your damn money. Another skeleton warrior advanced, its helmet adorned with strange horns. Blue energy crackled as the attack was unleashed, aimed at the advancing skeletons. Deewa's face was a mask of panic. What the hell is it now? Another voice shouted, Ralph, do that thing again. The battle raged. Shut up and run. That was the only time I could use it, he snapped. You know, help at all. The crushing weight of a colossal foot sends tremors through the flooded chamber, each step a declaration of a Leviathan's presence. Lady Miner's eyes widen, a curse escaping her lips as the monstrous form materializes from the depths. A surge of unseen force throws the group into the air, scattering them like ragdolls before the aquatic horror. Arcane symbols flare with azure light, a desperate attempt to ward off the encroaching doom. Huddled together, the group braces for impact, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and determination. Ralph exclaims, Phew, nice one, kid. This is my last charm, too. I don't have any more. With a thunderous roar, the aquatic monstrosity breaches the surface, its silhouette a nightmare against the dim light. A cry of alarm pierces the air. Wait, that thing. A figure is dragged beneath the churning water, bubbles rising to mark their descent into the abyss. Lady Miner curses, Shit, it can swim too. A voice rings out with sudden resolve. I know. A surge of power emanates as the skill Falling Moon, Lunar Divide, is unleashed. A shimmering barrier erupts, pushing back against the aquatic horror. All right, that should keep it at bay. The monster's guttural roar echoes through the chamber, a primal scream of rage and frustration. Lady Miner's expression hardens, her eyes blazing with defiance as she prepares for the next onslaught. The air crackles with raw energy, a furious orange glow threatening to consume everything in its path. A voice shouts, desperate to silence the impending destruction. The orange light intensifies, the unseen force behind it growing stronger, more volatile. The very air seems to vibrate with anticipation of the coming impact. Amidst the chaos, a figure plummets from above, wreathed in a protective aura of cerulean energy. The descent is rapid, uncontrolled, a desperate gamble against the encroaching doom. Below, the group huddles together, their faces grim with determination. The blue barrier shimmers, a fragile shield against the overwhelming power gathering around them. Ralph's voice cracks with urgency, his eyes wide with fear. He shouts a warning, desperate to protect his companions from the impending blast. Donghun clenches his fist, his jaw tight with resolve. He knows the danger, the overwhelming odds, but he refuses to yield. I know, he grits out, steeling himself for the impact. The unseen force slams against the blue barrier, spiderwebs of cracks spreading across its surface. The air vibrates with the force of the impact, a deafening roar echoing through the chamber. The barrier shatters, the protective energy exploding outwards in a shower of debris. The group is exposed, vulnerable to whatever horrors lie beyond. The ancient tower looms, its stone facade crumbling under the relentless assault. The foundations groan, threatening to give way at any moment. The collapse is imminent. Lady Minder's eyes widen in triumph, a surge of adrenaline coursing through her veins. Found it, she exclaims, her gaze fixed on the swirling blue energy beneath her feet. The tower begins to fall, the ground trembling beneath their feet. A voice shouts above the din, urging them to action. Jump on my signal. 1, 2. A monstrous shadow descends, a hulking figure emerging from the depths. The air grows heavy, charged with an oppressive energy. Now, he plummets through the air, a desperate hand outstretched as the world turns into a chaotic blur of motion and falling debris. The sky, once a distant promise, is now obscured by a rain of shattered stone and dust. Jagged fragments continue their descent, each a silent testament to the tower's collapse. A voice echoes from the shadows, laced with a chilling realization. Belju's energy is gone. A monstrous, spider-like structure looms, its crimson eyes gleaming with malevolent intent as a lone figure stands beneath it. His face etched with anguish, the man accepts his fate. He will take responsibility with his life. Elsewhere, under the watchful gaze of the full moon, a figure declares they can take your life anytime they want. But before that, they intend to show something, a promise hanging heavy in the air. The man with white hair glances nervously, muttering that the more the audience, the better after all. He wonders what they are. From the shadows, a figure announces that it's time to switch players, a chilling declaration that promises a shift in the balance of power. The man with the distinguished mustache and spectacles declares that there is still hope, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. The man with the swept-back blonde hair affirmed that the young master must still be alive, given the gate's continued activity. He seemed certain of his assessment. The unseen speaker relayed that someone was awaiting a rescue team. Thankfully, the initial group wasn't a full team, meaning 6 more individuals could still pass through the gate. From a low angle, the individual with the fur-lined collar declared their intention to assemble a rescue team comprised of only the best people. The man with the elaborate feathered hat, his expression intense, uttered a single name, Jack. Footsteps echo in the corridor. The person walking muses that something feels off, and it might be best to contact Gold Richie. The camera pans across a building exterior. The question hangs in the air. You mean that Jack Ritchie? The woman with blonde hair seems troubled. She thinks to herself that even if they weren't at the level to be defeated in an orange grade, they'd even lay their hands on the #1 merchant group. Meanwhile, footsteps continue to echo, drawing closer. Lady Minor's eyes widen as she realizes someone is nearby. She wonders why there would be visitors now, reiterating that her plan won't work. Dong-hoon, standing in the doorway, is surprised by something. He thinks to himself that he won't let this slide. The woman recognizes the voice. She knew it. Jack is asked why he won't give back the ring, but he says it's not that he won't, but he can't. Lady Minor explodes in anger, demanding silence. Jack yells back, demanding his ring back and calling the other person a thief. Lady Minor, as promised, yells back, demanding the ring back immediately and questioning who is calling her an idiot. The wind howled through the city streets, carrying with it scraps of parchment bearing news of dire times. One such paper claimed that Jack Ritchie had gotten lost in a gate. The details, however, seemed to make little sense. The notice also mentioned that Gold Richie was sending a rescue party and would pay 1.5 billion mesos for the rescue. Someone noted that there were only 7 slots left. Elpham held the paper, noting that this had been the talk of the town everywhere. He was told that there was no way they'd accept a no-name like him. Elpham's instinct as a healer to save people was boiling, though perhaps it was more like the instincts of a money grubber. He wondered why they had come to the slum ground. Dong-hoon and Elpham walked through the streets, noting that there were plenty of stores in the market earlier. Dong-hoon added that this area didn't even have the place designated by the boss. Dong-hoon assured Elpham that he had it all sorted out. He added that they would know once they entered. A bell chimed as the door opened. The sound of footsteps echoed on the floor. Someone coughed, remarking on the dusty burrow. He asked if they were sure this was the right place, chuckling that it had been a while since he'd come here. A man, Jerry, called out, asking how long someone was planning to sleep when they had customers. Jerry grinned, noting that Elpham's friend looked like they could buy stuff for cheap at least. He approached the counter, the familiar scent of old wood and arcane herbs filling his nostrils. The shopkeeper, leaning against the worn surface, looked up with a raised eyebrow. Hey, how long has it been? The shopkeeper's voice dripped with accusation. This is your first time visiting after you ran off from scamming me, ain't it? The air crackled with unspoken tension. The shopkeeper's hand darted beneath the counter, emerging with a gleaming knife. Huh, did I do that? Jerry stammered, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The shopkeeper roared, What? Do what? You bastard. How about I cut off your limbs and toss them as fish food? Jerry's eyes widened, his hands raised in a placating gesture. Wait, calm down. He swallowed hard, trying to diffuse the situation. Just what in the world did he do this time? Jerry wrung his hands, the leather of his gloves creaking softly. He had his circumstances back then, but it's going to be different this time. A sly grin spread across Jerry's face as he produced a bulging pouch. How about it? I brought a whole lot. A smaller voice, presumably one of the shopkeeper's minions, piped up, That's boss's mesos. The shopkeeper's eyes narrowed, his grip tightening on the knife. You punk. The air thrummed with barely suppressed rage. The shopkeeper lowered the knife slightly, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Me too. A voice from the shadows whispered, He's the same sort. Jerry gestured toward the covered object on a nearby table. So, what are you looking for? Just say the word. I've got everything except for ones I don't. The shopkeeper's face lit up, a predatory gleam in his eyes. An enhancement scroll. You wouldn't say you don't have one, right? The shopkeeper slammed his hand down on a table overflowing with scrolls, the sound echoing through the shop. Of course not. Jerry stared at the overflowing table, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Huh, what's that? Just a bunch of scrolls? Does that fella not have eyes for items? He sighs, muttering that this is why he came here with someone as his guardian. Jerry wonders how he's supposed to know when to use an enhancement scroll, considering he's never used one before. The shopkeeper chuckles, explaining that an enhancement scroll simply raises another item's power with a certain chance. He holds up a scroll, adding that this one in particular is the 100% success rate one, the greatest. A close-up reveals the shopkeeper's weathered face, etched with lines of experience and perhaps a hint of cunning. The shopkeeper's expression twists into a sneer as he asks if Jerry is already trying to swindle him. He declares he didn't come here to see that kind of crap, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Jerry wonders why it wouldn't be good if it's 100%. The shopkeeper scoffs, calling Jerry's question nonsense. He explains that the lower the success rate of an enhancement scroll, the greater its enhancing power is. He adds that he'd like to sell those as well, wondering how he would do that if he doesn't have them, thinking that Jerry is a lousy scammer. A display of scrolls is shown. The shopkeeper explains that things have changed, and the higher-grade items got categorized as military provisions and are now being regulated. The shopkeeper expresses what a shame it is, adding that it looks like there was no point coming here. Jerry thinks to himself that he really needed those, so what should he do now? The shopkeeper thinks to himself that if only someone would sell those, he would have bought 50 of them, adding that would be about 1 billion mesos, right? The shopkeeper's face contorts into a sinister grin, his eyes gleaming with avarice. The text labels him as Archmage Freud, Dragon Master, and Draconic Mage as he stands beside a massive dragon. Though countless titles referred to him, the most special one was Master of Time Magic. But he did not appear in the last day. 800 years ago, before the Black Mage was about to be sealed, he laid a curse upon the 6 heroes. Though time for the now cursed heroes had stopped at that moment, only Freud wasn't sealed because of the sacrifice of the dragon he had made a pact with, Afreen. As the sole hero, Freud roamed around the world, searching for ways to free his comrades' seals. In the end, he disappeared after being unable to find any ways to save them. That's what everyone thought, but he must have had some kind of plan, since that's the trace he left, the ring of the hero Freud. Meanwhile, the question he had this whole time, don't tell me, why did I regress? If it's him who wields time magic, then maybe, but how would someone from 800 years ago do such a thing? If he was alive, why didn't he join us on the last day? Lady Minor states that since he's been chosen by Freud, she won't doubt him. But the man would like her to make one thing clear. Why do you oppose the followers? Lady Minor responds that she can't tell him in detail due to reasons. The man's jaw tightened, a steely glint in his eyes. By whatever means necessary. He vowed, the words hanging heavy in the air as he stood with his companions. Elsewhere, a figure cloaked in darkness stood with his back turned, the ornate staff in his grasp a silent promise of power. The path ahead was fraught with uncertainty. The hem of the dark cloak trailed behind him as he walked, each step deliberate and measured. The air grew heavy with anticipation. A chorus of echoing sounds filled the forest, the unseen presence sending shivers down the spines of those who dared to listen. Ha! Ha! With a fierce cry, the blonde woman swung her sword, the blade whistling through the air as she practiced her form. The forest floor vibrated with each strike. Sweat beaded on her brow, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Determination burned in her blue eyes, a silent promise of unwavering resolve. Dong-hun walked away, his back to her. The woman's voice cracked with a hint of desperation. Aren't you tired from doing that every day? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. Devo. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the rustling leaves whispering secrets only it could understand. Dong-hun's voice echoed through the trees. Where were you earlier this morning? I met with my master for a bit, since I had something to deliver to him as well. The man's expression was unreadable, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. So, what brings you here? He inquired, his voice low and measured. About that. Her eyes narrowed, a question forming on her lips. The blonde woman had something to ask, something important. The air crackled with unspoken tension. The woman's face was etched with worry, her gaze fixed on something unseen. Below, Dong-hun seemed lost in thought, his brow furrowed in concentration. A voice, soft yet insistent, broke the silence. Do you want to go somewhere with me? The invitation hung in the air, unanswered. The clock ticks, each second an echo of impatience. Dong-hun wonders if she will arrive. Perhaps he arrived too early. Dong-hun muses, his gaze sweeping over the bustling street. He apologizes for the wait as Lady Minor arrives. A voice echoes, blaming Minor for being late. Even though she told her she didn't like this sort of thing, Lady Minor wonders why Dong-hun is looking at her like that, questioning if something looks odd. Dong-hun assures her that she is completely fine, relieved. He suggests they head out now. The air crackles with unseen energy. The target is on the move, a voice declares. They must prepare themselves. This is tiresome, another voice sighs. Why should they care about the brat's love life, one wonders. If they don't know anything, they should pipe down, another retorts. A party member's mental care is essential, Dong-hun declares, smiling at Lady Minor. The force of whatever just happened causes a character to spit out liquid. Lady Minor looks on, concerned. She wonders what Devo meant by that. A flashback shows multiple figures in a dimly lit room, seemingly in a meeting. Lady Minor is also present, looking surprised. Lady Minor questions why she would go, wondering if Dong-hun is out of his mind. Dong-hun responds that he is just asking her to help him pick a present. A close-up of Lady Minor's armor reveals her serious demeanor. She thinks to herself that this gal is being serious. A close-up of a spiked weapon, possibly a knuckle duster, is shown. Lady Minor remarks that the weapon looks pretty effective. Donghoon wonders if Dainev will be able to protect herself with it. Lady Minor suggests that in that case, the sword over there would serve just as well. A character looks at different weapons, thinking that one looks quite fine for a beginner. They then consider another, thinking it doesn't look bad. Finally, they see one that looks great and wonder if they should just buy everything. Lady Minor says that she was a bit nervous, seeing how this is her first time, but it was easier than she thought. Donghoon listens. Lady Minor reflects on entering the Knights at a young age and constantly training without taking a break. She adds that she's not used to walking around the streets unarmed. Donghoon thinks to himself, streets unarmed. He trails off, lost in thought. Donghoon suggests they take a closer look around the arms dealer. Lady Minor agrees, though she mutters under her breath about an idiot. Frustration boils over as one of the onlookers questions what someone has been doing all this time, while another calls them beginners. The unseen observer laments the lack of consideration for the audience. From behind his sunglasses, a man wonders if they are secretly watching someone. One of the pair notes that the two they are watching clearly like each other, but haven't made any progress. The red-haired woman agrees emphatically. A worried woman expresses her concern for someone. A man with a scowl is asked how he knows this place. A woman wishes her big brother wouldn't come home today. One of the pair comments on how the two make a. The man with sunglasses observes that they certainly have that youthful innocence. Donghoon gazed upward, a flicker of introspection in his eyes. Was he really like that back then? She and he had. The memory, though fragmented, seemed to stir something within him. Lady Minor's voice cracked like thunder. I don't give a single crap about your past, she roared, her eyes blazing. I didn't even start yet. Elpham watched the exchange, a hint of weariness in his expression. What a waste of time, he muttered. The other man responded, well, it's not like you had any interest in this sort of stuff. Elpham countered, I'm not completely uninterested. Lady Minor's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Huh, she breathed, caught off guard. Donghoon's gaze intensified, his voice low and steady. It's just that there are circumstances at the moment. I've been in a relationship or two as well. Lady Minor looked down, her expression unreadable. Could I ask what your circumstances are? She wondered, her voice softer now. The other patrons watched with rapt attention, whispering amongst themselves, this is definitely discrimination, I'm sure. Elpham's eyes narrowed, a shadow of melancholy passing over his face. In any case, she's not even alive now. He murmured, lost in thought. Donghoon's eyes widened, a sudden realization dawning on him. Huh, he exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. Donghoon's brow furrowed, his voice rising in urgency. Wait, she should be alive as of now. He insisted. No, you're wrong. It doesn't matter. Tell me right now. From the sidelines, another voice giggled. Foo-foo, they're getting closer. Later that night, a lone figure stood under the moonlight, sighing softly. I feel lonely. The voice trailed off, then perked up. Thank for today, Kyrie. Meanwhile, Kyrie offered a gentle smile, her eyes filled with warmth. It's a relief that I was able to help. The click of heels echoed on the stone floor as she announced her departure. A moment of hesitation, a pause in her stride, as if reconsidering. Donghoon waved, a broad smile on his face. He brushed off any need for thanks, instead looking forward to the training ahead. Elsewhere, a blonde woman offered a gentle reminder. If anyone planned on giving gifts again, they should feel free to ask. Meanwhile, under the neon glow of a city at night, a figure returned, announcing their arrival to a big brother. Inside a cozy room, a man looked around, confusion etched on his face. Why was everyone here? A woman mused, a hint of amusement in her voice. Had someone failed? Elsewhere, a figure stood amidst chaos, their anguished cry echoing through the destruction. A desperate plea for help cut through the carnage, a final, fading scream. A desperate voice cried out, begging the monster to stop, vowing that this place must never fall. Red energy pulsed, a sign of the devastation wrought. A lone figure walked away from the destruction, their purpose unknown. The figure stood before the pedestal, the air thick with anticipation. At last, the moment had arrived. A sinister grin spread across the antagonist's face. He had finally obtained it, the seal stone of the hero Freud, the artifact that contained the power of time. The stone pulsed with an inner light, a crimson glow emanating from its depths. The figure raised the stone, his voice echoing with dark triumph. The grand designs of the Black Mage would be realized. A sudden tremor ran through the stone, and the antagonist's eyes widened in disbelief. Why did he feel no power from it? A cold dread washed over him. Could it be? He roared, the sound echoing through the chamber. Who dared to do such a thing? The very foundations of the chamber seemed to crack and crumble, reflecting the disruption in the flow of time. The realization struck him like a physical blow. There was someone who had already turned back time. His eyes narrowed, burning with a furious intensity. He must find them. His hands clenched into fists, the knuckles white with rage. The hunt had begun. A bustling crowd gathers before a grand building. An announcement echoes. All candidates, stand by at your positions. The results will be announced in 30 minutes. The woman with crimson hair challenges. You can see this time around? The difference in our skill is obvious. The man's face is contorted in anger. He seems to be contemplating how to settle the ranks. A man with a flamboyant mustache declares, "Don't think I'll let you leave unharmed." He muses that this is the level of the third circles. A figure carries a large, ominous box. Whispers ripple through the crowd. What's that? What is he carrying around? The man carrying the box is revealed to be someone important. The owner of the Gold Ritchie trade union is revealed to be Gold Ritchie. Gold Ritchie is known as the richest man in Maple World. It's said he possesses enough wealth to rival a country. A figure in a long red coat walks away. He stood in the doorway, the richest man in Maple World, observing the scene before him. A statue stood tall, water cascading down its form in a serene display. The man's eyes narrowed, a question hanging in the air. Was it you? He wondered, the explorer from Gaper heavy on his mind. Elpham, cloaked and watchful, heard the words directed his way. You seem to have taken us very lightly, he was told. Elpham stood tall, declaring, Meet you. I am Elpham. The reason why I've come here today is... The statue loomed, a silent observer. It's obvious, a voice echoed. You want to join the rescue party? Leave while I'm still being courteous. This isn't something the likes of Gaper can handle. Gold Ritchie listened intently. I'm sorry, but I didn't come here today as a representative from Gaper, he explained. Then there's even less for us to talk about. A mere third circle explorer is... Elpham's expression hardened. Have you gone mad? He was asked. Leave at once. I'm not in a good mood. Let me apologize if it has offended you. A flicker of shock crossed Elpham's face. This is? He exclaimed. Elpham stood over the injured man. Beeben you, he exclaimed, his voice laced with surprise. The man with the mustache spoke, his tone sharp. Why is an executive of Kania? Do you know what you've just done? He demanded. Yes, I'm fully aware of it. Elpham's gaze narrowed, a plan forming in his mind. It's similar, however, the Gold Ritchie trade union will have to join in on that war. Gold Ritchie, looking down with a mixture of annoyance and resolve, declares that he will explain everything from there. A grand door swings inward, light flooding into the room beyond. A figure kneels before another, while a third, clad in red, stands silently in the background, observing the scene. Gold Ritchie's eyes widen in disbelief, a tremor in his voice as he recognizes the person before him. Why you are? Meanwhile, Kyrie, her expression serious, asks if the other person is certain about something. The armored man expresses his disbelief that the followers have managed to survive until now. Elsewhere, three figures stand in a dimly lit room, seemingly discussing strategy. The air hangs heavy with unspoken tension. A man's face is shown in close-up, his expression thoughtful as he realizes that something explains all the things that didn't add up. The man states that he doesn't care. That's why he asked Kyrie to arrange this meeting. A voice declares, amidst a fiery backdrop, that they are going to erase Kania from this world. The armored man, Mihail, considers the situation, thinking about the Sayunis Knights. Elpham's hand glows with blue energy as he attends to an injured person, who identifies him as a B-brand. The man in the ornate red and white outfit explained that they are marked with the symbol of the commanders they serve. The other man, cloaked in darkness, seemed to absorb the information. A realization dawned on the man in red. Beiju had been a follower? Now, a man with dark teal hair, his gaze intense, seemed to be steeling himself for something. The man's voice echoed, promising, I'll make you an offer you can't refuse. A hearty cheers rang out as a large mug was raised high. The tavern buzzed with activity as patrons raised their mugs in unison. A woman with an eye patch questioned if this was all right, with tomorrow being the big day. The man with dark teal hair seemed lost in thought, muttering that a single day off wouldn't make a difference. Two men spoke in hushed tones, one stating that they had finished all the preparations that they could. The items had all been enhanced. The two men embraced, one musing if all this lovey-dovey stuff could be workplace romance. A fist clenched, the unseen speaker declaring that they, a master of romance, would. With a sharp cuck, Lady Minor warned Ralph not to stick too close to her. Lady Minor defended herself, asking if she couldn't make a joke. All she did was ease up the air around here. She recoiled, noting that he reeked of sweat and should wash himself. For the love of, never mind. The man with glasses revealed that he actually came to ask something. He wondered why Lady Minor volunteered to join the Jack Ritchie rescue party, despite saying it was an obvious trap. He then asked if it wouldn't have been better to join raids held by Kania instead. Elpham's gaze lingered on the map, his brow furrowed in thought. He was looking for something connected to Jack Ritchie and Freud's legacy. Though he couldn't tell if it was the real deal, a few days had passed since Jack Ritchie apparently obtained a map. He took a swig from his mug, the liquid doing little to ease his troubled mind. It was proof that the rumors were true, seeing as the followers had made a move on him. Since it was a known fact that Freud left behind what was most important to him, Elpham knew he could not hand over the map to the followers. Elsewhere, a building stood bathed in the pale moonlight, the sound of raucous laughter echoing from within. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, called out Elpham's name. At first, he didn't believe the rumors due to the lack of credibility. Approximately 2 months ago, he had suddenly awakened with a circle. A disembodied voice urged him to go. A figure with white hair stood in the shadows, a book in their hands. Everything lay in his hands. Donghun's brow furrowed with frustration. What do you mean it's already been decided? You definitely said that you'd advocate for our party. He wondered what he could do. A mass of figures moved toward a glowing, orange portal. The higher-ups were the ones who suddenly requested the recruitment of outsiders yesterday. A voice mused, I have no way of knowing their reason, but aren't they basically telling me to give the order myself? This is tiring me out too, you know? Do you think that makes any sense? A boot landed heavily on the ground. A voice growled, then all the mesos I spent on you, watch it. You, in your loud mouth. Donghun's eyes widened, a question forming on his lips as he stared at someone off-panel. Lady Miners stood alongside others, their gazes fixed on something ahead. Donghun's expression shifted to one of surprise, his eyes widening as he looked down. Lord Mark's face was stern. It has turned out like this. Do you understand? Pardon? What do you mean? Don't tell me I won't be included in this party. Lord Mark, don't you think that this has gone too far? 2 figures, their faces etched with fear, exclaimed, Who are these bastards? They weren't at the party test, right? Cuck, where did all these losers come from? Lady Minor stood with her companions, their presence commanding attention. A blinding light erupts, bathing the area in an intense, otherworldly glow. The gears of some massive mechanism grind into motion, a metallic shriek echoing through the chamber. Far in the distance, 2 figures stand silhouetted against the light, their forms indistinct in the cavernous hall. The air hangs heavy with anticipation. The man's face contorts in boredom. Honestly, the same concept every time. Isn't it way too old-fashioned? Before a swirling orange portal, a figure wonders where Ralph and Kyrie are. The man grits his teeth, a frustrated snarl escaping his lips. Damn it. A hand reaches out towards a swirling portal, as a voice questions what kind of dog's hit situation this is, and what do you mean there's no room left in the gate? Kyrie, her brow furrowed with concern, reminds the other that they were told 6 more members could enter. The other man wonders who entered before them, adding that it can't be, they definitely had guards keeping watch. Lady Minor's eyes narrow, her expression hardening. It's a trap. Beneath the echoing steps, 2 figures descend into the depths, the air growing colder with each step. The hooded figure muses that it's great that they managed to enter, but wonders how they should join them. The hooded figure asks Mudria if they heard anything about it, only to be warned not to call them by their name. The adventurer, his expression laced with thinly veiled annoyance, remarked on the Taromasis's perceived boredom. You must be bored, seeing how you're whining, yes? The hulking Minotaur stood firm, his gaze fixed on Elpham. He mused that if things went according to plan, the others should be waiting at the second gate. He then suggested they do some warm-up for the time being before they join them. The Taromasis, a creature from the cursed zone within the depths of Sleepywood, tilted his head, his expression a mix of amusement and challenge. Well, is that even enough as a warm-up? Elpham, a glint of determination in his eyes, declared that he had a good idea. He would deal with the Taromasis, and the Minotaur didn't have to strain himself to do so. The Taromasis roared, the sound echoing through the cavernous space. Oh, the Taromasis mused, was Elpham being courteous? He appreciated the sentiment. Before him, the last adventurer Elpham summoned a swirling sphere of emerald energy. The Taromasis grinned, a hint of anticipation in his voice. I'll show you something interesting in kind. The green energy lashed out, striking the Taromasis's hand with surprising force. The emerald power slammed into the ground, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Kuhu! Elpham noted that the Taromasis seemed quite surprised. Young child. It was his first time seeing for himself what a fascinating ability it was. The adventurer decided to save it for later, as it would be much more interesting then. The green energy pulsed, a silent promise of power yet to be unleashed. Her crimson eyes narrowed, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. The woman with fiery hair voiced her suspicion. The rats from Kania had infiltrated their ranks. Donghun considered the implications, his gaze distant. It would be best to think of it like that. Even he hadn't considered such a move, so things would be interesting. But the other man wondered if it was too quiet for that to be the case, and it didn't seem like they were attacking either. A strange, pulsing energy signature filled the air, the problem being that it was too quiet. The scan revealed there wasn't a single life form detected in the first gate. A blue schematic flickered into existence, displaying the layout of the area. Not even monsters, let alone followers, were present. What was going on? Donghun's brow furrowed, his one visible eye reflecting the gravity of the situation. What could they be plotting? Meanwhile, the Kania merchant's building loomed, its windows reflecting the ominous sky. Elsewhere, a contingent of Cygnus knights stood ready, their armor gleaming in the dim light. One of the women expressed her surprise at the knight's arrival. The other wondered what brought the esteemed Cygnus knights here. The silver-haired knight smiled disarmingly. He apologized for barging in suddenly, claiming it was nothing much, but by chance, a hand bearing a sinister red symbol was revealed. The figure holding it wondered if they had lost this. The woman's eyes widened in horror. What is that? A blade pierced flesh, the victim struggling to breathe. A cold voice commanded them to stay still, promising to consider them a follower if they moved. Dong Hun's blade drips crimson, his expression grim as he surveys the aftermath of the unseen battle. The air explodes with the sounds of a brutal assault, the force of the blows almost palpable. A strangled cry escapes as the unseen assailant continues their relentless assault. Chaos erupts as bodies are hurled through a window, desperate pleas for help swallowed by the shattering glass. Meanwhile, Dong Hun's gaze hardens, his voice laced with steel as he demands, "What do you mean, you lost him?" Elsewhere, bound and helpless, a figure can only listen as a monstrous form offers its apologies. Intense eyes narrow, a storm brewing behind their gaze. Back in the blood-soaked room, a voice echoes, confirming something with a simple, "Yes, sir." In the shadows, the unseen figure's voice rumbles, "I gave you enough chances." The figure's tone shifts, a hint of wounded pride creeping in. "Have you come to despise me?" A desperate pledge echoes, "It's my honor to offer it to the Black Mage." The small settlement is nestled under the cover of night, its few lights casting long shadows across the snow-covered ground. A grim realization dawns. They've been completely taken over. The man in the red coat gives the order to send the remaining forces to the three-way crossing, muttering that he needs just a bit more. Elsewhere, a town burns, consumed by roaring flames that lick at the sky. The stone steps are slick with moisture, reflecting the dim light. The staircase descends into darkness, the air thick with the smell of damp stone and something else, something acrid. A monstrous roar tears through the air, shaking the very foundations of the world. The massive beast thrashes, its scales shimmering in the firelight as it unleashes its fury. Claws rip and tear, leaving trails of destruction in their wake. Bathed in golden light, the figure stands defiant, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. The Cania bastards, the blonde-haired man thinks, were raising these kinds of monsters right under Lith Harbor. The woman with pink hair realizes that each and every one of them are quite powerful. Dong Hun surveys the scene, noting the potential for casualties. He observes the aftermath with a grim understanding. The scene reveals a courtyard littered with bodies, the air thick with a metallic tang of blood. But what is this feeling of unease? A monstrous claw descends, dripping with gore. This facility is huge, yet there wasn't a single member overseeing this. Dong Hun exhales, the weight of responsibility settling heavily on his shoulders. It's not even allowing him a moment to think. The monstrous form looms over the scene, its jaws agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. A guttural roar echoes through the halls, shaking the very foundations of the facility. The perspective shifts to a distant view of the carnage. Where did all these monsters come from? If my guards hadn't sacrificed themselves for me, Lord Mark's face contorts in terror, tears streaming down his cheeks. He doesn't want to die. He wants to live. A figure looms over the distraught Lord Mark, their expression obscured by shadow. "Are you aware that your sniveling can be heard from afar?" Lord Mark, his eyes wide with fear, looks up at his assailant. Damn it! Who are you?" A blade is drawn, its polished surface reflecting the dim light of the facility. The sound of steel echoes through the chamber. He grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. At least he's energetic, the Lord thinks, his expression a mix of pain and determination. A voice cuts through the tension. Jack Ritchie, a scar bisecting his face, urges calm. Lady Minor and Dong Hun stand behind him, ready for action. Dong Hun steps forward, his gaze unwavering. They're the rescue party called in to save him, he declares. Lord Mark's eyes widen, a glimmer of recognition in them. "Fathers," he whispers, "then you really are?" Jack Ritchie questions the situation. "But, is it just you three?" he asks, his tone laced with concern. The man in the jacket's expression hardens. "Shouldn't you be thankful that 3 people came to save just 1 person?" A figure shrouded in shadow is scanned by a targeting system. Is he hiding something? The scan reveals a blue energy sphere surrounding the figure. There doesn't seem to be a brand. Was I overinterpreting it? Dong Hun stand with Lady Minor and Jack Ritchie, their faces grim. "Well, this was clean. Now that we got our target, let's get..." Tendrils of blue energy crackle and arc, illuminating the darkness. The masked figure is engulfed in the blue energy, its source unknown. The energy subsides, leaving the masked figure unharmed. "Talk about no manners. We almost got hurt, you know?" The figure with glasses speaks, his expression grim. Beside him, a companion grips a large axe, ready for a fight. "There you are, Cania." A heavy boot descends, the sound echoing in the confined space. "Manners." Perched above the fray, the silver-haired figure observes the scene below, a silent judge of the unfolding events. The figure with glasses narrows his eyes, a red glow emanating from one eye. Who is that? He wonders. The figure gazes upward, a surge of blue mana coalescing into a geometric form above him. Just what is with his mana? The figure steps forward, their intent unknown, as silhouettes of others loom in the background. Seeing how you're talking about manners, you seem to be quite at ease. Not a complete small fry, huh? The silver-haired figure raises a hand, a purple glow intensifying around it. Let's see. I shall confirm if Commander Will's concerns are true. A web of red energy spreads, converging on a central point. A voice echoes, "You may begin." A blinding explosion of orange energy erupts, shaking the very foundations of the surroundings. Lord Mark's eyes widen in disbelief, his face contorted in shock. What? What's going on all of a sudden? As soon as Group C entered, the city is engulfed in a series of devastating explosions, each one a cataclysmic burst of orange energy. A swirling vortex of red energy consumes everything in its path, a harbinger of destruction and chaos. A surge of crimson energy enveloped Elpam, the air crackling with unseen power. From the periphery, voices rose in a chorus of disbelief. Sir Mihail, they exclaimed, recognizing something familiar yet profoundly changed. A figure, face contorted in alarm, bellowed a warning. Everyone stay back. The command was laced with urgency, a desperate plea against the encroaching chaos. The red aura intensified, coalescing into a vortex of raw energy. Within its crimson heart, a silhouette flickered, obscured by the overwhelming power. The world dissolved into a canvas of darkness, streaked with veins of furious red. The air thrummed with an oppressive energy, a silent scream echoing in the void. The red light faded, leaving Elpam adrift in a sea of swirling shadows. A disoriented whisper escaped his lips. Where? Heavy footsteps echoed, each stride deliberate and measured. The sound reverberated through the unsettling silence, a prelude to an unknown presence. Gazing down at armored legs, a chilling question formed in the depths of his mind. Who am I? The words were a fragile echo, lost in the labyrinth of his fractured memories. A figure with silver hair and gleaming armor stood tall, their gaze piercing. A voice, laced with a hint of accusation, echoed in the air. Shouldn't you be familiar with his face? The intricate details of the armor glinted in the dim light, each plate a testament to a forgotten history. The metal felt cold, unyielding, a stark contrast to the turmoil within. A fist clenched, knuckles white with strain. Impossible. The word was a strangled cry, a desperate denial of the unfolding reality. Meanwhile, Dong-hoon listened intently as the report continued. 3 squads were wiped out, and Chief Knight Mihail disappeared as well. The news hung heavy in the air, a grim omen of the days to come. Another figure leaned in, their voice sharp with urgency. Properly confirm it. Just what in the world is going on? The question echoed the growing dread that gripped them all. A dire report arrives. Additional forces from the followers have been sighted, casting a shadow of unease over the assembled group. The news hits hard. It can't be, he thinks. They're constantly moving one step ahead. The map, marked with strategic points, becomes a silent testament to their predicament. This definitely means that there is a rat within their ranks. Dong-hoon's voice cuts through the tension. They're changing the plan, shifting from Squad 5 to 1 to Squad 6. A figure, spear in hand, demands that someone stand back, their voice echoing with authority. The man's face contorts in fury, demanding to know what's going on outside. The back of a figure in a dark coat is visible, the fur collar obscuring their face. A voice, filled with false reassurance, says, "Don't you worry." Bloodied hands grip a white cloth, a silent testament to violence. A voice calls out, a note of desperate inquiry in their tone. Mark? A brutal assault unfolds, crimson spraying across the scene as a figure cries out, watch your back." Another warrior is sent reeling, the force of the blow knocking them off their feet amidst the chaos of battle. A blonde warrior shouts, her voice ringing out amidst the din. "Civilians this way." From above, a figure descends, bellowing, "Leave the city at once." Soon, the reinforcements from Gaper will. The threat hangs unfinished in the air. The clash of steel echoes as another combatant is struck, the impact sending a shockwave of pain through their body. A pain cuck escapes their lips. A grizzled warrior clenches his fist, his face a mask of fury. Those damned scoundrels. Clutching at their wounds, a fallen figure groans. How could they bait young kids too? The warrior's gaze hardens, a grim understanding settling in. That's what a fanatic is. A voice muses, they were consumed by blind faith. Even when they were persuading me. They said that they'd make my wish come true if I helped them free the seal of the Black Mage. The silhouette of a figure stands before a colossal, chained entity. Even if it's something, Elpam reflects on the idea of going back in time. A fiery background emphasizes the intensity of the discussion. The fiery background continues, highlighting the gravity of the situation. Dong-hoon questions who wouldn't want to go back in time. A close-up of a hand suggests a sense of urgency. A close-up of a face conveys a sense of desperation. Someone cries out to Mark, questioning his actions. Lord Mark demands to know why someone is doing this. Mark mourns his daughter, who died too soon. He vows to do anything to see her again. Lord Mark orders his men to get behind him. A desperate command echoes through the air. Run. The figure on the ground, silhouetted against the chaos, is urged to flee. Standing over the fallen figure, the attacker offers a remorseful apology. Sorry for this, Evie's. Meanwhile, a furious voice erupts, demanding action. Why are they merely staring? Why are they allowing the targets to escape so easily? A surge of power, a burst of speed. The figure moves with impossible swiftness, a glowing hand, the only visible sign of their actions. Fast! The air crackles with energy as the figure unleashes their technique. Octopunch. The force of the blow is palpable. Elsewhere, surveying the devastation below, the man with the glasses addresses the cultists. His gaze is cold, calculating. A glowing orb pulses with heat in the figure's hand. They seem to underestimate him, a fatal error perhaps. The man stands tall, a scar a testament to battles fought and won. His expression is unreadable, but his presence commands attention. Raw energy gathers in a hand, ready to be unleashed. The air vibrates with anticipation. Deeper within the complex, the figure observes the assembled group, noting their apparent ease despite the circumstances. Not a complete small fry, huh? With power swirling around his hands, the figure prepares to investigate. He will confirm if Commander Will's concerns are justified. Dong-hoon scoffs, his one visible eye narrowed in disbelief. He wonders aloud if they truly believe he'd be intimidated by such a transparent bluff. A deep voice rumbles through the cavern. The massive figure, dwarfing the chained monsters at its feet, offers a polite apology, admitting that his explanation has been lacking. The cloaked figure steps forward, his face obscured by a mask. With a chilling formality, Martyr announces his intention to properly introduce himself. A chained, wolf-like creature hangs suspended, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. The air crackles with an unseen energy. Dong-hoon's expression shifts to one of shock, his brow furrowed as he whispers the name, Martyr. The chained figure hangs limply, its identity hidden beneath layers of dark cloth. A sense of dread permeates the air. Martyr continues, his voice echoing through the chamber, explaining that their recent actions have drawn attention from even those far beyond their reach. Dong-hoon, standing alongside another figure, stares at the assembled chained beings, a grim understanding dawning on his face. Shit, what's she yapping about? Lady Minor, leading a charge, shouts a challenge. Quit talking and come at us. The air crackles with anticipation. A massive, chained sphere dominates the scene. The voice of Martyr echoes, a warning against haste. He implies that they haven't considered why they didn't encounter monsters in the gate. The sphere begins to glow with an eerie green light. Martyr declares that he will introduce them to the sphere. Lady Minor appears through her spyglass, her eyes widening as she takes in the sight of the glowing sphere. What is that? She exclaims. A vortex of swirling, cyan energy crackles into existence, the air itself seeming to warp and distort around its pulsating core. Elpham's brow furrows, his eyes wide with disbelief. What the hell are these now? Hallucinations? He wonders, the question laced with a desperate hope. The energy intensifies, the swirling mass growing larger and more menacing, casting long, distorted shadows across the battlefield. The energy lashes out, tendrils of cyan light wrapping around a hulking figure, its form contorting under the influence. Lady Minor's crimson eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. Wait, is that? She gasps, a dawning horror creeping in her voice. The controlled figure bellows, the name ripping from its throat. Taromasis? From above, the scene unfolds. Figures moving with unnatural precision, their actions dictated by an unseen puppeteer. What's going on? Why are they moving under their command? And these numbers are... A voice cries out. The hulking figure struggles, a flicker of awareness returning to its eyes. They're being controlled by those bastards, but how? It growls, the realization dawning too late. Another voice, urgent and strained, cuts through the chaos. Devo, don't let your weapon come in contact with theirs. Elpham grits his teeth, his grip tightening on his weapon. They can... What? What do you say? He exclaims, confusion warring with determination. The camera focuses on a single eye, the pupil dilated and surrounded by crackling green energy, a window into the horrifying control taking hold. A figure is engulfed in a blinding flash of green energy, a guttural scream tearing through the air. Quaff! An unseen force slams into Dong-hoon, the impact staggering him. Devo, he cries out, pain etched across his face. A hand, clad in what appears to be fur-lined armor, draws back a bowstring, energy crackling around the weapon. Dong-hoon grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. He wonders what he is supposed to do. Raw energy begins to coalesce, forming a swirling vortex of power. Elpum raises a hand, energy gathering around it. Everyone step aside. I'm going to wipe them out in one go. The vortex of energy intensifies, growing larger and more chaotic. The energy swirls, a blinding light emanating from its core. Debris and dust swirl around the growing energy mass, pulled in by its immense power. Elpum focuses, a surge of green energy emanating from his hand. With psychokinesis, the energy attack is fully formed, a terrifying display of raw power. Lady Minor cries out, Be careful, Elpum. Are you planning on killing us as well? The massive energy projectile hurtles forward, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Elpum responds, correct. The last adventurer Elpum's attack surges forward, a swirling vortex of fire and raw power. The fire magic skill, now combined with psychokinesis, intensifies the already devastating assault. The antagonist smiles, a sinister glint in his eye. He muses, finding the display quite fascinating, just as he'd heard. The combined forces of fire and psychokinesis continue to rage, a maelstrom of destruction. Lady Minor gasps, a sound of shock escaping her lips. The pirate's eyes widen in disbelief. She stammers, It can't be. The attack seems to have dissipated, leaving only swirling dust and debris in its wake. Had it failed? The antagonist stands unharmed, flanked by two cloaked figures whose faces remain hidden in shadow. One of the cloaked figures looms over the antagonist, its presence radiating an unsettling aura. The antagonist's expression hardens. He declares, it's still too soon. Please struggle some more. Donghun's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He wonders, what the hell is that? A surge of psychokinetic energy erupts, a visible manifestation of unseen forces at play. A monstrous silhouette looms, its form wreathed in crackling purple energy. Smaller figures stand before it, dwarfed by its immense presence. Donghun's gaze hardens, his one visible eye narrowed with resolve. The air crackles with anticipation as he prepares to face the looming threat. His hand flares with the same violet energy, the power coalescing around his gauntlet. The real fight, it seems, is about to begin. The front line was crumbling. Donghun, his face etched with concern, knew they couldn't sustain this much longer. He heard the other man insist that they must hold on. There was a secret operation, one they hadn't even told Lord Mark. The clock ticked, each second precious. The soldier braced himself, the ground trembling beneath his feet. Time was running out. A blast of heat and force slammed into him, sending him reeling. He cursed under his breath. The situation was dire on all fronts. Donghun heard the other man ask if they could proceed with the plan they had mentioned, but the answer was a firm no. Chaos reigned as figures clashed amidst explosions. What use was the plan if they were all going to die? A warrior was struck by a barrage of ice, the impact sending shards of pain through his body. A masked figure appeared, expressing surprise at seeing the lords. Who's there, he wondered. The masked figure claimed to be holding a sales event, then offered their help. The masked figure's offer hangs in the air as Elpum, sword wreathed in blue energy, prepares for the onslaught. Donghun stands shoulder to shoulder with him, ready to face whatever comes. Donghun's expression twists with a mix of anger and surprise. Why you two are, he begins to say, recognizing the figures before them. The cloaked figures, their forms shrouded in shadow, advance. One of them barks, there's only two of them. Kill them. Elpum and Donghun stand back to back, swords drawn, as they engage the cloaked figures. The clash of steel echoes through the battlefield. The fight intensifies, blood splattering as the cloaked figures press their attack. Elpum parries a blow, while Donghun counters with a swift strike. One of the cloaked figures hurls a volley of daggers, each blade shimmering with a faint blue energy. With blinding speed, Elpum deflects the daggers, sparks flying as steel meets steel. The air crackles with magical energy. Donghun, caught off guard by the sudden attack, exclaims, what in the, as the daggers whiz past him. Elpum's eyes glow with an intense blue light as he prepares to unleash a powerful skill. The word, equinox, blazes across his vision. The sight of the cloaked figures triggers a memory in Donghun. I remember them. These bastards, he growls, his grip tightening on his weapon. One of the cloaked figures is struck by Elpum's attack, blood spraying from the wound. Elpum's, the figure manages to choke out before collapsing. Elpum unleashes the full force of his skill, a wave of blue energy washing over the battlefield. The remaining cloaked figures brace for impact. He unleashes a surge of power, the skill flicker illuminating the air around him. Amidst the chaos, two figures flee from a fiery explosion, their escape desperate. The merchant, flanked by a blonde-haired companion, declares that he's decided to give his service as deferred payment due to the emergency situation. With golden coins obscuring his eyes, the merchant announces today's special sales price. Before the ruins of a devastated town, a figure wonders if there is still someone left. A lone figure strides away, lamenting that only the lackeys showed up. A blonde-haired warrior stands ready, a gleaming blade held firmly in their grasp. A scarred face emerges from the shadows, the expression unreadable. Antagonist unknown to's eyes burn with malice as he thinks, I wanted to tear apart the scoundrel, help him myself. The figure continues their departure, each step echoing with purpose. The figure's form recedes into the distance. A surge of power erupts, the skill taking form in a burst of energy. With a fierce cry, Elpum swings his weapon, the force of his blow echoing through the air. The man with white hair wonders what is happening, thinking to himself, even before my regression. He questions if it was all just a false rumor. The white-haired man narrows his eyes, suspicion creeping into his thoughts. Or did you lay out a trap? He muses. Before a towering, shadowy figure, the man with white hair grits his teeth, thinking, this can't be all you are capable of. A figure in a dark coat looks up, a question etched on their face. A voice taunts, have a good one, dumbass. A figure swings their weapon with deadly intent. The man with white hair barks orders, his voice laced with urgency. Don't lose them. After them. Damn it. Hurry up. Elpum grins, a hint of malice in his eyes. Hee, just look at their sorry asses. Now that we've secured the rescue target, we just need to. The monstrous creature lunges, its maw a cavern of teeth and shadow. It unleashes a blast of raw energy, a crimson streak aimed to obliterate. The blast detonates, a furious eruption of fire and force. Debris rains down, the air thick with the smell of ozone and the taste of ash. The creature's assault continues, a relentless barrage of destruction. What the hell? It roars, a guttural sound of savage triumph, its fangs bared in a grotesque grin. The monster presses its advantage, a whirlwind of claws and teeth. The force of the attack sends Elpum flying backward, a helpless ragdoll against the creature's might. But even as he is thrown back, Elpum steels himself, a fire igniting in his eyes. Energy crackles around him, a visible aura of defiance against the encroaching darkness. He unleashes a beam of pure, focused power, a searing lance of light aimed at the heart of the beast. The beam strikes true, a blinding flash as the creature reels from the sudden onslaught. Stone and debris exploded outward, the air thick with dust and the scent of ozone. Amidst the chaos, a glint of steel flashed, a sword, arcing through the shattered remains of the arena. The blade found its mark, slamming into the hulking form of the monster with a sickening thud. A guttural roar tore from the monster's throat, a sound of pure, unadulterated agony. The assault continued, each blow landing with brutal force, driving the beast further into the ground. A guttural cry tears from his throat, the force of some unseen blow contorting his features in agony. A figure scrambles away, dwarfed by a looming shadow that promises only pain. The ground rushes up to meet him as he plummets, a silent scream lost in the wind. With a snap of the wrist, the figure unleashes a dark, whip-like weapon, the air crackling with unseen energy. His eyes widen in disbelief, the question echoing in his mind. What kind of savage? The dark tendril wraps around him, a constricting embrace that steals his breath. Blood trickles from his lips, a desperate curse escaping his ravaged face. Shit. A surge of purple energy erupts, a desperate, futile attempt to break free. The figure, cloaked in shadow, prepares to deliver the final blow, muttering about wasted strength. The promise hangs in the air, cold and final. He'll send him to rest soon, as the victim cries out in pain, fearing death. A voice, laced with frustration, cuts through the air. Why don't you let that idiot go? Elpum raises his hands, channeling a surge of magical energy. A swirling vortex of blue and gold coalesces around him, ancient symbols glowing with power. Another voice counters the first, a note of urgency in their tone. He may look like that, but he's our healer. The force of an unseen blow sends Elpum hurtling backwards, the ground rushing up to meet him. A guttural growl echoes through the air, the speaker's face contorted with rage. What insolent! The air crackles with raw power, the magical energy coalescing into a dense, swirling mass. Elpum stands before a colossal stone structure, its surface etched with glowing runes. He plants his feet, preparing to unleash another wave of power. A complex magical circle blazes into existence on the ground, lightning arcing across its surface. At the center of the circle, a sphere of pure magical energy pulsates with blinding light. The same voice from before, now strained with exertion, spits out a curse. Tight ass. Despite the impact, Elpum pushes himself up from the ground, a strained smile on his face. Cuck, I'm fum. Drawing his sword, Elpum prepares for another assault, the blade shimmering with magical energy. He gasps, his eyes wide with disbelief. Something has clearly struck Elpum, leaving him momentarily stunned. But the last adventurer Elpum steels himself, a flicker of determination igniting in his gaze as he grips the dagger tightly. A furious explosion erupts, shaking the very foundations of the battlefield. From within the blast, a voice seethes, "Damn it! Exactly when is that plan going to proceed?" The speaker, a man with a flamboyant mustache and a red hat, grits his teeth. "Ugh, no, not yet. Just a bit more. Then, certainly," he mutters. A drop of blood stains Elpum's pristine white boot, a testament to the ferocity of the unseen assault. Dong-hoon, standing beside the red-hatted man, demands, "Mind telling me what this is all about?" Dong-hoon's face contorts in pain and frustration. "Fucking shit," he growls, blood trickling from a wound on his head. Elpum, hunched over, hears a voice calling out to him. "Oi, can you move?" A swirling vortex of dark energy pulses with ominous intent. A disembodied voice echoes. It seems like the healer isn't able to fulfill his duty. A figure with long white hair and piercing eyes raises a hand, dark energy coalescing around them. "Then this must certainly be your last," they declare. A cataclysmic explosion of dark energy engulfs Elpum, the force of the blast threatening to tear him apart. He sprints, a desperate flight from an unseen terror, his face etched with pain and determination. A surge of dark energy erupts, crackling with malevolent power, closing in on him. The unseen victim of the blast can only manage a strangled WH. A figure with long white hair, clad in red, admits, "I shouldn't have done this on our first meeting, but..." A blinding white energy coalesces, whispering a final, chilling farewell. The city below is consumed, reduced to ash and ruin in a cataclysmic burst. Elpum's eyes widen in disbelief. What in the world is going on? The white-haired figure stands amidst the chaos, an eerie calm radiating from him. A new figure emerges, a dark-haired man with a sinister smirk. My, and Hero's trying to send you off painlessly. My apologies." The bloodied victim spits, "You a mere dog of the Empress." A figure stands triumphant over a fallen foe, the scene awash in crimson. The white-haired figure surveys the devastation, his expression unreadable. Blood trickles down Kyrie's face as she stares in disbelief. "You're just everywhere, aren't you?" she asks, her voice laced with a mix of surprise and resignation. "Why you're here?" The camera focuses on the piercing gaze of sarcasm, his eyes narrowed, hinting at a hidden intensity. The name echoes in the air, sarcasm. He stands tall, flanked by two armored figures, a silent promise of power and authority radiating from him. Knights on horseback thunder across the ravaged landscape. Below, a man in a red beret observes, noting he's a top-ranking Cygnus Knight. His companion murmurs, "It was real close, Chasm." Chasm, a smirk playing on his lips, offers, "I'll escort the members of the merchant group here." Another voice chimes in, resolute, "I'll join you as well." Kyrie's eyes widen, confusion etched on her face. "What?" she exclaims. "My master told me to join forces with Sarcasm if something ever happened." Standing beside Kyrie, Sarcasm declares with a confident air, "So I'll join you as well." Chasm's expression darkens, his gaze intense. "Someone like you?" he wonders aloud. A chilling declaration follows. "No worries. All of you here will be put to death together." Kyrie's face contorts in rage, her teeth bared. Sarcasm stands behind her, his expression unreadable. Chasm remains standing, seemingly unfazed. "How are you able to stand after receiving that attack?" someone exclaims. A sinister chuckle escapes his lips. "Kiki." A surge of dark energy pulses through the air, a visual representation of impending doom. A shadowy figure emerges amidst the swirling chaos, declaring, "Now, it's time for everyone to fall down to hell." Before the crimson hourglass, a figure with long, white hair stands firm, an unsettling offer echoing in the air. "I offer you my worthless flesh." The air crackles with unseen energy as the figure contorts, their form twisting in a grotesque dance of change. A blinding flash erupts, a cataclysm of light and power, as a voice declares, "You're too late." The light subsides, revealing a form consumed by shadow, wreathed in tendrils of dark energy. The transformed figure lunges forward, a desperate plea echoing, "Please consider it yours." The tendrils of darkness writhe and coil, as the voice proclaims, "So it shall be." With a guttural roar, the figure unleashes a torrent of dark energy, the force of it palpable even at a distance. A strangled gasp escapes the figure's lips. The unleashed power slams into the earth, sending tremors through the ground. Kyrie, standing beside another figure, stammers, "Teach this is..." Dong-hoon's face contorts in pain, blood trickling down his brow. He grits his teeth, barely managing to choke out God. Elpum's back is marred with fresh wounds, his white hair stained crimson. The air crackles with an unseen energy. A voice, laced with disbelief and horror, echoes in the chamber. "What the hell is..." A monstrous form looms. Its grotesque features a nightmarish tapestry of red and black. The air grows heavy with a palpable sense of dread. Donghoon and Kairi stand shoulder to shoulder, their faces etched with grim determination as they gaze upon the horrifying entity before them. The scent of ozone fills the air. A blinding light erupts, the air crackling with raw energy. The surge slams into the rock face, purple tendrils lashing out like whips. Stone shatters, pulverized into dust as the blast rips through the landscape. A figure stumbles amidst the wreckage, a ragged cough escaping their lips. Crimson splatters against the gray stone, a stark testament to the force of the attack. Donghoon spits, the metallic tang of blood filling his mouth. Damn it, I don't even have time to catch my brie dash. He grits his teeth, his hand tightening around the worn staff. Shit. Another figure is sent reeling, the force of the blow audible even over the ringing in his ears. Donghoon throws a punch, the impact echoing through the ruined landscape. Elpum is engulfed in a blazing aura, the air shimmering with heat. The figure, surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy, challenges their unseen opponent. Do they truly believe they will yield without resistance? A blinding explosion erupts, bathing the battlefield in searing light and raw power. A figure clad in dark attire clicks their tongue, a sound of irritation cutting through the magical din. A wry smile plays on the lips of the white-haired figure. Honestly, how long do they intend to continue this pointless charade? The figure, caught in the blast, curses under their breath, bracing for the impact. With a surge of will, the figure focuses their mind, unleashing a wave of psychokinetic force. Please hold still for just a moment, they mutter. The gray-haired figure stands tall, suggesting with an air of detached amusement that they simply converse like gentlemen. The memory stings. Once they were hailed as the strongest psychokinetic magician. The figure's heavy boot grinds against the ruined earth. They won't go down so easily. Gathering energy, the figure declares they'll try something then, a desperate gamble in the face of overwhelming odds. The gray-haired figure remains impassive, their back turned to the unfolding chaos. The figure's eye burns with a fierce determination. They just won't get tired of repeating the same useless act. Huh? Blazing tendrils erupted around him, the inferno licking at his skin. A desperate, silent question hung in the air. Then why don't we see? The flames intensified, obscuring his form as the heat shimmered, distorting the very air around him. His face contorted in frustration, the fire reflecting in his narrowed eyes. If this is useless as well, he growled, the words barely audible over the roar of the blaze. The flames dissipated, revealing him falling backward, defeated. The air crackled with the fading energy of the attack. From the shadows, a fist clenched, crackling with violet energy. Enough of this. The purple aura intensified, swirling around him like a gathering storm, promising a swift and decisive counter. A voice, laced with cold certainty, cut through the silence. I told you it was useless, didn't I? The violet energy coalesced into a vortex, drawing everything toward its center, a maelstrom of power ready to be unleashed. His eyes widened, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. Oh dear, I didn't think you'd be this shocked, by chance. The violet energy pulsed, a silent question hanging in the air. Did I not exist in the future you knew? A close-up of his eye revealed shock and confusion, the pupil dilated in disbelief. His expression hardened, a new resolve forming in his eyes. I have something private to discuss with him. The masked figures stand silently, their presence heavy in the air. One of them, the central figure, breaks the silence. Pardon, he asks, his voice muffled by the mask. A noxious green liquid erupts from the ground, forming a pool of creeping toxin. The sound of its emergence echoes ominously. The creeping toxin surges upwards, engulfing a figure in its sickly green embrace. A choked cough escapes as the toxin takes hold. What the hell? The green energy intensifies, revealing a totem-like structure amidst the chaos. Engulfed within, Sir Mio cries out, Sir Mio? Why? Agony contorts his face, blood streaking down his cheek from a wound near his eye. A strangled cry tears from his throat. Submerged in the toxic pool, the figure's eyes widen in disbelief. Be betrayal. He croaks, the word heavy with anguish. Exactly why? A hand reaches desperately from the green depths. Above, two figures stand within a protective purple dome, seemingly untouched by the chaos below. One of them muses, I wonder. His silver hair is disheveled, his expression a mix of shock and dawning realization. It's not exactly betrayal. He mutters, his voice strained. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination hardening his features. He grits his teeth, steeling himself for what comes next. This is beyond my expectations. Red energy crackles around him, coalescing into a symbol emblazoned on his chest. A Lord Will, he whispers, his voice filled with a desperate plea. The man with the mechanical eye furrows his brow, lost in thought. Will? Could he be Commander Will? Is he controlling his body through the brand? Purple energy flares around him as he makes his decision. Then, I trust that you. Crimson energy crackles around the sigil, a declaration echoing in the air. He would sever this connection. The mark blazes on his palm, a malevolent brand searing itself into his very being. His eye widens, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he realizes the brand is fading. The same eye, now resolute, glows with renewed purpose. It was time to return to his original position. Elsewhere, a web of crimson threads vibrates, the spider at its center sensing a disturbance. A monstrous figure, wreathed in scarlet light, seethes with fury. How dare he? A mere pawn. The figure with silver hair demands an explanation, questioning if this is a declaration of war. The title card reveals the imposing figure as Commander Arcarium. The serpentine dragon at Arcarium's side coils, its scales shimmering in the dim light. Back with Donghun, another brand appears, etched into his very skin. Donghun's face is marred with blood and confusion. What was he? A second brand. He'd never heard of such a thing, not even in his previous life. The silver-haired figure reveals a chilling truth. They are all subordinates of the great black mage. He began to explain, carefully choosing his words. To put simply, Donghun supposed one could call it an internal feud. Something like how they were both an ally and an enemy at the same time. He mused, finding the situation fascinating. Internal conflict. Donghun understood. The reason why he didn't make an appearance until the final moment of the last day. But there were differing opinions between commanders. So, what was it that Arcarium wanted to ask him? They were actually looking for an item. The seal stone of the hero, Freud. Ages ago, Freud, who was praised as their hero, created a seal stone to stop the black mage. But, a stone imbued with the immense power of the condensed eons. Although it was created to seal the black mage. They discovered that if that potent power of time were to be used in reverse instead, it could solely turn back the time of those who died, bringing them back to life. Ironically, the seal stone is the most assured method to realize the resurrection of the black mage. And so, he had spent decades in its pursuit, and eventually found it. However, Donghun's expression darkened as he clenched his fist. The discovered seal stone, he realized, was nothing but an empty husk. In other words, someone had already used it. The one who did it. Finding them became their highest priority. It wasn't difficult for the most part. Images flashed through his mind. The 100-man gate, the multi-structure gate, and even the gate that hid a hero's item. Tomb of the Eagle Eye. Perhaps it was foolishness or the lack of sense of moderation. With all the ruckus happening, it was so obvious that pretending to not know was difficult instead. He knew who was responsible. You're the one. Meanwhile, the regressor, Elpham. Before him stood the 100-man gate, a looming threshold to an unknown challenge. The multi-structure gate loomed in the distance, while closer, the Tomb of the Eagle Eye pulsed with an ominous energy. The voice mused about the gate that hid a hero's item, acknowledging the obviousness of the situation and the difficulty in pretending otherwise. A weary gaze met the viewer, the weight of untold burdens etched upon his face. The text declared, the regressor, Elpham. Two figures stood within a shimmering, purple orb, adrift on a sea of uncertainty. A voice echoed, confessing that they had never heard of him, not even before their regression. The ancient text revealed that though its firepower may be lacking due to circles, the control through psychokinesis remained formidable. A swirling vortex of energy pulsed, a silent testament to a power that should have been at a much higher level than the previous version of him at this rank. Even with the flurry of blows, it proved ineffective against him. If that wasn't his full power, then the current strongest psychokinetic magician is him. The figure before Elpham questioned his very being. He thought to himself, not even someone from the future knows about him. What a shame. Well, Elpham figured it would happen. But in the near future, Donghun knew he'd be dead. Donghun chuckled, stating he didn't say this hoping for some consolation. He was riddled with an incurable disease. Well, it didn't exactly feel great for Donghun to confirm it himself. He suggested they stop beating around the bush and get to the main point. Donghun stated that, truthfully speaking, it's all thanks to Elpham that he's alive right now. He then asked what Elpham meant by that. Although Commander Arcarium wanted to recruit him, since Elpham wreaked havoc here and there, Commander Will has been devoting all his focus to eliminating him. And considering the two commanders aren't exactly on speaking terms with each other, it meant that as a combat member under Commander Will, he had to step in to mediate. Back then, Donghun's body was quickly deteriorating, and he didn't know if. You've noticed by now, but both of his eyes had already gone blind. At that point, Commander Arcarium's secret offer was very enticing to him. He gave him a new opportunity. Could it be that he cured his disease? And Donghun didn't know if it was rather than a cure. It's a temporary measure. Commander Arcarium promised him, as long as he served him, he'll stop the watch hand of his life. He halted the progression of the disease with time magic. So that's why he betrayed Will. He's dangerous. Although he claims the resurrection of the Black Mage as his reason, he's the sort to betray in a heartbeat for his own life. In truth, for you to think so hard, my role is to save you from Commander Will's plot. and give you this message. Elpum, a figure, kneeling low, extends an invitation. The offer hangs in the air. Join our side. Those intense eyes search, probing for weakness, for motivation. What are you fighting for? A voice echoes, laced with fiery conviction. Is it truly out of justice? But to think of your actions as that. The chaos swirls, a maelstrom of conflicting ideologies. In a sense, it could be your obvious course of action. You wouldn't need to particularly care about them if they were already dead in the future, you know. Is yours a selective justice? The figure with the staff offers an alternative. If not, if there's something else that you truly desire, then think again. The black mage is far more powerful than you think. One who's close to a god. The dark figure promises power beyond measure. If you follow him, you could achieve anything. Immense power, immortality, even bringing back someone alive. A question hangs in the air, heavy with implication. Do you know how is it possible for the commanders of 800 years ago to be still alive? The black mage has given those who swore loyalty to him an unaging body. The sinister smile widens, revealing the true nature of the offer. This is just an example. Whatever you desire, the answer could lie in the resurrection of the black mage. Donghoon points a finger, the implication clear. In return, you just need to do one thing. Donghoon stands, his expression unreadable. The question is asked, laced with horror. Are you telling me to kill my own party members? Elpum's words hung in the air, a chilling reminder of the dangers lurking in the shadows. The less others knew, the safer they would be, or so he believed. Elsewhere, hushed voices plotted in the darkness. The figures questioned the extent of their involvement, unaware of the grand scheme unfolding around them. One wondered aloud if even they knew the full picture, admitting they only followed Commander Arcarium's orders. Chains bound a shadowy figure, a prisoner of fate. A promise echoed. If they assisted in the plan, the black mage would return, a statement that dripped with both menace and anticipation. Bloody and scarred. A figure with a mechanical, I pose a question, a challenge. What would they do? Shouldn't they already know the answer? The weight of violence, the sting of betrayal, all etched onto a bloodied hand. The consequences of their choices were becoming increasingly tangible. Elpum's gaze intensified as he spoke a name, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. Elpum. A montage of faces, each bearing the marks of hardship and determination. The cost of hope, the burden of choice, etched into their very souls. In a dimly lit room, the question hung heavy in the air. Justice? A concept both desired and seemingly unattainable. Revenge? The word echoed in the depths of their minds, a tempting path in a ruined world. Yet, even in the darkest of times, some still shone with an inner light. A figure stood tall, surrounded by others, their hand outstretched as if offering a choice, a path forward in a world teetering on the brink. Those who spoke of hope often burdened everything, while another cherished someone more than the whole world, a sentiment that could lead to salvation or destruction. A desperate thought hangs in the air, cut short. A name is called out, laced with panic. Philip. A figure reaches out, their fingers grasping at nothing. A voice cries out, demanding he wake up. The name Jaden echoes amidst the chaos. Below, a monstrous maw opens wide, teeth bared. A figure plummets through the air, limbs flailing. Below, a woman's face breaks into a chilling smile. A face, streaked with blood, contorts in a silent scream. A single word escapes, no. A voice laments a horrible end, the loss of everything, once again. A lone figure sits hunched on the ground. However, a hand grips a weapon, knuckles white with determination. This time, something will be different. Elsewhere, a new party gathers, skilled, but with no personal ties. The air crackles with unspoken tension. A collection of weapons hangs suspended, always ready to be replaced with someone new. A scapegoat, meant to be sacrificed in their place, stands among the others. Just what have I been? The question hangs heavy in the air, unanswered. A smile, wide and unsettling, spreads across her face. A single eye, ringed with dark lashes, stares out with an intense, almost unsettling focus. The pupil reflects a faint, ethereal light, hinting at an inner power or revelation. The gaze shifts, the eye now clouded with a violet hue. A thought hangs in the air, a silent question echoing. What's the meaning of this? A figure stands amidst swirling embers, a flaming weapon held aloft. The air crackles with heat, the scent of ozone sharp in the air. A masked figure declares that justice and revenge no longer matter. The only thing that matters is protecting what they want to protect. The face contorts, a bead of sweat tracing a path down the cheek. A voice, strained and weary, wonders if their explanation wasn't enough, resignation lacing the words. Is that so? I suppose it can't be helped. A dark pronouncement echoes. Our talk ends here. The figure looms, a dark silhouette against a fractured sky. They gaze down, their expression obscured by shadow, but the intent is clear. Finality. A hand, scarred and calloused, grips a weapon wreathed in flame. The heat radiates outward, promising destruction. With a burst of speed, Elpum descends into the cavern, spear in hand, ready to face whatever lurks below. The junior Balrog, a hulking beast with leathery wings, struggles to its feet, dust and debris swirling around it. With a start, the Balrog spots the approaching figure. The ground trembles as the beast slams a clawed fist into the cavern floor. The junior Balrog peers down at Elpum, its red eyes burning with malice. The monster rises to its full height, a towering figure of muscle and rage. The Balrog prepares to strike, its massive claws poised to tear. The junior Balrog taunts, "You think you can catch me being that slow? You slowpoke?" With a roar, the beast lunges forward, closing the distance in an instant. The Balrog's attack comes crashing down. The junior Balrog, towering over Elpum, prepares to bring his fiery weapon down upon the adventurer. But Elpum is ready, deflecting the blow with his sword, sparks flying as steel meets flame. The junior Balrog's massive fist clenches, ready to deliver another devastating strike. A sudden counterattack forces the junior Balrog back, a pained grunt escaping his lips. "Ah, I am screw." A blinding explosion erupts, shaking the very foundations of the cavern. The force of the blast sends the junior Balrog hurtling backwards through the air. Coughing, Elpum struggles to his knees, his mind racing. What kind of tough bastard is that? Deflecting his polearm shouldn't have been possible. Grimacing, Elpum clutches his arm, realizing he has no choice. Damn it, it can't be helped. Even though Elpum steels himself, preparing to unleash a skill he doesn't fully understand. But this isn't the time for him to be fussy. A mysterious orb glows with immense power, ready to be unleashed. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Elpum is yelling at someone about a reckless purchase. "Are you out of your mind? How could you purchase something so expensive? But before that you even had the mesos left over to do so." Elpum recalled that he was a few mesos short, so he borrowed some. He wondered where he borrowed it from. He realized that he had used all that irresponsibly, and just for one item for the brat. A voice told him not to get so angry, and that he could call it a lesson. He was told not to worry, that the speaker was well aware about that item. Since it's an item used by someone who shouldered everything long ago, he should trust him on this. Elpum thought that it was up to him to handle it, Devo. He was told that there was no need to doubt it, since it'll be a weapon that will perfectly fit him. Suddenly, a guttural roar echoed through the chamber. The junior Balrog, eyes blazing with fury, lunged, claws extended, ready to strike. The monster's claws slashed through the air, leaving trails of crimson energy in their wake. The attack was swift, brutal, and aimed to kill. The force of the blow lifted Elpum off his feet, sending him hurtling backwards through the air. He cried out in pain and surprise. Elpum wondered what the hell this was, and that all it did was shine, right? He wondered just how he was supposed to use this. The junior Balrog pressed his advantage, continuing his relentless assault. Each swipe of his claws brought him closer to victory. Elpum realized he must have gone crazy. What was he trying to do with his bare fist against a monster that even a polearm didn't damage? First things first, he needed a weapon. The junior Balrog loomed, claws extended, ready to strike. Elpum, cornered and desperate, pleaded, hoping for any stroke of luck. A surge of energy erupted from his bracelet, materializing into a sturdy, round shield just in time to meet the demon's blow. He cried out, surprised by the sudden defense. The junior Balrog pressed his attack, the shield holding firm for now. Elpum knew this couldn't last. The shield pulsed with a golden light, a complex symbol etched into its surface. The shield continued to hold, deflecting the junior Balrog's relentless assault. Elpum, still reeling from the sudden appearance of the shield, could only mutter in confusion. He stared at the bracelet, sweat beading on his brow as he realized the shield's symbol had indeed appeared. 5 jewels adorned the symbol, a sign of power he couldn't yet comprehend. Could this be the item he needed? The junior Balrog roared, unleashing a furious barrage of attacks against the shield. The shield began to crack, the force of the blows too much for it to bear. With a final, shattering impact, the shield gave way, splintering into fragments. Amidst the debris, Elpum spotted a sword lying nearby. He steeled himself, ready for one more desperate attempt. He gripped the sword tightly, the metal cool against his palm. The jewels on his bracelet pulsed with a faint, inner light, a silent promise of power. The symbol on the bracelet flared, bathing the blade in golden energy. The air crackled with anticipation. Junior Balrog roared, the sound echoing through the chamber. It's just as I thought. The sword arced through the air, a blur of silver against the demon's hide. Elpum grinned, blood smearing across his cheek. Bingo, I got it. It needs a warrior's item. The symbol activates depending on the weapon being used, and a weapon powered by the item has its attack increased. Furthermore, Junior Balrog recoiled, a red beam of pain lancing from his eye. Keikua. The sword slammed into the demon, a deafening crack echoing through the chamber. Junior Balrog's face contorted in agony, the force of the blow rippling through his massive frame. As he fights, the number of the shining jewels increases, and his powers are amplified by them. Elpum pressed his advantage, the sword a whirlwind of steel and light. Junior Balrog snarled, his eyes burning with rage. That means I can tear apart. His tough hide proving no match. A beam of light sears through Junior Balrog. A circular pattern of light expands, the energy building. The light erupts in a burst of raw power. Blood trickles from Junior Balrog's eye, a testament to the force of the blow. A guttural roar tears from the demon's throat, pain lancing through him. Elpum stands firm, his sword a beacon of defiance. Energy explodes from the ground, seeking to engulf the demon. Junior Balrog grits his teeth, realizing his mistake. Shit, I got careless. 3 orbs of pure energy float in the air, each one a promise of destruction. But the orbs slam into Junior Balrog, the force of the impact shaking the very ground. Another scream rips from the demon's throat. Kaf, you're one step too late. Elpum grips his sword tighter, preparing to deliver the final blow. Power coalesces into a concentrated sphere, the air crackling with untold energy. Junior Balrog, now cloaked in shadow and flame, declares, "'Cause I'm in my final form." His eyes narrowed, the demon promises, "It's time for you to get some beatings." With a flick of his wrist, Junior Balrog unleashes a barrage of fiery orbs. The orbs hurtle forward, each one radiating intense heat. The air shimmers and distorts as the fiery projectiles streak toward their target. The onslaught continues, a relentless assault of magical energy. Elpum grits his teeth, bracing himself against the incoming firestorm. With a shout, he raises his hand, conjuring a shimmering barrier of pure energy. The barrier flares, deflecting the incoming orbs with a blinding flash of light. The energy orbs pulse with contained power, a miniature sun held in place. More orbs materialize, each one a potential cataclysm waiting to be unleashed. The air crackles with demonic energy as Junior Balrog begins to weave a devastating combo. Orbs of power coalesce around him, each one humming with destructive potential. With a guttural roar, the demon swings his staff, channeling the raw energy into a focused beam. The weapon glows with an unholy light, promising immense pain. The energy intensifies, converging into a single point of blinding light. A voice echoes, laced with malice. "This is going to hurt a lot." The concentrated power erupts, unleashing a wave of pure force. The air shimmers and distorts as the attack hurtles toward Elpum. The blast connects, engulfing the last explorer in a searing inferno. A shockwave rips through the battlefield, shaking the very ground. The demonic energy continues to surge, a relentless torrent of destruction aimed squarely at the adventurer. The beam intensifies, a focused ray of pure agony. The air smells of ozone and burnt flesh. The force of the attack sends Elpum hurtling backwards, a ragdoll tossed aside by an uncaring god. Dust and debris fill the air as he crashes to the ground. A close-up reveals the explorer's face contorted in pain, sweat beading on his brow. Each breath is a ragged gasp, a testament to the sheer power he just endured. Crimson droplets splatter against the ground, painting a grim picture of the battle's cost. The metallic tang of blood fills the air. The demonic energy continues to crackle and writhe, a prelude to another onslaught. The air vibrates with impending doom. Junior Balrog stands tall, his eyes burning with malevolent intent. He prepares to unleash another wave of destruction, relishing the prospect of victory. The adventurer clutches his spear, using it as a crutch. Blood trickles from a gash on his forehead, and his eyes are narrowed in pain. He is battered, but not broken. A surge of violet energy slammed into Elpum, the force of the blow sending a shockwave through his body. His face contorted in agony, the impact bruising his skin and stealing his breath. Before he could recover, another blast of the same violet energy struck him, driving him further into the ground. The cloaked figure's masked visage betrayed a flicker of surprise. Violet energy rained down, each strike detonating with concussive force. Elpum lay battered and bruised, struggling to rise as a voice cut through the din. "Oi, scaredy cat. Snap out of it." Lady Minor leveled her massive gun, her expression a mask of grim determination. The barrel gleamed, promising devastation. Her resolve wavered for a moment, the pirate muttering, "W8, we should go together." The cloaked figure prepared to strike again, a blade of violet energy crackling in their grasp. Lady Minor looks down at Elpum, lying on the ground, and curses. Nothing is ever easy. Elpum tumbles forward, desperate to escape. He spots it in the distance, the escape gate. Elpum cries out as a white dragon appears. The adventurer is knocked to the ground. A hand clutches a yellow orb. The orb glows, promising that it will surely be a wise investment. A statue stands nearby, ready for this gate. A man with a white fur collar reminds someone to keep in mind that they're a party leader. That's what a leader is. Someone cries out that they were wrong. Father. Elpum, with the white dragon, realizes he doesn't have any of a leader's qualifications. He's so scared, and doesn't know if he might die. He lay prone, the weight of his limitations pressing down on him. Elpum's thoughts drifted to the source of his power, a distant echo of a paternal figure. A blinding flash of light. From above, a monstrous figure unleashed a torrent of blue energy, the air crackling with destructive force. Lady Minor, eyes blazing with fury, leveled her weapon. "Cuck, you cockroaches!" she roared, preparing to unleash a devastating counterattack. The air vibrated with the force of the blast. The monstrous figure lunged, its massive claws aimed directly at Lady Minor. The impact sent shockwaves through the battlefield. The monster's voice boomed, dripping with disdain. "Fools, dawdling about just because you can't kill this one wench." With lightning reflexes, the pirate captain twisted, narrowly avoiding the crushing blow. The air rushed past her as she dodged. Lady Minor channeled her energy, a sphere of golden light forming in her hands, crackling with raw power. The resulting explosion ripped through the air, shaking the very foundations of the battlefield. Her eyes narrowed, the pirate captain's gaze hardened with determination. A cataclysmic eruption of fire consumed everything in its path, the air thick with the smell of ozone and burning earth. The reflected energy slams into Lady Minor. The force of her own attack turned against her. Her eyes widened in disbelief, a gasp escaping her lips as she tastes blood. What was that?" she croaks. A voice, laced with false concern, drifts from the hooded figure. "Oh dear, I didn't mean to surprise you." The figure prepares another strike, energy crackling around their hand. Lady Minor grits her teeth against the pain, blood dripping from her mouth. "Ack!" she cries out. The impact sent a spray of blood across the ground. The hooded figure explains, their tone condescending. "I have to explain myself, given that you're quite bewildered." Lady Minor's face contorts in a mix of pain and realization. To be hit by her own attack, she wonders, the words barely audible. The hooded figure continues, revealing the source of their power. "That's right. Damage reflect. This is the authority he bestowed upon me. Even if you were to attack me with your life on the line, all that damage will go right back to you. As long as this exists, you cannot lay a single finger on me." The hooded figure prepares another attack, energy swirling around their outstretched hand. "Quit being arrogant," they sneer. Lady Minor's eyes widen in horror as she realizes her predicament. Shit, of all times, my mana ran out." The hooded figure unleashes their attack, chains lashing out towards the defenseless Lady Minor. "Don't tell me, is that all you've got? How boring," they taunt as she screams. The air crackled as a burst of icy energy exploded outward, sending shards flying in all directions. Clutching a strange device, Lady Minor knelt amidst the debris, her breath misting in the frigid air. Blood stained her clothing, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Silhouetted against the gloom, cloaked figures advanced, their intent clear. Finish her. A crimson arc flashed through the air, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. A voice, laced with disbelief, barely a whisper. "Ho!" Nearby, the armored figure stood his ground, a question echoing in his mind. "What's this?" A voice, filled with self-reproach, echoed in the air. "Party members and run? You're right. I couldn't protect my party members. I know that. It's impossible with my skills." A guttural cry escaped the armored figure's lips as he braced for another blow. The cloaked figure spat the word. "Idiot, so you knew all about that. Yet you came back because you had." The armored figure, teeth gritted, laughed. "Ha, who knows? I don't know why I'm doing this. But I do know one thing." The cloaked figure's eyes widened, a realization dawning. That's... A desperate resolve hardened the armored figure's face. "If I run away right now, I'll have to live the rest of my life as an idiot." The last adventurer, Elpum, tenses, his grip tightening on the hilt of his blade. He prepares to unleash another strike, the air crackling with anticipation. The blade descends, connecting with a sickening thud. Blood splatters across the ground as the unseen foe cries out, disbelief lacing their voice. "What? I definitely attacked your vital." From the shadows, one of the cloaked figures whispers, questioning what they just witnessed. What was that? Was he hiding his power? Another wonders how their target is still standing. Elpum recalls the extreme gold potion, remembering the Ritchie trade union's wealth. He thinks to himself that his opponent would have something like that potion. The sword bites deep again, eliciting a choked gasp from the unseen enemy. However, with a yell, Elpum continues his assault, the blade a blur of motion as he presses his advantage. The cloaked figure observes Elpum, now noticing something different about him. "What's this? Now that I look at him again." Elpum stands over his defeated foe, blood pooling around their prone form. He thinks to himself that the foe is basically a treasure wasted. One of the cloaked figures responds, agreeing with the other. "Yeah, it's just as you said. It's an item that's too good for me." The defeated figure's face contorts in a sneer, revealing a twisted grin. He thinks to himself that that's why he slightly diversified his investment. Shadows danced as the cloaked figure shifted, their presence a silent threat in the dimly lit space. The air crackled with anticipation, a storm brewing beneath the surface of their dark attire. Lady Minor, however, remained unfazed, a knowing smile playing on her lips as she gripped the lantern tighter. Well, not bad, young master, she mused, her eyes glinting with amusement. The lantern's glow intensified, casting long, dancing shadows as Lady Minor raised what appeared to be a modified cannon. Now, then, she murmured, her voice laced with a dangerous calm. The cannon-like weapon pointed skyward, its barrel glowing with an ominous energy. How about we turn the tables? She challenged, her red eyes gleaming in the lantern's light. Sweat beaded on Elpham's brow, his expression a mask of grim determination. You should be able to impress me with something, right? He muttered, his gaze fixed on the unseen enemy. From the shadows, one of the cloaked figures lunged forward, drawing a blade that shimmered with dark energy. Big talk from someone who is just about to die, the figure snarled, the sword arcing towards its target. Steel clashed against steel, sparks flying as the cloaked figure blocked an unseen attack. Wait, don't carelessly, another voice cried out, lost in the din of battle. An eye, wide with a mixture of surprise and fear, reflected the chaos unfolding around it. The battle was about to escalate. A figure was thrown backward by an unseen force, the impact sending shockwaves through the battlefield. The air crackled with energy, the scent of ozone filling the air. Lady Minor held a glowing orb in her hand, its light intensifying as she prepared to unleash its power. What's the plan here? You know this is worth his life. She muttered, her expression hardening. The cannon roared to life, unleashing a torrent of energy that ripped through the air. Think you're selling it a bit too low? A voice echoed, lost in the explosion. The energy blast slammed into its target, engulfing the figure in a blinding explosion. A scream pierced the air, followed by the sound of crumbling stone and falling debris. And no, quaff. A cataclysmic explosion rips through the cavern, the force of it shaking the very foundations of the stone. Amidst the chaos, a lone figure stands defiant, seemingly untouched by the inferno that rages around them. The cloaked figure scoffs, their voice echoing through the chamber. Fools! The figure's shadowed visage peers down, a gloved hand clenched into a fist. A surge of crimson energy explodes outward, a raw display of power. Keep your filthy hands off me. The cloaked figure observes the two approaching on horseback, a chilling amusement in their tone. Interesting, but nothing has changed. A swirling cyan orb materializes in the figure's grasp, pulsing with arcane energy. You're still under my thumb. The figure stands tall, their presence radiating an oppressive aura. With a chilling finality, the cloaked figure declares, fine. Lady Minor kneels, blood trickling from a wound on her head, her expression a mix of pain and defiance. A hand grips the barrel of a large-caliber weapon, the cold steel promising retribution. Lady Minor's eyes flashed with emerald energy. Enough of your nonsense, she spat, her voice echoing through the ruined chamber. With a flick of her wrist, the chains binding the massive iron ball at the end of her weapon blurred into motion, arcing towards Elpham with terrifying speed. The force of the blow lifted Elpham off his feet, sending him hurtling backwards through the air. Even as he flew, Lady Minor unleashed a volley of glowing projectiles, each one trailing sparks as they closed in on the last adventurer. Her eyes narrowed. Lady Minor pressed her attack, a cruel smile playing on her lips. Kaha, you fool, have you still not understood yet? The golden orbs streaked through the air, each one a miniature sun of destructive energy. Elpham's eyes widened as the projectiles bore down on him, a silent question etched on his face. One of the orbs slammed into him, the impact throwing up a cloud of dust and debris. A flicker of confusion crossed Lady Minor's face. She missed? She wondered aloud, her voice laced with disbelief. Regardless, the pirate unleashed another barrage of golden spheres, each one aimed with deadly precision. Lady Minor's eyes widened in disbelief. No, that can't be, she exclaimed, her voice barely a whisper. She sent her chained weapon spiraling through the air, the metal singing a deadly song as it hurtles toward Junior Balrog. A flicker of a smile plays across the demon's face, a hint of anticipation in his crimson eyes. The chain strikes, not with a direct blow, but with a calculated scattering of force. A shockwave rips through the air. The force of the impact sends debris flying, and a chunk of rock slams into Junior Balrog's face. He grunts, surprise etching itself onto his features. What? The debris explodes outward, engulfing the demon in a cloud of dust and fire. Elpham's eyes widen, a dawning realization spreading across his face. He sees the strategy now. The diagram illustrates the plan. Lady Minor's indirect attacks bypass Junior Balrog's ability to reflect direct damage. More rubble rains down, each impact chipping away at the demon's defenses. It can work. The barrage continues, each piece of debris a tiny hammer blow against the demon's seemingly impenetrable armor. Engulfed in flames and battered by debris, Junior Balrog roars in fury. You damned wench. Lady Minor's crimson eyes gleam with satisfaction, a predatory smirk playing on her lips. Didn't I tell you? The flames rage, consuming Junior Balrog in a fiery inferno. The indirect assault has taken its toll. The flames still burn, and Junior Balrog roars in agony. Blood trickles down his face as he grits his teeth. He knows he needs to create distance from the walls. The demon's rage intensifies. He spits, "You insignificant cur." Lady Minor closes the distance, her eyes fixed on the demon. "What are you going to do?" she asks. Her foot glows with power, the word Blackfoot emblazoned across it. With a shout, Lady Minor unleashes the kick. "The whole place is going to be a minefield for you." Junior Balrog, gritting his teeth, prepares to turn her own power against her. "Curses! Aff! I'll reflect that back at you." A swirling barrier of turquoise energy forms around him. The force of the kick reverses, the energy sphere hurtling back from whence it came. The reflected power surges forward. The energy hurtles towards its original caster. The reflected attack slams into Lady Minor with explosive force. Elpham's gaze shot upward, his brow furrowing. Had she really aimed for the ceiling? His eyes widened, the realization dawning on him. From above, Junior Balrog declared, "IIT's over now," as a massive rock formation plummeted towards them. The air filled with the sound of grinding stone and the rush of falling debris. Lady Minor's voice cut through the chaos. "Hurry, Elpham, and get away from there." Elpham's eyes darted around, a desperate calculation flashing across his face. The falling rocks detonated in a burst of fire, sending shockwaves through the cavern. Amidst the inferno, a chained, crimson orb pulsed with malevolent energy. Above, Junior Balrog gasped, his chest heaving. "Huff! Huff! That wretched!" Looking down into the newly formed pit, he realized, "I used up so much health again. Looks like they ran away." His face contorted in rage. "Damn it! How dare they toy around with me? Now that I've figured out her tactics, it won't work again next time." Meanwhile, from the depths of the hole, a chilling declaration echoed. "It's time to hunt again." Elpham clutches Lady Minor tightly, her weight heavy in his arms. Hey, are you okay?" he asks, his voice laced with concern. Her hand, slick with blood, hangs limp. "I'm sorry," she croaks, her voice barely a whisper. "It's all because of me." Elpham's brow furrows, a grim determination hardening his features. "It's fine," he insists, though the blood staining her clothes tells a different story. "We have to find another way." Lady Minor grits her teeth, her red hair framing a face etched with pain and resolve. "I'm not," she begins, her voice strained. Meanwhile, Junior Balrog unleashes a wave of destructive energy, the air crackling with power. "Where are you hiding?" he bellows, his voice echoing through the ruins. The demon's rage intensifies, the very ground trembling beneath his feet. "Stop hiding like a rat and come out," he roars, his patience wearing thin. "It's only a matter of time." A heavy chain hangs suspended in the air, a silent promise of impending doom. Suddenly, a blinding beam of golden light pierces the darkness, aimed directly at Junior Balrog. The light intensifies, a concentrated force of pure energy. Junior Balrog's face contorts in rage, his eyes burning with hatred. "All pointless struggle," he snarls. The beam slams into the demon, the impact sending shockwaves through his body. Junior Balrog staggers back, blood dripping from his wounds, his expression a mask of disbelief. "Cuck, it can't be How? What kind of trick is this?" The blast slams into Junior Balrog, the force of the impact rippling through his demonic frame. He had been attacked first. A heavy chain, trailing sparks of emerald energy, descends rapidly towards the downed demon. The chain strikes, the sound of metal on flesh echoing through the chamber. Junior Balrog can only utter a confused, "What?" The force of the blow sends a spray of blood into the air as Junior Balrog cries out in pain. Lying prone, the demon curses his predicament, struggling to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Junior Balrog, still grounded, spits out, "What's wrong? Can't figure out the predicament you're in." Golden energy begins to coalesce, swirling and crackling with power. The golden aura intensifies, the air shimmering with heat and light. Lady Minor is bathed in golden light, her form radiating with divine energy. She wonders, could it be? The golden energy focuses in her hand as Lady Minor exclaims, "Has scurvy summons?" Behind Lady Minor, a golden clone materializes, mirroring her stance. She thinks, a rare skill that summons a clone of her crew. To my knowledge, that's definitely the skill of the non-dead Eagle crew. How? With a surge of power, Lady Minor unleashes a golden blast from her hand. She swings the chain, its links glowing with an inner fire, a desperate attempt to break through the demon's defenses. The air crackles with displaced energy as the weapon whips through the air, seeking its mark. The chain connects, and Junior Balrog recoils from the impact. "Curses!" he roars, the force of the blow momentarily staggering him. The chain continues its assault, a blur of motion and searing heat. The demon grits his teeth, bracing against the relentless barrage. Junior Balrog retaliates, summoning orbs of raw energy that pulse with destructive potential. There's no point focusing on her clone. He growls, his eyes scanning for the real Lady Minor. The energy orbs slam into Lady Minor, explosions of light and force erupting around her. The air fills with the smell of ozone and the taste of ash. With a burst of speed, she vanishes, teleporting away from the onslaught, leaving behind a sphere of lingering energy. Where? Junior Balrog focuses, his senses straining to pinpoint her location. Where are you hiding? He mutters, feeling the drain on his mana reserves. A skill of that caliber must consume a lot of mana. His eyes narrow, the demon honing in on her energy signature. Somewhere not too far from here. Lady Minor reappears, the chain weapon already spinning, ready to unleash another devastating attack. I got it, she declares, a glint of determination in her eyes. With a flash of golden light, she teleports again, a new location chosen. The safest place here is. The chain crackles with power, energy coalescing around it, ready to be unleashed. The air vibrates with anticipation. Lady Minor unleashes the full force of her attack, a massive sphere of energy hurtling towards Junior Balrog, the chain acting as its conduit. The ground trembles under the immense power. She understands that the only place she can use her clone as a shield is here. The clone is positioned directly behind her. The clone explodes outward in a burst of energy. Lady Minor launches her chain weapon, the metal singing as it whips through the air. Her eyes narrowed, the pirate's focus sharpening as she anticipates her opponent's next move. The chains lash out, ensnaring Junior Balrog. The redhead's expression is one of grim determination. Junior Balrog, meanwhile, attempts to predict where the attack will come from. Elpham watches from a distance. The demon grits his teeth, resolving to stop her attack. That's right, he thinks as golden energy begins to coalesce around his hand. The energy intensifies, swirling with incredible power. Junior Balrog unleashes a torrent of golden energy, his hair billowing in the sudden updraft. With a triumphant smirk, Lady Minor declares, checkmate. From the shadows, a voice rasps a single, venomous word. Curses. Golden energy streaks from above, descending with blinding speed. The shadowy figure is engulfed in the radiant light, the impact spraying blood and sparks. The golden energy continues to surge, a relentless torrent of power. From a distance, the battle rages, a clash of light and shadow. Junior Balrog's face contorts in pain, a chain clutched tightly in his grasp. Weakened and bleeding, Elpham struggles to his feet, muttering scurvy summons. Bathed in golden light, a figure muses, from what I know, it should be a simple skill without any self-consciousness, and yet. The golden figure stands tall, radiating warmth and power. A soft voice echoes, see you again, Lil Sis. A red eye reflects the golden figure, a silent promise or a lingering threat. From amidst the embers, Lady Minor's voice cuts through the aftermath. Yeah, thanks. Cradled amongst the rubble, Lady Minor looks up, a faint smile gracing her lips. Big sis. The ground cracks and splinters under the force of the ongoing battle. Junior Balrog is engulfed in a furious aura of crimson energy. Elpham lunges forward, his blade wreathed in a similar red glow, ready to strike. The last explorer grits his teeth, thinking, cuck, damn it, his whole body is tough as armor. In that case, Junior Balrog throws up a shimmering blue shield, roaring, how's this? The demon's white hair whips around him as the energy crackles. The red energy intensifies around Junior Balrog, preparing for another attack. A blast of crimson energy slams into Elpham, sending him reeling back. He grunts, ugh. The adventurer stares in disbelief at his broken sword, exclaiming, "And my sword?" Junior Balrog is surrounded by a swirling vortex of blue and white energy. He unleashes a torrent of power, the ground cracking under the sheer force of the energy gathering around him. The energy coalesces, hardening into a crystalline structure. Is this the skill he's been preparing? The crystalline energy explodes outward, a wave of destructive force aimed directly at Elpham. Meanwhile, Lady Minor arrives, a touch breathless. I'm a bit late, because I had to evacuate the lords. The pirate captain draws her blade, the steel gleaming with an unnatural light. He doesn't seem to be an ordinary opponent. I'll assist you from now on. Lady Minor's expression hardens, a grim determination settling over her features. If we combine our strengths. The ground trembles as the pirate prepares to strike, her blade crackling with energy. She cries out, seemingly addressing someone off-panel. Cuck, sir, chasm. Elsewhere, Elpham grits his teeth, his face a mask of defiance. Don't you dare intervene, you privileged child. I don't need your help. The crystalline attack continues its relentless assault, the air shimmering with heat. The energy takes on a monstrous form, a claw reaching out to crush its target. The claw strikes, the impact sending a shockwave through the battlefield. A massive blade descends, filling the vision. The air crackles with unseen energy, a silent promise of devastation. A voice booms, commanding attention, demanding stillness. The power surges, overwhelming Junior Balrog. A guttural scream tears through the air as the demonic form convulses, seemingly consumed from within. A detached voice muses on the spectacle, an appalling sight to behold. Chasm, staff in hand, observes the unfolding chaos. He wonders if Junior Balrog is beyond control, lost in a frenzy of his own making. A sinister voice echoes, laced with arrogance. It questions the ability to face the Cygnus Knights with such a meager power. A spider-like creature scuttles in the shadows, its red eyes gleaming. A voice chuckles, dismissing any worry, revealing a hidden hand in the events. It claims to have gifted Junior Balrog a portion of its power. The figure with long white hair declares that what has been done should be enough. They then suggest that there are other matters to worry about. A figure with a staff chuckles, stating that the situation has unfolded as expected. They believe the battle may have already concluded. A symbol glows with intense, red energy, pulsing with an unknown power. A warrior, clad in red armor, stands firm, a shield raised against the encroaching chaos. A voice notes that the two combatants shared similar skills even before the transformation. A cataclysmic explosion erupts, bathing the area in a blinding inferno of red and orange. The inferno rages, obscuring all but the silhouette of a figure wielding a sword, a lone warrior amidst the devastation. He prepares to unleash a devastating attack, the air crackling with raw power. A setup planned, the adventurer focuses his energy. Junior Balrog watches, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Is it a trap? He wonders if the knights are in danger, noting that Elpham seems distracted. The adventurer unleashes the soul release, a torrent of crimson energy erupting forth. The condensed force of light intensifies, a blinding wave of power surging forward. Junior Balrog's expression hardens, a shadow of worry crossing his face. He wonders if Elpham is concerned about his disciples, even in this situation. The energy slams into Junior Balrog, a deafening roar echoing through the battlefield. He is a complete hypocrite. The explosion expands, a cataclysmic burst of light and force threatening to consume everything. Meanwhile, Junior Balrog's face contorts in anguish, tears welling in his eyes. Has he already forgotten about Atten? Crimson energy swirls, a vortex of memory and regret. The swirling energy intensifies, a painful reminder of a past long gone. Atten's father embraces him, a scene of unconditional love, trust, and the greatness of fatherhood. But all of that was a lie, the young boy's tearful gaze seems to say. A memory surfaces, tinged with the bitterness of a broken promise. Family? Unconditional love? The words echo like a cruel jest as a small child crawls on the floor, unaware of the darkness gathering around him. Atten sought to take you too, the one who succeeds the blood of the Knight of Light. And blinded by greed, he murdered your real father. The air hangs heavy with the scent of betrayal and the metallic tang of spilled blood. A grin stretches across a face, devoid of warmth, promising only pain. He's nothing more than a demon who snatched you. The world fades to crimson, the color of rage and regret, as the past tightens its grip. A torrent of red, the blood of the Knight of Light, washes over the scene, a symbol of a legacy stained by darkness. Mihail, the sole successor of the Knight of Light. The words echo with a hollow resonance, a reminder of a path not taken. Because of the noble blood that courses through your body, you are eternally fated to live surrounded by the swarm of flies rotting with greed. The weight of destiny presses down, suffocating any hope of escape. Do you still expect the truth from him? It seems you still dream of purity like a naive child. The question hangs in the air, laced with scorn and disappointment. There's no way to escape from your blood, your burden. The words are a cold pronouncement, sealing his fate. Accept it, and become cruel. It's time. The whispers urge him to embrace the darkness, to abandon all innocence. For you to wake up from your dream and become an adult. The transformation begins, a shedding of innocence for a hardened resolve. From the depths of the abyss, a voice rumbles, laced with amusement. Ah, you really do talk a lot. What? He lay on the cracked earth, the echoes of the recent battle still ringing in his ears. Junior Balrog felt the damage he had sustained, his head swimming with the lingering sting of Elpham's words. A gauntlet of gold, adorned with a crimson gem, glistened with fresh blood. He had it. Kneeling, the demon wondered if this was some form of mental space, a construct designed to confuse him and buy time. Junior Balrog's voice cracked as he spat out a defiant no. He was the truth his inner self had hidden all along. His words were law. A vision of golden armor flared before his eyes. Purity? Truth? Did they really think he was still befuddled by those ideals? How laughable. It was just as Elpham had said. Junior Balrog was surrounded by swarms of flies, gnats buzzing around his head. A memory surfaced, a dark figure whispering, me, and I used them. He was saying that he didn't let himself fall for a losing deal. What he received in exchange for fulfilling their greed was how to plant the seed of steadfast courage for those who are weak, how to easily forgive those who hate you, how to mend a broken relationship, and, above all, how to protect your loved ones. This is something that you cannot obtain no matter what you give. He wore a sinister smile, blood smeared across his face. The words hung in the air, a twisted declaration, the true life of a human. Elpum stood below, a silent observer. A guttural scream, tears through the air, the sound of something pushed beyond its breaking point. The force of the blow sends the junior Balrog hurtling backwards, scattering debris in its wake. Elpum grits his teeth, the taste of blood filling his mouth. With a surge of power, the last adventurer Elpum brings his blade around, the air crackling with blue energy. The demon is struck, the force of the blow visible in the spray of blood. Another strike lands, the impact echoing through the ruined landscape. The junior Balrog roars, a sound of pure, unadulterated fury. Elpum, ignoring the pain, declares he can handle this himself. The sword flashes again, a final, desperate strike. A barrier? The realization dawns on the figure as he understands this wasn't his weak point. The swirling vortex of energy pulsed with ominous intent. A voice laced with dawning horror realized it's a bait. The trap had been sprung. High above, a shadowy figure stood sentinel over a nest of crimson orbs, their gaze fixed downward, observing the unfolding chaos. A desperate cry tore through the air, a plea for aid. Sarcasm! The voice shrieked, raw with urgency. Terror etched itself onto a face, the eyes wide with a dawning realization of the impending doom. From the depths, a dark, jagged form emerged, a silhouette of malice against the encroaching light. A beam of pure, violet energy sliced through the sky, a harbinger of destruction. The violet beam slammed into the city, the impact echoing with the force of a collapsing world. Another beam of violet energy descended, promising further devastation. The shadowy figure loomed, a silent architect of the unfolding catastrophe. A voice echoed from the past, a solemn vow. Since the day I had joined the Cygnus Knights, he trained with all his might, never giving up, even when he fell unconscious. Each swing of the sword was a testament to his unwavering dedication. However, even in his relentless training, a name echoed in his mind, Mihail. He had done all of this just to be acknowledged by him. On the day Mihail brought her, he instinctively knew something had shifted. The world felt colder, more distant. That was the day he realized he was abandoned. The truth hit him with the force of a physical blow, leaving him gasping for air. He couldn't hold it in any longer. Why? The question tore through him, a raw, primal scream trapped in his chest. Why? The question echoed in the void, unanswered, unyielding. He fell, the weight of his despair crushing him. The sword, once a symbol of his hope, now loomed above him like a harbinger of doom. Why would Mihail care for this unskilled garbage? The thought was a venomous barb, twisting in his heart. But what angered him the most was the memory of Mihail walking away, leaving him behind in the dust. The difference in talent that he had no choice but to accept. The blood on his hands was a stark reminder of his own inadequacy. Choice but to accept, and himself trembling in fear. The fear of never being good enough, of always being second best. What was? Lying amidst the jagged rocks, blood staining his armor, he gazed up at the figure looming above. A voice echoed, filled with an ominous promise. I to you. A desperate plea cut through the air, a voice strained with effort. Hold on. Kneeling beside him, Lady Minor's expression was a mask of determination, her voice laced with urgency. I'll get you out of there soon, Sir Chasm. Chasm's face, marred by blood and bruises, remained defiant, his words a harsh command. Stop the meaningless act and run away. Elsewhere, a lone figure stood silhouetted against the fiery sky, overlooking the scene below. A chilling warning hung in the air. Before he finds you. Torn between duty and despair, Lady Minor's face crumpled, her voice barely a whisper. Go and tell Master. I don't want to. Despite his injuries, Chasm's grip tightened, his voice firm. I won't allow you to give up here. Clutching him tightly, Lady Minor poured out her heart, her voice trembling with emotion. Sir Chasm, you're my goal. Do you have any idea how hard I've been working all this time just to surpass you? I want to be acknowledged by you before being recognized by Master. I still have so many things I haven't properly shown you. So please, get up. Tears streamed down Lady Minor's face, her voice choked with desperation. You can't. Her resolve hardening, Lady Minor's voice rose in a desperate cry. You can't give up here. With renewed determination, Lady Minor held Chasm close, her gaze fixed on some unseen point. A single word escaped Chasm's lips, a mixture of resignation and disdain. Fool! The man with light blue hair watched on, a silent observer. The thought hung in the air. She had always been this way. Ever since the day Master brought her in, this fool kept. The woman's blue eyes narrowed, her grip tightening on her weapon. Elsewhere, a monstrous foot, or claw, stood firm amidst the fiery landscape. Sarcasm coughed, blood trickling down his chin. Lady Minor, panting heavily, declared she would buy them some time. Sarcasm, you should hurry, she urged before muttering, nonsense. A figure stood defiantly before a monstrous silhouette, the air thick with heat and the stench of sulfur. What makes you think someone like you could possibly hold out on your own? Don't make me laugh. Lady Minor stood her ground, facing the multi-eyed horror. Stay right behind me, she commanded. Chasm, his face grim, looked up. That's an order. The determination etched on Lady Minor's face was absolute, a streak of blood marring her cheek. The ground trembled as something crashed nearby. Sliding across the ground, Lady Minor declared, I'll leave the defense to you. A figure above her responded, Yes, sir. She braced herself, the steel of her blade gleaming as she prepared for the assault. A disembodied voice echoed, warning of a strike from above. A searing beam of energy descended, forcing Lady Minor to evade the blow. The air crackled with displaced power. The energy coalesced into a lattice of destruction, each beam a potential death sentence. More energy rained down, each blast narrowly missing its mark as she twisted and turned. Another warning cry, this time from the right, but the attack was already upon her. The blast caught her, the force of the impact throwing her back. Ugh, she groaned, realizing she was too slow. An agonizing pain shot through her as a beam of pure energy pierced her torso, sending her spiraling downward. Meanwhile, a figure with silver hair, eyes narrowed with determination, raised their sword, preparing to strike from the right. Even as she fell, the attacks continued. Another warning, this time from the left, but she could barely register it. The source of the assault revealed itself. A monstrous face, a grotesque tapestry of eyes and teeth, a nightmare made real. The energy beams intensified, a final, desperate scream escaping Lady Minor's lips as the onslaught continued. The ground erupted as the energy found its mark, the force of the blast carving deep furrows into the earth. The crimson orb pulsed, a silent, ominous beat echoing in the air. He pressed his assault. Junior Balrog continued his relentless attack on Lady Minor, the impact of each blow sending tremors through the air. A figure with hair as white as snow, face smeared with blood, focused their rage. A swirling vortex of purple energy began to coalesce beneath them, crackling with barely contained power. The purple energy erupted upwards, a searing beam aimed directly at Junior Balrog. Lady Minor was caught in the blast, sent spiraling through the air. The beam of pure energy continued its ascent, a beacon of violet light against the darkening sky. The force of the blast sent Junior Balrog hurtling backward, a look of stunned disbelief etched across his face. Elsewhere, the white-haired figure stood silhouetted against the radiant purple light, a lone warrior amidst the chaos. A voice called out, desperation lacing every syllable, as Sir Chasm. Chasm's report card was in, and the results were grim. Seems like failing this time as well. Chasm, he thought with a sigh. Asterisk, I've still got a long way to go. Asterisk. The conversation continued. One figure declared, in order to introduce myself as your disciple, while another countered, in contrast, your team members all have terrible grades. Chasm stammered, Kitch, that's about that. He knew what was coming. If. Did you solve everything by yourself again? A figure clad in golden armor loomed over Chasm, his voice laced with disappointment. Chasm, have you still not understood what I taught you? A bead of sweat trickles down his pale face, his brow furrowed in a grimace. The air crackles with unseen tension, a pressure building in his chest. Then, a blinding flash. A figure unleashes a torrent of raw, purple energy, the force of it radiating outward in a shockwave. The energy intensifies, a chaotic vortex of power tearing through the very air. Fragments of debris are caught in its wake, swirling around the epicenter. Junior Balrog's crimson eyes widen in disbelief. A guttural sound escapes his throat, a mix of surprise and dawning horror. Streaks of violet light lands through the darkness, each pulse a concentrated blast of arcane force. A figure emerges from the radiant chaos, a blade of pure energy arcing through the air. The scent of ozone fills the air, sharp and biting. The sword, wreathed in a cerulean aura, cleaves through the magical storm. A low hum vibrates in the air, the song of Hone power. Junior Balrog recoils, his many eyes reflecting the approaching doom. The air grows heavy, thick with the stench of sulfur and fear. The blade sings as it finds its mark, a resonant clang echoing through the ravaged landscape. The figure stumbles backward, armor rent and smoking. A crimson stain blooms across their chest, a testament to the sword's deadly kiss. With a desperate cry, the figure is hurled away, a ragdoll tossed into the storm. The taste of blood fills the air, acrid and metallic. Meanwhile, another blade flashes, slicing through the air with impossible speed. A desperate voice cries out, calling for Chasm. The figure lunges, their blade a silver streak against the crimson energy that crackles around them. The air vibrates with the force of the blow. Lady Minor's voice cuts through the din, a desperate plea. "Use that," she cries, her face etched with worry. The sword slices through the air, leaving a trail of distorted light in its wake. The scent of ozone fills the air. Junior Balrog's face contorts in a silent scream, blood welling from fresh wound. The attack found its mark. A figure wreathed in searing orange energy materializes, blades of pure light spinning around them like a deadly halo. The orange energy intensifies, a blinding wave of heat that washes over the battlefield. The ground trembles. Another figure, their white hair a stark contrast to their dark attire, raises their hands. Red energy pulses between their palms, a promise of destruction. Junior Balrog's grip tightens on his sword, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What?" he croaks, the sound barely audible above the roaring energy. The figure in orange unleashes their power, the spinning blades converging into a single, devastating strike. The first attacker stumbles back, their face a mask of pain. The tide of battle has turned against them. The figure in orange declares, "Now, watch this." Their voice echoes with power. The final blow descends, the orange blade a blur of motion. The air crackles with anticipation. He is struck by a blinding yellow energy, the force of the blow threatening to tear him apart. The attack leaves its mark, searing lines across his face as he howls in pain. The energy intensifies, a searing beam of light cutting through the air. The beam erupts in a cataclysmic explosion, sending debris flying in all directions. Lady Minor sprints forward, her expression a mask of grim determination as she closes the distance to the fallen demon. Junior Balrog's form is battered, his once brown hair now bleached white from the sheer force of the attack. Awe colors the air as someone gasps, realizing the source of such power. It was sarcasm. The demon lies defeated, blood pooling around him as Lady Minor surveys the scene. Minor clenches her fist, a storm of self-doubt brewing within her. She is still far too inadequate. The pirate captain continues her advance, the weight of her perceived shortcomings heavy on her shoulders. Elsewhere, Sir Kazim stands tall, his armor gleaming in a ruined landscape. He wonders if his target would possibly act full of himself now. A bloodied figure, barely conscious, hears the damning words. They still don't have the necessary skill that befits the knights. Her blue eye glistened with resolve, the blonde strands of her hair framing her face as Lady Minor affirmed, "I understand. What I'm saying is..." Sarcasm, his back to the unseen threat, instructed, "Keep staying closely behind me, just like you did today." The knight's silver hair shifted slightly in the wind, his stance firm. A close-up revealed the fur trim of Lady Minor's armor, the texture soft against the harsh metal. Before them stood a colossal sword, its blade reflecting the light as Lady Minor responded, "Yes, I'll be in your..." Chasm, ever vigilant, cautioned, "Care." A figure is sent crashing through what remains of the arena, the air thick with dust and debris. The impact sends the figure hurtling through the air, a ragdoll tossed aside. The one-eyed man spits blood, his face contorted in pain and fury. "Oh, damn it." A man in a red coat, flanked by guards, observes the scene. "You've lasted quite long at that." The man's eyes narrow behind his glasses. "Now, farewell." The figure lies prone amidst the rubble, unmoving. A fist clenches, knuckles white with rage. The man in the red coat smirks, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Seems Rockin had quite an excellent subordinate. The dust settles, revealing the figure standing once more. Problem solver has. Kulpa/W parties. The one-eyed man, now glowing with a green aura, rises to his feet. "Arrived. Quit being a baby and get up already." The man's eyes widened, disbelief etched across his face. The impossible had happened. He healed that much damage in an instant, he thought, the words echoing in his mind. He's a far better healer than what the rumors say. Nearby, Ralph clasped his hands together, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. "Phew, that feels much better," he muttered. "Nice timing, Ralph," a voice acknowledged. "Save your thanks to Rockin." His love for his subordinate was pretty impressive. A figure cloaked in shadows, eyes glowing with an eerie red light, emerged from the darkness. A low voice echoed, laced with anticipation. "About 30 of them." It rasped. "Are you ready?" The blonde-haired warrior roared, his voice filled with savage glee. "Yeah, let's smash them." He bellowed, his fist clenched. "Then run." The warrior charged forward, his battle cry echoing through the streets. Ralph followed close behind, ready to support him in the coming fray. Frustration twisted the man's features, his brow furrowed in a deep scowl. The events unfolding were clearly not to his liking. The warrior, caught in the heat of battle, screamed, "You crazy bastard," as he charged towards his foes. "After them." Meanwhile, the monstrous entity's voice boomed with contempt. "Useless lot," it roared, its red eyes burning with fury. The spider-like woman glared, her voice dripping with venom. You dare show that embarrassing sight to that Cygnus lackey even after receiving my power? The white-haired figure, his expression unreadable, addressed the monstrous form. You talk as if you didn't know this would happen, he observed calmly. The monster spider's voice dripped with menace. Are you taunting me? It hissed. If it wasn't for the contract, I would have dealt with those fools. Maintaining the spell was their utmost priority, a voice echoed in the red-lit chamber. They must not get involved yet, the speaker believed. But it would be a shame for it to end in that manner. The voice mused as a hand reached out, surrounded by crimson energy. This time, the figure declared they would take the loss. Red energy swirled around the long-haired figure, their eyes glowing with an ominous light. The cannons roared, spitting fire and destruction. How's the situation, Fur? The blonde-haired woman asked, her expression etched with worry. It won't be long now, the other responded, holding a glowing blue object. They're almost here, a voice declared, the sound echoing across the sky. From a rooftop vantage point, a figure in white robes surveyed the burning city below. Bastille Squad from the Silent Crusade headquarters, a voice announced. The blonde-haired woman's face was a mask of distress, sweat beading on her brow. What is that? She wondered, gazing up at the ominous red clock in the sky. The figure stood amidst a torrent of red energy, their face obscured by shadows. 3 figures stood in stark white robes, their eyes glowing with an eerie light. The masked face, framed by dark metal, contorted in disgust. A single word escaped the figure's lips, laced with venom. Disgusting. The earth buckled, and crimson energy erupted from the fissures, tearing through the ground with violent force. The air crackled with an ominous power. Lady Mintos' eyes widened in horror as foggy, red walls materialized around her. Teach these foggy walls sprouted from all around us, she exclaimed, her voice laced with disbelief. The red energy pulsed, the air thick with an unnatural heat. Could have been that thing's doing? Meanwhile, below, the city burned. Buildings crumbled into ash, consumed by the inferno. The sky glowed with a malevolent red light. A colossal, crimson structure rose from the devastation, its sharp edges piercing the sky. The very air vibrated with its presence. Lady Minor, her face streaked with dirt and blood, stared in disbelief. What's going on? She wondered, her voice barely a whisper. Ralph, standing beside her, called out her name, his voice filled with concern. Kyrie. The man's face was a mask of fury, blood dripping from a gash on his forehead. You idiot! At least focus first on your own problems at hand. The landscape was scarred and broken, the ground rent by unseen forces. What happened? I'm sure The voice trailed off, lost in confusion. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of understanding dawning in their depths. Strange. Why? He muttered, his voice barely audible above the din. From the heart of the crimson structure, a figure emerged, wreathed in red energy. Its eyes glowed with an unholy light, promising destruction. The figure, wreathed in crimson energy, his eyes burning like embers, booms with disdain. Why are you mongrels still alive? Lady Minor's face contorts in disbelief. What? You're out of mana. The pirate captain continues to flee, her voice laced with frustration. Did you think I came here frolicking on the way? That was the last of my mana that I barely recovered. She barks at Ralph. Shit, you're really of no help. The sinister man's grin widens, a cruel glint in his eyes. Come on, don't be so rude, especially to... A chorus of voices echoes, a mix of sarcasm and amusement. Your savior. Savior my ass. Coming from someone who's running away like me. Another voice chimes in. Haha, don't you worry. Running away was part of the plan as well. A final voice questions. What nonsense are you? The sinister man's eyes narrow, his gaze intense. I in front of you. The hooded figure, surrounded by the swirling red energy, exclaims, Whoa, what the hell is this now? The ground trembles as a wall of crimson energy erupts, cutting off their escape. Lady Minor's face is etched with despair. Shit, is this really the end? Drawing her dagger, Lady Minor steels herself. It's a bit too early, but it can't be helped. The sinister man, cradling a glowing blue orb, grins with malicious glee. Now all of you must have worked hard to chase after us. A figure in a hooded cloak appears behind Lady Minor, weapon raised. She gasps, this is? Lady Minor's eyes widened. A mix of shock and disbelief etched across her face. What in the world? She exclaimed. In the distance, several figures stood silhouetted against the fiery backdrop, their forms indistinct and ominous. A surge of crimson energy erupted from the ground, forming a towering wall of raw power that pulsed with heat and menace. Junior Balrog's expression twisted with concern, his brow furrowed as he muttered, Shit, is this really the end? Clutching a glowing blue orb, Junior Balrog's gaze intensified. He wondered aloud, what is it? The hooded figure, shrouded in shadow, raised a hand, their voice echoing with dark satisfaction. Enjoy the waste of your labor. Lady Minor's eyes darted back and forth, her worry deepening. This is? she stammered, fear lacing her tone. The blue orb pulsed with an intense light, its energy swirling within its confines. A figure emerged, wreathed in crackling blue energy, its form radiating power. The figure stood poised, crackling blue energy arcing around them, ready to unleash its force. The hooded figure stood defiant, a dark energy swirling around them as they prepared to meet the oncoming force. He recoiled as a surge of violet energy erupted around him, the air crackling with displaced power. "WH?" he exclaimed, his voice barely a whisper against the sudden atmospheric shift. The world swam into focus, painted in hues of red and orange. A disoriented voice cut through the haze. Where did they go? Three figures stood silhouetted against the strange, ruddy landscape, their forms indistinct in the unfamiliar light. Blue energy crackled around the woman with the eye patch, her expression a mix of shock and dawning understanding. Her eye widened, pupils dilating as the reality of their situation crashed down. "Ugh, what's going on?" she groaned. Nearby, two men observed the scene, one with a knowing smile playing on his lips. The back of a man's head was visible, his blue and white collar slightly torn. Relief washed over the man's face. "Thank goodness you made it through. Where's this place?" "I was certain." It had been a teleport rock, a rare artifact that allowed instantaneous travel to a specific person within a limited range. However, the use of such a stone came at a steep price, consuming a significant amount of mesos. They materialized in a chamber overflowing with gold. The hooded figure stood silently as the others took in the sight. Junior Balrog grinned, revealing that he had been buying time. The demon's eyes widened, sweat beading on his brow as he huffed in disbelief. The sheer volume of gold left Junior Balrog speechless. "In no way," he stammered. The old man with the mustache cheered as he asked what the plan was. A woman with long brown hair frowned, muttering that there must have been a problem with the plan. Lady Minor warned them to run while they still could. Junior Balrog's face contorted in disbelief. He roared, demanding if they wanted him to leave the coins behind. The old man with the mustache revealed that he still had a few teleport rocks with him. The gold coins glittered, a silent invitation to leave and plan for the future. He gestured, his brow furrowed with concern. "What do you mean? It's not as if you've run out of rocks. If you still have them, can't you come along with us?" Sweat beaded on the old man's face, a grimace twisting his features. "My time hasn't come yet." Elsewhere, a strange, purple glowing device hummed beneath the waves, its purpose unknown. A skull, half buried in the seabed, seemed to whisper a warning. They would need at least one person to wait for them. A colossal, armored figure stood sentinel, the purple glow emanating from its gauntlet. Meanwhile, the air crackled with energy as unseen forces clashed. A fiery explosion engulfed the area, casting long shadows. Amidst the inferno, a lone figure fired a weapon, their silhouette stark against the blaze. Deeper still, a viscous, crimson substance pulsed with an ominous energy. A guttural groan echoed through the cavern, a sound of pain and desperation. Back on the battlefield, the figure with the cannon on their back stood firm, their voice laced with frustration. "It won't budge no matter how hard we attack." A character with long blonde hair, a black cat perched on their shoulder, looked up, concern etched on their face. "What should we do, Sir Bastille?" A powerful barrier is being erected, its creation attributed only to the commanders. The energy crackles between the hands forming it. Among the commanders, a serpentine creature with glowing eyes lurks, its presence ominous. The serpentine creature's massive body coils, a dark and scaled mass of muscle and malice. The figure in the white coat and top hat commands, urging the others to look for alternative routes while insisting they must enter the area. The man with the concerned expression, his brow furrowed, urges someone named Starling to hold on. A towering red structure pierces the sky, a beacon of hope or a symbol of oppression. A voice promises, "We'll definitely save you." A grunt of pain escapes the blonde-haired figure, their face contorted in agony. A figure gazes upon a city encased in a strange, red barrier, wondering if the one responsible is present. Explosions rock the city, the tide of battle shifting strongly in favor of an unseen force. The sounds of destruction echo through the streets. The character with braided hair, fear etched on their face, cries out that they will be annihilated if reinforcements don't arrive. The injured figure, bloodied but resolute, curses their dwindling ammunition, wondering what they can do with only 8 bullets left. The cloaked figure, standing before the red barrier, dismisses the city as insignificant. A blinding explosion erupts, shaking the very foundations of the besieged city. The air crackles with raw energy, a testament to the immense power unleashed. The masked figure's face is etched with grim determination, sweat beading on their brow as they brace for what comes next. From their palm, a sphere of concentrated light begins to coalesce, humming with contained force. Who's there, they wonder? With a guttural cry, the figure unleashes a torrent of energy, a searing beam cutting through the chaos. Keek. A crimson orb pulses with malevolent energy, its glow reflecting in the figure's masked eyes. Over there. The red orb intensifies, swirling with chaotic power, a vortex of destruction waiting to be unleashed. The masked figure's gaze hardens, their expression unreadable behind the metal. How foolish. Another strike, another wasted effort. The figure scoffs, unimpressed by the display. Useless act. The masked figure stands defiant amidst the chaos, their ornate armor gleaming in the firelight. The figure's voice drips with contempt, their words laced with venom. You damned rat. A final, desperate attack, a futile gesture against overwhelming power. The crimson orb crackles with anticipation, ready to obliterate all in its path. I don't know what tricks you're trying to pull, but they're meaningless. The world is consumed by fire, the air thick with the smell of smoke and the roar of collapsing structures. Debris rains down, each impact echoing the city's death knell. The inferno rages, a crimson tide swallowing everything in its path. A silhouette stands defiant against the blaze, a silent observer of the devastation. From a high vantage point, they survey the burning city below, their form cloaked in shadow, a silent puppeteer amidst the chaos. A masked visage emerges from the gloom, the voice a chilling whisper. Found you. A hand grips a gun, knuckles white with tension. The voice, laced with a predatory amusement, assesses, you're tough as you look. Lady Minor levels her weapon, her gaze unwavering, prepared to meet the threat head-on. Beneath the waves, a vessel cuts through the inky blackness, its hull reflecting the faint, ethereal glow of the deep. Inside the vessel, a rugged figure with a bandana and crossed arms relays a message. The air crackles with anticipation as they announce, communication check, entering mission territory. Elsewhere, a countdown begins, the numbers echoing in the confined space. 3. The countdown continues, the tension building with each passing moment. 1. The vessel accelerates, streaks of light blurring past as it plunges deeper into the abyss. The ship arrives at Lith Harbor, its destination reached after the perilous underwater journey. A voice calls out, the words echoing through the vessel. Captain, your orders. The crew awaits their leader's command. A figure stands silhouetted against the light, their cape billowing behind them, a sense of authority radiating from their stance. The figure speaks, their words carrying the weight of command, ready to issue the next set of instructions. A blade, slick with crimson, descends through the murky depths, a silent promise of violence. The hooded figure's eyes widen in alarm, a silent scream trapped behind a mask of fear. Deep within the submarine's core, an energy weapon begins to hum, its orange glow intensifying with each passing moment. The weapon unleashes a barrage of searing energy beams, piercing the water with deadly precision. A cataclysmic explosion erupts, sending shockwaves rippling through the ocean depths. Lady Minor, her gaze hardened with resolve, barks the command, fire. Responding to her order, the submarine launches a torpedo, its fiery trail cutting through the water. More energy beams streak through the water, seeking their target with relentless fury. Another explosion rocks the underwater landscape, the force of the blast tearing through the water. The ocean floor trembles as yet another explosion detonates, the sound echoing through the depths. Cracks spiderweb across the submarine's hull, a testament to the relentless assault. Further damage is inflicted, the submarine groaning under the strain of the ongoing battle. The submarine groans under immense pressure, the hull protesting as torrents of water buffet it from all sides. The assault intensifies, the water pressure mounting as debris swirls chaotically around the vessel. From a distance, the submarine appears a small, vulnerable target amidst the raging underwater storm. A deafening explosion rocks the water, sending shockwaves that threaten to tear the submarine apart. The explosion expands, a blinding flash of light momentarily illuminating the dark depths. Unseen, the hooded figure's voice echoes, laced with impatience. What? Where's that bitch? Lady Minor drifts lifelessly in the water, her body limp and unmoving. Is she already dead? A figure, cloaked in shadow, prepares another attack, a malevolent red sphere of energy crackling in their grasp. The sphere hurtles forward, a crimson streak against the dark backdrop, aimed with deadly precision. The energy detonates, a cataclysmic burst of light and force obliterating everything in its immediate vicinity. A cold, detached voice confirms the hit. Target hit. The aftermath is a chaotic swirl of debris and churning water, the silence broken only by the echoes of destruction. The face contorted in rage, a guttural growl escaping his lips. These rotten bastards would pay. The firing mechanism whirred, preparing for another strike. The order echoed. The target was not yet dead, and they would fire again. The crimson eye pulsed, a malevolent gaze fixed on its prey. The ship's interior groaned under the strain, the damage spreading like a festering wound. Lady Midas' eyes widened in disbelief. Aim had failed. Something was stuck on the bottom of the ship. The engine sputtered and died, entangled in some unseen obstruction. The captain realized with growing horror that she could not move the ship. Panic flared as the crew realized the ship was under attack. The captain's voice cut through the chaos, a desperate warning. The old man's face was a mask of fury, his teeth bared in a silent snarl. Junior Balrog's form blurred as he launched himself forward, vowing to make them pay for this. A crew member cried out as he lost his footing, tumbling amidst the chaos. Lady Minor reported the grim news. The right side of the ship had been attacked, the outer layer badly damaged. The attack focused on the ship's underbelly, tearing through the hull with brutal force. One of the crew members shouts, his voice laced with panic. The ship is under attack, and the situation is rapidly deteriorating. From the shadows, the hooded figure observes, a sinister thought echoing in the air. What a sturdy little toy. A vortex of crimson energy swirls into existence, crackling with unseen power. Lady Minor, her expression hardening, declares that she will have to fight herself. Mirith. Junior Balrog grins, his sharp teeth glinting in the dim light. He'll take care of this. A blinding beam of light pierces through the chaos, illuminating the ship's interior. A muscular man with long white hair, his face etched with concern, mutters in disbelief. The light intensifies, bathing everything in an ethereal glow. What is this light? He wonders. A figure plummets downwards, caught in the radiant energy. A violent explosion of red energy erupts, sending shards of debris flying in all directions. The white-haired man clutches a glowing red orb in his hand, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. Believe it, they withstood that. A monstrous spider, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent, crawls into view. A face, etched with worry and exhaustion, fills the vision. The unspoken thought hangs heavy in the air. He's back. A surge of energy, a memory of a battle-long past, floods the senses. A golden blade flashes, arcing through the chaos with blinding speed. The golden arc continues, a searing line of light cutting through the darkness. The blade sings a song of destruction, its path marked by shattered remnants and fading echoes. A warrior stands amidst the carnage, the golden sword held high, a beacon of hope against the encroaching shadows. Recognition dawns, a flicker of disbelief in widened eyes. This guy is... Again, the golden sword dances, a whirlwind of righteous fury unleashed upon the battlefield. Each strike is a hammer blow, each parry a shield against the encroaching darkness. The golden light intensifies, pushing back the shadows and revealing the true scale of the conflict. The sword falls, a final, decisive blow that silences the encroaching darkness. A figure emerges from the light, scarred and weary, but undeniably powerful. The golden sword's wielder. The crew member, voice laced with urgency, barked orders. They needed to increase their speed, create some distance between them and whatever was coming. From the shadows, a figure channeled power, the air crackling with crimson energy. Enough was charged, the figure thought. Lady Minor's expression hardened, her eyes narrowed in anticipation of the coming assault. She would not back down. A swirling vortex of red energy began to coalesce, a harbinger of destruction. The crimson tide surged forward, a promise of annihilation etched into its very essence. I'm going to erase you all from this realm, the figure thought. The hooded figure's hand crackled with power, the energy coalescing into a deadly weapon. The figure snarled, now disappear. The energy shot forth, a searing beam of destruction aimed directly at its target. The beam intensified, the air shimmering with heat and raw power. The energy exploded in a cataclysmic burst, the force of the blast threatening to tear everything apart. The hooded figure's masked face contorted in disbelief. Why you? The figure stammered. Lady Minor, eyes blazing with fury, prepared to unleash her own attack. You little insect, she roared. The pirate captain's hair flowed in the wind as she prepared to strike back, her resolve unwavering. With a mechanical whir, the arm calculated the predicted trajectory, its purpose unknown. The system blared, announcing that the energy limit had been unlocked, a surge of power building. Lady Minor stood firm, her expression unreadable as the energy crackled around her. Her gloved hand moved, fingers snapping into a precise gesture, channeling the raw power. The hooded figure, shrouded in shadow, let out a soft as the energy reached a fever pitch. Then a cataclysmic explosion erupted, consuming everything in a blinding inferno. Streaks of raw energy tore through the air, the very fabric of reality seeming to fray. From the heart of the blast, a colossal, crimson crystal began to form, its edges razor-sharp. The crystalline structure pulsed with an inner light, a dangerous power contained within its jagged form. Another explosion ripped through the scene, a shockwave of pure force. The air shimmered with residual energy, the aftermath of a devastating clash. A figure was encased in a cage of crackling blue energy, their fate uncertain. The small boat is tossed about violently amidst the towering waves, a fragile vessel against the ocean's fury. The air smells of salt, and the roar of the water fills the ears. Plunging beneath the surface, figures are caught in the churning water, struggling against the relentless currents. The cold seeps into their bones. Kasim, sword in hand, finds himself underwater, the situation rapidly deteriorating. Cook, this is bad. At this rate, he thinks, the words bubbling from his lips. The grip tightens on the sword, the metal cold against gloved fingers. Bubbles stream past, obscuring the already limited visibility. The sword's hilt is clutched tightly, a lifeline in the turbulent depths. The pressure of the water increases. Coughing violently, the two figures struggle to regain their breath, the taste of salt water bitter on their tongues. A looming presence stands above them. The armored figure stands tall, blood staining their armor, a silent sentinel amidst the chaos. He looks down at Kasim and the other figure. His face is bruised and bloodied, but his gaze is steady. You've changed, he observes, his voice low and gravelly. Meanwhile, high above, on the weathered docks, the armored figure is addressed. You, Kasim. The docks stretch out, a network of wood and chains against the backdrop of the turbulent sea. The air is thick with the smell of brine and aged timber. A close-up reveals a face, a device held close to the lips. It's me, Kieran, captain of Nautilus, she announces, her voice clear and strong. The situation has been resolved, the message declares. Thanks are given for the help, addressed to Captain Kieran. The man in the fur-lined coat, his mustache twitching with barely contained impatience, held out a complex device. His voice a low growl cut through the air. Turn now. Bound tightly with coarse rope, the other man's eyes darted nervously. Sweat beaded on his brow as he stared up at his captor, fear etched into every line of his face. The man in the coat loomed over him, his face obscured, a silent promise of pain hanging heavy in the air. A burst of heat and light erupts, the air shimmering with displaced energy. The force of a blow sends the figure reeling, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. There you are, he spits out, a mix of pain and triumph in his voice. A crimson aura flares around another figure, their sword crackling with power, ready to strike. Purple energy coalesces, forming a swirling vortex of raw magical power. The figure, still wiping blood from his lip, is caught off guard. An afterimage? He exclaims, his eyes widening in disbelief. A scythe wreathed in violet light cuts through the air, a silent promise of deadly force. The wielder of the scythe stands poised, facing a figure with silver hair, the air thick with anticipation. The figure with silver hair narrows his eyes, analyzing the situation. Asterisk unbelievable close combat capability and battle sense for a third circle. I can see why Commander Arcarium would take a fancy to your skill. Asterisk. The scythe wielder unleashes a torrent of purple energy, engulfing their opponent in a blinding surge. The figure, battered and bruised, grits his teeth in frustration. Damn it. A surge of light erupts from the figure, the energy coalescing into a blinding beam. The air crackles with raw power as he unleashes the attack. The light intensifies, engulfing everything in its path. The force of the blast sends tremors through the very ground beneath their feet. The figure, bathed in the afterglow of his attack, muses, I'm curious as to how you deal with the situation without an arm. Let's see, shall we? The dark-haired figure staggers back, clutching his arm. A pained grunt escapes his lips as the light sears through his defenses. With a surge of defiance, the figure gathers dark energy in his hand. A palpable sense of dread emanates from his swirling mass. The figure, grimacing, wonders if he can withstand the attack. The figure with light hair continues. Even your creativity department is lacking. The dark-haired figure grits his teeth, the dark energy intensifying around him. He coughs, the strain evident on his face. The dark energy crackles and writhes, a chaotic force ready to be unleashed. With a roar, the dark-haired figure unleashes the pent-up energy. The world seems to warp around the point of impact. The dark energy explodes outward, a cataclysmic wave of destruction. The air shimmers with residual power. The dark-haired figure, battered but unbowed, focuses his remaining energy. Red light flares in his eye, a desperate gamble in the face of overwhelming odds. He thinks he definitely should be blind. Just how? What is he? I have no other methods left, even if I were to save mana now. I have to take a risk. The air crackles with energy as a sphere of crimson light pulsates, its power resonating outwards. A web of cerulean energy spreads, encasing the hooded figure as it analyzes the surrounding space. The high-frequency waves releasing from Elpum's body are colliding with objects, mapping out the area, the hooded figure realizes. Intense amounts of energy are being emitted. The hooded figure seems surprised by this revelation. The high-frequency waves releasing from that ring are colliding with objects and are mapping out the area. He's extending the range of the waves by adding psychokinesis to them. 2. 360-degree vision with no blind spots. In that case, the hooded figure thinks a surge of blue energy emanating from their hand. So he blocked psychokinesis to restrict me? That would mean he finally used the see-through eye patch to figure out my secret. He came up with quite the clever plan. Smart move. With this, I won't be able to take a single step. But help him, this dimensional wall will only get in your way. A vortex of crimson energy erupts, swirling with destructive intent. As expected, the hooded figure thinks. Even if it's for a sliver of a moment, my reaction speed is far beyond your imagination. Just like that, the crimson vortex extends, a searing beam of energy hurtling towards its target. Well, that was a bit boring, but now that I've severed your arm, a surge of blue energy erupted from Elpum, streaking towards his cloaked opponent. The hooded figure recoiled, a visible tremor running through them. They gasped, the attack catching them off guard. The hooded figure found themselves surrounded. He suddenly appeared from every direction. They wondered, their voice laced with growing unease. The air crackled with energy as the hooded figure braced themselves, the blue light reflecting off their dark cloak. Elpum summoned a blade of pure purple energy, the air humming with its power. The hooded figure weaved through the stone dummies, their movements desperate. Dummies made of stone. Elpum's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Shit, he got me. The hooded figure's voice dripped with malice. You've really thought this through. Is your plan to distract me by hiding amongst the dummies? In that case, I'll cut them all down until your mana runs out. The hooded figure dashed forward, a blur of motion against the backdrop of stone and shadow. A bloodied hand, fingers outstretched, trembled against the cold stone. Elpum's face contorted in pain, blood dripping from a fresh wound. The hooded figure's voice echoed, laced with a cruel amusement. Are you in pain? I can tell just from the sound. Confident in victory, the hooded figure declares his intention to end the battle swiftly. A surge of violet energy crackles around him, coalescing into a deadly sphere. The blast slams into Elpum, sending him reeling from the force. The adventurer is thrown backwards, the air rushing past him as he loses control. The hooded figure continues to channel his power, the sphere of energy growing ever more intense. Elpum crashes to the ground, a strangled gasp escaping his lips as pain lances through his body. Towering over the fallen hero, the hooded figure prepares to deliver the final, crushing blow. Each breath is a ragged struggle, blood staining Elpum's lips as he fights to remain conscious. The hooded figure mocks, observing that Elpum is in mana shock, promising something fascinating. A concentration of magic, focused through intense psychokinetic control, swirls before the hooded figure. Elpum's eyes widen in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the power arrayed against him. What? The hooded figure offers a sardonic thanks for the present, unleashing the final, devastating attack. He could scarcely believe it. The hooded figure's voice cracked with disbelief, a desperate edge sharpening his tone. This can't be. How did you crazy bastard? Panic began to set in. The hooded figure's eyes widened as he realized the impossible. Damn it. Where did he get such power? His voice trembled, laced with a growing dread. He's taken my spell. With psychokinesis. A flicker of defiance ignited within the hooded figure, a desperate attempt to regain control. His voice, though strained, carried a chilling resolve. No need to be surprised. A surge of dark energy emanated from the hooded figure, a final, desperate invitation. Come join me in hell. The air crackled with raw power, the stolen spell reaching a fever pitch. The very fabric of reality seemed to warp and bend around the swirling vortex of energy. Caught in the heart of the storm, Elpum's face was a mask of concentration, his silver hair whipping around him as he wrestled for control. The world dissolved into a blinding kaleidoscope of light and shadow, the air thick with the scent of ozone and the taste of raw magic. Then, with a deafening roar, the spell detonated, unleashing a shockwave that ripped through the battlefield. The echoes of the explosion faded, revealing a scene of devastation. The ground was scarred, the air still shimmering with residual energy. The hooded figure, broken and bleeding, crashed to the ground, the dark energy that once surrounded him now flickering and fading like a dying ember. His voice, barely a whisper, betrayed a flicker of disbelief and resignation. Is this really the end? Darkness consumed him as the hooded figure succumbed to the inevitable, his body collapsing into a heap amidst the ruins. A violent surge of purple energy crackles through the air, the very atmosphere vibrating with unseen power. A single eye, wide with a chilling resolve, reflects the chaotic energy. The thought echoes, a silent promise of violence. I have to kill him right this instant. Standing over a fallen figure, a man in a dark coat casts a cold gaze downward. He mutters, Commander Arcarium must have been mistaken. This man will never join our side. I must eliminate him here at once. A figure bathed in ethereal light holds aloft a golden orb, the air around them shimmering with arcane energy. The scent of ozone hangs heavy. The cold steel of a strange weapon gleams, its intricate carvings hinting at a deadly purpose. Two figures loom over a prone form, their expressions a mixture of amusement and malice. One of them sneers, "How about you play with us now?" The weapon is leveled, aimed with deadly precision. The air crackles with anticipation. A bloodied face contorts in rage, the eyes burning with defiance. The silent scream echoes, "How dare you, you small fry?" A woman with fiery red hair levels a strange weapon, her expression daring. "How about you play with us now?" The woman stands alongside two companions, their faces grim as they prepare for confrontation. Rage contorts his features, his eyes burning with fury. "How dare you, you small fry," he spits. The woman's weapon is trained on the enraged figure below, who seems to be protected by some kind of barrier. A hulking figure with claws and a savage snarl steps forward. "Then how about me?" The blade gleams, ready to strike. The enraged figure prepares to unleash a devastating attack, energy crackling around him. The attack explodes outward, shattering the ground. One of the companions looks on in concern. "Boss, you okay?" The enraged figure reels, his face contorted in pain. "Am I in shock?" he gasps. "This is bad. If he doesn't get out of here quickly and get treated..." A hooded figure stands amidst the chaos, radiating power. "You really don't seem to understand me." The last adventurer, Elpum, stands, weapon in hand, a grimace etched on his face. He mutters, acknowledging the resilience of his foes. A figure's hands clench, a silent struggle against an unseen force. The internal voice admits defeat, acknowledging that it can't be helped. With a surge of power, a silver-haired figure clutches a glowing green orb. His eyes burn with intent as he vows to tear everything to shreds. A red-haired warrior unleashes a torrent of fire, a desperate cry echoing amidst the chaos. "What is that? Circle up." The silver-haired figure is now wreathed in a swirling vortex of magical energy, declaring that it's too late. A booming voice cuts through the fray. "Enough, Mio." Rage contorts the silver-haired figure's face, a silent scream of defiance. The source of the command is revealed, Commander Arcarium. The silver-haired figure, now subdued, offers an apology. He admits to getting carried away for a moment, after being reprimanded for acting on his own whims. A grim voice declares the plan has already failed, ordering a hasty retreat before the gate entrance is surrounded. It mattered little to the figures sprawled on the ground, the taste of blood thick on their tongue. They were destined to meet again, regardless. If death had been their fate here, then their earlier choice had been a mistake. A massive foot descended nearby, the earth trembling with each step. A realization dawned. Arcarium? But how? The youth, face bloodied and bruised, spat out a mouthful of crimson. So that's what it was. Seeing Commander Will's immediate subordinate conspiring with Commander Arcarium, the truth became clear. A web of deceit had been spun. The figure's eyes narrowed, a chilling question forming in their mind. Had they been betrayed? Well, wasn't that quite an interesting turn of events? Very well then, since it has come to this, wouldn't it be bad to eliminate you altogether with them here? Surrounded by crackling energy, Arcarium tilted his head, a sinister question hanging in the air. Right? A sudden force sent the youth flying through the air, a strangled cry escaping his lips. A beam of pure energy shot skyward, illuminating the battlefield with an eerie glow. The youth, scrambling to his feet, demanded, "What the hell was that, asshole? You just attacked your own side." Arcarium mused, a hint of concern in his voice. Oh dear, was I a bit too late? The energy surged once more, crackling with destructive power. He grimaces, sweat beading on his brow. Elpum mutters under his breath, the situation rapidly deteriorating. The air crackles with unseen energy. A spectral skull, wreathed in sickly green light, materializes before him. The word martyr echoes in the air, a chilling omen. Elsewhere, a warrior stands firm, his grip tight on a massive, ornate axe. The weapon hums with contained power, ready to be unleashed. Lady Minor's eyes widen, a gasp escaping her lips. Something unseen hurtles toward them, a wave of raw force. Elpum takes a step back, the ground trembling beneath his feet. He prepares to leave, deciding to let others deal with the situation. A figure clenches his fist, rage contorting his features. "Damn it," he growls. "What the hell is going on this time?" A fallen warrior lies prone, bloodied and unconscious. A message is whispered, a plea to relay a vital offer if he awakens. That the offer I made is still valid. Arcarium watches from the shadows, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "Well, that's if you're still alive by the end of this," he muses. A voice booms, laced with fury. "Who says you're allowed to leave?" A devastating attack, Black Boot Bill, hurtles forward. Elpum, face marred with dirt and determination, stares down the incoming attack. He grits his teeth, remembering the warning. I told you not to waste your energy. A shimmering barrier erupts, deflecting the incoming force. The air shimmers with displaced energy, a testament to the power unleashed. Lady Mintus' eyes widen in disbelief. He stopped, Black Boot Bill, she exclaims, astonishment etched on her face. A figure, hand crackling with violet energy, vows to return something. The energy intensifies, swirling and solidifying into a tangible force. The violet power erupts, unleashed as a searing projectile. She is sent flying backward, the force of the blow staggering. Lady Minor grits her teeth against the pain, blood trickling from her lip. A shout pierces the air. Minor, watch out! A vortex of swirling, cerulean energy materializes, its depths concealing an unknown threat. Despite her injuries, Lady Minor steels herself, preparing to meet the next assault head-on. A cataclysmic impact echoes through the battlefield, the air thick with dust and debris. A nearby figure reels back, eyes wide with disbelief. Didivil? Bloodied and bruised, a warrior grits his teeth, muttering, there's just no way. The battlefield is a maelstrom of clashing energies and desperate struggles, the fate of many hanging in a balance. From the shadows, a dark figure watches, its intentions shrouded in mystery. A monstrous face, contorted in agony, is clutched by ethereal, glowing blue hands. The touch seems to burn, the energy crackling around its flesh. The blue energy intensifies, further distorting the creature's features. Its eyes glow with an unnatural light, reflecting the encroaching power. The energy coalesces, swirling around a shadowed form. Tendrils of blue light writhe and crackle, obscuring the figure within. Bathed in the eerie blue glow, the figure grips a staff or weapon, their expression a mixture of disbelief and fury. Immortal or something, they curse, frustration lacing their tone. A monstrous presence looms, crackling with ominous blue energy. The air vibrates with the creature's power, the blue energy intensifying. The monster's form shifts, the blue energy swirling around it like a malevolent aura. The beast stands tall, its eyes glowing with an unholy light as the blue energy pulsates around it. The monster lunges, its massive claws aimed at Elpum and the armored figure. The armored figure is heard saying that this is looking really bad right now. The monster continues its assault, the force of its attack shaking the very ground beneath their feet. A close-up reveals the monster's grotesque face, its eyes burning with savage intent. The monster's claws tear through the air, a whirlwind of destruction aimed at the last adventurer and his comrade. Elpum and the armored figure retaliate, launching a counterattack against the monstrous foe. The armored figure shouts to quit dawdling around and move. The monster reels from the combined assault, its massive form momentarily staggered. The armored figure grunts in pain. Elpum, grimacing, orders the armored figure to take his comrades and get out of here, stating that he will handle this. The armored figure, wounded and weary, agrees to leave it to Elpum. The monster loomed, its shadow falling over them both. Sorry, Lady Minor blurted, her voice tight with a mix of fear and determination. Her expression hardened, the pirate captain's eyes narrowing. Phew, I can finally go wild now, she thought, steeling herself for the coming onslaught. The air crackled with energy as the monster lunged, its massive form a blur of claws and teeth. A gaping maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth opened wide, ready to swallow her whole. Elpum stood ready, his weapon glowing with fiery energy. Let's get this over with. Lady Minor moved with surprising speed, her boots kicking up dust as she dodged the initial attack. She looked up disoriented. Ooh, where am I? What happened to the monster? Where's Devo? The monster's massive fist connected, sending Lady Minor flying. I'm asking, where's Devo? She managed to shout before impact. Did you actually leave him? Her thoughts raced as she tumbled through the air. No, put me down. How am I supposed to face Kyrie if I leave that loudmouth behind? I don't know about you. Her resolve hardened, the captain's eyes blazing with determination. But I never abandoned my comrade. Elpum watched as Lady Minor was sent flying, his face a mask of concern. His hand clenched into a fist, the adventurer's knuckles white with suppressed rage. I'm Soda. This is all I can do as a weakling. His face bruised and bloodied. Elpum whispers an apology, his expression filled with regret. The darkness closes in, a sense of foreboding permeating the air. A disembodied voice warns that he seems to be in quite the danger. The name Elpum hangs in the air, a stark declaration amidst the encroaching threat. A chessboard sits silently, the pieces frozen in a silent game, as the voice echoes, questioning where they are. Clocks tick, marking the passage of time as the unseen entity reveals that it has briefly invited him into its domain. The voice welcomes Elpum, the last explorer, into this strange and perilous place. The unseen speaker reveals that Elpum's body is slowly dying from the mana shock, adding that at this rate, He won't last long and will soon die. The same fate, the voice warns, applies to his comrades as well, the words hanging heavy in the air. Meanwhile, a monstrous figure looms, wreathed in blue energy. The text declares that this gate has already gone beyond their capabilities. Chains bind the creature, yet it seems unstoppable. The Balrog, revived with a martyr's life, is rampaging outside, more powerful than before. The situation grows dire. Green. No, perhaps it may have become even more dangerous than a blue-gray gate. All who are left there face an unknown horror, the gate swirling with ominous energy. He plummets through the air, the world a chaotic swirl of fractured rock and shimmering blue energy. The sensation of falling is all too familiar. The words hang in the air, a stark premonition, will die. The adventurer continues to fall, the abyss yawning below. Elsewhere, a hand descends into the darkness, as if offering a lifeline. Below, Lady Minor sits at a chessboard, the pieces arranged in a silent battle. The clock ticks, each second a hammer blow. The inscription echoes with grim finality. The fight to save everyone has brought them to their death faster than in your previous life. Should this continue, you won't. Sweat beads on Elpham's brow, his eyes wide with a dawning realization. He croaks, you know I've regressed. Could it be? Lady Minor's gaze is intense, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. She declares, you're the one who... The woman's expression is unreadable, her words hanging in the air like a veiled threat. Who knows? A disembodied voice echoes through the corridors, guiding him forward. Turn right at the 23rd pillar. Middle path on the three-way route. Go straight and turn the corner to... Elpham's breath hitches in his throat, his eyes widening in disbelief. He whispers, it was definitely here. He stands at the precipice, staring down into a gaping chasm. The air is thick with a sense of loss and foreboding. The statue lies in ruins, a shattered testament to a broken promise. Isn't that the statue for the escape gate? It was definitely in one piece when I first arrived. His face contorted in a mask of horror, Elpham's voice cracks with fear. Did not tell me. He coughed, blood trickling from his lips. Elpham's thoughts turned to the one responsible for this destruction. Did that damned bastard, Lady Minor, despite the chaos, urged him to focus. Get a hold of yourself. We don't have time for this. Even if the exit is broken, it'll appear nearby again. A blinding flash of blue energy erupted, shaking the very foundations of their surroundings. The force of the blast sent Lady Minor hurtling backwards, her eyes wide with shock. Despite his injuries, Elpham pushed himself to his feet, a grim determination etched on his face. Chunks of debris rained down around them, the air thick with dust and the smell of ozone. He reached out, helping Lady Minor regain her footing. Oi, are you okay? Blood streamed down Elpham's face, obscuring his vision, but his resolve remained unbroken. What was that just now? Elpham's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing. Now? This isn't the time to worry about who regressed you. The scene shifted to a strategic overview, a chessboard with pieces representing the players in this deadly game. Lady Minor's voice echoed. Then Devo is... What you've just seen are things that are happening outside right now. Settle down. He's still alive, but in that current state, he will soon die. A desperate plea cut through the tension. Then help me. But the response was cold and distant. I cannot intervene directly. Elpham looked up, his gaze filled with a mixture of determination and despair. If you are the one who sent me to the past, if you sent me to stop the last day, his eyes wide with desperation, Elpham's plea echoed into the void. A mocking laughter answered him, coalescing into a swirling vortex of azure energy. Lady Minor, alongside Elpham, could only stare as the energy mocked their plight. Her tone laced with disbelief, she questioned the entity's terrible attitude. The swirling energy began to take form, solidifying into a towering figure of raw power, its voice booming with a question. Did they have a way to deal with it? Defeated, they lay prone, the looming figure casting a long shadow over their broken forms. Meanwhile, the energy being clenched a fist, the golden bracelet on its wrist gleaming as it declared its indifference to their fate. The figure's arm pulsed with power, offering a final, ominous chance. Defiant, Elpham roared back, his voice filled with a desperate resolve. He didn't care. The energy being's hand descended, crackling with raw energy, ready to deliver its judgment. Elsewhere, a hooded figure sat in contemplation, the pieces of a chess game laid out before them, each move a calculated decision. The figure's face, shadowed by the hood, betrayed nothing as they uttered a simple, very well. The sound of a gavel striking echoed, a final decision made, its consequences yet unknown. He lay still, the world around him a blur of muted colors and indistinct shapes. A heavy stillness hung in the air, broken only by the faint whisper of a dream fading away. Tick-tock, the sound of time echoes, a relentless rhythm marking the passage of moments both real and imagined. A flicker of awareness. Elpham's brow furrowed, a subtle shift in his expression betraying the stirring of consciousness. Did something change? Meanwhile, in a realm beyond the veil, the hooded figure's hand moved with purpose, a chess piece sliding across the board. Don't doubt me, though it may be minuscule. I have lent you a portion of my power, as you've requested. A voice, distant yet insistent, cut through the fog of slumber. Now, it's time for you to wake up from your dream. Elsewhere, the hooded figure, cloaked in crimson, watched with veiled anticipation. I hope you can. The hooded figure's fingers tightened around the chess piece, a silent command echoing through the ethereal plane. A disembodied voice resonated, a directive laced with both promise and warning. Handle that power. From the depths of a swirling inferno, a monstrous claw emerged, its shadow stretching across the dreamscape. Amidst the flames, a figure struggled to their feet, battered but unbroken. I am alive. The figure, silhouetted against the raging fire, stood defiant, ready to face whatever horrors the dream might conjure. Recognition dawned in Elpham's eyes, the veil of illusion lifting. Elpham. The name echoed in his mind, a key unlocking a forgotten truth. He reached out, his hand outstretched, as if grasping something just beyond his reach. A fierce heat radiated from his palm, the air shimmering with nascent power. The energy coalesced, erupting in a blinding flash of orange. The air crackled with raw potential, a storm of power unleashed. The two figures look on, one with fiery red hair and the other with a worried expression. The red-haired figure seems shocked, as the other one mutters, "I am alive." A voice calls out, questioning if it's Elpham. The figure with dark hair and a fur-lined coat stands tall, a determined look on his face. The figure in the red cape commands, "Stand back." The figure in the fur-lined coat appears to be moving quickly. A figure is engulfed in a surge of blue energy. The figure's face is partially obscured by the blue energy. The figure in the fur-lined coat is seen from a low angle. A fist is raised, ready to strike. A hand is outstretched, surrounded by a golden glow. Crimson energy crackles around the gloved fist, the air itself seeming to vibrate with barely contained power. The scent of ozone fills the air as the hooded figure prepares to unleash their attack. The energy coalesces, morphing into a grotesque parody of a fist. Monstrous features writhe within the glowing aura, a promise of devastation made manifest. The hooded figure's gaze intensifies, a pinpoint of focus amidst the swirling chaos. The air grows heavy, charged with anticipation. With a roar that seems to tear the very fabric of reality, the monstrous fist is unleashed. It hurtles forward, a beacon of destructive force. The corridor blurs as the attack streaks through it, the air itself screaming in protest. Ahead, Elpham stands unaware, the cataclysm bearing down upon him. Lady Minor's eyes widen, her face a mask of disbelief and horror. Amazing, she breathes, the word a testament to the sheer power on display. The monstrous fist slams into solid rock, the impact sending tremors through the very foundations. Cracks spiderweb across the surface, a prelude to utter destruction. With a deafening roar, the structure explodes, sending chunks of rock and debris flying in all directions. The air fills with dust and the acrid smell of pulverized stone. Tears stream down Lady Minor's face, her voice cracking with desperation. "No," she screams, a futile warning against the inevitable. A monstrous form emerges from the dust, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. "Watch out, Elpham!" Lady Minor cries, but her warning may already be too late. The creature lunges, its claws extended like razors, ready to tear through flesh and bone. The air whistles as it closes the distance, a predator unleashed. The hooded figure stands amidst the chaos, their eyes burning with an eerie light. They prepare to unleash another attack, the battle far from over. From his outstretched hand, a searing blast of energy erupted, the air crackling with raw power. A flicker of satisfaction played across the hooded figure's lips, a silent acknowledgement of the force he commanded. Elsewhere, a figure seated before a chessboard mused, "Impressive, despite being such a small power." The energy intensified, the hooded figure controlling it perfectly, the air shimmering with heat. The force of the blast sent Elpham hurtling backward, a maelstrom of fire and debris engulfing him. The hooded figure's expression remained impassive, his gaze fixed on the unfolding destruction. Amidst the chaos, the figure of Elpham was sent flying through the air, a ragdoll tossed by an unseen hand. The hooded figure stood over Elpham, who was now prone on the ground. He muttered, "As I thought, if it's you, Elpham." The hooded figure stood tall, a dark silhouette against the fiery backdrop, his purpose still shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, Lady Minor, her face etched with disbelief, exclaimed, "In no way. He defeated that monster in an instant." The brown-haired man stood beside her, his eyes wide with shock as they both stared at the fallen Elpham. Lady Minor knelt beside Elpham, her voice laced with relief. Thankfully, he's still breathing. Let's hurry and take him to town. He'll be fine once he gets healed up. She looks at Elpum, concern etched on her face as she asks if he is okay. Images flash in her mind, a haunting reminder of when they arrived and found him in a dire state. Her eyes widen, reflecting the lingering trauma of that moment. Lady Minor supports Elpum, helping him stand, her grip firm but gentle. Her voice trembles as she repeats his name, questioning what he's doing right now. She's not ready for this, the weight of the situation pressing down on her. Pulling him close, Lady Minor whispers that she's glad he's safe, her relief palpable. The brown-haired man watches over them, while Elpum thinks he thought he'd lose all his comrades. Elpum clenches his fist, a silent expression of his relief that she's alive. Lady Minor looks up at him, her expression softening as she simply says, "Thanks." She pulls away slightly, scoffing that it's obvious, adding that she doesn't have any plans. Elpum looks at her, his voice low as he tells her that on dying here, she knows, and asks why she doesn't worry about herself before she worries about him. A dark presence looms, its form obscured by shadow, a silent threat hanging in the air. The brown-haired man's voice cracks with worry as he sees Elpum lying prone. What's going on? Wasn't he just fine? Lady Minor's face is a mask of desperation. What are you doing? Get up, right now, she shouts, her voice laced with fear. She clutches at Elpum, pleading with him to awaken. Elpum, I'm telling you to wake up. The name echoes, a desperate cry for help. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a quill scratches across parchment, the sound a counterpoint to the earlier cries. The brown-haired man's brow furrows, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. This is driving me crazy, he mutters. Lord Ivok, seated at his desk, continues to write, his expression grim. How is there no end to this? When will I ever finish all of this? The man's face tightens, his eyes narrowed with determination. It's already been 3. Despite the end of the war with the followers of the Black Mage, Lith Harbor was quite hectic for a while. The news that the Cania merchants, the second-ranking merchant group of the 10, were part of the followers was enough to shock the entire Maple world, let alone Lith Harbor. The key figure of this war, Lord Ivok, was said to have fallen in battle, but his body was nowhere to be found in Lith Harbor. The interrogation of the traitor Franco was meant to reveal the mastermind, but things did not go as planned. Because he was persuaded by the promise to bring back his dead daughter, it was revealed that Franco knew nothing about the followers. Afterwards, Mihail of the Cygnus Knights and Lady Minor of Nautilus began to step up the pursuit to eradicate the followers of the Black Mage. News of active participation from the 2 most dependable figures in Maple World gave great hopes to the citizens of Lith Harbor. It served as the cornerstone of restoring Lith Harbor to its peaceful state. However, the existence of followers lurking within still cannot be dismissed, and the rigorous surveillance continues on. Elsewhere, a pained scream echoes. Bandages are carefully wrapped around torso. He winces as the blonde-haired woman tends to his wounds. Then do it carefully. You're going to reopen my wound, he snaps. The woman helping her retorts, quit whining. Be grateful you've gotten away with just this. 3 days later, the brown-haired man exclaims, done. Lady Minor, looking concerned, asks, 3 days have passed already. Can't you do something about him? Elpum lies in bed, his brow furrowed with frustration. What can I do? Not even my powers are working on him. Lady Minor watches over him, a worried expression on her face. She thinks, we'll just have to hope that he wakes up by himself. With a warm smile, a woman announces that the food is ready, steam rising from the pot in her hands. A chibi figure expresses their delight at the sight of the meal, a small bowl of soup sitting on the table. Lady Minor, sporting a bandage on her cheek, looks up at the brown-haired man, who asks if they've already decided. Her eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. The brown-haired man slams his fists together, demanding to know what they're talking about. A chibi version of the man is shown above a speech bubble, while a flustered chibi Lady Minor insists that she's only concerned for him as a comrade. Lady Minor's expression shifts to confusion and worry as she admits she doesn't understand how they're acting. The brown-haired man stands beside her, concern etched on his face, as she asks what he's worried about. He holds a bowl of food, his chest wrapped in bandages, and wonders if she thinks their boss is someone who would go down from just that. A close-up shows his hand, adorned with a ring, as he continues to worry. A blonde-haired woman smiles confidently, stating that the man couldn't die even if he wanted to. Lady Minor stands near a large pipe, clarifying that there seems to be a misunderstanding and that she is not a monster. The woman with fiery red hair snaps, questioning if the bandaged man is worried about someone being knocked out. The man, wincing, retorts that he gets hurt too, you know? Elsewhere, Lady Minor beams, throwing her arms up in celebration. A woman with long brown hair joins in her excitement, mirroring her joyful expression. The bandaged man from before smirks, his brow furrowed. He asks, rhetorically, if he's wrong. Elpum, his chest wrapped in bandages, gives a knowing smirk. He asks if they saved some for him. A desk crashes to the floor, the sound echoing through the room. Lord Rockin, seated at his desk, exhales heavily. There's just no end to this, he thinks. A fist raps sharply against the door, the sound cutting through the air. This nonsense would happen. A man with braided hair and an eye patch bows low. He asks for pardon from Lord Rockin. Lord Rockin sits at his desk, his expression grim. He thinks to himself that the timing is right and he needs help. The man with the eye patch approaches Lord Rockin. It's been a while, Rockin, he thinks. A pair of boots stand before someone. The wearer says that he recently happened to hear something quite interesting. A man's face, contorted in anger, fills the frame. A figure stands before Lord Rockin's desk, the details obscured by shadow. His name, was it Elpham? He struggles to grasp at the threads of memory, but they slip through his fingers like sand. The harder he tries, the more elusive they become. All he can do is admit, can't recall. The man in the suit, standing near the bed, watches Elpham struggle with concern. Another woman, blonde, asks, really? You don't remember anything? Lady Minor, her expression a mix of worry and frustration, reminds him, Elpham, you used a mysterious power, so you could instantly defeat Balrog. The blonde woman adds, Jack Ritchie testified the same as well. Could it be that you have a hidden power like Devo? Lady Minor's face is flushed with exasperation. Ah, if it's that, she exclaims, her voice tight with suppressed anger. Elpham, his brow furrowed in concentration, struggles to recall anything. Maybe not. I don't know. I can't remember anything. Nothing at all. He wonders what really was. Lady Minor, her patience wearing thin, snaps, quit messing with me. Are you trying to piss me off? Elpham, lost in his thoughts, mutters, I can't remember anything no matter how hard I think. However, a sudden vision flashes before his eyes. A man with piercing red eyes, a face both familiar and alien. A voice echoes, it did feel like I met someone back then. Lady Minor stands over Elpham, her expression softening slightly. The man in the suit looks on, his face unreadable. She says, Elpham, what you need to know isn't just limited to that alone. Elpham can only respond with a confused, The man in the suit speaks, his voice calm and reassuring. While you were asleep, we were in this house. We thought it would be easier for us to protect you while you were asleep for the time being. A close-up of a man with bandages on his face, his expression grim. I can't remember anything no matter how hard I think. However, suddenly I happen to witness it. Lady Minor leans over Elpham, her hand resting on his chest. Elpham gasps, a sudden surge of pain or realization coursing through him. The man with the beard gestures emphatically, his voice booming, relaying that a certain pirate had been in pursuit. Lady Minor, her red hair a vibrant contrast to the bandages she's applying, urges calm. She suggests that since Elpham has awakened, he should eat something. He lies prone, his voice weak as he manages a simple, wait. His bandaged hand stirs the soup, his thoughts muddled. Where is he? What was happening? The brown-haired man praises Elpham, marveling at how he planned everything even while unconscious. A faint smile graces Elpham's lips, though his eyes still hold a hint of confusion. Suddenly, Elpham's expression shifts to surprise, a question forming on his lips. He asks them to wait a minute. A disembodied voice questions if Ariant refers to the kingdom in the Nihal Desert, receiving a simple confirmation. The voice emphasizes the danger of that place, stating it's on a whole different level compared to Victoria Island, just from the monsters alone. Lady Minor, her face etched with worry, refuses to change her mind, declaring she won't go. Knocks echo from the door. Her eyes widen, a gasp escaping her lips as she stares towards the source of the sound. Elpham peers through the doorway, his gaze fixed on the crowd gathered outside. The cloaked figure stood among the group, his presence adding a layer of mystery to the already tense atmosphere. The air hung heavy with unspoken questions. Elpham's brow furrowed, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Are you? He asked, his voice laced with a hint of disbelief. A man's face contorted in a grimace, sweat beading on his forehead. Don't tell me. He stammered, his voice barely a whisper. Two women exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of concern and apprehension. The one with red hair spoke of someone who turned the newborn Gaper merchants into one of the 10 merchant groups within just a few years, the man who stands at the top of all Gaper merchants. Elpham turned to the blonde woman beside him, a question in his eyes. Ralph, you know the guy? He inquired. A man took a swig from his drink, his eyes darting nervously towards a portrait on the wall. Shut it. Watch your mouth. That's the master of Gaper, Lord Gaper himself, he hissed. Another man recoiled, his face etched with shock. Lord Gaper? What? He exclaimed, his voice trembling. A smaller bubble reads, Pardon me for interrupting your meal. A figure addressed Elpham, his tone measured. So you're Elpham. Your fame precedes you, he stated, his gaze unwavering. The group sat around a table, the tension palpable. A speech bubble read, Go to the Ariant Kingdom. Elpham's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Be boss, he exclaimed, his voice barely audible. A close-up of Elpham's face revealed a mixture of determination and apprehension. his jaw clenched tight. A banner hung in the background, its intricate design hinting at a story about how they managed to rapidly increase their influence, like Gaper. The words, "Let me get straight to the point," were also present. A deal is struck, a handshake sealing a sponsorship. The reason Gaper hadn't shown himself until now was due to his busy schedule routing around Lith Harbor and Orient. Gaper and Orient are essentially in the same boat. Lord Ivok, hands clasped, reflects on the situation. They made an unrefusable request to Gaper. The battle for the throne looms. As a bloodbath was looming upon Orient, it was finally time for Gaper to help them, as they were under their sponsorship. Lord Ivok acknowledges Elpham's formidable skills, but the adventurer refuses. "I refuse. Elpham doesn't want to go to such a dangerous place like Orient, where civil war is expected to take place." One of Lord Ivok's subordinates wonders what the boss is saying. Lord Ivok barks, "Refusal is not an option. Lord Gaper has ordered you himself. Take that as an honor for a party affiliated with the group, and prepare yourselves at once." "El Pombretors, honor? Then don't you just need to wait for volunteers? Everyone must be so eager to apply for such an honorable mission." Lord Ivok states that all necessary preparations have been made. He thinks Elpham is saying that the risk is too great to simply chalk it up to honor alone. It seems he may have gone off on the wrong foot. He sees that Elpham is quite the negotiator as well. Lord Ivok relents. "Very well, 5 times. Lord Ivok explains that will be the number of opportunities he will give Elpham to prove his overflowing confidence to him. If Elpham is able to clear 5 gates, he's going to designate him. A dark-haired man smirks, his eyes glinting with amusement. He wonders if the negotiator is enjoying the situation. Close up, Gaper swears on his name to uphold his side of the promise. The older man with the eye patch compliments the shirtless man, acknowledging him as worthy. The shirtless man accepts the praise. Someone shouts praise for their boss's excellent shot. The dark-haired man from before looks down, sneering. He is disgusted. He then asks when they should leave. The white-haired man, seated at the table, acknowledges that they understand quickly. Elsewhere, the ship rocks gently on the waves, its mast reaching towards the sky. An order rings out, "Depart at once." The crew stands ready, their figures silhouetted against the ship's deck. The ship cuts through the waves, its sails billowing in the wind. The vessel continues its journey across the vast ocean. Lady Minor watches someone below deck. She wonders what's wrong with him, noting he wasn't seasick on the Nautilus. The captain's crew stands behind her, watching the scene unfold. Lady Minor remarks on the whimpering, attributing it to a few drops of liquor. She asks if her little baby was that tough. The man coughs up a stream of rainbow-colored liquid. Lady Minor urges him to continue. Another man stands over the prone figure, warning that his pretty new clothes are going to get dirty. The man's face contorts into a sinister grin. The man continues to spew the rainbow liquid, his face a mask of pain. With a swift kick, the man is sent flying. "You ungrateful child," the attacker shouts. The man lands hard on the deck. He stood over the fallen man, knuckles still white from the force he'd unleashed. Gaper chuckled, attempting to brush off the display. "Ha, don't misunderstand. This isn't domestic violence." The man named Gaper admitted that his son just looked a bit tired. Lady Minor stood nearby, unimpressed. "So I put him to sleep. I'm going to need to clean him up. Could you help me?" Lady Minor crossed her arms, looking away from Gaper and the injured man. "I have no idea, so do whatever you want. Lie, and don't get close to me." The brown-haired man remained unconscious. However, Gaper felt a strange feeling, as if something was definitely... Elpham was thinking hard about something. Lady Minor stated that it was obvious to her that his stomach must be turning all over the place from the drugs. She told him to watch himself, Ralph. Gaper said nothing. Gaper's expression was unreadable. Meanwhile, the ship approached its destination. Did we arrive? The ship loomed large against the skyline. The sign read, Jeddah. The city of Jeddah awaited, palm trees swaying in the breeze. He paused, taking in the surroundings. The air hung heavy with the scent of exotic spices and something else, something indefinably stale. A gruff voice broke the silence. "Bah, what a disappointment." Elpham recoiled, his face contorting in frustration. No. That's not it." A figure in the background apologized, their voice muffled. The heat seemed to intensify, beads of sweat forming on Elpham's brow. "Oh, it was just so hot. Now, let's get in quickly. Is this the entrance?" A towering figure loomed, an axe resting casually against his shoulder. His gaze was scrutinizing, assessing. Elpham's eyes widened, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face. The imposing man, Suleiman, stood before them, a sign behind him proclaiming his title, branch leader of the Gaper merchants. Suleiman addressed them, his tone laced with skepticism. "As Sir Suleiman, they're the Elpham party from Victoria Island." Lady Minor offered a polite greeting, her smile strained. As still, they were chosen by Lord Gaper himself. Steel clashed against steel as a fight erupted. Suleiman moved with surprising speed, his axe a blur of motion. Elpham, bruised and battered, struggled to his feet. Lady Minor watched with concern. Ooh, me fine. Suleiman towered over them, his expression a mixture of disdain and amusement. Hey, what's the big idea? Damn, it seems even Lord Gaper is unaware of the... He muttered to himself, questioning their worth. How could he send these amateurs? I won't believe your strength until I see it with my own eyes, even if you've been recommended by Lord Gaper. He scowled, his eyes narrowed in disdain. Do you think you greenhorns who only worked in Victoria Island could do anything in Orient? Behind Suleiman, a man gripped a large axe, muttering about showing them what they were like. Elpham's gaze hardened, his voice a low growl. So what is it that you want to say? Get to the point. Suleiman declared that he would need to test their skills, and they would talk afterwards. He continued, demanding they go in and solo clear it. A nearby man looked up, shocked at Salomon's words. He stammered, trying to interject. Elpham tilted his head, questioning if he was being addressed. Sir Elpham? Suleiman glared down at him, arms crossed. He asked if a solo clear was Elpham's only condition, a smirk playing on his lips. Brimming with confidence. Huh, I got one more, then. Finish it within a week. Lady Minor's eyes widened, her voice laced with disbelief. A test all of a sudden, and you want it within a week? How rude of you. Suleiman scoffed, declaring it a weird way to say they weren't confident enough to do it, and that now it was his turn. Elpham's expression hardens as he hears the sum. 10 million mesos. Suleiman retorts that it will be the reward for this subjugation. He is met with disbelief. The banner of Lord Gaper hangs behind Suleiman, a silent testament to the power at play. The terms are simple. They don't care about the details, only how much they're paid. Salomon's gaze pierces through Elpham, a silent threat underlining his words. If you don't like it, we'll quit our mission here and head back. Lady Minor and Suleiman watch as the man below them considers the offer. Suleiman continues, explaining that if the Orient branch's unilateral actions cause a break in relations with the Gaper merchants, Elpham would bear the brunt of it. It sounds like the internal affairs of Orient aren't as serious as he's heard. Elpham states that he's taken note, so they should call this off, and Suleiman interrupts, finding Elpham's threat interesting. He thinks Elpham has some nerve. He is rude and completely arrogant. Elpham retorts that he is not stupid. He likes that, and asks how about a bit more service? Suleiman offers Elpham 5 million mesos for every day. He clears it faster than the assigned week. By chance, if Elpham were to clear it in just a day, he'd be able to earn 3 times the 10 million mesos offer he asked for, up to 30 million mesos. Suleiman asks Elpham how about it, jobber? Does that fancy him now? A smirk plays on Elpham's lips. He tells them to lead the way. The climb continued, the air growing thinner with each upward step. Gaper, struggling, let out a sigh. The sound echoed off the canyon walls. The team pressed on, their figures small against the vast, sun-baked rock face. The brown-haired man, sweat beading on his brow, grumbled, "We're almost there, so quit whining and get up." He then muttered, questioning if the heat even bothered their boss. He turned to Kyrie, concern etched on his face. "Hey, Kyrie, are you okay?" Kyrie's companion noted that she was wearing steel armor in weather that would make anyone sweat even when standing still, adding that just looking at her made him feel suffocated. The Cygnus Knight, her expression unreadable, responded, "Ah, I'm fine if you're talking about that." The man continued to complain, thinking to himself that her armor must be boiling in this heat. Kyrie, however, insisted that she really was fine. He mused about the kind of armor one would wear when entering a desert, wondering if all Cygnus Knights were like this, and concluding that they really were something. A surge of cold energy emanated from Kyrie. She continues to emit a cold energy. Elpham shivers, teeth chattering. It's cool. Actually, it's cold. It's freezing cold." The armor surrounding Lady Minor glows with a soft, blue light. The text explains that it has a built-in item that automatically controls its temperature based on the environment, an honorable gift bestowed to the Cygnus Knights. Gaper, arms crossed, scowls at Lady Minor. "What the hell, Kyrie? So you were having an easy time all by yourself? That's unfair. If you had that kind of item, you should have shared it with the party." Kyrie offers a small, apologetic smile. Sorry, I didn't intend on hiding it." From behind, Elpham's voice rises in volume. Yeah, about that." Suddenly, Elpham grabs Kyrie from behind, startling her. "Did evil? What are you doing all of a sudden? Get off me right now." Elpham's face is close, his expression intense. He mutters, "Honestly, stay still." Kyrie struggles against Elpham's grip. "For a moment, and let me indulge in it. You think it's fair to hog it all to yourself? What do you mean by stay still? Hey, you maniac, shut up." The two continue to argue, their voices overlapping. Elpham insists, "Don't be like that, and let me stay like this for a bit longer." Kyrie retorts, "Why are you clinging to me so much? Let go. What's exactly be between us?" Gaper watches the scene with amusement, turning to the brown-haired man. Oh my, look at those two. Why? Feeling jealous? Why don't you do the same to Elpham?" Elpham's face is contorted in a mix of anger and determination, his teeth gritted. Elsewhere, Kyrie stands victorious over a defeated figure, smoke rising from the ground. Gaper stands behind her, watching. She cuts off whatever she was about to say, her expression hardening. The time for discussion was over. The hunt for the gate was on. A massive, glowing structure pierces the sky in the distance. The gate. Elpham, standing beside the captain of Nautilus, remarks that it was closer than they thought. He had been saying that the entire time they were almost there. Lady Minor claps her hands together, urging everyone to move. A busy day awaits. The ground trembles. A monstrous form erupts from the sands, lunging towards the captain. The creature, a reptilian horror draped in red cloth, screeches as it closes in. Lady Minor can only exclaim in shock. The impact sends her flying backward. The beast continues its assault, a whirlwind of claws and teeth. Elpham watches the scene unfold, stating that he knew things wouldn't go this smoothly. The ground continues to erupt as the creature attacks. The brown-haired man and Elpham stand ready, observing that it seems like they have no intentions of letting them get in so easily. A horde of pleeds, reptilian creatures with menacing fangs, stand ready. In a grand hall adorned with red drapes, Lord Rockin listens intently. Behind the red curtains, a question hangs in the air. What happened to the Elpham party? 2 hours had passed since he gave them directions. The man mused. They should have found the gate by now. The question lingered. There were pleads nearby the gate, correct? Lord Rockin confirmed. That much should be correct. They can defeat the pleads and clear the gate within a week. The voice continued. Suliman, what are your thoughts? As I've reported to you, they were as notable as the rumors go. But whether they really did rescue Jack Ritchie and defeat Balrog, rumors always tend to get exaggerated, Suliman continued. It's still too early to trust them solely on the contents of a letter sent to us. Watch them a bit longer, Your Highness. Elpham party. Lord Rockin had hoped they would live up to expectations, his grip tightening on the shaft of his weapon. With a surge of adrenaline, he swung the axe in a wide arc, the blade singing through the air. The axe slammed into the mass of monsters, a burst of golden light erupting as they were torn apart. He continued his assault, a whirlwind of motion and steel against the horde. A monstrous roar echoed across the battlefield, a testament to the devastation being wrought. The axe struck again, cleaving through another beast with brutal force. Amidst the chaos, other figures joined the fray, their faces grim with determination. Another monster fell, consumed by a blinding explosion of light and energy. A figure stood amidst the carnage, unfazed by the explosions erupting around them. The explosions intensified, the air thick with smoke and the stench of burning flesh. The battlefield was littered with the corpses of the fallen beasts, a testament to the party's power. The figure turned to a companion, a man named Devo. He stated, "We've yet to begin, Devo." Before them, the gate pulsed with golden light, a promise of riches and challenges. The gate's subjugation, it was announced, was about to begin. Elpham stood beside Lord Rockin, who was saying, "Of course, we should hurry. 30 million mesos after clearing it within a day. Don't you agree?" He added that they were finishing the subjugation within 12 hours. Lord Rockin's brow furrowed, a storm of questions brewing behind his eyes. One of the figures exclaimed, "Wait, does that mean we can get paid more? Huh, let's be sure about this." Elpham, his expression unreadable, heard Rockin's sharp retort. "You and your mesos. Seriously, quit that already." Rockin continued, stating that if it was a yellow-gray gate, it should have 3 floors, and questioned how they were going to clear it within 12 hours. He then added, "Then you can exclude yourself from the cut." A surge of golden energy crackled through the air. A voice cried out, "Es, Sir Suliman." Inside, a subordinate stammered, "What is it, Caesar? I'm busy, so be quick about it." He continued, his voice trembling, about that, huff, so, huff, huff. It's about." Lord Rockin, grabbing the subordinate, barked, "Get on with it already." The subordinate, terrified, managed to squeak, "Oh, over there." Elpham stood silently, his gaze fixed on some distant point. Lord Rockin, his hand still gripping the subordinate, sneered, "You're more of a lowlife than I thought, huh?" Lord Rockin, addressing Elpham, stated, "Don't tell me. Did you give up and return here? You." He glares, his face contorted with rage. "Damn bastards. You ran all the way back here after getting scared by those mere pleads near the gate's entrance? Twerps." Lord Rockin stands before Elpham, radiating fury. His face inches away. Rockin's voice simmers with barely contained anger. "What kind of trickery is it now?" At their feet lies a golden medal, the subjugation reward of the Yellow Gate. Rockin's voice drips with disdain. "You really are the lowest of all lowlives." Rockin gestures wildly, his finger jabbing towards Elpham. "It's only been half a day since you lot headed for the gate." Rockin's eyes narrow, his voice a low growl. "If you're going to lie, at least don't half-ass it." Rockin's face is a mask of fury. "How much of a joke do you think I'm to pull this prank on me?" Elpham's expression is unreadable. 100 million mesos. Elpham's eye gleams with a hint of challenge. "How about it? Would you like to bet?" Rockin's subordinate, Suliman, looks up at him, his face a mixture of shock and concern. Rockin explodes. "What? 100 million? You damn con artist. Why, I gotta..." Suliman interjects, "Look, Sir Suliman." The camera focuses on the medal, a symbol of honor given to the royal knights. Suliman holds the medal, his expression thoughtful. "I remember it now. This medal was given to the advance party of royal knights that previously led that gate's subjugation, but no one was able to return, and they eventually forgot about it. Seeing how he's brought this medal, that means Sire Elpham really did." Elpham holds his staff, the orange gem at its center catching the light. Behind him, the brown-haired man watches with a stoic expression. The last adventurer looks up, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Below him, a man with white hair and a blue turban appears surprised, or should I say shocked. The camera focuses on the hands of the brown-haired man, revealing a golden medallion. The text identifies him as Prince Cassian. The man Caesar is being addressed, but the speaker corrects himself, implying that Caesar is not his true name. The man's identity is further questioned, with a reference to him being the hidden sponsor of the Gaper merchants. The man is revealed to be Prince Cassian. The man with the beastly features barks, questioning the current topic of discussion. Prince Cassian is told that he is a lost cause, as he continues to blabber. The prince, now on his knees, is shocked by the revelation of his true identity. Cassian admits that he may not look like it, but he knows a lot of information from working as an errand boy. The prince is acknowledged for his efforts, but he is also being made to feel flattered, as he is just some information that Elpham happened to know while being an errand boy. Someone asks if that is what he settled on. The man with the beastly features asks if Cassian is aware of what he must never know when deceiving others, wondering what kind of magician has this much strength. Elpham looks on. Prince Cassian's golden eye narrowed, a flicker of something unreadable passing across his face. "Pardon?" he questioned, the single word hanging in the air. A disembodied voice mused on the nature of hands, how they change depending on the life lived. Images flashed of a craftsman, calluses forming from years of labor. The voice continued, now showing a warrior's hand, scarred and strong, but forgetting the pristine hand of certain errand boy. Elpham's emerald gaze remained fixed, a subtle shift in his expression betraying nothing. The voice echoed, "Odd ever since I came here. You, who proclaimed yourself to be the branch leader." The disembodied voice elaborated, "Your hand isn't that of a merchant used to counting coins. It's more like..." The voice continued, describing the hand of a soldier trained with their sword for decades. The text bubble added, "This place is crawling with outlaws. They're the whole slew of bastards who don't care whether you're a branch leader of." A man's face, contorted with rage, filled the frame. He roared, "A merchant group or not? Just like how you're the same." Elpham's gaze remained steady, his expression thoughtful. He internalized, "Well, that's true too, so I couldn't be sure with just that. What sold it for me instead was..." The man's face was now one of shock, his mouth agape. The scene shifted again. The voice continued, showing a flashback of two men acting naturally. "At that time, both of your acting was natural." The man's face returned, now being choked. He sputtered, "Mistreated staff member." The voice added, "That's a scene I've seen often here." Elpham's expression remained thoughtful, his eyes narrowed slightly. He internalized, but the key point laid elsewhere. For someone who wasn't used to this situation yet, it was very hard for him to perfectly conceal. Lord Rockin's eyes narrowed, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his face. He hissed, questioning his loyalty. The light streamed through the window as a voice echoed, suggesting there were plenty of reasons for the loyalty. The unseen figure mused about hand-picking members for the battle for the throne. The figure continued, the words hanging heavy in the air. Lord Rockin's expression hardened, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light as he demanded to know who Elpham was. The man chuckled, finding it interesting that Gaper had recommended Elpham, expecting more after hearing the rumors. The unseen figure admitted that Elpham had surpassed their expectations. The figure affirmed that it was right. Lord Rockin's face contorted in anger, his teeth bared as he listened to the unseen figure. The tension in the room was palpable, the air thick with unspoken words. Prince Cassian finally spoke, his voice laced with a hint of accusation as he asked Elpham how long he had known this for. The brown-haired man recounts that he had his doubts ever since he was sent to Orient. Since Lord Gaper sent them himself, he figured he would have a sponsor in Orient. He was suspicious after seeing Prince Cassian for the first time, thinking that Gaper's sponsor might be the prince, who turned out to be a handsome man. Elpham sits, hands clasped, as he states, "Yes, I need explorers." A vision of a yellow-grade gate appears, the text stating it has a maximum capacity of 99 people. It continues, saying that their party will enter together with other explorers he's chosen himself. Prince Cassian, in profile, is shown reading a document. The text states that they must cooperate with the explorers to retrieve the wool left in the gate, and they will be given a week. If they succeed, he will reward them with 60 million mesos. Prince Cassian refuses. A close-up on Prince Cassian's eye reveals a deep intensity. The brown-haired man asks Prince Cassian his reason for refusing. Elpham sits nearby, listening intently, as the man adds that he wanted to test them first. The brown-haired man presumed it was a necessary process, and he was thinking of taking the test initially if the reward was enough. Elpham asks Prince Cashin what it is that he wants to say. The brown-haired man adds that it is about retrieving an item within a given time frame for an adequate reward. A battlefield is shown, the text stating that although this looks like the conditions of the prior test at first glance, it's a completely different circumstance in truth. Even if they clear the gate, they could end up dead without a trace because of the kingdom's forces. Prince Cashin states that the Orient branch of the Gaper merchant is involved, but by him, the moment they accept this mission, they'll be on the same boat as him. Prince Cashin asks if they're saying they want more hazard pay. Elpham listens intently as the man across from him states that the Gaper merchants, not them, would receive the support. The brown-haired man stands silently by. There's no reason for them to join the cause, not when it involves such great risk. The adventurer's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. Not unless the reward matches the risk. The brown-haired man sits quietly, observing the exchange. Elpham will decide after hearing the offer. Prince Cashin, standing with his arms crossed, hears Elpham's condition. He thinks to himself, why, that insolent bastard. He then declares that he shall distribute items to each of their party. Elpham's eyes widen slightly as he considers the offer, all of them in a unique tier. The text explains that what Prince Cashin promised were unique tier items like the phoenix feather and see-through eye patch that he has. Each of them are items powerful enough to overcome the gap between circles. Prince Cashin declares he'd distribute items like that to each member instead of just one. This means he's thinking of having them as the main force. But it's still not enough to risk their lives. Elpham thinks to himself that they need a legendary item. Prince Cashin's face contorts in anger. Enough, yet they're asking for a legendary. He conceded, agreeing to prepare one legendary item as well. The advisor seemed surprised by the decision. Meanwhile, his eyes narrowed, a burning intensity in their depths. What he wanted, he would obtain at all costs. The prince's voice was firm, brooking no argument. A week, that was all they had. His gaze burned with a singular focus, a determination that bordered on obsession. Elsewhere, footsteps echoed with purpose, each stride measured and resolute. The brown-haired man questioned Lord Rockin, a hint of doubt in his tone. Will it be okay for you to trust in that man? Lord Rockin dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand. The die has been cast already. Back with Cashin, his brow furrowed, a grim realization dawning. If he didn't make his move, he'd be done in. Elsewhere, a voice seethed with barely contained fury. By that woman. In a lavishly decorated room, someone mused, finding the unfolding events quite interesting. Meanwhile, a woman's voice echoed, laced with a hint of amusement. Cashin, I may not know what you're preparing. Her hand, adorned with long, crimson nails, clenched slightly. But you're already within my grasp. Well, it is a mother's. She gazed down, a glint of cruel amusement in her eyes. The woman internalized duty to educate her child, but what she voiced was far more ominous. I'll properly educate him. Given this opportunity, the corners of her lips curled into a predatory smile, promising nothing but pain and suffering. Kieran's eyes widened, the revelation hitting her hard. What? Prince Cashin? She exclaimed, disbelief lacing her tone. Elpham watched her reaction, taking a sip from his mug. The brown-haired man leaned in, his voice hushed. Don't speak so loudly. It's a secret. The brown-haired man continued. Is it okay for you to tell us? From below, Elpham added. You should know since we're going to be seeing him often. A disembodied voice stated the obvious. Gaffer's sponsor was the prince. This is much bigger than I anticipated. Lord Rockin looked intently at Lady Minor. Does that? He began, leaving the question hanging in the air. The group sat around the table, the implications of the revelation sinking in. The brown-haired man thought to himself, mean a prince only paid us 30 million for our last mission? Isn't he being too much of Scrooge? Another voice added, the reward this time is a unique item for all of us. Elpham's expression hardened, his gaze fixed on some unseen point. The brown-haired man exclaimed, nice. He's the perfect candidate to lead the nation. Lady Minor thought, damn, I guess he really is a prince. A mug was filled to the brim, the liquid sloshing slightly. That's why I want to. A voice trailed off. Elpham declared, his eyes gleaming with determination. I'll take the legendary item. The red-haired woman scoffed, finding the terms of their arrangement less than satisfactory. She felt that the brown-haired man was getting ahead of himself. The brown-haired man, face bruised and scratched, offered to sell a share of the unique item, his expression intense. Elpham, seated at the table with the others, declared that he would compensate them for it, his tone suggesting the matter was settled. The adventurer looked directly ahead, his gaze unwavering as he addressed the group, a sense of purpose radiating from him. Elsewhere, a long corridor stretched into the distance, the air thick with the scent of incense and old stone. Guards stood watch, spears at the ready, their faces impassive as they maintained their vigil. Bottles clinked softly, the sound echoing in the vast chamber, hinting at a celebration or ritual about to unfold. A man in regal attire held out a bottle, his expression unreadable as he presented it to an unseen recipient. Abdullah VIII, Orient Kingdom's king, held the bottle aloft, his gaze intense as he prepared to offer its contents. A figure knelt before the king, addressing him as Your Majesty, the words echoing in the grand hall. A dragon's heart, a crimson gem pulsing with power, was presented as the key to immortality. The king, Abdullah VIII, extended a bottle towards Lord Rockin, who knelt before him. He inquired, his voice laced with a hint of expectation, if he could ask for a favor. Abdullah VIII tilted the bottle, the liquid gurgling as he took a long swig. He gestured with the bottle, granting permission with a simple, "Go ahead." Lord Rockin, his expression carefully neutral, requested, "Please permit the festival." Queen Arita embraced Abdullah VIII, her touch possessive. The king mused, a hint of amusement in his tone. A festival? Rockin considered the implications. The king and queen would have to manage all events of the festival while it was going on. He thought to himself, that would be his chance to go to the gate. He wondered what the king thought. Arita poured a drink for Abdullah VIII, her gaze fixed on him. Lord Rockin's expression hardened, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. Arita's lips curved into a knowing smile. "Oh, I don't know." Abdullah VIII leaned into Arita's embrace. He felt like repaying that with a festival was a bit much. Bringing an item you ordered is only a duty. Arita, Orient Kingdom's queen, reclined on her throne, her expression suggesting a hidden agenda. She wondered if there was really a need to spoil him. Lord Rockin's eyes narrowed, his face contorted with anger. He muttered, "Arita." Whispers circulated, painting a grim picture of the king's decline. The king changed after Arita came. He depends on her for everything. He's no longer wise, just a shell of his former self, all in order to bring Arita down from her position. A pressing need was voiced. "I need to clear that gate. But Your Majesty, Orient has always held festivals to celebrate grand events." Lord Rockin stepped forward, his voice resonating with conviction. Moreover, this festival would be to celebrate the longevity of the king. Rockin's expression hardened, his gaze intense. "Do you really believe that is not worth celebrating?" Arita's eyes narrowed, a subtle hint of ambition flickering within them. "Plus, you could become the king in the future." A question hung in the air, laced with veiled disapproval. "Do you think the people would respect you if you act like that?" Arita's gaze remained fixed, unreadable. Rockin relented, though a hint of suspicion lingered in his tone. "Well, I'll permit it." Arita's voice dripped with condescension, her words carefully chosen. "Although you're being immature, I know you're loyal to the king. I can't ignore that." Arita's smile widened, a hint of triumph in her eyes. "I'll hold a grand festival for a week, as you wish." Rockin's mind raced, piecing together the subtle shifts in Arita's demeanor. She changed her mind? What is she plotting? Arita's lips curved into a knowing smile, a silent promise of schemes yet to unfold. Prince Cashin, standing in the grand throne room, gazes down upon an unseen figure. His voice echoes with a mix of challenge and amusement. "Do your best," he commands, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Elsewhere, a figure bathed in crimson light stands before an ornate building, red beams emanating from outstretched hands. Her voice drips with confidence, a hint of malice lacing her words. "In the end, you'll still be in the palm of my hand." Meanwhile, the world fades to white. A monstrous roar tears through the air, the sound of it echoing as a grotesque head fills the vision, its jaws agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The beast plummets from the sky, a chaotic descent towards the earth below. Claws outstretched, the monster falls, a blur of green and brown against the azure sky. From a distant cliff, a group of figures watches the monster's descent, their silhouettes stark against the horizon. Lady Minor, her brow furrowed with concern, turns to a companion. "Weren't we supposed to raid this gate with other people?" she asks, a hint of unease in her voice. The figure with goggles adjusts his gear, his expression grim. "We're the last ones to come in. The other 94 are already inside." He pauses, then adds with urgency. "Then let's catch up. We need to clear this gate within a week." The figure with the red cap looks up, her voice laced with worry. "Your circling up is our priority right now. We won't be too late." Another voice chimes in. "Goodness. Circle up within a week and clear the gate." "Are you sure that's possible?" The figure with goggles pauses, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. "Wait, are we sharing the reward items with the others?" A chilling thought hangs in the air. "I hope they're all." A close-up reveals a face etched with grim realization. "Dead," the figure states flatly. "That's not something a healer should." A chorus of voices celebrates a victory, though the details remain unclear. Someone emphasizes that they were the only ones promised certain items. Lady Minor stands confidently atop a massive, shadowy beast, surveying the desolate landscape. She notes with disdain that only weak mobs are present. A gloved hand holds a steaming cup, as a voice reminds someone that they are only at their third circle. Another voice sheepishly admits they forgot to mention it. The dark-haired man, his arm glowing with intricate markings, declares that he has already circled up. The brown-haired man looks up, his face etched with surprise. He stammers, questioning when the fourth circle was reached. The dark-haired man explains that it happened after his battle against the follower. The red-haired woman sighs, stating that it's because he is who he is. She confesses her frustration, having hit a wall and being unable to progress past the third circle. In the distance, figures clash amidst the desert sands. The word wall hangs in the air, a question and a challenge. A beam of red energy streaks across the battlefield, cutting through the chaos. The dark-haired man's gaze intensifies, his expression unreadable. The brown-haired man, his voice filled with determination, assures his boss that he will force him to break through that wall. The group looks on, their faces a mixture of concern and anticipation as the challenge looms before them. The figure's eyes narrowed, a cold glint in their depths. Otherwise, he threatened, the words dripping with venom, you'll be the ones dying. A shout pierced the air as a figure sprinted towards the group, desperation etched on their face. ARGH, they cried out, closing the distance with alarming speed. Panic flared in the runner's eyes. What's the use in circling up or whatever, they wondered aloud, their voice laced with fear. If I might die in the process? The first figure, unfazed by the approaching chaos, offered a chilling proposition. I'll give you 100 million mesos, he stated, his tone devoid of warmth, if you hold up 10 minutes against me. A heavy boot slammed onto the parched earth, kicking up a cloud of dust as the battle stance was assumed. The runner's expression hardened, a grim determination replacing the earlier fear. At me, they roared, bracing for the inevitable clash. Golden light flared around the swordswoman as she steeled her resolve. I have to break through my limits in order to become stronger, she thought, her grip tightening on the hilt. I'll do my best. Crimson hair framed a face of fierce concentration as the gunner prepared their weapon, the air crackling with anticipation. The runner's earlier panic returned, their voice cracking with desperation. Aorg, you guys, they screamed, a mix of fear and defiance in their tone. Whatever, if I don't circle up. The group stood ready, a mix of determination and apprehension etched on their faces as they prepared to face the impending threat. The figure with the staff gripped their weapon tightly, their gaze fixed on the approaching enemy, a silent promise of defiance in their eyes. A confident smirk played on the lips of the figure with the staff. Don't worry about it, they muttered, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. The fiery energy crackles around Elpum as he grips his weapon, determination etched on his face. He declares, his voice ringing with resolve, I'll take responsibility. Elsewhere, Lord Rockin stands atop a crumbling wall, the wind whipping at his cloak. His gaze is fixed downward, his expression unreadable as the same fiery energy dances around him. A sudden burst of flame erupts, scattering debris and scorching the earth. The inferno roars, a maelstrom of heat and destruction. The cloaked figure is caught in the blast, sent flying backward by the sheer force of the explosion. A pained grunt escapes him as the heat sears his skin. Another warrior is struck, the impact sending him sprawling. The blonde knight barks orders, urging her comrades to maintain their assault. Even that monster only has one body. We need everyone to attack him at once. Keep up the pressure. A voice cuts through the chaos, laced with disdain. Did you really think that'd work? The cloaked figure and the blonde knight are engulfed in flames. The warrior cries out in pain. The inferno intensifies, the heat unbearable. Ack, it's hot. Water. The red-haired warrior roars. All of you, step aside. She had ordered everyone to step aside, and now Elpum was preparing to unleash a devastating attack. A surge of power emanated from him, the air crackling with heat as he declared he was getting the target down with a big one. The fiery energy erupted outward, a cataclysm of heat and light consuming everything in its path. The very air shimmered with the intensity of the blast. Lady Minor, her red hair catching the flickering light, stood firm, her gaze unwavering as she gripped her weapon. Is that all you've got? She challenged, her voice ringing with defiance. Her eyes narrowed as she surveyed the battlefield, her thoughts turning to the distant structure. Was this the best their party could muster? Protected within a shimmering barrier, a lone figure stood against the onslaught, the air around them thick with the smell of ozone. A voice, laced with disappointment, echoed through the battlefield. What a disappointment. In the distance, Lady Minor's frustration grew. Ugh, the same stupid line for 4 days straight. What are we supposed to do when nothing works? She thought, knowing that if they got too close, it would be hellfire and no ranged skills could break through. Defeated and lying prone, a blonde-haired figure exclaimed, We supposed to fight, you overpowered bullshit. The dark-haired man's voice cut through the chaos, offering guidance. The reason you can't seem to find a solution is because you're wasting your strength. A scarred man listened intently, his brow furrowed in concentration. That's why I'm telling you to explain that to us, he exclaimed before muttering. Is that? The fiery explosion continued to rage, a maelstrom of destruction. If you don't know that, then it can't be helped. Elpham's eyes burned with determination as he declared, "You'll just have to get beaten until you do." He faces the inferno head-on. Elpham shouts that there's no chance. The brown-haired man urges everyone to run first, his voice echoing with urgency. He shouts that their way out is right in front, revealing a third gate amidst the chaos. Elpham and Lady Minor sprint towards the gate, the fiery explosion nipping at their heels. The adventurer shouts to forget circling up, declaring it their last-ditch effort. The explosion erupts, sending debris flying in all directions. A voice muses that it took them long enough to notice the gate. The hooded figure smirks, thinking that even after he kindly brought them there in the first place, this should give him enough of a reason to be late. His eyes narrow, a glint of amusement dancing within them. A lone figure wonders aloud if they should start cleaning up. A blinding light fills the area. The brown-haired man, catching his breath, exclaims that they're saved. Another voice urges them to plan out their strategy before Elpham arrives, noting that he won't be able to chase them for a while since the gate is destroyed. Lady Minor watches with concern as the brown-haired man lies on the ground, giving a thumbs up despite the blood on his face. He mutters about the mesogrubber. The captain of Nautilus sweats, the heat of the desert already proving to be too much. She wonders what that sound could be. A massive scorpion tail bursts from the sand, its stinger dripping with desert grit. The adventurers find themselves face to face with a colossal scorpion, its silhouette dominating the horizon. The giant scorpion looms over them, its multiple eyes gleaming menacingly. One of the adventurers remarks on the absurdity of the situation. With terrifying speed, the scorpion's massive claw descends, kicking up a cloud of sand as it aims to crush the party. The adventurers scatter, narrowly avoiding the scorpion's crushing blow as its claw slams into the ground. Lady Minor stands her ground, her blade meeting the scorpion's claw in a shower of sparks. The brown-haired man grits his teeth, his eyes filled with fury as he curses the scorpion. The scorpion's red eyes narrow, its gaze unwavering as it realizes its attack has been thwarted. It thinks to itself that the defense won't even budge. The adventurers continue to flee, the brown-haired man struggling to keep up as he laments the intense heat and the scorpion's fiery attacks. The giant scorpion prepares to unleash a devastating attack, charging a ball of fiery energy in its maw, and assures them not to worry. Lady Minor scowls, her eyes narrowed as she assesses the giant scorpion. "A dimwit like you has no business here," she spits, her voice laced with disdain. She adjusts her stance, preparing for a ranged attack. "If I can't get close, I'll just attack from afar." A surge of crimson energy begins to coalesce around the scorpion's stinger, crackling with raw power. The air shimmers with heat as the energy intensifies. With a guttural roar, the giant scorpion unleashes the fiery blast. The crimson energy hurtles toward Lady Minor, a searing projectile of destruction. The blast connects, engulfing the pirate captain in a fiery explosion. Lady Minor cries out as the force of the impact throws her backward. The world spins as Lady Minor is sent tumbling through the air, the heat of the blast searing her skin. She struggles to regain her bearings, the taste of ash filling her mouth. The giant scorpion looms over the fallen captain, its multiple eyes gleaming with predatory satisfaction. "Damn it, we barely managed to escape, but the situation hasn't changed at all." The scorpion continues, its voice a low, menacing growl. "Unapproachable fire, tough defenses, but this is nothing compared to boss." The scorpion begins to charge another attack, a swirling vortex of fire forming between its claws. The air crackles with anticipation. The fiery energy intensifies, bathing the desert landscape in an ominous orange glow. The heat is almost unbearable. Despite the searing heat, Lady Minor rises to her feet, her eyes blazing with determination. A shimmering blue energy begins to envelop her hands, crackling with a power of its own. The giant scorpion's multiple eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing its grotesque face. It snarls, preparing to unleash its fiery attack. With a defiant roar, Lady Minor unleashes her counterattack. The blue energy surges forward, a wave of icy power crashing against the scorpion's fiery onslaught. She readies her blade, a familiar blue energy crackling around the steel. Lady Minor muses that this Luna Divide feels a bit warmer compared to Elpham's. The giant scorpion unleashes a barrage of searing energy beams, lashing out from its multifaceted eyes and razor-sharp claws. One of the beams finds its mark, striking the brown-haired man. He grunts in pain as the energy courses through him. Lady Minor admits something, her expression unreadable. Below, a sequence of images depicts a Black Boot Bill attack. The giant scorpion's attack explodes in a burst of raw power, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Even this scorpion, she thinks, is just like Elpham. Lady Minor steels herself, realizing she doesn't yet have the power to break through. So, she begins her charge, the wind whipping around her as she closes the distance. The brown-haired man grits his teeth, focusing everything on her. With a surge of energy, Lady Minor unleashes her attack, a powerful blast descending upon her foe. The blast connects, slamming into the giant scorpion with tremendous force. The giant scorpion's face contorts in agony as the blast rips through its armored hide. A beam of pure energy pierces the darkness. A blinding explosion of energy engulfs the battlefield, the air crackling with raw power. The giant scorpion's armored face is revealed, bearing new cracks and scorch marks from the blast. Tendrils of energy dissipate into the air, leaving a lingering scent of ozone. The air shimmers with heat, distorting the already harsh desert landscape. A crimson glow pulses, a sign of the immense power still being channeled. The giant scorpion, staggered, lets out a guttural groan. The beast, struggling to maintain its footing, snarls, "Oh, you're still alive." Lady Minor stands her ground, a blonde woman behind her declaring, "Die yet." Elpum grits his teeth, his expression a mixture of determination and concern. The dust settles after the explosion. The blonde woman sighs, relieved. She notes that they barely managed to defeat such a tenacious thing. Another member groans, complaining about the heat and the near-death experience. Lady Minor offers water, noting that they must be scorched. The brown-haired man brandishes a bottle, daring someone to come at him. He insists that whoever has should help. The man seems to be in his own world, lost in thought about the dignity of a third circle explorer. Lady Minor questions the fuss, noting that everyone there is at fourth circle, except for a certain greenhorn. The blonde woman states that Elpum is a bit late, come to think of it. Someone notes that it should be well past the time for the gate to appear. They don't see other explorers either, guessing they met up with Elpum at the second gate. Elpum stands over the bodies of his enemies. He stared ahead, his expression a mask of grim determination. The scar over his eye seemed to throb with a hidden pain, a silent testament to battles fought and burdens carried. Elsewhere, the city pulsed with life, a million stories unfolding beneath the watchful gaze of the moon. But even in the midst of celebration, shadows lurked, unseen anxieties festering beneath the surface. A glass of crimson liquid sat undisturbed, reflecting the turmoil of unspoken thoughts. What could be weighing so heavily on their minds? The gray-haired man, his brow furrowed with concern, admitted that something fell off, even amidst the festivities. His companion, a blonde woman, recalled the queen's ploys to permit the festival, but nothing happened, even on the last day. Lord Rockin, his gaze distant, seemed lost in contemplation. He wondered if this was better, if he should be happy that things have gone according to plan. But what was this? This sense of anxiety that clung to him like a shroud, poisoning the very air he breathed. The gray-haired man questioned what could possibly bring them here. The blonde woman, her expression tinged with melancholy, lamented that it was a commemoration held for him, wondering how the person in question could not be enjoying it. The woman's words hung in the air, unanswered. The gray-haired man looked on, his concern deepening with each passing moment. Did a mother need a reason to visit her own child? Lord Rockin, his face unreadable, declared that he figured it as a celebration for this occasion, and would pour a drink for them himself. His eyes, dark and intense, betrayed a flicker of unease, a subtle tremor in the mask of composure. The blonde woman, a knowing smile playing on her lips, remarked how sad it was to see him all nervous, adding that people might think she'd poured him poison. He considers the implications of befriending an explorer, the weight of the thought settling heavily on his brow. The blonde woman watches him, a subtle curiosity in her gaze. Rockin's mind races, a swirl of concern. They seem to have come from a different region. Who knows if they might get swept up by a sandstorm and lose their way. As such, he arranged a reception in advance. This can't be. He thinks the queen knew everything. It's not that she hasn't done anything, but she's already done it. Just where did the information leak from? And if it's a reception, Arita must have definitely sent them. The order of assassins that wiped the city of Orient from a map within just a day. Those famed to have never been seen by anyone. It's a well-known fact among the princes that Arita uses them to eliminate people. She permitted this festival just to lure me out. She sent the assassins after the explorers, knowing all this. Everything was within her grasp from the very start. The blonde woman's voice cuts through his thoughts. Foo-foo. It seems he's come to deliver their news. The brown-haired man bows slightly. If you'd excuse me for a moment. The blonde woman smiles, her eyes gleaming. I received word from the reception party. Elsewhere, a lone figure stands amidst a field of corpses. How strange. He surveys the scene, a grim expression on his face. These corpses, I can't find any hints of resistance from them. It means they died before even noticing they were under attack. Just who could do such a thing? He narrowed his gaze, the crimson glow in his eye intensifying. The real problem, he mused, was yet to come. A chilling realization washed over him. He was the only survivor in the second gate. Judging by the carnage, the assassin thought someone had tried to sabotage the prince's plan. Elsewhere, a lone figure knelt amidst the fallen, staff in hand, whispering, what could have happened? Could it really have been some ghost? The assassin gripped his weapon, the air crackling with energy as he prepared for what lay ahead. He strained to see through the haze, sensing something directly in front of him. Could it be? A jolt of realization shot through him, his eyes widening in a silent scream. He raised his weapon, the blade singing with power as he prepared to strike. Standing amidst the inferno, he steeled himself. TCH, so it wasn't just one. In that case, fire erupted around him, a maelstrom of destruction. Through the flames, he locked onto his targets. All right, I found them. I'll scorch all of you. Dash. The fiery attack surged forward, a wave of searing heat and destruction. He unleashes a torrent of fire, the flames erupting in a blinding inferno. Standing amidst the blaze, the last explorer remains untouched, the heat seemingly unable to penetrate his defenses. A surge of emerald energy envelopes Elpum, a protective aura shimmering around him as the fire proves ineffective. Whispers of a legendary skill echo through the battlefield. Dark Sight, a technique rumored to conceal its users and eliminate opponents instantly. The last adventurer charges forward, a blur of motion against the backdrop of fire and smoke. A masked figure watches, eyes narrowed behind the veil, a sense of grim satisfaction in their gaze. A hulking form crackles with violet energy, a formidable presence radiating power. Without the skill of Dark Sight, Elpum's psychokinesis is said to have no killing potential. The Hashishin close in, surrounding the support walker, their masked faces a wall of silent menace. Struggle until you meet your end in despair. The masked figure's eyes gleam with cruel amusement. Had enough fun? The assassins trap Elpum within a sphere of shimmering green energy. Looks like that's all of you. Hide and seek. The last explorer's thoughts turn to fire resistance and Dark Sight, skills that will determine his fate. Ends now. One of the robed figures breathes a sigh of relief. Certainly, if this had happened back then, it would have been difficult. That's why. Eyes glowing with an eerie green light, the figure raises a hand, a dark command in their voice. You should have come before I reached fourth circle. A surge of green energy emanates, bathing the robed figures in its otherworldly light. 3 figures stride away, their dark cloaks billowing behind them as they traverse the landscape. Sweat beads on the brow of the hooded figure, a visible sign of the stress they are under. The figure stands triumphant over a fallen form, a malevolent green glow surrounding them. A close-up reveals a hand adorned with a ring, its gem pulsing with a sinister green light. Elsewhere, a glass shatters, its contents spilling across the floor in a crimson mess. In the palace, a woman in an ornate dress berates someone. Speak properly. What did you just say? The turban man bows his head low, his voice trembling. And my apologies. A total of 5 members have. The figure sprints forward, a desperate escape as others give chase. They are all explorers affiliated with the prince. The woman's face contorts in rage, her eyes narrowed behind her mask. Why this insolent? A figure looks up, addressing Abdullah VIII. The speaker wonders what troubles the king. A character with long blonde hair and piercing red eyes muses. Perhaps their friend have found their way back. Arita, overwhelmed with gratitude, expresses her feelings to Abdullah VIII. The blonde-haired character offers a drink as a token of appreciation. The character raises a glass filled with a dark red liquid, offering a toast. Meanwhile, the desert wind howled around the ancient structure, a silent testament to forgotten times. The last adventurer, Elpum, stood over the kneeling figure. He spoke with a calm tone. You've done well. The brown-haired man looked up, his expression troubled. He thought, heaven has sent you to help me, but I can't just give it to you. Elpum tilted his head, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He asked what? The man with a bird on his head held out a sealed letter, his brow furrowed with concern. In order to act properly, we'll need to know what the current situation is. Elpum accepted the letter, his gaze intense as he examined the seal. It seems exactly. This letter is. A bead of sweat trickled down the brown-haired man's face, his expression a mixture of hope and trepidation. The letter, held delicately, bore a weighty message. The letter you are holding is created by the other princes and I. A flashback revealed a scene of carnage. Once Queen Arita rose to power, she eliminated the children of Abdullah VIII one by one. In response, we brothers came together to stand against her. A will, stained with blood, declares that its creation is meant to serve as evidence should she kill them. The woman with long blonde hair kneels, her expression resolute. The surviving brothers, she thinks, could use this evidence to bring Arita down from the throne. It is for her to bring Arita down and restore the nation, and for Arita to hide the truth. The man with white hair stands tall, his gaze unwavering. Both Arita and he need that letter, he declares. Elpum, relieved to see his ally alive, suspects that would be Arita who sent those assassins. The man with white hair is addressed, his title echoing in the chamber. Your Highness. The letter Elpum uses has no use. Steel sings as the blade is drawn, the sound a prelude to violence. Elpham's gaze falls upon a severed hand, the sight a grim testament to the brutality at play. The man with white hair asks, his voice laced with anticipation, if he recognizes the brand. If the assassin sent by Arita herself possessed this brand, Elpham realizes that leaves only one conclusion. Arita is... The woman with long blonde hair kneels, unaware of the monstrous scorpion looming behind her. The document before her spoke of a dangerous association, a follower of the Black Mage. The execution of the matter had been disappointing. She didn't think the Elpham party affiliated with Cashin would be able to eliminate the Hashishin. If it's about Elpham, Commander Will's expression hardens. The sound of footsteps echoes as Arita approaches. Her gaze intensifies, a silent question hanging in the air. Commander Will, his face etched with determination, was alive. Arita is given a chance to kill him, but the offer is met with incredulity. Ivok offers his apologies, but Arita declares there's no turning back. She has already failed. Both of them are to salvage this matter together, Arita's expression reveals. Commander Will is thanked. His smile is sinister. This time, Ivok will definitely kill him. To think the Queen was a follower of the Black Mage. The adventurer's expression darkened. They've already deeply ingrained themselves into Ariant. The moment you use that letter, you'll be the one to die, not Arita. In the past, Cashin died, although Arita's identity was revealed using the will. The followers then showed their true colors and must have attacked him. Lord Rockin, holding a piece of paper, asked, "How about you leave this place?" He paused, his brow furrowed. "What?" Elpham's gaze hardened. Now that you've antagonized Arita, who is backed by the Black Mage, Ariant is no longer a safe haven. All that awaits you here is death. It would be wise to forget about the letter and secure your own safety. If you separate yourself from the throne, Arita might lose interest in you. Lord Rockin, illuminated by the candlelight, said, "I see. I understand." Elpham, holding a burning letter, thought, "Just as you said, I won't be using this letter." Lord Rockin's face contorted in anguish. "But I cannot give up like this. Even at this very moment, there are people suffering under Arita's tyranny. If left like this, there's no future in Ariant. So even if it is something worse than the followers," Lord Rockin roared, "I cannot forsake this nation." One of the guards urges Rockin to reconsider his course of action, but the prince remains unmoved. Suleiman, looking concerned, asks what the matter is. Rockin reveals that they'll be opening the grave of the prince. The prince's gate is being opened. Rockin's eyes widen as he wonders if it could be the grave of the prince. The legendary explorer, the strongest in Ariant, the fourth prince, Sale. Despite his royal status, Sale tirelessly cleared countless gates, leading many to admire him. He was undoubtedly deserving to be the closest to the future king. However, one day, Sale entered a certain gate and never came back. That incident shocked the entire kingdom, and so the gate was later called the Grave of the Prince. Lord Rockin begins to speak about. The king said himself, will be the successor to the throne. It's Arita's trap. The princes who participate in the gate subjugation will all be eliminated under the guise of an accident. Elpham observes, his expression grim. Elsewhere, a gray-haired man advises, "The greenhorn's right, your highness. We should step back for now." Lord Rockin, however, is resolute. He must do it, he thinks, because not participating would also be acting according to Arita's will. Elpham declares, "I'll help you." Rockin looks at Elpham, a question in his eyes. "Elpham, you would?" Elpham reflects, "I can't let Cashin die, just like in my previous life." At that time, the followers used the advantages of the Ariant harbor to spread the monsters of the gate across the entire region. It was a key location for the followers. Lord Rockin thinks to himself, "In any case, it was worth coming here in a hurry, since I was able to see an unexpected side to Prince Cashin. Someone will place him at the forefront and uproot all the followers." Elpham promises, "I promise you." Rockin declares, "I will make you king." Whispers filled the throne room as the king's decision hung heavy in the air. Abdullah VIII, Ariant Kingdom's king, reclined on his throne, his words echoing through the hall. As he may have heard, the crown prince shall be decided through the grave of the prince. First Prince Gulshan and second Prince Mukesh exchanged glances. One of them stated that if His Majesty, traditionally, the crown prince had been decided with the votes of the people after the princes would contest each other with their might and mind. The other prince added that until now, there has never been an occasion where the crown prince was decided through a gate subjugation. Abdullah VIII slammed his fist on the armrest. The king thought that Arita did say this, that the kingdom does need changes. Fifth Prince Sanjay spoke, questioning if it was fine for their tradition to be completely nullified by a single word from a queen. The other figure pleaded with His Majesty to reconsider, saying he could always withdraw his words. Sixth Prince Arshad looked on, his expression unreadable. Abdullah VIII dismissed their concerns, stating that his word is tradition, and then the clash for the throne will continue as such without any chances. Lord Rockin announced that he would be leaving, as his beautiful queen awaits him. A nearby figure called out for His Majesty to wait for him. Arshad watched Lord Rakan depart, his companion questioning what Arita was plotting this time. The words hung in the air, a grim prophecy. The princes competed against each other, and all fell within the gate. The weight of the king's decree settled upon the assembled princes, a silent challenge hanging between them. Lord Rakan's brow furrowed, sweat beading on his forehead. He muttered, realizing what was happening. That is what Arita is after. We mustn't compete with each other like this. A voice of reason cut through the tension. There's no need for us to turn against each other. We must gather our strengths to bring Arita down and reclaim Orient. Sanjay, however, would hear none of it, his voice rising in defiance. No, I won't do as you say. A detestable voice echoed, laced with suspicion. Don't act all good about gathering our strengths or whatever. I bet in your mind, you think only you can become a king, right? How detestable. A burning ambition flickered in another's eyes. Even I can rule Orient far better than anyone else. Just you wait. I'll become the crown prince and bring Arita down myself. No, Sangfai. Infighting among us brothers is exactly what Arita wants. Frustration welled up within Lord Rakan, a silent scream escaping his lips. Ugh. The elder brothers offered their support, their voices laced with a hidden agenda. Cashin, we will lend you our strength. Words of encouragement flowed, carefully chosen to manipulate. We knew you had been preparing to face Arita for a while now. This is an opportunity for you to be acknowledged as crown prince and bring Arita down with your own strength. We believe you'll lead this nation well, as you are the wisest and brightest among us brothers, who are just a cowardly. Cashin, surrounded by his brothers, expressed his gratitude. Everyone, thank you so much for your trust in me. One of the brothers offered a suggestion, a glint of something else in his eyes. Yes, Cashin, we'll do our best to support you. How about I introduce a strong explorer to you? But Cashin dismissed the offer with a confident smirk. If it's that, you won't need to worry. A plan begins to form, with a hidden advantage yet to be revealed. He proposes a deal. Lord Rakan would like to hire them for the fight for the throne. The back of Salaman's head is visible as he sits at the table, listening intently. Lord Rakan states that there is a condition. Only he and his party will enter the gate. Salaman explodes in anger, finding the proposition preposterous. How could they entrust His Highness to just them? It is declared that a guard will enter as well. Since the prince is an explorer, he'll need to be under guard the entire time. But if there's someone unable to pull their own weight within the guards, then all they'll be is a nuisance. Lord Rakan asks if they would like to check if they're a nuisance themselves. Elsewhere, a sudden, violent blast of red energy erupts, striking several figures. Salaman cries out, shocked by the sudden attack. He demands to know what is happening, apologizing for the offense. A masked figure prepares to strike, declaring that he's going to have to squash that greenhorn's high nose. The attacker prepares a fourth circle spell, energy crackling around his arm. The staff held by Elpom glowed faintly, its gem pulsing with a soft light. Before him, the challenger's expression was a mix of defiance and anticipation. Sweat beaded on Devo's brow as he issued his terms. If you can defeat Devo, I'll let you join the party. The challenge was met with a flurry of motion. One figure cried out, what? But I'm just a third circle, as the fight began. Wait a second. A downward strike landed with brutal force, the sound echoing through the chamber. Standing over the fallen, Elpom tilted his head, a silent question hanging in the air. Devo, face contorted, could only sputter in disbelief. What kind of? He's just a third circle. Oh, of course. Since I, Devo, am the strongest. Ha! One of the onlookers, a blonde woman with a stern gaze, listened as the other man spoke. It wasn't that the guards were weak, we were too strong. Now he'll realize we're leagues ahead of him. Salaman, though injured, refused to yield. It's not over yet. I, Salaman, have yet to dash. Elpom stood firm, his expression unreadable. But in sudden combat situations, you must be able to protect yourself at the very least. Devo, still reeling from the fight, was told, these guys will train you. The blonde woman stood beside Elpom, her arms crossed as she observed the scene. Salaman pleaded, his voice strained. How's that going to work? How could we ever recklessly train a prince of a country? Please, I beg of you. Lord Rakan looks on as Salaman declares his resolve to reclaim Orient at all costs. For those watching from behind, and for his brothers who have placed their trust in him, Salaman vows to do whatever it takes. Salaman clenches his fist, resolving to do anything to uphold that promise. Nearby, Elpom stands ready, Lady Minor watching with a concerned expression. Salaman thinks to himself that it can't be helped, but it's going to be tougher than actual situations. Salaman declares that this is exactly what he wants, and they should proceed at once. With a flash of steel, Elpom's sword descends. The blade connects, and Salaman grunts in pain, urging himself to grip his sword again, knowing they still have a lot left. Elpom's sword glows with orange energy as he presses the attack. Salaman grits his teeth, managing to block the blow. The last adventurer Elpom continues his relentless assault. A final strike connects, a burst of green energy erupting as Suleiman is struck. The air crackles with unseen energy as Suleiman continues his training, the weight of his mission pressing down on him. He grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as he swings his sword, the blade whistling through the air. Another failed attempt leaves him panting, frustration etched on his face. One more time, I ask of you. Lady Minor watches him, arms crossed, a concerned expression on her face. I get you trying hard, but if you push any harder. Elpum reassures him, his voice calm and steady. You won't have to worry about that. This was just training for the dangerous scenario. Suleiman looks up at Elpum, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. A figure with white hair and numerous scars stands behind Elpum. Eralf. Elpum, you won't be sticking beside me. Elpum explains, even if he were to be exposed to a dangerous situation in the middle of the battle, he's capable of immediate healing and defense. Elpum continues, his expression serious. All these talented people following me, yet I can't do anything for you. Elpum offers Ralph to Suleiman. Furthermore, he's a talented member equipped with combat capabilities, not just relying on healing alone. If it's fine with you, could you take this for now? Suleiman kneels before Elpum, his voice filled with determination. I'll safeguard you with all I can, Your Highness. Lady Minor interjects, a hint of annoyance in her voice. How about I treat your wounds first? He's a real pain, all right. Elsewhere, two figures cloaked in shadows discuss the unfolding events. A fight for the throne, so the royal palace has decided to make a move. Then we Sam bandits should act as well. Around a dimly lit table, cloaked figures gathered, their faces obscured by shadow. The air hung thick with unspoken intent. One voice cut through the silence, declaring, this time, we'll definitely set an example. Another voice, rising in opposition, countered, that won't do. We'd be no different than Arita if we did such a thing. The speaker, face contorted in what might have been anger, commanded, everyone quiet down. A figure, back turned, addressed the others. There's no meaning for us to raise voices among ourselves. Whatever may be, we only have one mission. Elsewhere, under the cold light of the moon, the royal palace stood, a silent promise of power and intrigue. A whispered command echoed in the night. Drive out the dogs of the royal palace. The fight for the throne has begun. One of the men observes, though they may be withdrawing, he believes the other will do well enough. The white-haired man agrees, confident in their success. The white-haired man scoffs at the thought of what a bunch of ragtags from Victoria Island could do. Sixth Prince Arshad tells the white-haired man not to waste his energy, declaring that he'll be winning the fight since he hired the strongest explorers of Orient, the Red Scorpions. The white-haired man smirks, noting that Kashin seems like a goner, and that the only other worthy competitor is Fifth Prince Sanjay. Fifth Prince Sanjay stands among his warriors, determined to restore Orient to its glory. One of Sanjay's men notes that he was able to recruit the strongest warriors in the kingdom, the Karsa clan. The black-haired man remarks that his brothers put some effort into this. Lord Rockin knows this will be tough, but he believes in the white-haired man. Lord Rockin tells the white-haired man that he's the only one who'll end Queen Arita's rule. Sanjay vows to restore Orient to its glory. The announcement booms, echoing across the land. The time has come to determine who will boldly clear the grave of the prince and lead Orient. In this clash for the throne, Abdullah VIII declares the trial open, his voice resonating with power. Arita, watching the king, finds him rather hectic. Another wonders if that man is truly Abdullah. A map appears, promising to lead the way. The call to show off power and wisdom in pursuit of the king's throne rings out. The map depicts a red flower and a figure in armor, hinting at the challenges ahead. The map's appearance sparks curiosity. What does this mean? A group gathers, pondering the map's significance. Even the well-informed admit they don't know what it is. The image of a bleeding person and a flower flashes in someone's mind, a possible clue to the map's riddle. Could that be the red flower, which is crimson and dark as blood? The red flower only blooms in specific areas, even in Orient. The grave of the prince is located at the blood-red plains, where the red flowers bloom. One of the princes laughs, declaring this riddle too easy to truly test the wisdom of a king. He urges his group to move forward. Lord Rockin acknowledges another prince, considering him as his only competition in this trial. The man with dark hair hoped they would make it to the gate. Meanwhile, Lord Rockin declared that they would be leaving as well. Sanjay was called out, as another wondered what they should do with everyone else on the move. The man holding the paper tried to contact his boss, asking if he could hear him. Elsewhere, a group of people rode through the desert towards the gate. The white-haired man announced that he found it, stating that they arrived here the fastest, since he is the wisest and smartest of his brothers. The man with the clenched fist vowed to prove it to his majesty, declaring that he is the one who befits the throne the most. The white-haired man told his gentleman to quickly get through the gate. The man in purple was caught off guard, wondering what just happened. A sword cut through something, splattering blood. The sword was impaled in the ground. The man with white hair was surprised, asking what they were doing to their fellow like-minded comrades. Sanjay watched as the archer, Sejin, carefully aimed his bow. The air crackled with tension, the fate of Aryant hanging in the balance. Our goal is to restore Aryant, not kill indiscriminately, the text on the screen read. Elsewhere, Ileska stood amidst the aftermath, her hands stained crimson, a grim reminder of the price of their actions. Don't forget that part, a voice echoed. The masked leader addressed his followers, his voice resonating with conviction. This method is the most effective if we want to show our clear warnings to the royal palace. You know that as well. He paused, a hint of doubt creeping in. So, how are we any different from Arita if we do this? One of Ileska's companions questioned their strategy. Are you just going to let them clear the gate then? Another voice chimed in. Haven't you thought it could be Arita's ploy? Ileska responded. No, we've already fallen for Arita's ploy. The arrow, loosed from Sejin's bow, hurtled towards its unseen target, a silent messenger of impending chaos. A deafening roar ripped through the desert air as a massive explosion engulfed the landscape. The earth trembled, and the sky turned a fiery orange. Yuwa, a figure, silhouetted against the fiery horizon, stared towards the gate, a mixture of apprehension and resolve etched on their face. The gate, a voice whispered, barely audible above the din. The aftermath of the explosion revealed a scene of utter devastation. A colossal crater scarred the landscape, a testament to the destructive power unleashed. The masked leader, his gaze hardened with determination, issued a new directive. We need to find the real grave of the prince. The text on the screen read, Arita must have prepared this in advance, as she knew we'd sabotage the gate's subjugation. The group moved forward, their purpose renewed, their steps echoing across the desolate terrain. A sudden realization dawned on one of the figures, their eyes widening in disbelief. Wait, I didn't do any dash. With a mighty roar, the warrior raised his sword high, preparing to strike the monstrous figure below. The blade descended with brutal force, cleaving through the air before connecting with the monster. A voice off-panel complimented the shot. Elsewhere, a group stood before a massive gate, its surface glowing with an otherworldly light. The sand around them was stained with dark patches of blood. The figure with white hair acknowledged the efforts of the other. The dark-haired man questioned how he interpreted the fact that the Mulgar oasis was the grave of the prince. The image depicted a black sky, a fallen warrior, and a red flower. To those uninformed, it could look like a simple drawing. But the black sky signified the day the black mage attacked Aryant, a looming, chained figure reaching out. On that day, the warriors of Aryant desperately fought back against the black mage. The fallen warrior represented the Aryant warriors, and the red flower referred to the blood they shed. That very place is Mulgar Oasis. That's where the grave of the prince is. The white-haired figure was told that even he relied on luck sometimes, and that he was finally starting to look human. Before this, Sanjay would like to say something to Lord Rockin before they get going already. Even your brothers are an exception. The moment you set foot in here, that is. Lord Rockin stood before the glowing gate, staff in hand, ready to face whatever lay beyond. The journey continued, each step echoing in the growing silence. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, illuminating the path ahead. A sudden flash of light momentarily blinded the senses, a stark contrast to the dim forest. Emerging into a clearing, two figures stood silhouetted against the cascading waterfall, their voices carrying on the humid air. Yeah, we're the first here. Elsewhere, a group advanced cautiously. One of them questioned, what do you mean by first? Someone else very well may have arrived here, as we started off late. Lord Rockin, his expression thoughtful, continued, realistic to put it that way. Let's just keep our guards up, since this test does have the throne on the line. He paused, bringing a flute to his lips. Our opponents might do. A strange, resonating sound echoed through the trees, the air vibrating with unseen energy. The flute's melody intensified, a malevolent red glow emanating from its unseen source. A flute. The ground trembled as something massive charged through the undergrowth. Looks like something is charging over here. A monstrous form emerged from the shadows, teeth bared and eyes gleaming with malice. Melpoisen Moshung. One of the group, face contorted in anger, shouted, TCH. It's that bastard again. Boss, do that thing. Just block the poisonous gas. Another, a smirk playing on his lips, responded, don't worry about antidotes. Serving right up for 3 million mesos. His brow furrowed, beads of sweat trickling down his face. The sheer number of enemies was becoming clear. They surged forward, a relentless tide of claws and teeth. The grotesque, mushroom-like growth pulsed ominously atop one of the creatures. A scream tore through the air, a raw expression of terror. Gah, this is so not it. The battlefield became a chaotic swirl of motion as the group fought desperately against the overwhelming horde. What the hell's with the number of them? It was as if the very gates of hell had opened, unleashing a torrent of nightmares. It's as if all the monsters in the gate just swarmed here. Eyes wide with panic, he bellowed, in front. All of you, look at the front. They're coming from the front. The monsters press their attack, their numbers seemingly endless. Shit, what are you all doing? Don't just stand still. Do something. Devo, one of the fighters, desperation etched on his face, cried out, Devo, fuck it. I don't care anymore. A hulking beast charged forward, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The ground cracked as more of the creatures emerged, a seemingly endless wave of destruction. Its claws extended, ready to tear through flesh and bone. The monster descended. The giant scorpion reels, but Elpum is already moving, a surge of power building behind his fist. He grits his teeth, spitting out the words, "You crazy." The world seems to slow as the blow connects, the scorpion's compound eyes widening in disbelief. This definitely can't be right. He thinks, the impact about to send him flying. The force of Elpum's blow sends the giant scorpion hurtling backwards, a trail of dust and debris marking his violent trajectory. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group observes the unfolding events. One of them remarks with cold satisfaction that Prince Cashin and his entourage must have fallen into a trap. Another, bandaged and grim, vows to his big brother to wait. A figure, eyes burning with ambition, clenches his fist, promising to prove who deserves to be king the most. A strange energy signature pulses through the forest, the air crackling with unseen power. The captain of Nautilus, Kirin, grits her teeth, the monstrous pursuers relentless. This is crazy. Just how are they still chasing after us? High in the canopy, a figure sits cross-legged, a haunting melody spilling from a flute. Someone's controlling them with that flute. Elpum activates his see-through eye patch, the red lens glowing. Elpum, your see-through eye patch, a voice calls out. He responds, I'm already on it. A web of blue energy spreads out, a skill perhaps like the Hashishins, but no matter how he searches, he can't find them. Devo, his face etched with worry, shouts, Ahead, look ahead, there's no room for escape. Kirin, her eyes narrowed, prepares her cannon. That's nothing. The captain of Nautilus is surrounded, the monstrous figures closing in. Just trust in Captain Minor. Another pulse of red energy washes over the battlefield. Devo urges them on now. Get running. Kirin cries out in pain, the energy assault taking its toll. Gosh shit, just what the hell is this? The grotesque creature, its skull-like face contorted in what could only be described as annoyance, demands to know why they must endure this. From below, a figure with a bandaged head glares upward, voicing the same exasperated question. Why do they always find themselves in these awful situations? A voice laments the necessity of ending things in such a sloppy manner, while another voice notes that if Cashin can't figure out the identity of something, he will never survive. One of the figures, unable to assist directly, expresses regret at not being able to witness Cashin's end, while another resignedly acknowledges that it can't be helped. A figure with dark blue hair declares that this will be as far as they go. The monster unleashes a guttural scream. Confusion reigns as the monster's numbers remain stubbornly high. One of them wonders if they've stumbled upon a mushroom farm. Despair settles in as one of the figures laments that there's no end in sight, unless they can come up with a brilliant idea to turn the situation around. A cloaked figure observes the scene, remarking that everything is proceeding as expected. A figure declares that they'll just have to wipe them all out every time the bastard calls them. An explosion engulfs the monsters. The creature's core, a pulsating mass of red and white, becomes the focal point of a concentrated assault. A monstrous roar rips through the air, a testament to the pain inflicted. Green energy crackles around the warrior's hand, a sign of the power about to be unleashed. Tisich, I suppose there's no other way, he thought. The group's energy shields flare, deflecting the relentless attacks. Their cores are in their chests. Finish them in an instant. A surge of blue energy erupts, another wave of monsters meeting their end. From a high vantage point, a hooded figure surveys the battlefield, seemingly unfazed by the chaos below. We'll definitely get an opportunity if we continue fighting. The pipe is clenched between his teeth. The man's gaze narrowed as he watches the unfolding events. We have to wait until the bastard reveals themselves. A surge of red energy emanates from the hooded figure, a silent command to the monstrous horde. The woman with crimson hair finally locates her target. Phew, finally found you. You peeping Tom. A blade flashes, cutting through the air with deadly precision. Muscles tense. The warrior's face is set with grim determination. The one who's been screwing with us this entire time? The eye widens, a silent scream of realization or horror. The clash of steel echoed through the forest as the group continued their desperate struggle against the relentless horde. Blades danced in the air, deflecting blows and seeking purchase against monstrous flesh. With a surge of power, something shattered. Energy erupted outwards, a shockwave rippling through the immediate area. Bathed in a verdant aura, Devo stood his ground, sword at the ready. Before him, a hulking monstrosity reeled, momentarily stunned by the sudden release of energy. A look of disbelief contorted the face of one of the companions. I'd stop. Ped, he stammered. A triumphant grin spread across Devo's face. Oi, it's all done. Devo solved the problem. One of the others observed. Looks like he succeeded. Another voice, laced with exasperation, cut in. What? You broke that? Are you out of your mind? That would have fetched whatever price I called in an auction. Devo retorted, ugh. You and your damn mesos. Mesos. Do you really want to talk about that in this kind of situation? The other snapped back. Isn't that obvious? I can talk about it 100 more times if you tell me to. A third voice mused. Hard to imagine these are the same people who were on the brink of death just now. Is this kind of danger part of their daily lives? Meanwhile, further along the path, the rest of the group continued their advance. Don't drop your guard too much. There's still a lot of the gate left, so it's going to take a while before we finish, one cautioned. Another replied, don't even worry about a thing. A confident smirk played on Sejin's lips. Whatever awaits us, it's nothing. The path wound through the dense forest, sunlight dappling through the canopy above. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. The group traversed a narrow stone bridge, spanning a chasm far below. The rushing water echoed upwards, a constant reminder of the perilous drop. Sejin's eyes narrowed, a fierce determination burning within them. He would not be deterred. The warrior's jaw clenched, a silent testament to the resolve burning within him. Then, a strange melody filled the air as a tan-skinned figure blew into a small, wooden flute. The sound resonated through the forest, manifesting as pulsating rings of crimson energy that spread outwards. The red-haired woman's face contorted in fury. Ugh, she growled, her frustration palpable. Another warrior's eyes widened, sweat beading on his brow. Again, how? He exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. El Bam. The hooded figure stood amidst the crimson rings, their voice a low growl. Didn't we kill him? Sejin gripped his staff, orange energy crackling around it. It made no sense. One after another, the cycle continued, an endless loop of conflict. Elsewhere, the path twisted and turned, a labyrinth of repeating areas and undying enemies. If they couldn't kill him this time, either. Sejin's expression hardened, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he stood beside the strange, orange creature. The creature, with its large, innocent eyes and a single flower atop its head, seemed oblivious to the tension. Mano. The name hung in the air, heavy with unspoken questions. The monstrous scorpion loomed, its shadow falling over Elpum, who grimaced in pain. He could only manage a strained, damn, it. The scorpion towered over him, its mandibles dripping. Elpum wondered if this was a dream or reality. Suddenly, a burst of orange energy erupted from the scorpion's form. A bead of sweat trickled down a warrior's brow. His eyes narrowed in concentration. Kieran's face contorted in a silent scream, her eyes wide with dawning horror. The monstrous scorpion, its form shimmering, began to dissolve. The remaining creatures followed suit, their bodies breaking apart into motes of light. They disappeared. Sejin held aloft a burning brand, the flames licking at the air. They didn't exist in the first place. Elpum's brow furrowed, his expression a mask of confusion. What do you mean by? Sejin's eyes narrowed, a grim understanding settling over his features. We were so easily tricked, like fools. Even the second gate we thought we had passed through, and all those mad poison mushrooms chasing after us. Enemies who control monsters with their flutes? They didn't exist to begin with. A totem, wreathed in flames, crumbled to dust. They were illusions created by that totem. Her eyes wide with dawning horror, Sejin's thoughts raced. A totem? The word echoed in her mind. Was it even an item at all? The totem, a squat, ominous figure etched with glowing blue runes, pulsed with unseen energy. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, explained its purpose. To poison minds with colorless, odorless smoke, weaving illusions that had become their reality. Devo, his brow furrowed, stared up through the dense canopy. In other words, ever since they had entered the gate, they had been walking through a fabricated world. Elpum's face contorted in realization. They were only going in circles, trapped in a loop of the totem's design. Arita stood behind him, her expression unreadable. From above, the truth was undeniable. A small clearing, surrounded by an endless expanse of trees, a testament to their futile journey. They had been going around in circles this entire time. Devo explained that Mano, the snail pet, had been the only one unaffected by the illusions. By using its unique ability to detect items, it had been able to pinpoint the totem's location. Thanks to Mano's keen senses, they had finally escaped the clutches of the illusions. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Lord Rockin, his brow furrowed with concern, admitted he didn't know if his brothers or Arita had laid the trap, but he never thought they'd prepare this much. They had wasted too much time already. Sejin, her expression hardening, muttered that at this rate, her brothers would have already. Two cloaked figures stood before a shimmering, golden portal, its energy crackling in the air. A figure stood between the cloaked figures, their back bare, facing the unknown that awaited beyond the portal's threshold. Lord Rockin, his gaze fixed on the portal, declared that he would leave it to them, implying a trust in their abilities to navigate the challenges ahead. He lay amidst the splintered wood and swirling dust, the air thick with the scent of ozone and shattered earth. The last explorer's red cape billowed slightly, a stark contrast against the muted tones of the ravaged landscape. Beneath a canopy of ancient trees, a group makes their way through the dappled sunlight. The figure in the red hood listens intently. So this is the third gate. Now, all that's left should be the boss. There's something we must find before that. The other figure questions the statement. Do you mean Prince Sales remains? No, there's something else. What? What are you even saying all of a sudden? The figure in the red hood dismisses the question. Do not concern yourself. The group continues onward. It won't cause any trouble in clearing the gate. Let's go. The figure's eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down their temple. These Karsa clan bastards acting on their own whims. Meanwhile, a figure walks away, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the hall. You heard the rumor? The first and second princes forfeited this fight for the throne. The figure continues to walk away. Forfeit? They wanted to become king so desperately back then. So what happened? Well, who knows? Maybe they got the frights suddenly. Alone, a figure sits slumped against a wall, surrounded by empty bottles. The figure's face is contorted in anger and despair. Foolish first and second princes. How could they give up on the throne, blindly trusting in Cashin? What displeases him the most, Sanjay thinks, is... Lord Rockin extends his hand, a confident smile playing on his lips. Sanjay, could you lend me your strength as well? Sanjay takes a swig from a bottle, his expression sour. From behind a curtain, Arita's lips curve into a knowing smile. Oh my. Arita stands over Sanjay, who sits on the floor, bottle in hand. You'll catch a cold if you sit on that cold floor. Sanjay glares up at her, his words laced with venom. Queen Arita, what brings you to my room? How dare you come in without my permission? Do please leave. Arita stands in the doorway, looking down at the prince. That's so cold of you, and here I was, ready to encourage you as you leave for the fight. Though I suppose you won't. Sanjay's face contorts in rage. What did you just say? In the distance, Prince Cashin has brought the Elpum party of Gaypur. They may be country bumpkins from Victoria, but their record is quite splendid, is it not? If such a powerful party assists him in clearing the gate. Arita crosses her arms, a calculating look in her eyes. It won't be you who becomes king, but Cashin. Arita continues, her voice soft but firm. However, I do not wish for that. Arita leans in, her words a tempting whisper. Sanjay, I believe that you are more suitable to be king than Cashin. Sanjay's eyes narrow, a flicker of ambition igniting within him. Even despite the contempt you had to face for being of a lowly birth, you've silently strived for the sake of Ariant. No matter your origin, as you are the one who works most sincerely for Ariant. Arita's crimson eyes narrowed, a sly smirk playing on her lips. Should Sanjay not be the sole successor to the throne, she wondered aloud. Her face partially obscured by a delicate veil, Arita leaned in, her tone dripping with false concern. Did he need another puppet like her father to control? How disappointing he'd say that. She only wished to extend her help to him. Perhaps, if he was in need of an excellent explorer. Sijin's gaze was intense, a hint of invitation in her dark eyes. She purred, come visit me anytime. Arita turned away, her long blonde hair cascading down her back. She mused to herself that she may be using Sanjay along with her, but she could see her intent so clearly. However, if that stops Cashin from becoming king. A sinister smile spread across Sanjay's face, his eyes gleaming with hidden intent. He'd gladly play along to her tune. Meanwhile, a member of the Karsa clan spoke, his voice laced with arrogance. Which leads to the Karsa clan that Arita had assigned to him. Just as she said, their skills were formidable, but equally arrogant as well. Regardless of their reason, only the boss remains. Quit wasting time and carry on with the dash. No, they cannot do so. Deep within the forest, a hushed voice echoed, revealing the true motive. It is what their master, Lady Arita, needs. Another member of the Karsa clan, his face contorted in anger, spat out the words. Yes, and it is that same Arita who entrusted them all to him. At the very least in this gate, Arita and he were in equivalent ranking. The Karsa clan member's eyes narrowed, suspicion clouding his features. He questioned Sanjay's allegiance. Sanjay, to think he'd sided with her. The Karsa clan member acknowledged their success, so they'd managed to pass through that trap. From the shadows, Sanjay's voice echoed, laced with a hint of amusement. Yes, he devised quite the interesting trick, Sanjay. Had it not been for the Elpum party, he would have been done for good. One of the women remarks that the group they are facing isn't half bad. She tells 3 others to deal with the Elpum party, while the rest seek the item Lady Arita commanded them to look for. A figure leaps into action, the sound of their movement echoing through the air. A man with dark hair shouts that he'll be going after them, ordering his subordinates to protect the prince. One of them stammers in response, clearly surprised. One of the women remarks that it's better that Elpum is the one leaving, as he's the only threatening one. She adds that she'll make the other woman wish she had died from that trap instead. A hand clenches, a glowing energy emanating from within. Meanwhile, Sunjae is confronted, someone demanding to know why he joined forces with Arita. The questioner presses, asking what about the oath between brothers to reclaim Ariant. Something massive and dark moves with great force. A close-up reveals glowing lights within a dark structure. A voice declares that nothing has changed for Cashin. Elsewhere, Sejin states that she, too, will reclaim Ariant in her own way, adding that she just happened to need Arita for that plan. A dark, jagged form bursts through the ground. A figure wielding an axe declares, "Not you." The hooded figure loomed, casting a long shadow over the battlefield. The air crackled with anticipation as the giant prepared to strike, muscles bulging with barely contained power. His massive arm descended like a falling tree, the force of the blow promising devastation. The ground trembled beneath the impending impact. With a fierce cry, the brown-haired warrior lunged forward, his face a mask of determination. He moved with blinding speed, a blur of motion against the chaos. The blonde warrior met the attack head-on, a blade of pure light erupting in her hand. Sparks flew as steel clashed against steel, the sound echoing across the ravaged landscape. From the rear, the red-haired mage unleashed a torrent of energy, her eyes blazing with power. "Move aside," she screamed, the air shimmering with heat. The blast slammed into the earth, sending tremors through the battlefield. A wave of heat washed over the combatants, the smell of ozone filling the air. Another figure charged forward, a whirlwind of fury and determination. Their eyes burned with a singular focus, their target locked in their sights. An unseen force struck with brutal impact, sending the figure reeling. The world spun as they struggled to regain their footing, the taste of blood filling their mouth. The giant raised his fist once more, the shadow of his hand engulfing his opponent. The air grew heavy with the promise of another devastating blow. A desperate cry pierced the air. "Prince!" The red-haired mage's voice was filled with terror as she watched the impending doom. Another figure was struck down, collapsing amidst a cloud of dust and debris. The battlefield was littered with the fallen, a testament to the brutal conflict. The giant grappled with his opponent, their struggle a desperate dance of strength and skill. The fate of the battle hung in the balance, each moment a life-or-death struggle. The warrior staggers back, the force of the unseen blow rocking him to his core. He grits his teeth against the pain, questioning the nature of such immense power. With a battle cry, the blonde-haired figure leaps through the air, sword raised high, ready to strike. The figure descends, bringing the blade down with furious intent. "Not gonna happen," she shouts. Another warrior cries out, the impact of the blow sending a jolt of agony through their body. Ugh! The red-haired fighter, eyes narrowed, unleashes a volley of shots from her weapon. "Shit, just stay still for a bit," she mutters. Her expression is a mask of fierce determination, focused solely on the target. With a swift motion, the dark-haired warrior thrusts forward with their spear, aiming for a decisive strike. A sinister grin spreads across the face of the hooded figure. "Huh, aren't you the quick sort for a gunslinger?" The white-haired warrior looks around in disbelief, the weight of loss heavy on his shoulders. "Everyone," he cries, "you're the only one left, huh?" Steel clashes against steel as the dark-haired warrior engages the white-haired warrior, their blades locked in a deadly dance. The dark-haired warrior presses the attack, their sword a blur of motion as they seek to overwhelm their opponent. The warrior's face contorts with fury as he bellows, demanding his opponent's surrender. Steel clashes against steel, the sound echoing through the air as the two combatants trade blows. The dark-haired fighter presses his advantage, taunting his opponent. He sneers that there's no one to save him. He continues his relentless assault, declaring that buying time is futile. The white-haired warrior, though pressed, seems to be formulating a plan, muttering a battle cry. With a surge of power, the dark-haired warrior shouts, promising to end the fight. The two warriors lock eyes, the tension palpable as they prepare for the final exchange. The dark-haired warrior grips his sword tightly, ready to strike. A gasp escapes the white-haired warrior's lips as he is struck. Staggering back, the white-haired warrior is bewildered by his opponent's unorthodox fighting style, questioning its origins. His fist clenched, the air around him shimmering with heat, Cashin wondered if this was truly necessary. The blow landed with a resounding crack, the force enough to make Elpum question if this was the Cashin he once knew. The impact sent Elpum hurtling backward, the wind knocked from his lungs. He crashed into the ground, the rough terrain scraping against his armor. Elpum apologized, his stance shifting as he admitted he hadn't been playing around all this time. Cashin beckoned him forward, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He hadn't done this in a while, but he would show Elpum the authority of an older brother. The ground crunched beneath Elpum's feet as he braced for another attack. A voice boomed, commanding him to quit acting so arrogant. Elpham staggered, the force of the unseen blow nearly knocking him off his feet. Elsewhere, a woman's voice echoed, telling someone to be patient, even if it may be a bit cold. The woman stood amidst a field of ice, her expression resolute. A close-up of an eye revealed a fiery reflection, as the voice warned that he didn't have to shiver so much. He was confident, an orange aura blazing around him. It would get warmer soon, Elpham thought, preparing to unleash his power. But before he could act, an unseen force slammed into him. A pained grunt escaped his lips. Damn it, he spat, the blow far different than he anticipated. Elsewhere, a red-haired woman stood her ground, a glowing orb clutched in her hand. Behind her, a monstrous figure loomed, its features lost in shadow. What kind of monsters? She wondered. Elpham's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing with renewed determination. A blade plunged into the earth, the impact sending tremors through the ground. Meanwhile, Sanjay, his face etched with a grim resolve, declared, "This is the end, Sanjay." Arita stood before him, her back to the listener. Sanjay's voice softened, a hint of regret lacing his words. "I don't want to hurt you." A memory surfaced, a flashback to a shared childhood. Sanjay's face contorted in anguish, memories assailing him. "Don't mess with me," he growled. Arita's expression hardened, her eyes blazing with determination. The memories continued to flood back, a torrent of pain and resentment. From the day he went to the royal palace, led by his mother, every day was hell. The lowly blood of a peasant he had received from his mother. All he avoided was being cast away. He stares back, as Arita's rage burns bright, the memories of betrayal flashing behind her. "No one accepted us. And Cashin, you're the same," she accuses, her voice laced with venom. The queen stands firm, the image of a younger Sanjay amidst towering pillars a stark reminder of the past. "We were just toys to you," she spits, the words echoing with years of suppressed resentment. Kneeling, Arita's voice cracks with a raw pain, the accusation hanging heavy in the air. "You never accepted us in the first place." Sanjay's face contorts in disbelief, his eyes wide with a dawning horror. "Nothing will change at this point. What? And no, I." Suddenly, a surge of crimson energy erupts, a monstrous arm crackling with raw power as it descends from above. A hulking form plummets from the sky, a guttural cry echoing as it crashes towards the earth. "Strike! That's one done." A single, malevolent eye glows with an infernal light, the monstrous visage promising only destruction. The ground trembles, the force of the impact sending Arita and another figure sprawling. "An earthquake? What's going on all of a sudden?" A grotesque, verdant horror emerges from the chaos, its form twisted and unnatural. Another abomination, this one a crimson nightmare, joins the fray, its presence radiating malice. A lone figure cowers beneath the shadow of a descending monstrosity. "What the hell?" Elpham's head snaps up, his eyes widening as he beholds the unfolding nightmare. "What the hell is that now?" A hand reaches down, offering a lifeline. Sanjay pulls the younger Arita up the steep incline. She calls out his name, her voice strained. Arita, her face contorted with anger, demands he let go. She'd rather die than accept help from him. I beg of you, Your Highness." Sanjay remembers a time when he was asked to care for someone. Arita kneels before him, her expression somber. She asks him to take care of her son. Arita questions why Sanjay is doing this, lamenting that she has only been a terrible mother to him. Sanjay recalls that he never knew his mother's face, as she passed away so soon. He reflects on how Arita has always cared for him, as if she were his real mother. He'll set him straight. Sanjay remembers that he never knew his mother's face, as she passed away so soon. Yet Arita always cared for him, as if she were his real mother. Sanjay smiles, declaring that he's her older brother and will lead Sanjay to the right path. Sanjay tells Arita that she doesn't have to believe him, but he will still never let go. Arita's face is filled with anguish, remembering that's what she promised her mother. She had asked him to stop, but Sanjay now wonders, was he blinded by enough hatred to put a yoke on himself this entire time? He'd come too far to turn back. The weight of his choices pressed down on him. A guttural sound escaped him, a manifestation of the turmoil within. The memory stung, a sharp reminder of his past self. His reach, his mother's will, he cast them all aside himself. His eyes widened, a surge of emotion flooding his senses. The weight of his past actions bore down on him, a crushing burden. He had begun to send someone off in a single blow. The word echoed in his mind. "Brother, stop. Why can't you realize this is all according to Arita's wishes?" He didn't care, whether it's Arita or whoever else. He was so stubborn, as long as he could become king and take revenge on this rotten nation that persecuted him. What would he do? Sanjay's mind raced, the weight of his choices pressing down on him. His fingers tightened around the knife's hilt, a silent promise echoing in his heart, to uphold the vow he made to his mother. To offer this land to Arita? To become a king, blinded by vengeance? Was that truly his choice? Arita's voice boomed, laced with a chilling resolve. I cannot let you be. The name Sanjay hung in the air, surrounded by the shards of shattered resolve. Should this continue, he'd end up becoming a puppet to Arita, a tyrant who torments many people. A monster capable of doing anything to achieve his goals. In that case, Arita's plea echoed, a desperate wish cast into the void. I beg of you, Prince Cashin, please lead Sanjay. Clutching the knife, Sanjay vowed, I will stop you. A memory surfaced, the face of Prince Cashin, his older brother, clear in his mind. I'm your older brother. He prepared to strike, the blade catching the light, a promise of action in the air. The strike came, a visceral declaration of war. A crimson haze fills the air, the silence broken only by the echo of unseen violence. Panic flares as a figure, cloaked in shadow, urges Lord Rockin to flee. The command is laced with desperation. Run now. Sweat beads on his brow, his eyes wide with a dawning horror. The air crackles with unspoken dread. The man with long white hair dismisses concerns with a chilling resolve. The moment he decided to be king, all other considerations became irrelevant. Blood streaks her face, but her blue eyes burn with unwavering determination. She must protect this kingdom and its people, no matter the cost. A chilling declaration hangs in the air, heavy with the weight of betrayal, even if it means spilling his own brother's blood. Tears mix with blood on his face, but the white-haired man's gaze remains fixed, resolute. The die has been cast. A Nependeth? So that's the boss of this area? This is getting troublesome. But now isn't the time to worry about them. What I should prioritize first is the owner of that prickly mana. Could it be? Damn it. Just what are you planning? The detection spell has been pointing to that. Looks like Weave, the ruler of space. Psychic Drain, an item that can manipulate matter and even distort space with its powerful psychokinesis. With this, it'll only be a matter of time before Commander Will's plans are fulfilled. However, it seems to be sealed. That is, it seems someone's life must be offered on that altar for the seal to be deactivated. A simple yet powerful spell. A sacrifice, you say? That means it was the right decision to bring this one. How troubling. You're only martyrs in name. What of other methods? Confined by spectral chains, a being of pure, emerald energy wonders aloud if there remains a need to choose the more arduous path. A disembodied voice echoes, silencing the entity's doubts. It commands the being not to feel wronged, but rather to be thankful for the opportunity to die for his plan. The chained entity remains suspended, surrounded by glowing, spectral orbs, a silent prisoner awaiting its fate. Elsewhere, the figure in the red cloak, bathed in violet light, declares that they still had some use for someone. A voice, choked with fear and confusion, whispers, W, as the violet energy intensifies. But this couldn't be helped. The sacrifice, now stained with blood, weakly asks, Who? Who are you? As the figure looms over them, a mere subordinate dealt with in a matter of seconds. The figure in the red cloak, their masked face now clearly visible, radiates an immense power. You are. The figure in the red cloak dismisses the sacrifice's fear, stating, Don't feel so wronged. This was going to happen eventually, but more importantly, the figure's silhouette is framed by a burst of crimson energy. You should be thankful you will give your lives for my plan instead. With a final surge of power, the sacrifice is complete, blood splattering across the scene. The figure in the red cloak, standing amidst the aftermath, declares, The seal immediately came off the moment I offered a sacrifice. The preparations complete, a gloved hand rests near a simple ring placed upon the cold stone. The air crackles with anticipation. The figure in the red cloak extends a hand, their voice a low murmur. With this, a new opportunity begins to unfold. Raw power surges, a confluence of searing orange flames and crackling blue energy channeled through their outstretched hand. The staff ignites, erupting in a cataclysmic burst of fire that consumes the chamber. The air smells of ozone and ash. From a distance, Elpum watches the spectacle unfold, his own staff held firm in his grasp. He feels the shift in the atmosphere. That ferocious mana. Elpum's eyes narrow, a question forming in his mind. Why did you show yourself again? Meanwhile, a voice echoes through the forest, laced with a strange familiarity. Mio. The ring pulses with raw energy, held aloft by Mio. The air around it shimmers with an otherworldly light. Smol Pans. A desperate cry pierces the air as the prince is urged to run faster. His companion struggles to keep pace. You're just a burden, not a prince. The companion's voice cracks with exhaustion, followed by a muttered apology. Escorting is your job, after all. Lord Rockin pushes onward, his breath ragged, a trail of blood marking his desperate flight through the trees. The monstrous flower, its petals dripping with an unseen malice, declares, I'll leave his highness to you, Devo. With unnatural speed, the flower unleashes a barrage of thorny vines, lashing out at anything within reach. Devo, observing from a distance, murmurs in awe, amazing, as he watches the flower's assault. The floating figure continues. No need for all that fuss. All this thing has got is its size. It completely lacks any tough defenses or horrible elemental attacks. A sudden, sharp cry pierces the air, a testament to the flower's unexpected power. One of the observers gasps. Is that? As they witness the flower's tendrils ensnaring its prey. Trapped within the flower's maw, a desperate voice cries out, Help me. I'm still. The words are cut short as the petals close further. The monstrous flower continues its relentless assault, its form a blur of motion and malice. The air crackles with unseen energy as the flower's attack intensifies. One of the observers, his face etched with horror, stammers, The monstrous flower looms large, its terrifying visage a symbol of the danger it poses. A chorus of screams echoes from within the flower's depths, a horrifying symphony of pain and despair. Disgusted, Elpom unleashes a skill, a crimson orb crackling with energy in his hand. He intends to obliterate whatever lurks within the monstrous bloom. Get out of my sight. The flower's maw gapes open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth and a swirling vortex of crimson energy at its core. The air crackles with anticipation. The orb slams into the monster's core, a blinding flash momentarily obscuring the grotesque petals. The impact reverberates through the chamber. A woman with fiery red hair watches with wide, fearful eyes, her expression a mixture of shock and concern. Another strike lands, and the woman cries out, Minor, now identified, offers a shaky, thank you, before urgently warning, watch out, that monster's behavior just now. A barrage of attacks rains down upon the monstrous flower, each blow sending tremors through its grotesque form. Lord Rockin's eyes widen in disbelief, his face etched with a mixture of fear and understanding. The prince lies prone, helpless against the monstrous entity. A figure, bathed in a crimson glow, channels the power of another, thinking, use that axe-wielding woman's skill. Within the flower's depths, grotesque faces writhe in agony, a horrifying testament to its power. It can copy the skills of the humans it devours. Another man, his face contorted in alarm, exclaims, This is bad. That thing's behavior pattern just shifted 180 degrees. The prince cursed under his breath, his expression a mask of worry. What was happening? Hurry up and run. Elpom urged, the ground shaking behind them as something massive gave chase. Meanwhile, in a more secure location, two cloaked figures discussed the news. One confirmed that they would be leaving for the subjugation. A hand extended, offering the prince a glowing orb. Take this. The phoenix wand. Rockin stared at the artifact, a mix of surprise and determination on his face. He had heard that its wielder could cast a hyper-heal skill that could recover any wounds. The prince knew he should definitely be able to wield its power. Rockin smiled, accepting the gift. He wondered if this was fine with the giver, to give such a valuable item to him. He was only giving it because it was him. So he must return alive, as he was the one who would become king. Elsewhere, a monstrous figure emerged from the shadows, its form a twisted mockery of flesh and rage. Sail. Rockin knelt before the towering figure. The monster spoke, its voice a guttural rasp. Are you unable to rest properly in this place? The monstrous figure loomed, its voice a guttural rumble that echoed across the desolate landscape. Why are you still suffering? It questioned, the words laced with a dark amusement. He looked up, his expression a mix of defiance and desperation as the looming figure towered over him. The word escapes his lips, a plea, a warning. Prince. With a flick of its wrist, the monstrous figure sent him flying backwards, the force of the blow carrying him away like a rag doll. His hand outstretched, as if grasping for something to hold on to, he was sent hurtling through the air. Elpom's eyes widened in disbelief, his face etched with shock. Beside him, the blonde woman shared his horrified gaze, the scene unfolding before them a nightmare made real. A single eye, burning with an intense, fiery light, stared out from the shadows, its gaze unwavering and filled with an unknown purpose. A sinister grin spread across the figure's face, a hint of cruel amusement dancing in its eyes. The figure's hand reached out, as if offering a deal, but the words that accompanied the gesture were laced with a mocking tone. Is a losing deal, isn't it? Ralph's face contorted in a mask of rage and despair, his voice a raw scream of defiance. Ralph, he roared, the sound echoing through the desolate landscape. The monstrous figure remained unmoved, its presence a looming threat that cast a long shadow over the scene. A curse escapes his lips, the situation spiraling beyond control. A figure plummets through the air, a dark silhouette against the pale sky. A grim realization dawns, the words hanging heavy in the air. This really is a losing deal, isn't it? A guttural cry echoes, a sound of pain and desperation. A desperate shout pierces the air. Ralph. A monstrous roar tears through the battlefield. Lord Rockin is urged to get a grip, the voice sharp with urgency. Do you want to die here? A pained groan escapes him as he lies defeated, muttering apologies. Hope flares as someone cries out that Ralph is still alive. The monstrous form looms, a silent threat. The realization dawns. Unlike when it swallowed others, Ralph's form didn't appear. In other words, inside the belly of the beast, Elpum grits his teeth, preparing for another assault. Golden sigils erupt, launching a barrage of searing energy into the creature's gut. It hasn't digested him yet. The concentrated blasts slam into the scorpion's flesh, causing it to recoil. A guttural roar of pain echoes through the cavernous space. The assault continues, each blast a desperate attempt to weaken the monster. Again, the creature is struck, its armored hide offering little resistance to the magical onslaught. Devo, eyes narrowed, aims a cannon-like weapon, ready to unleash its power. This is our chance, Devo. The determination is clear. They'll get that damn idiot back, even if they have to cut open its belly. Elpum is enveloped in a swirling vortex of golden energy, preparing for a different kind of attack. A radiant, golden shield materializes, pulsing with divine power. Emerald energy crackles, a sign of another attack being unleashed. The adventurer channels the emerald energy, ready to strike a decisive blow against the beast. Bloodied and breathing heavily, Elpum stood his ground, his gaze fixed on a monstrous scorpion. The air crackled with anticipation, the scent of ozone heavy in the air. A surge of green energy erupted around the blonde woman, her face contorted in a scream that echoed through the ruined landscape. A single eye, wide with disbelief, reflected the unfolding horror. This is insane. With a surge of power, the severed legs of the giant scorpion began to regenerate, glowing with an eerie green light. A grotesque visage, wreathed in yellow energy, voiced the growing dread. They've regenerated? The giant scorpion stood once more on its fully restored legs, a cloud of dust swirling around its massive form. A wave of frustration washed over Lord Rockin, his teeth bared in a grimace. "Ugh, damn it!" Coughing up blood, Elpum pleaded, his voice strained, "Stop." The blonde woman's scream intensified, her voice cracking with desperation. "I said stop." With arms outstretched, Lord Rockin stood defiant, a surge of power emanating from his very being. A fist clenches, wreathed in crimson energy. The air crackles with unseen power, a silent promise of violence about to be unleashed. Lord Rockin's eyes widen, a guttural sound escaping his lips as an unseen force slams into him. The impact steals his breath, leaving him reeling. Within the depths of some monstrous entity, a question echoes. What's happening? The forms of those consumed begin to unravel, their essence fading like smoke in the wind. The skull-like visage contorts in silent agony. Something stirs within, a hidden presence struggling to break free. A sense of confinement, of being trapped within a living prison, permeates the scene. The plant-like creature writhes, its form collapsing as if devoured from the inside out. A desperate struggle against an unseen force. A monstrous maw gapes open, teeth like razors glinting in the dim light. A silent scream echoes from the depths. Rockin unleashes a torrent of power, a blinding flash of energy erupting from his very being. The force of it threatens to tear him apart. His eyes widen, a dawning realization mixing with a lingering pain. He mutters, barely audible, "That's..." The energy intensifies, engulfing him in a radiant aura. The name Ralph hangs in the air, a desperate cry or a revelation. A wave of frustration washes over him, a guttural curse escaping his lips. "Ugh, damn it." The surge subsides, leaving him trembling and weak. He breathes a sigh of relief. He really thought he was going to die this time. He muttered, a grim acceptance coloring his tone. "Never thought I'd end up as monster food." The prince's brow furrowed, a new question forming. So now what? A sudden jolt of fear widened his eyes. Crimson tendrils, like veins of some unholy growth, pulsed into existence around him. Turning his head, Rockin stared at the encroaching mass, a tremor in his voice as he questioned, What is this?" Elsewhere, a monstrous figure, wreathed in crimson energy, cradled a glowing orb. A realization dawned, the devoured adventurer and the activated item. Could it be that the way this thing uses skills is... Oh my! A wide, unsettling grin stretched across Rockin's face, his eyes gleaming with a newfound excitement. This just got interesting, didn't it? A disembodied hand clutched a radiant golden orb, a voice echoing with impatience. Why is everyone just standing there? From above, the scene unfolded. Several figures stood motionless around a point of intense light. A mournful voice lamented, "Your father came back from work, and not one child welcomed him. This is so sad I could cry." A figure with stark white hair, sweat beading on their brow, voiced their concern. "Could that item be sales?" A voice detached and clinical explained, "I ripped out all the corpses and items from inside that thing. Now it's just an empty shell that can't even use skills." Elpum stood alongside the blonde woman, his expression hardening. In other words, break time is over. A monstrous figure with crimson eyes and jagged horns loomed, a silent promise of violence. Despite the chaos, Rockin's face held a strange serenity. I can finally rest a bit, right? A final, whispered command escaped his lips. Now go win. A sinister grin stretches across a face, as a voice promises that there's no need to worry. Beside him, a woman with red hair shares the same unsettling smile. Elsewhere, Elpum declares that he will finish it in an instant, as he stands ready to fight amidst swirling green energy. The blonde woman, her expression strained, pleads for everyone to help. A monstrous entity looms, its gaping maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. The blonde woman focuses her energy, summoning a large, circular magical barrier, its surface etched with intricate symbols that glow with a soft blue light. My brother's suffering, please, she whispers. The monstrous scorpion prepares to unleash a torrent of fiery energy from its maw, the air shimmering with heat. A voice echoes, commanding that it all must end. Elpum charges forward, his polearm crackling with yellow energy as he prepares to strike the monstrous scorpion. The polearm connects, unleashing a cataclysmic burst of red and orange energy that rips through the air. The force of the impact sends shockwaves radiating outward, scattering debris in all directions. The monstrous scorpion begins to crumble, pieces of its body breaking apart under the force of the attack. A figure with white hair and dark markings on his face stands amidst the destruction, uttering a single, mournful phrase, "My brother." The figure with striking golden eyes looks up, murmuring a title of fealty. "My king." A name escapes his lips, barely audible. Sail. Elsewhere, the blonde woman stands amidst a surreal forest, the air thick with the scent of unknown blossoms. Strange, vibrant flora surrounds her, painting the scene in hues of pink and green. From an unseen source, a voice echoes with grim finality. "Now rest in peace." The words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the backdrop of a ruined city. Turning his back on the inferno, the figure in the red cloak strides away, the heat radiating from the devastation behind him. "Looks like that side is done," he mutters, his tone indifferent. From the shadows, a voice proposes a shift in strategy. "Shall we get started on our end?" The figure with the red eye patch grips a flaming sword, his gaze sharp and accusatory. "What are you plotting? If you're here to try persuading me again, you're wasting your time." A close-up of a face, etched with determination, delivers a stark declaration. "No, the situation has changed." A chilling smile spreads across the face of the figure in the red cloak. "You need to die here. Elpum." Fury contorts the face of the figure with the serpent coiled around them. "You insolent fool! How dare you try to kill Elpum without my permission?" The figure's rage barely conceals a desperate plea. "Do you even understand what you were about to do? Elpum has no intention, of helping us." Blood trickles down the face of the figure, their voice laced with a chilling resolve. "So then, before he becomes a hindrance, it's better to eliminate him." A voice cuts them off, filled with outrage. "Shut up. What does someone like you know?" The figure with the serpent declares with unwavering conviction. "Elpum's will doesn't matter. He is a necessary vessel." Elpum's eyes widened, the word echoing in his mind. A vessel? Elsewhere, the hooded figure of Lord Arcarium loomed, a plan centuries in the making now threatened. Rage simmered beneath the surface. Arcarium would dispose of anyone who dared defy him, anyone who proved to be a useless pawn. A desperate plea escaped the figure ensnared by the serpentine grip. Elpum's voice cracked with a newfound resolve. He would do it, whatever it took. Meanwhile, Lord Rockin, staff in hand, pleaded for one more chance, a chance to prove himself to Lord Arcarium. The words tore from Elpum's throat, a desperate vow to become the vessel. The cry echoed, a raw expression of ambition and fear. A figure stood poised, staff gleaming, as another offered a glowing orb. Driven by a burning desire, the figure resolved to prove his worth, to become something special. The orb pulsed with power, a promise of something more. The question hung in the air, who is truly worthy to become the vessel? He scowls, his brow furrowed in defiance. Elpum declares, "I don't care about." Lord Rockin responds, his expression serious, something like that. A swirling vortex of raw power materializes, the air crackling with unseen energy. Elpum glances back, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. "Dummies made from rocks again? Why are you using the same tricks as last time?" A disembodied voice echoes, laced with disdain. "Don't you ever improve?" Emerald energy surges, manipulating the very earth. Boulders rise, poised to strike. The rocks hurtle forward, propelled by an unseen force. The barrage intensifies, a relentless assault of stone and power. Elpum watches the assault, his expression unreadable. His eyes narrow, a plan forming in his mind. The rocks continue their relentless advance. A sphere of azure energy coalesces in Elpum's hand. "That I wouldn't use such obvious tactics?" The energy erupts, a blinding flash of light consuming everything in its path. A figure stood over a pool of luminescent green liquid, the air thick with an unnatural stillness. "What a waste," they muttered, the words echoing slightly in the cavernous space. A disembodied voice echoed, laced with a hint of impatience. "Why don't you quit testing?" Above, a silhouette of a rider on horseback was framed by a glowing circle. The source of the green liquid below, still a mystery. "The waters?" the voice questioned, a hint of curiosity creeping in. Enveloped in a swirling cloud of energy, the figure remained obscured, their purpose still unclear. A figure with white hair, surrounded by swirling purple energy, apologized softly. "I'm sorry if it felt that way." The air crackled with unseen power as a hand glowed with a mix of blue and purple energy. The strange sensation like my telekinetic powers were being sucked in that I felt right before my attack hit him. A close-up revealed a ring with a large, ominous purple gem. "I feel something ominous from that ring," the voice admitted, a note of concern creeping into their tone. Silhouetted against a fiery backdrop, the figure resolved to take action. "Well, I'll just have to check for myself." Orange and yellow energy erupted from the figure's hands, the air shimmering with heat. The white-haired figure, now bathed in purple light, steeled himself. "All right, I better put on my best show." Surrounded by a vortex of orange and yellow energy, the figures seemed ready to unleash their full power. Then, they declared, a hint of defiance in their voice. A pained grunt escaped his lips as an unseen force pressed in. Dark energy swirled around him, cracking the very ground beneath his feet. "In no way," he thought, sweat beading on his brow. "You shouldn't be able to use telekinetic skills directly on living things. But this is definitely." He stood firm, despite the oppressive energy. "It's not you I'm moving," he muttered. A psychic drain threatened to consume him. The transcendental skill dominated the space, forcing him to his knees. Clenching his fist, he prepared to retaliate. "Cook. Still, telekinesis is telekinesis." A sphere of light blue energy enveloped him as he thought. "If I use the same telekinetic powers to counter it." The air cracked with energy. "Are you deaf?" Blue energy swirled around his hand as he roared. "Didn't I just say that there's nothing you can do in this realm?" He channeled the mana in the air, the gravity itself. To dominate a realm means to dominate the energy of that space. He unleashed the power. Others' telekinetic powers. A manic grin stretches across Sale's face, his eyes gleaming with dark intent. He declares himself a special being, one desired by the Black Magician. Sale throws his head back, a triumphant laugh erupting from his throat. He has done it. His eyes widen, a disturbing glee twisting his features. The new vessel is his. Lord Arcarium grits his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He has to admit he won't be able to fight with the skills he already has. Arcarium watches as Sale unleashes a torrent of green and blue energy. Arcarium is shocked. How is this possible? Fire and telekinesis. What kind of nonsense is this? The green hair man is further taken aback as Sale uses poison breath. Sale's eyes gleam with dark amusement. Every mage can only use 2 elements at most. That is the rule of this world. He would not be deterred. Sale's eyes narrowed, a fierce determination hardening his gaze as a vibrant yellow energy began to coalesce in his outstretched hand. Nobody, he thought, could ignore the rules. The energy erupted outward, a cataclysmic burst of yellow and verdant power that threatened to consume everything in its path. The air crackled with the force of the blast, the sound echoing like a thunderclap in a confined space. Flames danced and writhed, painting the scene in hues of orange and red as the raw power continued to surge. But he was far from finished. A new energy began to manifest, this time a sinister violet hue that pulsed with an unsettling intensity. The violet light intensified, swirling around him like a shroud as he prepared to unleash yet another element. His resolve hardened, the corners of his mouth twitching with grim determination. No matter, he thought, what it took. The violet energy crackled in his palm. A poison skill alone, he mused, wouldn't change anything. His brow furrowed, a flicker of doubt crossing his face before being quickly suppressed. Whether it was 2 or 3 elements, his power was overwhelming. 3? A new surge of power coursed through him, this time a vibrant green. Who said he only had 3 elements? The green energy swirled together with a deep blue, creating a vortex of raw power that threatened to tear the very fabric of reality. A memory surfaced, a whisper from the past. It was by coincidence he recalled before his regression when he got his second circle. He realized then that he could channel more than just telekinesis and fire, a revelation that shifted the very foundation of his understanding. At the second circle, he had obtained poison. At the third, ice. He became able to wield more elements the more he circled up, a power he named All-Master. Now, at his 4th circle, the possibilities stretched before him like an endless canvas. A muffled voice, laced with disbelief, echoed from the shadows. How can you? Green energy crackled around Sale's hand, a testament to the raw power he now commanded. Below, a chasm pulsed with blue lightning, a visual representation of the forces he was about to unleash. Sale's thoughts drifted, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. He wondered, what was the purpose of this power? Why had he been chosen? But in this life, he vowed, he was going to change everything with it. A desperate plea, barely a whisper, cut through the air. Disappear. Sale's mind raced. Visions of the future he would forge colliding with the memories of the future he once knew. The air crackled with blue energy as Sale declared, "You do not exist, Med." The figure, consumed by the blue energy, screamed in defiance, their features contorted in terror. A resounding "no" echoes through the chamber, visualized as raw, crackling blue energy. He writhes, a silent scream etched on his face as the blue energy claws at him. It surges from his hand, threatening to consume him entirely. The energy intensifies, a swirling vortex of azure power, threatening to tear reality itself apart. The vortex pulls downward, a hungry maw of pure energy ready to swallow everything in its path. A voice, laced with scorn, cuts through the chaos. Will he truly replace Elpham? Sale, constricted by the serpent's coils, grits his teeth. He can do it. He will prove himself more useful than Elpham, who cannot be controlled. He will become the vessel. A disembodied voice muses, intrigued. Do it if he can. Another presence declares this a test, a trial by fire to prove his worth. The stakes are laid bare. The loser shall become fertilizer for the other. An eye, bloodshot and weary, reflects the scene. Sale, bathed in the blue light, is trapped within its gaze. A whisper, barely audible, confesses that from the start, he was never. A final thought surfaces, what Archarum wanted. He extends his hand, the air around it shimmering with latent power. A concentrated sphere of emerald energy begins to coalesce in his palm, humming with contained force. The green light intensifies, bathing the immediate area in an eerie glow. The energy expands, pushing against unseen boundaries, a silent promise of imminent release. The energy erupts in a stylized burst, a visual scream of raw power contained for too long. The air crackles with ozone, the scent sharp and metallic. The collected energy is unleashed, rocketing skyward in a concentrated beam of pure, crackling force. The ground trembles beneath the sheer magnitude of the power. Lord Rockin, his back to the audience, declared his intention. He would open the curtains. The heavy fabric began to stir, a low creak echoing in the tense silence. A sliver of light pierced through the gap, promising a grand reveal. The opening widened, revealing more of what lay beyond the veil. The crowd watched with bated breath as Lord Rockin stood before the slowly parting curtains. The hem of his robe brushed against the floor as he waited for the moment of unveiling. Two men exchanged knowing glances, their expressions a mixture of anticipation and amusement. The pair seemed eager to see what was behind the curtains. A bare foot shifted slightly, the anticipation palpable. Lord Rockin watched as the curtains were drawn further apart, his expression unreadable. A masked figure peered through the gap, their eyes wide with curiosity. Lord Rockin carefully lowers the ornate crown, its weight settling upon Elpham's head. The gem at its center, a deep and mesmerizing blue, catches the light. A chorus of cheers erupts. The people of Orient celebrate their new ruler, their voices echoing through the palace grounds. The declaration rings out. Orient has a new leader. Lord Rockin smiles, a hint of something unreadable in his eyes, as he thinks of Cashin. His chest rises and falls with a steady breath. From the palace walls, a question hangs in the air. Has Elpham changed his mind at all? Lord Rockin extends an offer. If Elpham wishes, he can even make him a noble. Elpham apologizes, explaining that the problem with the followers at hand prevents him from staying. Lord Rockin wonders if he can take that to mean that Elpham will return once it's all over, adding that greedy kings like him don't like to let go of talented individuals. Once it was all over, he mused, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Lord Rockin, addressing someone off-panel, declared that while they may be leaving, he couldn't let them leave empty-handed. A woman, towering over two kneeling figures, announced that here were the promised items and a few minor rewards. A man protested to someone on a throne, exclaiming that this was not minor at all and was too much. Moreover, the man holding a scepter and orb wondered why the palace was given to that miser. The man with light hair stated that in any case, the situation had become troublesome. Before they returned from the gate, Arita had already disappeared. Elpham was asked if he had a way to track down the followers, as they had no clue where they were. Though not certain about it, someone thought they did have an idea. Surprised, the figure surrounded by lightning wondered how they were still alive despite the state they were in. Elpham was asked what they were plotting and what this vessel they were talking about was. Asked about the villain's questions, Elpham responded, wondering if they would even believe him if he answered. He concluded that they must be desperate. Weakly, the figure on the ground spoke, his voice raspy. It was a natural response. He croaked. Archarum had them in the palm of his hand. He demanded an answer, his voice strained. He threatened to blow someone's head off. The dying man wheezed, stating that no matter what he did, he would die anyway. Archarum had abandoned him, after all. He lamented that his life, which had been extended with magic, was ending. He had tried so hard to live. But now that he was faced with death, he really didn't care anymore. With his last breath, he urged someone to go to Megacia. There, he rasped, they would find the truth they sought, and learn that. It was a shame, he whispered, that he wouldn't be able to see their face after having learned the truth of it all. Meanwhile, Elpham's thoughts turned to Megacia. The city of scholars, famous for alchemy, he mused. That's where they are. Lord Rockin considered Megacia. It wasn't far, one could get there in 3 days on foot. However, to get in them, he thanked the speaker for telling him an interesting story. A figure in the foreground remarks that he thought he took on a lame job, but now believes he was wrong. Several figures stand behind him in a grand hall. A close-up reveals the intricate details of a suit of armor, hinting at the importance of the armored figures present. A woman's eyes widen in shock, her expression conveying a sudden realization or understanding. Why you are, she exclaims. A man with light blue hair smirks, his expression suggesting amusement or perhaps a hint of malice. Sir Kasim, he says. The man with light blue hair, Kiri, greets another man, stating it has been a long time since they last met. The blonde woman questions what brings Kiri here, adding that they received a message from someone. The scene shifts to a disturbing image of a blood-stained floor. The text indicates that someone is conducting illegal experiments in the center of Megacia, and traces of human testing have been found. The text warns that if left unchecked, these experiments will definitely bring chaos to Maple World. Kiri states that Megacia always resolved its conflicts on its own, but it seems lost on this one. The text reveals that the Cygnus Knights were requested to investigate discreetly. However, since it was an unofficial request, Kiri was wondering how to get in. A man with white hair and an ornate headdress states that this is when he thought of the past they have. He asks what? The scene shows a potion and some crystals. The text indicates that they need all kinds of ingredients and resources for their research, and Ariant is the one who provides them all the things they need. The ornate pass, shimmering with an ethereal glow, was more than just parchment. It was the key, the means of passage. The text on the pass reads, "This is the pass we use when exporting to them." Lord Rockin held the pass aloft, the light catching the intricate designs. He explained, "I prepared it ahead of time at the Cygnus Knight's request. It seems like what is happening in Megacia has to do with the followers." A knight, clad in shining silver armor, stood firm, his blue hair catching the light. He declared with conviction, "I'm sure you will be of help to each other." Elsewhere, the desert stretched endlessly, the sun beating down on the backs of the travelers. Their figures, small against the vast landscape, pressed onward. An advisor approached Lord Rockin, bowing his head respectfully. He addressed him, "Your Majesty." Lord Rockin's expression was grave, his brow furrowed with concern. He wondered aloud, "What other option do we have?" The group of heroes stood together, a beacon of hope against the harsh desert backdrop. The weight of the world rested on their shoulders, for there were many places that needed their help. Confidence resonated in the air. "I'm sure they'll do great in Megacia, just like they did here." The advisor looked up at Lord Rockin, his face etched with worry. "All we can do is trust them." The heroes continued their trek, their footprints fading into the shifting sands. The sun beat down, but their resolve remained unbroken. Lord Rockin watched them go, his heart heavy with hope and trepidation. He whispered, "In hopes that our heroes will be triumphant and come back." A guard holds up a document, the symbol of Ariant emblazoned upon it. The air crackles with tension as he declares, "You people are from Ariant." Another guard, his face grim, steps forward, questioning, "And you're here to deliver minerals?" Lord Rockin, holding up his own document, seems taken aback. A voice from the shadows orders, "Go back." A collective cry echoes through the city of Megacia. Wayat. The sprawling cityscape of Megacia looms, its metallic structures glinting under the alien sky. Inside a guard booth, frustration mounts. "Why can't we go in?" a voice demands. "We have an entry pass." "Look at it." A gloved hand presents a document, but the guard retorts, "Nah, I never received a message saying you're coming." A finger hovers over a large red button. "I'm already annoyed because I'm on duty," the guard grumbles. "If you keep annoying me, I'll have no choice but to dash." A guard's eyes widen, a soft, escaping his lips as something unexpected unfolds. A desperate plea rings out. "I have the official documents." Papers scatter and swirl, filling the air with chaos. "Teacher." A voice stammers, cut short by the unfolding events. A figure cowers on the ground, terror etched on their face. Guests of Genuist," they exclaim, fear lacing their voice. The city sprawled beneath the watchful eye of the moon, its lights twinkling like fallen stars. A faint, almost apologetic whisper seemed to echo through the streets. "I am sorry." Within a room lined with towering bookshelves, one of the figures stammered, explaining that things had been delayed due to roundabout methods. The conversation shifted, revealing a crucial detail. The alchemists of Megatia were not a unified body, but rather divided into two distinct schools. These schools, it was explained, were Genuist, which prioritized life and the basics of alchemy, and Alcadner, which focused on the union between life and machinery. The speaker continued, revealing that the two schools were vehemently opposed to each other due to their conflicting ideals. The Genuist faction had kept their invitation secret from Alcadner. The implications hung heavy in the air. The bespectacled figure processing the information could only manage a shaky means egregis. The speaker affirmed their belief in their own ideals. A sense of foreboding settled as the doors loomed, bathed in an ominous red glow. Alcadner, it seemed, was behind this. The man questions if they're going to investigate him. He insists that they cannot come in, citing a security reinforcement period where only Alcadner are allowed. The man's words elicit a shocked reaction from both him and the woman beside him. The man questions if they're an official visit from the Genuist school, then states that unless they're a higher-up or the president, the answer is no. A voice calls out, asking who they are and if there's a problem. The woman stammers, introducing herself as Umar. Umar identifies herself as a first-tier technology researcher of the Genuist. The man turns and walks away. Meanwhile, two men stand before a large, imposing structure. From above, a group of figures is seen walking away. One of them states that they inspected the entire place all day, but there wasn't anything suspicious. One of the figures notes that all of the experiments they're doing are so strange, while the other says that there is nothing different on their end. Umar's brow furrowed, her thoughts swirling behind her glasses. If it was this well hidden, then it had to be there. The man beside her recoiled slightly. Umastamelt, apologizing. I'm so sorry. This is top secret, so I'm not supposed to talk about it with anyone. Another man, his silver hair catching the light, stated firmly, if it's something we should know, then don't hide it from us. What? You're the ones who asked us to investigate. Umar, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination, asked, do you mean the underground of this place? A figure with a single, glowing red eye spoke, his voice low and distorted. I can't tell what it is because it's filled with mana, but I do know there's something under us. It's a giant, complex pathway. If there's a secret lab here, it's definitely under us. That place is no ordinary lab. It's a secret facility set up by an alchemist who was studying what was banned. It's like a maze down there, and there are a bunch of leftover testing subjects and the spirits of alchemists who died too early. I haven't been down there myself, but I heard that Genuist and Alcadner are connected through the paths down there. Umar's companion, a woman with fiery red hair, exclaimed, what? You should have told us about this place from the start. We could have just come here through there. Umar, her expression fraught with worry, explained, most people are not allowed in without this permit. Panic rising in her voice, Umar cried out, huh? Ashu? What do we do? I lost it. This is bad. I'll be in so much trouble. Meanwhile, the silver-haired man, observing the city below, remarked, but I need it reissued. Yui, is this woman really a first-tier researcher? Nothing's easy for us, is there? A fist clenches, the sound echoing in the tense atmosphere. A voice booms, demanding someone reveal themselves. From the doorway, a hooded figure emerges, annoyed by the commotion. He grumbles about being woken up. Queen Arita, her face contorted in distress, shrieks for her beauty potion, her voice laced with desperation. Arita's voice rises in pitch, declaring she cannot live like this, demanding someone else deal with the problem. Behind a window, a figure with dark hair states they have unexpected guests and no time for Arita's beauty potion. Arita's voice cracks as she screams to cut the bullshit, reminding them that she is the one funding their studio. Another voice demands research, reminding someone of their contract and demanding they hand over what they have. The figure with long, dark hair remains silent, their expression obscured. A voice acknowledges the contract, the words hanging in the air. A final statement is made, declaring that they are supposed to be supplied, and in exchange, they make the other beautiful. She grits her teeth, sweat beading on her brow. The queen's expression is a mask of frustration and suppressed fury. Elsewhere, a shadowy figure looms, its form obscured by darkness, save for the glint of red eyes piercing the gloom. A disembodied hand reaches out, its fingers adorned with a large, purple gem. How about I just get rid of this ugly face, then? The unseen speaker threatens. A crimson splatter explodes across the scene, a brutal promise delivered with chilling finality. Let's take care of it permanently. Meanwhile, pipes crisscross in the dim light, hinting at a hidden, industrial space. Genuist is inspecting the streets. A voice declares, as two figures stand before a large, boxy device. The unseen speaker continues, their tone laced with menace. Make sure people keep their mouths shut. Don't let anyone in here. Elsewhere, Alcadner School President Mad stares intensely, his monocle glinting in the light. The Alcadner School President's expression is grim, his gaze unwavering. Isn't that the president of the Alcadner School? One of the figures exclaims. So they really are scheming something down here. Looks like we have our answer. A character with glasses looks on, their expression a mix of concern and determination. We need to report to the higher woe. The two figures from before are startled by something unseen, their bodies tensing with surprise. The figure demands to know who dares approach, standing over someone who begs for forgiveness. A clash of metal echoes as two figures engage, one blocking a blow with armored gauntlets. He recognizes the clothing of his opponent. It's genuine gear. A voice warns the figure not to try anything, as beams of energy erupt. A grunt escapes as the figure is struck by the energy. The armored figure retaliates, swinging a blade wreathed in purple energy. He realizes that he has no choice. Sweat beads on the brow of the Alcadner school president, his mustache twitching. Meanwhile, the unknown knight stands amidst other figures, his blue armor gleaming. The Alcadner president is mad. The Alcadner president's face contorts with rage, his monocle glinting menacingly. How dare they try to pin this on him? His voice booms, a promise of retribution hanging in the air. No matter what, things wouldn't go their way. Elsewhere, a figure with light blue hair watches, his expression unreadable, eyes narrowed. A surge of purple energy erupts, crackling with raw power, the air thick with ozone. The energy intensifies, forming jagged blades of pure force, ready to strike. A figure is caught off guard, a look of utter shock spreading across his face as the attack lands. What? Meanwhile, a cloaked figure stands over two prone forms, the reins slicking their dark attire. Good night, stupid alchemists. The blonde-haired figure is surrounded by crackling purple energy, the air buzzing with dangerous potential. A close-up reveals an eye wide with shock, the pupil dilated in disbelief. The cloaked figure stands silhouetted against the downpour, the two figures at their feet motionless, the rain washing away the blood. The scene fades to black, the only light emanating from the lingering purple energy. The two figures lie broken, their faces contorted in pain, the purple energy still crackling around them. A figure's jaw clenches, teeth bared in what could be anger or intense focus. Lightning Emperor Reek's face is illuminated by crackling energy, a sinister smile playing on his lips. A massive hand crackles with purple energy, its owner musing if they've met before. The armored figure, the follower of the Black Magician, remarks on Reek's self-proclaimed title. A cloaked figure emerges from the shadows, stating that it's not the alchemists they were expecting. The follower of the Black Magician stands ready, sword drawn. Reek, sneering, demands to know their purpose. A structure pulses with purple energy, a voice admitting they don't know how their enemies found out about it. The purple energy intensifies, a voice declaring it's too late. Two figures observe the ritual, one questioning what is happening. A man's eyes widen in shock, recognizing something about the scene before him. The structure is revealed to be a train, bathed in purple light. The armored figure lay prone, a metallic ding echoing in the chamber. A sharp cry of pain tore through the air as one of the figures doubled over, clutching their side. Another coughed, struggling to breathe as a figure behind them was enveloped in swirling purple energy. The purple energy pulsed, drawing closer to the metallic structure at the heart of the ritual. The structure hummed, resonating with the dark energy that flowed through it. The purple energy intensified, a tangible force pressing down on everything. The Alcadner school president, sweat beading on his brow, questioned if it wasn't genuine. Lightning Emperor Reek grinned, declaring that their souls would be used for a very valuable purpose, the resurrection of the Black Magician. Elsewhere, two figures stood together, their faces grim with determination. The Alcadner school president, his face contorted with urgency, yelled that they needed to stop this right now. Turning away, the figure in dark clothing instructed the others to stop the ritual, promising to take care of the rest. The two figures, their eyes burning with resolve, vowed that they would. A flicker of doubt crosses Elpham's face, his brow furrowing as if a troubling thought has just taken root. The air crackles with unspoken questions. A voice, laced with anticipation, cuts through the silence. Reek's lips peel back in a predatory grin, revealing teeth that seem too sharp, too eager. He's been waiting. From the shadows, a voice echoes, distorted and laced with static. The cloaked figure, wreathed in crackling energy, expresses a twisted relief. Someone is still alive. The air grows heavy, charged with malice. A dark promise hangs in the balance, a vow to tear someone's head off, delivered with chilling certainty. The Alcadno Society president, Maid, speaks into a communication device, his voice booming with authority. He addresses all alchemists, his message clear and urgent. Two figures, cloaked and determined, receive the order. They are not the enemy. Elsewhere, the followers have already launched their attacks on the ground, the souls of Megacia's denizens being absorbed indiscriminately by the activated magic mechanism. Judging by the scale of the spell, the scoundrels must have modified the underground pinnacle, created with the intention of protecting Megacia. The followers are currently on the move to the center of the magic mechanism. They will decipher the device they have installed and give orders on how to deactivate it. All members are to move to their assigned stations and await further instructions. The order is repeated. All alchemists of Megacia are to protect this town from the followers. The pinnacle glows with an ominous light. Just as he guessed, they had their hands on this pinnacle. President Maid wonders what this place is, sensing such immense energy radiating from here. Who knew a place like this existed under the town? Is that the pinnacle he mentioned? He cannot hide it after coming this far. That is the magic pentacle of Megacia. The woman with the purple bun questioned the presence of the black mage's magic pinnacle. Why would something like that be in Megacia? The man with gray hair insisted there was no time to explain. They had to reset it. The pinnacle the followers had distorted to its original form. The woman agreed to spread out and figure out a way to restore the pinnacle. The president of Alcadner School urged them to find anything that could give them a hint. The pinnacle the black mage created himself was beyond the realm of any genius. The president's brow furrowed in concentration. Year XXXX, month XX, date XX. It had already been 10 years since he discovered this laboratory that the society hid. Here, he came to know the truth. They wanted to hide so much. The beginning of alchemy in Megacia originated from the magic pinnacle of the black mage. He was certain this was the light that would guide him to the truth. If he were to finish this research, wouldn't he also become closer to the truth of this world? Year XXXX, month XX, date XX. The biggest wall to the research was energy. To conduct this research, massive amounts of energy was required. He had tried all sorts of things to solve this dilemma, but he had made no progress. Year XXXX, month XX, date XX. Suddenly, one idea came to mind. The soul of a human. What if that was used as the energy source? In a surprise, he discovered that the minerals in this laboratory were capable of storing souls. Could this perhaps have been another gift he left behind? Countless directions of research were coming to mind. He gave this mineral the name Soul Ether, and here, Elpham, standing near a complex machine and an open book, asked, "What's the matter?" The Alcadner School president's face contorted in fury. It wasn't just the lives lost that enraged him, but the sheer audacity of the act. They hadn't simply altered the pinnacle, but infused it with souls, twisting its purpose. Their goal, it seemed, was nothing less than the resurrection of the black mage. The man's brow furrowed, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The black mage, a name that echoed with dread. The president slammed his fist on the table. At this point, with no alchemist in Megacia capable, restoring the pentacle seemed impossible. But it could be stopped, he insisted. Retrieving the souls already absorbed might be beyond their reach, and restoring the pinnacle to its original form immediately seemed equally impossible. But they could at least stop the distorted pinnacle, preventing further corruption. Her eyes widened behind her glasses, a spark of hope igniting within her. It was possible, she realized, if they could operate the circuit set to distort the pinnacle in reverse. Theoretically, a figure stood amidst a swirling vortex of purple energy, lightning crackling around them. The blonde-haired figure sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. All that big talk just to run all this time? The figure, cloaked in dark energy, promised a swift end. He would send them to the afterlife soon, and their friends would follow. A surge of raw power erupts, the air crackling with unseen energy as something tears through the veil of reality. The warrior, battered and bruised, can only manage a bewildered WH. A voice cold and distant echoes, don't worry about meeting my friends. The speaker continues, a malevolent energy coalescing around them. You'll be going to your afterlife alone. The magical energy intensifies, a chaotic display of raw power. A beam of pure, magical force streaks across the void. A voice crackles over the comms, desperate and strained. Test, do you hear me? I am Umar. The injured warrior struggles to comprehend the instructions, his face a mask of confusion and pain. What? Umar's voice continues, urgent and pleading. In order to reconstruct the pinnacle, we need the powers of life, alchemy, and mechanical engineering together. A figure, exasperated, clutches a strange device. Quit whining and do as Umar says. The scene shifts to Zenumist President Carson, his expression unreadable as he holds a small, ornate object. A desperate voice cries out, "Have you still not realized that now isn't the time to be picky? Outside is a hellscape right now." President Carson's voice booms with authority, the fate of Megacia hanging in the balance. He orders the Zenumist Society into action, the purple energy swirling ominously above. A woman's fierce determination is mirrored by the worried gaze of the man beside her. She urges him not to give up, clinging to the hope that as long as the success rate isn't zero, there's still a chance. With a grim resolve, a figure places their hands on a glowing object, muttering that whatever happens, happens. The air crackles with anticipation. A woman with glasses, her voice trembling slightly, promises to guide them. She emphasizes that there's only one chance, urging everyone to keep up and not fall behind. A figure points towards this circuit of humility, the numbers shifting rapidly from 376 to 28. The air hums with magical energy, determination etched on their face. Another figure focuses on the circuit of honesty, the values plummeting from 884 to 3 and 125. The pressure mounts. Inside a complex machine, President Carson is encased within the circuit of trust, the numbers spiraling down from 3,679 to a mere 1. The fate of Mangarecap rests on his shoulders. A surge of power courses through the circuits, the command to circulate the energy, echoing in the air. The very foundations of the city tremble. A cloaked figure, their voice strained, announces that the direction of the circulation is changing. They urge everyone to endure just a little more, the weight of the world heavy on their shoulders. A glowing symbol pulsates with raw energy, the air thick with the scent of ozone and the hum of untold power. Looking up, a structure with a glowing center dominates the skyline, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. The city is bathed in an ethereal glow, the buildings adorned with glowing symbols that thrum with life. Mangarecap holds its breath, waiting to see if their efforts will be enough. Golden structures pulse with an unseen energy, resonating with an otherworldly hum. The golden constructs shatter, fragments suspended in a field of violet energy. A network of pipes glows with a soft, pink light, the air thick with the scent of ozone. Crystals hum with power, their violet light casting long shadows across the chamber. The city below shimmers with renewed energy, its buildings bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. A woman with large glasses gasps, her eyes wide with disbelief. "It worked," she exclaims as a knight behind her nods in approval. He congratulates her. "You did it, alchemist." Another man throws his hands up in the air, relieved. He thought he was going to die if someone made even the smallest mistake. Meanwhile, the Alcadner School president sighs in relief. It's a relief that the urgent problem at hand was taken care of, but many souls have been absorbed already, which is not the most delightful. The knight agrees with the alchemist, wondering why they would do something like this. He asks if they are really trying to revive the Black Mage. The alchemist wonders if she needs to take a deeper look into the research records. There could be more evidence about the followers or this ritual. It's been 43 years since this research started, and he is finally beginning to see its end. Though much time has passed, he felt no regret. What the Alcadner School president lamented most was that he could not finish this research with his own hands. He needed to find a new way. Year XXXX, month XX, date XX. No progress yet. Year XXXX, month XX, date XX. At last, he found a way to finish the research with his own hands. This is... Hee. What's so funny? Did you lose your mind? Hee. The answer was in an item. He engraved the essence of life alchemy inside an item, although it's for a limited time, through the unnoticed cracks in the user's consciousness. Reality shatters, the air crackling with unseen energy. A sharp intake of breath, a grimace of pain contorting his features. A voice, laced with irritation, echoes through the chamber. Damn it. The speaker's expression darkens. Where are the followers? Why have they become so useless? The device hums, its core glowing with contained power. This is still within the realm of my tolerance. A decision is made, the words hanging heavy in the air. I'm going to have to step in. A manic grin spreads across the figure's face, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Utterly useless, all of them. The structure loomed, a silent sentinel against the crimson sky. A mechanical horror descends upon the figure in blue, the sound of grinding metal echoing through the chamber. A pained cry escapes him. The woman with purple hair peered out from behind a structure, her glasses glinting in the dim light. "Can you losers stay out of this?" she demanded. With a sinister grin, she held up her hand. "I'm a bit busy," she declared. A bald man with a mustache watched the scene unfold, his brow furrowed in concern. How is it possible for a researcher of Genuist to be controlling Deep.Roy when Alcadner made it? A voice echoed, laced with arrogance. "Oh, you should be grateful." The woman stood atop a high vantage point, the mechanical creature looming behind her. "I upgraded that useless clanker for you," she sneered. A researcher of Genuist who focused on life, suddenly dealing with the machines of Alcadner. The woman's eyes glowed with an unnatural light, her expression twisted in a manic grin. The bracelet that Umar had looked exactly like the one in the blueprint, as well as her behavior. The mechanical hand clenched, its metallic fingers gleaming in the dim light. The figure in blue armor cried out, "You're the one who twisted the magic seal." A sinister grin stretches across the woman's face, her sharp teeth glinting in the dim light. "Bingo," she purrs, her eyes gleaming with wicked intent. The armored figure, engulfed in swirling energy, grits his teeth. "This has complicated things a bit," he mutters, bracing for the next attack. The robotic figures loom, their metallic eyes glowing ominously. One of them growls, "I didn't expect that son of a bitch Umar to mess with my magic seal." The D.Roy army advances, a relentless tide of metal and malice, their mechanical footsteps echoing through the battlefield. The woman watches from the shadows, her glasses reflecting the chaos. The robotic figures march onward, their purpose unwavering. Amidst the chaos, the robotic figures cry out, "Stop them! It's the D.Roy army!" Their warning echoes, a desperate plea against the encroaching threat. Two figures gaze up in horror at the advancing D.Roy army. We can't. The signals won't stop them." One of them stammers, fear lacing their voice. With a determined cry, a figure hurls glowing blue orbs towards the enemy. "What are you doing? Throw something!" They shout, their voice filled with urgency. The blue orbs strike their target, engulfing a robotic figure in a blinding flash of energy. The air crackles with power as the machine groans under the assault. A hand wreathed in flames declares, "This is the power of traditional alchemy, clankers." The heat intensifies, promising destruction. A cataclysmic explosion erupts, consuming everything in its path. The figure in the background is silhouetted against the inferno, a silent witness to the devastation. A looming figure, wreathed in shadow, stands defiant. Its eyes burn with an inner light, a silent promise of power yet to be unleashed. Panic sets in. "It didn't work. Run away." One of them shouts, the urgency clear in their voice as they scramble to retreat. A mechanical warrior stands ready, its weapon poised to strike. The air crackles with anticipation. Surrounded by a vortex of raw energy, the figure muses, "What the hell? They're suddenly charging at once. Did something happen while I was dealing with Reek? Or was this his last resort?" A single eye, framed by an eye patch, narrows in concentration. The gears of strategy begin to turn. A hand reaches out, seeking to grasp the chaotic energies swirling before it. A desperate gamble for control. The warrior struggles, axe raised in defiance. "Yuwa, why can't I hit them?" He cries out, frustration echoing in the air. Concern etched on his face, the man warns, "Be careful. The more we fight." A glowing orb pulses with energy, a silent warning. The more they learn our patterns and attacks. Desperation creeps into his voice. "Damn it, were we supposed to this is mad? Can you hear me? A breakthrough. I found a way to defeat them." The command rings out, "Focus on defense more." The device hums with power. "Then attacking for now." They're all connected by one network. The metallic figures stand firm, their glowing eyes piercing the gloom. A mechanical voice echoes, declaring that even if one falls, another will rise, learning from the fight. The warrior grits his teeth, blood staining his face. He vows to sever the network, clinging to the hope that they can endure just a little longer. Towering above the smaller automatons, a colossal machine looms, its presence a silent threat. The pulsating brain, connected by a web of tubes, is revealed as the central node, the one binding all the enemies together. Deflecting a blow with her radiant blade, the blonde warrior urges someone to go and provide aid, knowing they cannot prevail alone. A bead of sweat trickles down his brow, but a defiant grin stretches across his face. He challenges his unseen opponent, asking if they're worried. The blonde warrior reassures her allies, declaring she will not fall to these foes. She prepares to unleash her own power, ready to turn the tide. Surrounded by a swirling vortex of golden energy, he thanks Dibwa, entrusting the battle to them and stepping aside. A sinister smile plays on her lips, her eyes gleaming behind her glasses. She murmurs that she knew it, expecting nothing less from Michael's disciple. A heavy foot descends, crushing a fallen figure beneath its armored weight. The lone warrior stands defiant, facing the towering machine, a David against a metallic Goliath. Elsewhere, abstract patterns pulse with energy, hinting at the network's complex inner workings. Golden energy crackles as the blonde-haired warrior faces a towering mechanical foe. Sparks fly as their weapons clash, the air thick with the smell of ozone and burning metal. Behind thick-rimmed glasses, a woman's eyes widen in disbelief. A bead of sweat trickles down her temple as she witnesses the unfolding chaos. The blonde warrior, panting slightly, offers an apology. "Sorry I'm late, Sarcasm." Sarcasm, his silver hair catching the light, reassures him. "It's all right. Keep up, Kiri." Kiri and Sarcasm fight back-to-back, a whirlwind of steel and determination. "Yes, sir," Kiri shouts, his voice echoing with renewed resolve. The woman with glasses, her brow furrowed, voices her confusion. What's going on?" Kiri, deflecting a blow, thinks to himself, "I should have both their data." The metallic tang of blood fills the air. An unseen observer notes. Their movements changed as soon as they began fighting together. Elsewhere, a lone warrior, wreathed in blue energy, battles unseen foes. The air crackles with power as he deflects a barrage of attacks. His blade, a conduit for raw energy, sings a deadly song as it cuts through the darkness. Each strike is precise, each parry a testament to his skill. Suddenly, a blow lands. The warrior cries out, the blue energy flickering as pain courses through him. No. Meanwhile, Kiri continues his assault, his sword a blur of motion. He presses the attack, determined to overcome the mechanical menace before him. He cries out, the sound echoing through the battlefield as an unseen force slams into him. A surge of raw energy explodes outward, sending shards of debris flying in all directions. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as the unseen assailant continues their assault. Kiri's voice pierces through the chaos, her cry a desperate warning. Her eye reflects the horror of the situation, a single tear escaping as she witnesses the unfolding tragedy. The force slams into Zakum, sending him reeling backward, blood splattering against the ground. Meanwhile, a new figure emerges, a sinister smile playing on their lips. The purple-haired individual with glasses admits, with a chilling glee, that they didn't. Kiri collapses, the impact of the attack sending a shockwave through her body. Her eye reflects the pain, the world blurring around her as she struggles to stay conscious. A massive spike impales Kasim, the words of the unseen attacker echoing in the air. You be this stupid. Kiri stands amidst a pool of blood, the scene a testament to the brutality of the attack. Her voice cracks as she cries out for Kasim, her friend and ally now lying defeated on the ground. His face contorted in anguish, the light-haired figure questioned why someone would take a blow meant for him. With a mechanical groan, Zakum moved to interrupt the dramatic scene, declaring his distaste for such sentimentality. The mechanical foot descended, crushing something beneath its weight. Zakum scoffed, noting the presence of another rat as Kiri stood nearby, sword drawn. The man with a mustache, face twisted in concern, declared that Kasim's bleeding was severe and they needed to reach Ralph immediately, adding that he would try his best. The light-haired figure lay prone, blood trickling from his face as he muttered a single word. Zakum stood over Kiri, a shadowy figure looming behind him. Kiri cursed, questioning if they truly believed they could reach him. A pair of hands gripped a sword, a silent exclamation hanging in the air. Kiri, clutching the sword, thought to herself that it was true, the powers were real. A voice urged the light-haired figure to stop talking, pointing out his severe bleeding. Kiri apologized for everything, her face etched with regret, thinking she should have given it to him long ago. A figure, only visible as a silhouette, requested to be let down, instructing Mad to take Sir Kasim and run. A figure, shrouded in shadow, declares their intent to handle the situation. The figure struggles, energy crackling around them, but their efforts seem futile. A crushing blow lands, the force of it evident even in the distorted perspective. The impact sends the figure hurtling backwards, a testament to the overwhelming power they face. A voice echoes, promising to use a skill learned from a fallen knight, a chilling declaration of intent. She bows her head, a deep apology etched on her face. I'm sorry, Sir Kasim. Kiri stands resolute, her gaze fixed on an unseen goal. I'm going to learn from you. In a flashback, Kiri trains relentlessly, each swing of her sword fueled by an unyielding determination. How much blood, sweat, and tears did she shed to earn Master's sword? The training dummy explodes under the force of her strike, a testament to the power she's developing. The scene is one of utter devastation, a silent testament to the sacrifices she made. What kind of sacrifices did she need to make? Kiri's eyes glisten with a newfound resolve. You have always been my role model. He remembered it clearly, every time he looked at that unfaltering back. The mechanical monstrosity, a hulking mass of metal and malice, confessed its futile efforts. A memory of a clenched fist, determination etched into every line. A desire, a yearning, a simple, pure I wanted. She stood, sword gleaming in the dim light, a warrior ready to face any challenge. With a burst of speed, Kiri lunged, her blade a blur against the mechanical foe. The mechanical enemy was felled in a single, decisive strike. The machine sputtered, disbelief warring with rage. Why, you little? I don't know what you did, it stammered. But the fallen foe was far from defeated, energy crackling around its damaged form. But it's no use. The air shimmered with heat as the mechanical enemy prepared its next assault. Kiri stood firm, her resolve unwavering. That's why I won't give up. Even if it's meaningless, the machine thought as the energies collided. A declaration echoes, a promise etched in the air. I will keep moving forward. A mechanical construct hums with contained power, a glowing orb at its heart, its purpose clear, to reach you. Crimson eyes blaze with an unnatural intensity, focused on an unseen target. The orb pulses, unleashing waves of raw energy. The mechanical device whirs, drawing power from the glowing sphere as it prepares for its next action. A whispered promise, tinged with desperation. I'm closer to you today. A question hangs in the balance. Than I was yesterday? The follower of the black magician lies wounded, blood staining his armor, yet a flicker of determination remains in his eyes. A figure lies prone on the ground, unmoving. The woman with purple hair adjusts her glasses, a frown deepening on her face. TSK. Roy didn't stall as much time as I expected it to. An axe-wielding figure stands amidst the rubble, their expression grim. This isn't good. There's only a little left. A man with dark hair smirks, standing beside a woman with red hair and a pirate hat. At this rate, these guys are gonna... The woman with glasses is shown in close-up, sweat beading on her brow. I need to calm down. The process is almost complete anyway. Crystals pulse with energy. It's just, I don't have enough charged soul ethers. I need a replacement. A figure, partially obscured, speaks with manic glee. Kohaha. Goodness me. I almost forgot the large-scale mana tank. A figure with long white hair floats within a tube filled with a glowing liquid. A close-up of the tube reveals the words that the followers brought. A desperate cry cuts through the air. Two figures rush forward, one carrying another. Giddy, are you okay? They shout, their voices laced with panic. The scene unfolds, a ritual chamber in disarray. Sir Kasim stands amidst the chaos, issuing orders. Please clean up this area, he commands, his voice strained. Someone else cries out, damn it, what the hell happened? Nearby, the figure in the wheelchair, Umar, is addressed. Imad, please explain. The response is hesitant. I don't know. Your disciple, Umar, controlled Dita at Roy, and it. A disembodied voice echoes the confusion. Looked like she was trying to resume the ritual. What? What kind of? Kazim raises his weapon, a blade crackling with energy. The air grows thick with anticipation. The scene blurs, the aftermath of some unseen force. Umar remains in his wheelchair, seemingly unharmed, but the tension is palpable. Two figures stand side by side, their faces etched with worry. The air crackles with unseen energy. Zakam, his face partially obscured by a bandage, voices his unease. What was that? What is this ominous aura? A voice cries out in desperation. It's coming from there. Stop it. Hurry. The ominous aura intensifies, bathing the scene in a crimson glow. The air vibrates with unseen power. The air crackles, the silence broken only by the hum of raw energy. Tendrils of crimson energy writhe and twist, a visual manifestation of the chaos unleashed. The figure, surrounded by crimson aura, exhaled a sigh of relief. It had been a close call. Nearby, a figure stands over a glowing vial, announcing that they have finished administering first aid. They are thanked for their time. A weathered face, etched with concern, questioned if Umar was truly the one who brought the followers to town, the one behind the banned human experiments, and the one behind the ritual. One of the figures declared that it wasn't Umar, confirming that she wasn't a follower. The figure with the eye patch realized something, their expression shifting. A figure with long dark hair denied something, their eyes narrowed behind their glasses. Not her. The weathered figure chuckled, revealing his name. That's right. My name is Farwan. The figure with purple hair and glasses declared that she was the world's best alchemist. Kazim, surrounded by red energy, confronted someone, questioning what they were trying to do with the souls of the townspeople. A monstrous figure roared, asking if it looked like they were trying to resurrect the black magician. A voice questioned if they didn't think they were overestimating the value of souls, stating that this much energy wasn't remotely enough to bring back even a finger of the black magician. Kazim, standing amidst the red energy, questioned why. A manic grin stretched across her face. The woman with the dark, wavy hair bared her teeth, a crimson aura flaring around her outstretched hand. She declared, her voice dripping with anticipation, that she was going to meet him. A titanic clash of energies erupted. The bullets smash, a sphere of raw, red power, collided head-on with the falling moon, a structure of crystalline blue. A desperate cry pierced the air. Let him. Stop. The impact reverberated, a deafening pa, echoing as the two forces met in a blinding flash of light. The aftermath was a chaotic swirl of red energy, a silent question hanging in the air. The red energy pulsed, a malevolent force spreading outwards. The crimson tide washed over the landscape, two distant figures bearing witness to the unfolding power. The woman with the red hair and pirate hat, her eyes narrowed with focus, muttered about her skill as she raised her strange device. The bald figure, his face etched with concern, vehemently rejected the notion of meeting the black magician, insisting they had to stop the ritual immediately. A dark figure stood silhouetted against a backdrop of swirling red energy, a chilling question echoing from the shadows. Who knows what might happen? The woman with the dark hair, her eyes gleaming with madness behind her glasses, cackled, declaring that it was finally time. Standing within a circle of crackling red energy, the cloaked figure proclaimed, with a chilling finality, that it was finally happening. The figure in the red cloak stood poised, the air crackling with unseen power. The figure, wreathed in crimson energy, refuses to yield. A desperate cry echoes, a defiant stand against an encroaching force. I won't let you. From behind, a voice, laced with anticipation, breaks the silence. It's been a long time. The man with white hair leans forward, his expression intense. He spent his entire life researching, his body slowly breaking down, all for this moment. A gloved hand tightens, the words echoing with grim determination. All for this moment. A hand reaches towards the crimson glow, a question hanging in the air. You're inside, right? A chilling realization dawns. True black magician? A lone figure walks towards the light, their silhouette stark against the blinding radiance. A face contorts in pain, sweat beading on their brow. The strain is immense. From the depths of the abyss, a clawed hand emerges, reaching into the unknown. Against a backdrop of swirling stars, a figure in dark robes stands, their clawed hands outstretched, ready to seize their destiny. A sinister grin spreads across their face, sharp teeth glinting in the dim light. A clawed hand reaches upwards, a single word echoing with triumph. Finally, a voice echoes, filled with anticipation, longing for a destined meeting. But the cloaked figure, wreathed in shadow and with eyes burning like embers, delivers a crushing blow. It's not you. The older man, caught in a vortex of dark energy, can only stammer a disbelieving question. The dark energy explodes outwards, a wave of raw power unleashed. A single eye, swirling with strange patterns, reflects the chaos, questioning the unfolding events. The vortex tightens, a voice echoing with a twisted justification for this cruel act. Elsewhere, a figure with fiery red hair stands amidst a surge of crimson energy, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding darkness. A close-up reveals a piercing gaze, one eye now glowing with an ominous red light. A clawed hand reaches out from the shadows, a symbol of impending doom. Then, a blast of dark energy slams into Elpum, the force of the impact visible on his face as the red-haired woman watches. A cry of pain, a desperate shout of his name, pierces the air. Elpum shields his face, reeling from the attack, trying to comprehend what just transpired. From within a crimson-tinged portal, a voice echoes. He. The hooded figure's crimson eyes glow with an unnatural light, a silent invitation extended with a reaching hand. A voice, laced with dark energy, whispers, "He's calling for me." Meanwhile, in a distant chamber, an elder states with grim finality, "It's all over now." His companion despairs, "There's no way to stop this." Elpum's face contorts with a mixture of pain and resolve, the weight of the impending crisis etched into his features. Amidst the swirling chaos, Elpum declares, his voice ringing with determination, "I will stop it." A comrade cries out in disbelief, "Huh? What are you talking about, boss? You have no idea what might be inside." "Elpum, back off." A heavy boot descends, crushing the ominous pool of crimson. Surrounded by tendrils of red energy, Elpum is pulled toward an unknown force. A vortex of darkness opens, a voice echoing from within. "I don't know why, but he wants me." A strange calm washes over Elpum's face. "Perfect." Bathed in radiant light, a winged figure awaits. "I've been wanting to see what you look like."